Su Yi traversed a century, enduring as a nearly lifeless servant elder in the mediocre Tianxin Sect, only to unexpectedly awaken the touch system, allowing any ability to be upgraded. Lifespan, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and even alchemy could be enhanced through experience points. Upon discovering that the sect, under the guise of cultivating the heart, was in fact a purgatory where the higher-ups consumed the souls of disciples, a revolution was set into motion, with the heart trial assisting the aloof senior sister in breaking through her bottleneck, and by enlightening unqualified women with basic cultivation techniques, a rebellion, disguised as spreading the doctrine against the hidden rules of the immortal realm, was about to unfold. Chapter 1. Tianxin Sect. Su Yi stood despondently atop a sheer cliff. After a century of servitude as a disciple, he finally realized he had been deceived. Despite being a third-rate sect, Tianxin Sect boasted the airs of a first-rate establishment. The sect emphasized heart cultivation, believing that the heavens were indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, from the sect leader to the lowest servant disciple, everyone exuded an arrogant demeanor, as if they were the very heavens themselves. Yet, apart from this facade, they were utterly lacking in substance. Damn it. Others who traverse time either receive golden fingers or systems. At the very least, they become respected elders. Why is it that I possess nothing? Su Yi yelled in frustration down the cliff. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 100 years? At the age of 119, he had only reached the third level of chi refinement. According to the standards of the immortal realm, he had but a year left to live. No, to be precise, he was left with merely a few days. The end was nearing. Who dares to make noise here? A cold female voice rang out behind him just as Su Yi finished his shout. His outburst on the cliff violated the sect's regulations against disturbance. In the past, Su Yi would have readily bowed and apologized. However, now, facing imminent death, he felt no fear. Not even the Jade Emperor standing before him would invoke humility in him. What's the matter? I merely raised my voice. Come and bite me. Su Yi turned to see a woman clad in a simple white robe. She possessed a willow-like figure and a cold countenance, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. She was Lin Qingxuan, a member of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, and the loose robe did little to conceal her ample bosom, likely stirring excitement in any man who laid eyes on her. However, to Su Yi, who was now a mere shell of his former self at 119, such beauty was as meaningless as a skeletal figure. His bodily functions had deteriorated to the brink of collapse. Even if Lin Qingxuan were to perform a provocative dance before him, he would remain unmoved. Lin Qingxuan did not expect such audacity from this old man. No one in the sect dared to confront the law enforcement team like this. Those who did had disappeared, and the King of Hell was likely aware of their fates. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingxuan felt a surge of anger. Before she could regain her composure, Su Yi mockingly gazed at her impressive figure, saying, "Wow, fairy, your physique is more extravagant than a crane's wings. It appears quite deliberate. Tianxin Sect advocates for a pure heart and minimal desires. How did you achieve such a form?" Previously, Su Yi would cower before members of the law enforcement team like a mouse before a cat. Yet, upon uttering such words, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. The hairs on his body stood on end. Who needed a pure heart when one could indulge freely? The entire sect's members radiated an icy superiority that left Su Yi, a man from the modern world, feeling out of place. Had it not been for the pursuit of immortality, he would have long since married a harem of concubines to enjoy life. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Lin Qingxuan's face flushed with indignation at Su Yi's lewd remarks. "Vulgar," she exclaimed, drawing her spirit sword with a swift motion. The mountain wind swirled with snowflakes as if readying for a confrontation. Hey, fairy, calm down. I was merely praising your extraordinary talent. What ill intentions could an old man like me harbor?" As he spoke, Su Yi pretended to leer at her. "Shameless. I will kill you." Lin Qingxuan fumed, having never encountered such insolence in her life. She lunged at Su Yi with her sword. Yet, Su Yi felt no fear, despite Lin Qingxuan being 2 levels above him. After a century of honing his martial skills, he was not to be trifled with. "Today, I shall teach you the meaning of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young," he declared, charging toward Lin Qingxuan. With a piece of dry grass clenched between his teeth, he leaned back to evade her sweeping blade. The sword's edge grazed his wrinkled nose, leaving a whiff of osmanthus fragrance in its wake. It seemed that even her sword had been perfumed. "Tianxin, your sword tassel even jingles? Do you law enforcers require your own background music while performing your duties?" As he twirled the jade buckle he snatched from her waist, the sound of jingling mixed with Su Yi's eccentric laughter. Lin Qingxuan's ice spirit sword suddenly manifested 6 facets of frost. Yet, Su Yi slipped through the gaps like an eel, his bony fingers brushing against her waist, causing the jade buckle to fall with a soft thud. "You old scoundrel. Lin Qingxuan hastily adjusted her loosened robe, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. Sui grinned, displaying his prize. This ice silk waist belt is quite valuable. It could fetch 30 spirit stones. Lin Qingxuan's sword energy surged, instantly freezing the entire cliff. Sui danced through the icy shards, his worn shoes creating a 7-star formation. Watch closely, girl. He suddenly brandished a red belly band as a flag, exclaiming, "This move is called the Lightning 5 Whips." Lin Qingxuan's sword energy pursued his fleeting figure, shattering nearby stones. Seizing the opportunity, Sui maneuvered behind her, precisely poking her vital point on the lower back. Lin Qingxuan's legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel, but Sui caught her at the waist. "No need for such formalities. It's not yet the new year. I will kill you." Lin Qingxuan's ears burned with fury as she thrust her sword toward his throat. Sui leaned back, nearly touching the ground with the back of his head, yet he could not resist whistling. "Wow, what an angle, haha. I will kill you." Lin Qingxuan's ice spirit sword suddenly emitted a phoenix cry, causing the entire cliff to tremble. Suyi's eyes brightened. "Oh, is the fairy getting angry? You really need to work on your temperament. Forget it. I shall no longer play with you." With that, Sui embraced Lin Qingxuan's slender waist and extended 2 fingers toward her abdomen. A gentle poke caused her grand move to come to an abrupt halt. As his fingers made contact with her flawless skin, both were momentarily stunned. During their earlier tussle, Sui had inadvertently disheveled Lin Qingxuan's clothing. Now, his fingers brushed against her pristine body for the first time. Lin Qingxuan's eyes widened, reacting to the touch of an older man. However, Suyi's astonishment stemmed not from the contact with a beautiful woman, but from the incessant sounds echoing in his mind. Ding. The system activation conditions have been met. System successfully launched. Scanning host. Binding successful. A first-time binding gift. 1,000 experience points awarded to the host. Once the sound subsided, Sui erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The system has finally arrived. I, Sui, shall ascend to greatness and become an immortal. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2. You have finally arrived. Lin Qingxuan lay in Suyi's embrace, gazing at the man who was laughing uncontrollably, her delicate face revealing a hint of dread. Is this person out of their mind? Surely, they wouldn't resort to any bizarre actions. At that moment, Sui had no time to entertain Lin Qingxuan. He stifled his laughter and mentally called out to the system. System, dear companion. At long last, you have arrived, albeit a century late. Do you realize, however, the system remained unresponsive, offering no sound in return. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of an attribute panel before him, Sui might have thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. With a sense of helplessness, he scrutinized the attribute panel. Host, Sui gender, male age, 119.360/120 talent. Inferior cultivation, Qi refinement level 3. Technique, heart refinement method, level 5, 187/200. Skills, 7-star steps, level 5, 120/200. Fireball technique, level 5, 187/200. Aurora sword technique, level 5, 80/200. Finger flick technique, level 5, 186/200. Alchemical skills, Valley pacifying pill, level 3, 32/50. Experience points, 1010. Staring blankly at the attribute panel, Sui was utterly bewildered by the situation. As he contemplated the panel, his hand involuntarily moved. Experience points, 10. The voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to halt all actions, fearful of damaging the system. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the system did not respond again, leaving Sui in a state of confusion. Why, system, what do you mean? At least make a sound. Regardless of Suyi's inner cries, the system remained indifferent. Could it be that the atmosphere of the sect has made it aloof? Resigned, Sui relaxed his tense body, his hand moving slightly once more. Experience points, 10. The system's voice returned. Furrowing his brow, Sui recalled his previous movements. After repeating them methodically, just as he moved his hand again, the system chimed in. Experience points, 10. A foolish grin spread across Suyi's face. So it works like this. He then began to practice the hand movements he had seen in his past life. Yet, the hands he now possessed were mere skin and bones, a stark contrast to the delicate jade hands of his former life. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. As he listened to the system's melodious voice, Sui discovered that this hand movement was quite exhausting. He gently shook his hand, alleviating some fatigue. Experience points, 20. Experience points, 20. Experience points, 20. Changing his position caused a surge in experience points. Experience points, 50. Sui felt elated, but Lin Qingxuan was thoroughly alarmed. She had never witnessed hands moving in such an odd manner before. She knew that this old man had exhausted his lifespan. Such individuals were exceedingly dangerous. 3 years prior, An old man who had depleted his lifespan had gone mad, even assaulting the sect leader's wife. Just 2 days prior, another elderly man, nearing the end of his life, had sullied a newly arrived female outer disciple. Though these old men lacked formidable cultivation, their martial skills were remarkably honed. Even outer disciples, 2 realms above them, had fallen before their prowess. Recalling these events, Lin Qingxuan shivered in Su Yi's embrace. "Junior brother, please spare me. Let's pretend today never happened, and I assure you, I will not pursue this matter at Sue." Lost in the depths of the system, was startled by Lin Qingxuan's voice. Nearly forgetting her presence, it was only upon hearing her that he remembered he was still holding a living person. He quickly shifted his focus from the attribute panel. Upon seeing Lin Qingxuan's frightened and pitiful expression, Su Yi felt conflicted. Previously, he had been fearless in the face of death, but now, the system had arrived. Although he was still unclear about its specific functions, custom dictated that with the system, he could navigate his path forward. Lin Qingxuan had become a significant complication. To eliminate her, Su Yi's gaze turned cold. Lin Qingxuan seemed to sense this shift, shrinking back in his embrace. No, Su Yi swiftly dismissed the thought. To kill Lin Qingxuan would inevitably draw the attention of celestial techniques, swiftly locking onto him. What to do? Su Yi fixated on Lin Qingxuan's exquisite features, lost in contemplation. At that moment, an attribute panel materialized above Lin Qingxuan's head. Su Yi paused, observing closely. Name, Lin Qingxuan. Age, 28. Gender, female. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 5 technique. Heavenly heart method, level 2, 16/20. Talent, superior favorability, 60. Killing intent emerges, purity, 100 foot. Overall score, 83. What is happening? Su Yi glanced at his own attribute panel, then back at Lin Qingxuan's. He focused his thoughts, pressing the plus sign next to his technique data. The previous 187/200 transformed into 188/200, with a slight reduction in experience points. Simultaneously, Su Yi sensed a slight enhancement in his comprehension of the technique. Realizing this correlation, Su Yi quickly maxed out the technique experience points to 200 in an instant. All the aspects of the technique he had previously struggled to comprehend became clear. Su Yi felt the speed of his technique's operation accelerate significantly. The technique's level subsequently rose to level 6, 0 out of 500. Now I understand. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yi turned his gaze back to Lin Qingxuan's attribute panel. The immediate priority was to manage Lin Qingxuan. Otherwise, if she turned against him, even with the system, he would be in peril. He clicked the plus sign in her technique section, filling it to capacity. Lin Qingxuan was stunned. Her technique had unexpectedly broken through. This was so sudden. Could it be due to his touch? Seeing Lin Qingxuan's expression, Su Yi quietly exhaled in relief. He released Lin Qingxuan, helping her to her feet and adjusting her attire, fastening her belt. Lin Qingxuan snapped back to reality from her dazed state of breakthrough, her body tense, gazing at Su Yi with fear. What on earth is this old man doing? Does he have a peculiar fondness for this attire? Su Yi lowered his head, memories of his parents' faces flashing through his mind as he recalled their image. His eyes reddened. Raising his gaze, he looked deeply into Lin Qingxuan's eyes. "Senior sister, I am truly sorry. Please, end my life." Lin Qingxuan was momentarily bewildered, caught off guard by Su Yi's words. After pondering the current situation, she quickly grasped the reality. "No, this old man is cunning. He must be testing me. If I draw my sword now, he would undoubtedly kill me." Almost falling into his trap. Having realized this, Lin Qingxuan hastily replied, "Junior brother, rest assured, I will never speak of today's events, nor will I seek revenge." "No, senior sister, you misunderstand my intent." The favorability had risen to 70. No one would believe her words. Su Yi interrupted Lin Qingxuan. "Senior sister, do you believe in love at first sight?" "Huh? This." Su Yi observed Lin Qingxuan's flustered expression, interrupting her once more. "Whether you believe it or not, the moment I laid eyes on you, I became a believer in love at first sight." Without glancing at Lin Qingxuan's astonished face, he turned to face the cliff. "Senior sister, I have just refined your state of mind using a special method. I believe you must have experienced a breakthrough just now. I am nearing the end of my existence. My time is short. This way, you will forever remember me, and I shall live on in your heart." Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lin Qingxuan's eyes widened in shock. Is it possible that his recent breakthrough in cultivation was orchestrated by him? Lin Qingxuan found this hard to believe, yet the inexplicable advancement she experienced was undeniable. This compelled her to accept the truth. As she gazed at Su Yi's desolate silhouette, an unexpected pang of sympathy washed over her. Lin Qingxuan's fondness for him surged by 70. "Junior sister, why is it taking you so long to deal with someone who has violated our sect's rules? Allow me to assist you in teaching him a lesson." At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, striking a palm directly towards Su Yi's head. Chapter 3. The End of Life. With a single palm strike aimed directly at Su Yi's head, the assailant harnessed the power of lightning, clearly intent on taking his life. Su Yi was taken aback, discerning from the aura that this individual possessed cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement or higher. The man's attack drew ever closer. Yet Su Yi, overwhelmed by his oppressive presence, found himself unable to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the wind from the man's palm loomed larger before his eyes. Was he truly destined to perish just after acquiring the system? Su Yi pondered bitterly within, feeling no fear, merely a sense of reluctance. Ever since he had stagnated at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he had been counting down the days of his existence. The dread of death had long since been exhausted over the decades. His only regret lay in never being able to stand atop this world and behold its vistas. Just as the man was about to strike Su Yi's head, Lin Qingxuan suddenly turned and positioned herself in front of him. "Elder brother, stop!" The man, startled by Lin Qingxuan's abrupt intervention, hastily withdrew his attack. The lightning grazed past her ear, singeing a strand of her hair to ash. He staggered back 2 steps, looking at Lin Qingxuan with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "Qingxuan, why are you protecting this old servant, having narrowly escaped death?" Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful that his path to immortality was not yet extinguished. The elevation of goodwill had proven immensely beneficial. Lin Qingxuan, shielding Su Yi, felt a sense of bewilderment, inexplicably compelled to take action to protect him. Were she born in modern times, she would surely understand the loyalty of a dog. One may discipline their own, but no one else may lay a hand upon it. A fierce loyalty to those they care for. "Elder brother, there are deeper reasons behind today's events, not as you perceive them," Lin Qingxuan explained. At this moment, Su Yi discerned the man's features more clearly. His name was Zhou Mingyuan, a member of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team, having attained the 8th level of qi refinement, and indeed one of the top 10 experts within the Outer Sect. In everyday life, Zhou Mingyuan doted upon Lin Qingxuan, embodying the role of an unrequited admirer. He was particularly attentive to anything concerning her. Upon hearing Lin Qingxuan's words, Zhou Mingyuan frowned slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he regarded Su Yi. Quickly adopting a cold demeanor, he scrutinized Su Yi with a gaze that seemed to regard him as nothing more than an inconsequential insect. "Humph. Out of respect for my junior sister, I shall spare your life today. Should there be a next time, you need not wait for a peaceful demise." With a derisive snort, his eyes filled with contempt, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi, as if he were something foul, too distasteful to even behold. Turning his attention back to Lin Qingxuan, he immediately assumed a concerned expression. "Junior sister, you too? That was quite perilous. Fortunately, I have refined the thunder palm to its pinnacle and withdrew in time. Otherwise, what would have happened had you been harmed?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, feigning concern to inspect the charred strands of Lin Qingxuan's hair, his eyes brimming with feigned empathy. Lin Qingxuan subtly shifted to avoid Zhou Mingyuan's touch. A sense of discomfort arose within her due to her excessive enthusiasm for him, yet she could only manage a faint smile on her face. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am fine. Let us hasten to explore elsewhere." After speaking, her gaze fell upon Su Yi with a complex expression. Her lips moved as if she wished to articulate something. However, the sight of Zhou Mingyuan nearby stifled her words. She turned her waist and walked away towards another direction. Lin Qingxuan's favorability rating stood at 5. Zhou Mingyuan noticed Lin Qingxuan avoiding his touch, and his expression stiffened slightly. Nevertheless, he closely followed her, refusing to leave her side. "Junior sister, it would be wise for you to allow me to take a look. My thunderclap palm has undergone some changes after reaching its perfected state. It would be unfortunate if I inadvertently caused you any internal injury. Really, it's nothing. Senior brother, let us move quickly." Su Yi's countenance darkened as he observed Zhou Mingyuan clinging to Lin Qingxuan like a tenacious adhesive, following her retreating figure. Truly, there is no shortage of sycophants anywhere. Yet he still dares to practice the mind. What rubbish. Just wait. I shall remember this grievance today, though Lin Qingxuan is indeed intriguing. Once the two had distanced themselves, he hastily descended the mountain, making his way back to his residence. He needed to return swiftly to investigate his system. At that moment, the miscellaneous disciples had all ventured out to undertake tasks. Along the way, Su Yi encountered hardly anyone. The miscellaneous disciples at Tianxin Sect resembled temporary workers on Blue Star. To earn spirit stones, they needed to find work. There were no salaries or stipends. Work yielded spirit stones, while idleness yielded nothing. Furthermore, to join Tianxin Sect, one had to offer a considerable sum of wealth, though exceptions were made for those with exceptional aptitude. When Su Yi first arrived, he had to surrender all the wealth he amassed in the mundane world just to barely meet the qualifications. After beginning his cultivation, Su Yi realized the outside world posed great dangers. This world was rife with demons and monsters, which would not harm mere mortals, but would target cultivators instead. As for the reason, a miscellaneous disciple like Su Yi was not privy to the details. It seemed to involve some form of karma. When miscellaneous disciples ventured out on tasks, having 9 return out of 10 was considered fortunate. Extended outings often resulted in even greater fatalities. For this reason, after arriving at Tianxin Sect, Su Yi seldom left. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he entered his room and sat cross-legged on a worn-out mat, opening the system panel with his consciousness. After a brief study, Su Yi grasped the general functionality of this system. It operated on an experience points mechanism, allowing one to upgrade their skills and techniques using said points. As for acquiring experience points, Su Yi recalled Lin Qingxuan's fair and tender belly. It must involve the act of touching women. Su Yi gazed at his attribute panel, revealing a hint of wry amusement. The system had arrived too late. He was left with a mere 5 days of life, and it seemed somewhat too late. There were only 2 methods to extend his lifespan. The first method was undoubtedly to break through. The second method involves consuming elixirs that promise longevity or utilizing rare natural treasures. However, with merely 5 days of life remaining, even if he were to elevate his cultivation technique to its utmost potential, he would still be unable to transcend the qi refining stage. As for the rare treasures, Su Yi dared not even entertain the thought, unwilling to resign himself to such a fate, especially after having acquired the system. He could not bear the idea of passing away in frustration. He retrieved a weathered storage bag from within his robes and emptied its contents before him. 21 low-grade spirit stones, a worn sword, a manual titled Notes for Servant Disciples, and a tattered tome called Comprehensive Guide to Immortal Cultivation. Gazing at the scattered items, his eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and discontent. The battered sword, marred with countless scratches and a dulled edge, had been purchased with years of meager allowances when he first entered the sect. He had hoped to carve a path through the trials of cultivation with it, but now it seemed futile. He had long since memorized the contents of the Notes for Servant Disciples, which bound him with its intricate rules like a shackle. The Comprehensive Guide to Immortal Cultivation, a memento of his early deception in the cultivation world, held little value for him. As he casually flipped through the pages of the comprehensive guide, the yellowed sheets rustled, releasing an air of antiquity. Despite having been tricked into purchasing it, Su Yi had managed to read through the entire book, which was filled with nonsensical rhetoric. He sighed and was about to close the tome and return it to the storage bag when a line of small text caught his eye. Nourishing Technique. Chapter 4. The Most Beautiful Woman. Having perused this book many times, he was familiar with the nourishing technique. However, with his lifespan dwindling, he instinctively glanced at the words once more. What met his gaze was a series of crooked, illegible characters, seemingly hastily scrawled. It read, "The nourishing technique involves harnessing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, harmonizing yin and yang, guiding the spirit into the body to nourish the organs and meridians, thereby achieving the effects of longevity. Facing east, with the 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, exhale the turbid air from within, inhaling slowly through the nose. Imagine the spirit energy transforming into strands of azure light, entering through the Baihui point and descending along the governing vessel to the tailbone. Then, through the perineum, it enters the conception vessel, ascending to the Danzhong point, converging in the Dantian. This cycle repeats, with every 36 circulations constituting a round, and after 100 days of practice, one may see initial results." Su Yi read the nourishing technique once more, noting that not a single character had changed. He had practiced it before, yet it had yielded no results. Disheartened, he set the comprehensive guide aside and opened his attributes panel for another assessment. This time, Su Yi was taken aback. He noticed that an additional cultivation technique had appeared in the place reserved for techniques. It was, astonishingly, the very nourishing technique he had just reviewed. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively clicked to replace his current technique, the heart refinement technique, which was already among the most rudimentary of methods within the realm of immortal cultivation. The principles of wellness will never be inferior to the art of heart cultivation. Upon clicking to replace, the section for heart cultivation vanished, replaced by the wellness technique. The wellness technique, level 1, 010, made Su Yi acutely aware of a shift in the flow of energy within him, accompanied by a warm current coursing through his body. This warmth resembled the gentle sun of spring, melting the hard ice, tenderly caressing every meridian. Although faint, it was still perceptible to Su Yi's weary body. Had he truly mastered it? Hastily, Su Yi opened his attributes panel to check the information. Host, Su Yi. Gender, male. Age, 1193601200001. Cultivation level, Qi refinement. Third layer talent, low-grade technique. Wellness technique, level 1, 010. Skills, 7-star steps, level 5, 120200. Fireball technique, level 5, 187200. Aurora sword technique, level 5, 80,200. Flicking Finger Technique, Level 5, 186200. Alchemy. Big Pill, Level 3, 3250. Experience points. 1403. His lifespan had increased by a day, though merely a single day. It filled Su Yi with immense joy. This was a glimmer of hope. Su Yi spent 10 experience points to upgrade the wellness technique to Level 2. Now, his age was recorded as 1193601200003. Consequently, he decided to exhaust all remaining experience points, elevating the wellness technique to Level 7. His lifespan transformed into 1193601200096. Remarkably, his lifespan had surpassed 100 days. With these 101 days ahead of him, Su Yi felt a slight relaxation of his previously tense heart. Gazing at the remaining 523 experience points, Su Yi fell into contemplation, swiftly recalling the female friends he knew. Eventually, his thoughts settled on his neighbor. Hesitation gripped him as he glanced at his attribute panel's experience points. With a determined bite of his lip, he rose and ventured outside. Standing before his neighbor's door, he raised his hand to knock, but hesitated mid-air, torn within. Just as he grappled with his inner conflict, the door creaked open slowly. Without time for further thought, he adjusted himself and stumbled into the room. "Ah, woo-woo." A woman's startled cry echoed within. Moments later, a voice called, "Senior brother, if you intend to do this, just say so. Why make it so complicated?" "No, junior sister, that was an accident. I didn't mean to." "Then why is your hand there?" Su Yi heard Su Ling's slightly petulant words, causing his hand to retract as if electrocuted. "I'm so sorry, junior sister. It truly was unintentional. I'll take my leave now." Flustered, Su Yi attempted to rise and exit, but at that moment, Su Ling grasped the hem of his garment. "Senior brother, don't be embarrassed. I can charge you a little less for the spirit crystals. Come on." Su Yi gazed at Su Ling, her plump visage adorned with flirtatious glances, and felt a wave of nausea surge within him. He stifled his discomfort, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, freed himself from her grasp on his garment. Before Su Ling could react, he lightly tapped his toes, executing the 7-star step, and darted towards the exit like a fleeting shadow. Su Ling stumbled at his abrupt action, nearly falling over. Once she regained her footing, a flicker of irritation crossed her face as she stamped her foot, causing her excess flesh to quiver. "Old Su, why must you be so insufferable?" Yet, by then, Su Yi had vanished without a trace. Back in his room, his heart raced violently in his chest, and the revolting image of Su Ling replayed incessantly in his mind. He collapsed onto the worn mat, gasping for breath. How peculiar. Why was the system entirely unresponsive? Could it be that Su Ling was simply too unclean? Su Yi mused quietly, casting a suspicious glance at the system panel. Yet it remained inert, showing no sign of increasing experience points from his encounter with Su Ling. Frowning in disdain, he thought, "It must be that Su Ling is too unattractive." At this realization, Su Yi felt an urge to slap himself. After a century in this world, he had encountered numerous women, yet only when he touched a stunning beauty like Lin Qingxuan did the system respond. The mechanism must surely be designed to seek out alluring women. As he stroked his chin, contemplating his next course of action, he recalled that within the sect, none of the beautiful female disciples were easy to handle. They were invariably accompanied by a retinue of admirers. One misstep, and he would be pursued relentlessly. Alas, where could he find a beautiful woman who could be easily manipulated? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lu Qingxuan, the most renowned beauty among the auxiliary disciples, known for her exorbitant fees for companionship. Only such a woman could be at his beck and call. Su Yi hastily retrieved his storage pouch, counting the 21 low-grade spirit stones he possessed. He had never been there, and he had no inkling whether 21 spirit stones would suffice. No matter. He decided to see for himself. Rising once more, he made his way outside. Although auxiliary disciples held little status within the sect, their living quarters were quite decent. The mountains were dotted with open spaces, allowing for the construction of homes at will. Soon, he arrived at a slightly disheveled courtyard, where clothes were haphazardly hung out to dry and flower pots were askew. The sight made Su Yi frown, his heart beginning to race with apprehension. Yet, thinking of his dwindling lifespan, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand to knock on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound reverberated in the stillness of the courtyard. After a considerable wait, a languid voice drifted from within. "Who is it? Coming during the day?" The courtyard door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a vibrant red dress standing at the threshold. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her figure slender and graceful. Clad in a crimson dress that hugged her waist and abdomen, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Every movement she made was enchanting, captivating those who beheld her, rendering them utterly spellbound. Truly, she was the most stunning beauty among the disciples. Su Yi, a man whose vitality had withered to an extreme, felt a flicker of excitement upon encountering her. This was indeed a boon for his fellow men. However, at that moment, Lu Tsuetsue's gaze filled Su Yi with annoyance. Standing on the porch, she looked down her nose at him, surveying him as if he were a repugnant insect that had crawled from the gutter, her disdain palpable. Upon recognizing the elder, her scrutinizing eyes shifted up and down, and she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Brother Su. I cannot accept your presence here. For if you were to so much as twitch, I would be quite unable to bear the consequences." How presumptuous of her, thinking she could elevate herself above him. Su Yi was not one to tolerate such insolence. He strode forward and grasped Lu Tsue's delicate hand, pulling her into the room. Startled by this sudden action, her face blanched. "You old fool, how dare you be so audacious? Release me at once." At the moment he seized her hand, Su Yi had already sealed her spiritual power. She struggled desperately, flailing her arms in an attempt to break free, but without her powers, all her efforts were in vain. Unmoved, Su Yi dragged her into the room, slamming the door shut behind them and pressing her against it as he began to experiment with his system. Yet, the system remained silent, offering no response. Furrowing his brow in perplexity, Su Yi observed that, outwardly, Lu Tsuetsue's beauty was on par with Lin Qingxuan's, and in certain aspects, she was even more exaggeratedly alluring. Lu Tsuetsue shrieked at the top of her lungs, her piercing voice echoing in the confined space. "Help! Someone save me! This old man is trying to assault me." Irritated by the noise, Su Yi grabbed a piece of unfamiliar clothing from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. The room fell silent instantly. Unable to resist, Lu Tsuetsue began to scrutinize Su Yi closely and realized that, aside from his age, he was quite handsome. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, resigning herself to her predicament, deciding to make the best of it. However, Su Yi remained oblivious to her change in demeanor, fully engrossed in trying various methods to elicit a reaction from the system. Yet no matter what he attempted, the system remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he ultimately abandoned his efforts. Looking up, he was taken aback by Lu Tsuetsue's gaze, which had become somewhat dazed. To his astonishment, her features began to twist and change, as fine lines gradually appeared upon her previously smooth and fair skin. The delicate features began to gradually distort, the once prominent nose slowly collapsed, and the charming lips widened. In an instant, Lu Tsuetsue, who had just appeared as ethereal as a celestial being, transformed into a woman with an unattractive visage and coarse skin. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock as he hastily released his grip on Lu Tsuetsue. "What is happening to you?" Lu Tsuetsue, momentarily dazed by Su Yi's expression, quickly seemed to grasp the situation. She instinctively covered her face with her hands and dashed toward the inner chamber. Previously, no one had ever sealed her spiritual powers when entertaining clients. Now, she found herself in a predicament. Su Yi soon understood that Lu Tsuetsue's prior beauty was likely a result of some form of illusionary magic. Before long, Lu Tsuetsue emerged from the inner room, restored to her previous stunning appearance, though her face still bore traces of lingering panic and embarrassment. "Senior Brother Su, could you please keep today's events to yourself?" She bit her lip, gazing at Su Yi with a timid expression, her eyes filled with desperation. Suppressing his own irritation, Su Yi donned a benevolent demeanor. "Rest assured, junior sister, I will not speak of this. However, as you know, I have many social obligations due to my need for spirit stones, and should I indulge too much?" Before he could finish, Lu Tsuetsue quickly produced 100 spirit stones and handed them over. "Brother, here are 100 spirit stones. Please accept them for now." 100 spirit stones? Goodness, those in this line of work truly earn a fortune. Su Yi marveled internally at the 100 spirit stones she offered, maintaining a facade of composure as he accepted them and placed them in his storage pouch. "With this 100 spirit stones, I can forego my social engagements. Yet, I have a small request, one I wonder if I might voice." "Humph, little vixen, this is for your earlier mockery of me," Su Yi thought smugly, all the while keeping a friendly smile on his face. "That old scoundrel, 100 spirit stones are hardly sufficient." Lu Tsuetsue's smile faltered for just a moment before returning to a facade of eagerness, although a flicker of resentment passed through her eyes. "Senior brother, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost as long as it is within my power." Her voice quivered slightly, for this matter could not be exposed, setting aside future business prospects. If her secrets were revealed, those who had frequently patronized her would show her no mercy. Observing Lu Tsuetsue's forced composure, Su Yi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "To hell with practicing restraint. I prefer to indulge freely. Junior sister, here's the thing. I have made too many enemies outside, and should I be captured, I fear I might speak indiscriminately." Lu Tsuetsue inwardly cursed Su Yi's insatiable greed, but dared not show her true feelings. Instead, she quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind, acutely aware that if she did not acquiesce to Su Yi, this old rogue might indeed expose her secrets in a fit of rage. Without a doubt, one would find it increasingly difficult to establish a foothold within this sect. Lu Tsuetsue bit her lip, retrieving a weathered tome from her storage pouch and presenting it to Su Yi. Senior brother, this is a book on disguise techniques that I stumbled upon in my earlier years. Although it may not encompass profound secrets, it should suffice to help you evade your enemies, she said, a flicker of reluctance shimmering in her eyes. Su Yi's expression briefly registered surprise. He had not anticipated that this young woman possessed such cleverness. He quickly accepted the aged book, placing it directly into his storage pouch without even glancing at its contents. Su Yi trusted that Lu Tsuetsue would not deceive him with such a gift. Since my dear junior sister is so considerate, I shall not be the one to disregard her kindness. I vow, should her secret be revealed, may I be struck down by heavenly retribution, he declared earnestly. Observing the hint of relief that washed over Lu Tsuetsue's face, which secretly pleased him. Although Su Yi was not particularly concerned about oaths, the people of this world held a deep reverence for the binding power of promises. To avoid any unnecessary troubles in the future, he was willing to soothe Lu Tsuetsue's heart, particularly since he had no intention of engaging in actions that would harm others for his own gain. Upon hearing Su Yi's vow, Lu Tsuetsue visibly relaxed. With this matter settled, I bid you farewell, he said, offering a slight bow while wearing a subtle smile. Before turning to leave the room, Su Yi wandered the servant's peak, his face clouded with worry. He had also failed in his endeavors with Lu Tsuetsue, and he was at a loss as to whom he could turn to for experimenting with his system. Just then, a gaunt man hurriedly collided into Su Yi's embrace. Su Yi instinctively reached out to steady the man. Junior brother, how careless of you. Once the man regained his footing, an awkward yet grateful expression crossed his face. Thank you, senior brother. I truly apologize. I was in a rush due to urgent matters. However, at that moment, Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is this system trying to orchestrate? As he studied the man, a system notification pinged in his mind. Experience points 10. The system seemed intent on leading him down a peculiar path. A chilling image flitted through his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. No, absolutely not. I'd rather forego this system altogether. Yet, his current demeanor startled the man, who paled at Su Yi's wide-eyed gaze and suddenly frozen expression, instinctively recoiling. Senior brother, I truly didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The man's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of distress. Upon hearing the man's tone, Su Yi sensed something amiss and scrutinized the man's appearance. Despite his slender build and masculine attire, he began to notice discrepancies that suggested otherwise. However, that delicate skin, the slightly reddened corners of the eyes, and the gentle lilt in speech all hinted at something unusual. Su Yi glanced down, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon noticing the presence of an Adam's apple. The flicker of hope that had ignited within him was instantly extinguished. It appeared he had overthought the matter. Perhaps this person was indeed a man. Yet, the unique aura and reactions suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. Just as Su Yi found himself engulfed in uncertainty, a status panel materialized above the man's head. Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly scrutinized the information displayed. Name, Luo Yao. Age, 18. Gender, female. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, second layer technique, Tianhua formula, level 2. 1320, talent, superlative affinity, 5 purity, 100 comprehensive score, 85 upon reading the details of the status panel. A peculiar smile spread across Su Yi's face as he stepped forward and embraced the man's neck. With his other hand, he grasped the man's hand. Junior brother. You have broken me. Luo Yao, taken aback by Su Yi's theatrical performance, widened her eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting to resist, gazing at him in disbelief. As if to ask, are you serious? Seeing that Luo Yao was unconvinced only fueled Su Yi's antics. He leaned his entire weight onto her. Junior brother. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. My bones are surely shattered. He then pressed her hand against his chest, causing his clothing to shift. Luo Yao was left both embarrassed and furious by Su Yi's exaggerated behavior, her face flushing with a mix of red and white. Yet, she dared not express her anger outright. Instead, she pushed against Su Yi with urgency, lowering her voice to plead, Senior brother, I truly did not mean it. I beseech you, let me go. Contrary to her wishes, Su Yi not only remained in place, but also staggered, pulling Luo Yao down with him. Experience, 20 experience. 20. The two tumbled heavily to the ground, prompting Su Yi to wail, oh dear, that hurts. Junior brother, thanks to your collision, my back may very well be broken. Luo Yao lay on the ground, a mix of anger and urgency swelling within her. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she felt an overwhelming urge to rise and slap Su Yi. To embrace and frolic in broad daylight is indeed shameful. Suddenly, a sharp and mocking laughter pierced the air. Su Yi distinctly felt Luo Yao tremble in his embrace. Damn it, interrupting my experience farming, he cursed inwardly. Releasing Luo Yao and standing up. Ahead, not far away, two men clad in the garb of errand disciples were watching them with mocking expressions. One had a sharp, simian face with cold, indifferent eyes. The other was short and stout, with a face full of flesh and squinting eyes, from which the mocking laughter had emanated. The two individuals were known to Su Yi. One was named Go Chia, and the other Zhou Ming. Both were mere servant disciples. Upon spotting them, Luo Yao cast a fierce glare at Su Yi, then instinctively recoiled a bit in fear, retreating behind him. Su Yi could discern from the expression in Luo Yao's eyes that these two were indeed targeting her. Humph, pretty boy, could that old fool be your hired help? As expected, the words of one of them confirmed Su Yi's suspicion. Huh, pretty boy, do you really think that recruiting an old fool will protect you? Hand over the spiritual medicine, or, another one sneered in agreement. That spiritual medicine was mine to begin with. You are attempting robbery, and I refuse to comply. Luo Yao, peeking out from behind Su Yi, spoke with a hint of indignation. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi shook his head. Luo Yao was rather naive. It was truly puzzling how she managed to survive on this servant peak. Refusal, is it? Then allow us to demonstrate our methods. One of the men lunged towards Su Yi and Luo Yao. After enduring a century of humiliation in the Tianxin Sect, Su Yi, now empowered by the system, had no intention of living in such a manner any longer. He stepped onto the 7 stars, swiftly moving ahead to confront the two. With a sweeping motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the face of the sharp-featured Go Chia. Who dares to call him an old fool? This slap, infused with spiritual energy, struck with such swiftness that Go Chia had no time to evade. Spinning twice in place before a bright red handprint blossomed on his face and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Unrelenting, Su Yi turned to Zhou Ming and delivered another slap. Smile, let me erase that grin from your face. This blow, too, was charged with spiritual power, sending Zhou Ming's hefty form staggering several steps back. His left cheek rapidly swelled, and several teeth, accompanied by blood, were sent flying from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his face, emitting a muffled roar of fury. You dare strike me? Go Chia, covering his face, was filled with a mixture of disbelief and rage. Su Yi continued his assault, delivering yet another slap to Go Chia. I strike you so that you may learn respect for your elders. This slap sent Go Chia crashing to the ground, half of his face swollen grotesquely, a pitiful sight. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain slowed his movements, and his eyes burned with hatred. Observing this, Zhou Ming bellowed like a raging bull, raising his muscular arms high and charging at Su Yi with a fierce wind. Su Yi let out a cold laugh, swiftly evading Zhou Ming's attack. With a light step, he maneuvered behind Zhou Ming, concentrating spiritual energy at his fingertips, and delivered a powerful jab to his back. Zhou Ming let out a grunt, his body toppling forward and crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Yi approached, tossing the two together, and with both hands, he unleashed a flurry of slaps to their faces. Aren't you both so aloof? Let you be aloof. I'll make you aloof. Show me your coldness. Su Yi declared through gritted teeth while delivering slaps that echoed with a resounding crack. Each strike rendered Go Chia and Zhou Ming's faces swollen like that of a pig's head, their mouths spewing blood mixed with shattered teeth, and the venom in their eyes transformed into sheer terror. Luo Yao, witnessing the brutality from behind, was rendered speechless. Was this not too savage? Senior brother Su, please stop. I admit my fault. I truly erred, Go Chia pleaded, his voice trembling with tears, the previously indifferent and cunning glint in his eyes now replaced by panic. Zhou Ming, trembling uncontrollably, mumbled incoherently, Master Su, spare us. We shall never dare again. With a flick of his wrists, Su Yi ceased his assault, exhaling with satisfaction. Oh, what a relief. He cast a sidelong glance at the two who resembled pig heads. I warn you, I have but 5 days left to live. Do not push me to my limits. After uttering these words, he turned and strode toward Luo Yao, wrapping an arm around her, guiding her toward his courtyard. Junior brother, I have rendered you a great service. How do you intend to repay me? Chapter 7. I am assisting you in cultivating your heart. Luo Yao observed the abrupt shift in Su Yi from a fierce demeanor to a more relaxed one. Feeling somewhat disoriented, when he embraced her, her body involuntarily quivered. She attempted to struggle free, yet found his grip akin to an iron vice, rendering her efforts futile. Senior brother, please let me go, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with shyness. However, Su Yi seemed oblivious to her request, continuing to hold her close as he strode confidently toward his courtyard, chuckling. Hey, little junior brother, why are you blushing, you big man? Luo Yao, both embarrassed and anxious, felt her cheeks flush crimson, yet she found herself powerless to resist his hold. Senior brother, one of those two was Zhou Mingyuan's cousin, one of the top 10 experts in the outer sect. You've struck him, he will seek revenge. As she remained ensnared in his embrace, her concern for Su Yi emerged. Su Yi cast a wry smile in her direction, aware that she was attempting to divert his attention. He was fully cognizant that Zhou Ming was indeed Zhou Mingyuan's cousin. His earlier declaration about having only 5 days left was meant to intimidate Zhou Meng while buying himself some time. Having now discovered a treasure trove of experience, and with the system's assistance, defeating Zhou Mingyuan in 5 days would be a mere trifle. Su Yi patted Luo Yao on the shoulder. Fear not, it is merely Zhou Mingyuan. I shall best him in 5 days. Thus, with one arm around Luo Yao's shoulders and the other holding her small hand, he walked on. Along their path, the other disciples cast them peculiar glances, and Luo Yao wished fervently to find a crevice to hide within. Yet, Su Yi remained blissfully unaware, laughing heartily as they proceeded. As they walked, he gently grasped Li Yao's small hand, feeling the continuous surge of experience points from the system, a sense of clarity enveloping him. Senior brother, where are you taking me? Luo Yao asked, a mix of shyness and anger evident in her voice. Su Yi chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, to a wonderful place, fear not. My dear sister, I would never harm you. Luo Yao felt a tumult of emotions, unable to break free, and could only allow Su Yi to lead her. Upon returning to Su Yi's courtyard, Luo Yao struggled once more. Yet, Su Yi held her firmly, his hand creeping towards her collar. Luo Yao was taken aback. Could this senior brother possibly have an inclination towards men? My affection for you stands at 10, she declared, but I do not fancy men. Ah, what a coincidence. For I harbor no such inclinations either, Su Yi retorted, amusement etched on his face as he caressed her neck. Senior brother, I implore you, let me go. I have hemorrhoids. You have hemorrhoids? How fortuitous. I happen to be skilled in treating them. Come, let me have a look. This was merely jest. As Su Yi was reluctant to let go of the opportunity to earn experience points. Not even the mention of hemorrhoids would suffice as a reason for her to leave. He had already begun to unfasten Luo Yao's trousers. Luo Yao gasped in horror, frantically clutching her pants, desperately trying to retreat. Senior brother, no? I was lying. I do not have hemorrhoids. Her face flushed crimson, embarrassment and urgency flooding her voice. After her exclamation, Su Yi feigned outrage. Having saved you, you dare deceive me? Today, I must teach you a lesson. A sudden ripping sound pierced the air, followed by her startled cry. What are you doing? Half an hour later, Su Yi found himself deep in thought as he gazed at Luo Yao, who was disheveled. How had he only gained 300 experience points? Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? He glanced at himself, pondering how to achieve it. With a hint of helplessness, he examined Luo Yao's attribute panel and noted that her affection level had risen to 50. At that moment, Luo Yao's cheeks were flushed, her eyes burning with a desire to consume him alive. Her true identity had been exposed through his actions. Luo Yao believed the revelation had occurred then. Her fierce glare startled Su Yi. Would this young girl contemplate taking drastic measures? Surely, she could not best him in confrontation. He could easily vanquish her. Yet, she was invaluable for his experience. He could not allow her to perish. Leaning closer, he spoke earnestly. Junior sister, you surely do not wish for your identity to be exposed, do you? Upon hearing his words, Luo Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. A tempest of anger and despair swirling within her, tears spilling uncontrollably. You despicable wretch. With her body trembling in rage, humiliation and fury clouded Luo Yao's mind, nearly driving her to madness. Su Yi had initially intended to intimidate her into submission. Unexpectedly, Luo Yao's reaction was overwhelmingly intense. Left with no choice, Su Yi resorted to his ultimate tactic. He opened Luo Yao's attribute panel and instantly elevated her cultivation technique to the 3rd tier. The moment her technique upgraded, she felt a surge of immense spiritual energy coursing through her body. The previously stagnant meridians appeared to have been unblocked, allowing her to break through her cultivation bottleneck and ascend directly to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The anger and despair on her face were replaced by astonishment and shock, and her tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. What is happening? As she reveled in the turbulent energy within her, a mix of surprise and joy washed over her. Just as she was about to resist Su Yi, he spoke. Junior sister, how does it feel to break through? Suppressing her urge to rebel, Luo Yao turned her gaze to Su Yi. Did you do this? A hint of uncertainty lingered in her voice. Su Yi chuckled with pride, patting his chest as he replied, Of course. Do you think I, your senior brother, am merely captivated by your beauty? Having lived for over a century, I have encountered countless beauties. Why would I be so eager? Besides, I am an old man, long past my prime. Even if I had the desire, I would lack the strength. I am merely assisting you. Luo Yao bit her lip, still harboring doubts. Yet the surging spiritual energy within her compelled her to believe Su Yi's words were not false. Helping me? Was everything you just did truly intended to assist me? Her voice trembled. The humiliation she had just experienced still lodged like a thorn in her throat. Ah, junior sister. This merely indicates that your mindset has not yet been refined. Consider what our sect was founded upon. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. You must maintain a calm disposition. What I just did was to temper your heart. Su Yi spoke earnestly, weaving a web of nonsensical reasoning. Listening to Su Yi's words, Luo Yao felt that something was amiss. Yet, the reality of her breakthrough was undeniable, and the abundant spiritual energy within her served as a constant reminder that this was no illusion. She bit her lip, torn with inner conflict. Could there not be other ways to temper one's heart? Noticing Luo Yao's affinity plummeting to zero, Su Yi devised a plan. Junior sister, you are unaware that this is my unique secret technique. Only through such seemingly extreme methods can we truly awaken the potential within you, allowing your mindset to achieve a qualitative leap in a short time. Su Yi continued to fabricate his rationale, his eyes fixated on the attribute panel. Luo Yao gazed at Su Yi with skepticism, her heart still half convinced. Really? Her affinity rose to 10 points. Su Yi smiled at the increase, pleased that his experience points had also risen. Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, we can try again. With that, amidst Luo Yao's exclamations of surprise, he began to grind for experience once more. Chapter 8. The method to enter the outer sect. Half an hour later, Su Yi ceased his actions. The experience points had increased by 100, but had come to a standstill. Su Yi, enduring the pain, expended 50 experience points to elevate Luo Yao's skill to the 4th level. As Luo Yao felt the benefits brought forth by this advancement, she gazed at Su Yi in disbelief. Her doubts and anger gradually transformed into curiosity and astonishment. With a favorability score of 20, she could distinctly sense her strength ascending to a new tier, her internal spiritual energy flowing more smoothly, and the long-standing bottlenecks in her cultivation being continuously breached. She sensed that it would not be long before she could surpass the 3rd level of qi refinement and enter the 4th. This sensation instilled a glimmer of anticipation for Su Yi's unique secret technique within her. Watching Luo Yao's favorability rise once again, Su Yi felt a surge of joy. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. Su Yi, employing a secret method, checked her potential for further enhancement. "Let us try again." Luo Yao's face flushed crimson, and she struggled symbolically. "Senior brother, please don't." As Su Yi beheld Luo Yao, who had returned to her feminine form, her skin, akin to sheep's jade, radiated a delicate pink hue. Her eyes resembled autumn waters brimming with emotion, gazing at him with a mix of shyness and indignation. Her delicate nose crinkled slightly, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom in spring, vibrant and alluring. Her soft pink lips were slightly puckered, and her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her slender waist. Her graceful figure, with a waist that one could encircle with a single hand, was now tightly embraced by Su Yi, revealing her exquisite curves, which left him utterly captivated. Luo Yao, noticing his unusual demeanor, regarded Su Yi's aging visage and found him rather handsome. "If only you were a bit younger, you would surely be quite the handsome fellow." This time, Su Yi's hands trembled significantly, and his experience points were rapidly depleted. He soon acquired an additional 100 experience points, but chose not to upgrade Luo Yao's skill further. Through this experimentation, Su Yi began to grasp some of the system's principles. Firstly, the allure of beautiful women was undeniable. Secondly, there was a correlation between cultivation level and favorability. The higher these 3 conditions, the greater the experience points gained. It seemed prudent to seek out more enchanting high-level female cultivators in the future. However, this line of thought troubled Su Yi. Not only did beautiful female cultivators have their own charms, but they also attracted devoted admirers, which could complicate matters. To win the favor of these exquisite practitioners, one needed to possess a high level of cultivation. Yet, to enhance his own cultivation, he required the presence of high-level female cultivators. Caught in this perplexing cycle, Su Yi scratched his head in frustration, grappling with this intricate dilemma. Suddenly, Luo Yao's gentle voice graced his ears. "Senior brother, did you know all along that I was a woman?" Her question momentarily stunned Su Yi. He looked down into her shimmering eyes and embraced her, saying, "Junior sister, your intelligence is remarkable. Your disguise could even fool the law enforcement hall. I merely stumbled upon a few flaws by sheer luck." Luo Yao trembled. Her ears instantly flushed crimson. The sensation of her delicate form was an exquisite torment for Su Yi, stirring excitement within him, yet his body remained unresponsive. Releasing her, Su Yi languidly leaned back against the bed. Grateful for her newfound freedom, Luo Yao hurriedly smoothed out the creases in her clothing. "Senior brother, why do you wish to assist me?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Su Yi, infused with a blend of anticipation and confusion. "Oh, it's nothing really. I simply feel a certain affinity between us," Su Yi replied, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to sound nonchalant. "Humph. The fate of the sycophants from my past life is still fresh in my mind. I must maintain an air of aloofness," Luo Yao scoffed, turning her head away, though her heart was stirred by a peculiar sentiment. Stealing a glance at Su Yi, she noted his indifferent demeanor, which ignited a mix of irritation and vexation within her. Her favorability rating reached 10. Just as Su Yi was about to tease Luo Yao further, he noticed her favorability had inexplicably increased. This left him bewildered. Was it possible that doing nothing endeared him to her even more? Unable to comprehend this, he decided to dismiss the thought and embraced Luo Yao. Junior sister, I sense your mindset has room for improvement. Half an hour later, Su Yi sat alone on the bed, contemplating his attributes panel, caught in a web of indecision. Just moments ago, Luo Yao had granted him an additional 100 experience points. Staring at the accumulation of over 1,000 experience points, he was uncertain of how to utilize them. He had previously assumed that experience points could be acquired indefinitely, leading him to become somewhat complacent. He had offended Zhou Meng, and if he survived the next 5 days, the scoundrel would undoubtedly seek retribution. As a mere servant disciple, he held no standing within the sect. Even an outer disciple could easily dispatch him, unless he ascended to the outer sect within 5 days, which required him to reach the 4th layer of qi refining before the age of 30. Firstly, the accumulated experience points were insufficient for a breakthrough. Secondly, even if he could advance, his age of over 100 years would preclude him from entering the outer sect. Frustrated, Su Yi resolved to take a stroll. He cast a lingering glance back at the entranced Luo Yao. Junior sister, from now on, you shall reside here with your senior brother. This will facilitate your training. Luo Yao's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering with a hint of bewilderment. She let out a soft murmur and nodded slightly. At that moment, she was still enveloped in the enchanting and bashful state from earlier, rendering her unable to counter Su Yi's words. Stepping out of the room, Su Yi wandered atop the servant peak. Along the way, he observed the busy figures of other servant disciples, his agitation only mounting. Once, he had been one of them, toiling tirelessly for meager spirit stones and a fleeting chance at cultivation. Yet now, even with the system at his disposal, his circumstances appeared no less challenging. Ah, is that not the disciple Su, who has been cultivating for a century? I recall you were on the verge of transcending. Su Yi turned to look, and the speaker was none other than his former neighbor, Zhao Feng. Clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, his eyes gleamed with derision. Su Yi furrowed his brow, a wave of annoyance surging within him. This individual, who had previously sought to ingratiate himself with Su Yi, had inexplicably stumbled upon some fortuitous luck, acquiring the inheritance of alchemy and being granted entry into the outer sect. Yet, he was nothing more than a treacherous wolf. Despite Su Yi having assisted him in the past, since entering the outer sect, Zhao Feng not only ceased to offer any help, but frequently mocked Su Yi, as if their acquaintance were a source of shame for him. Su Yi had initially intended to disregard him, but a sudden thought struck him. If he were proficient in alchemy, perhaps he too could gain access to the outer sect. He cast a glance at Zhao Feng, scoffing derisively. Trash. With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards the alchemy hall. Zhao Feng, incensed by the insult, felt his face flush crimson. He had never anticipated that Su Yi, whom he had always looked down upon, would dare to humiliate him so brazenly. Su Yi, you old fool, halt. Zhao Feng bellowed from behind, yet Su Yi appeared oblivious, not even pausing in his steps. Chapter 9. Alchemy. Fuming and stamping his feet, Zhao Feng seethed inwardly. Very well. Su Yi, I shall find an opportunity to make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. But wait, why was that old codger heading to the alchemy hall? With that thought, he hurried after Su Yi towards the hall. Su Yi quickly arrived at the alchemy hall, which was notably desolate. Alchemy was a skillful endeavor, and having been within the sect for a century, Su Yi recognized that the number of individuals advancing to the outer sect from here was exceedingly scant. Therefore, it was evident that Zhao Feng had indeed experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck. This scarcity rendered alchemists exceedingly precious. Su Yi approached a senior brother on duty in the hall, who was diligently arranging materials on the shelves. Upon seeing Su Yi, dressed in the garb of a mere servant, the senior brother couldn't help but frown. Greetings, senior brother. I am here to undergo the alchemist assessment. The senior brother paused, seemingly taken aback, and then a mocking smile crept across his face. You? A servant, here to take the alchemist assessment? Su Yi promptly stepped forward, producing 5 spirit stones from his storage bag and placing them into the senior brother's hand. Senior brother, please make an exception. Instinctively, the senior brother grasped the spirit stones, a hint of amusement crossing his features. While 5 spirit stones were not a considerable sum for him, it constituted an unexpected gain. Moreover, conducting assessments was indeed part of his responsibilities. Considering your thoughtfulness, I shall afford you an opportunity. The senior brother pocketed the spirit stones, his demeanor returning to a semblance of seriousness. The assessment requires you to concoct a gathering qi pill, which you are aware of, correct? Without waiting for Su Yi's response, the senior brother continued, before the alchemy process begins, you must first submit 10 spirit stones. Should you succeed, the stones will be returned. If you fail, well, there is no need to elaborate. Please hand over the 10 spirit stones. After the senior brother finished speaking to himself, he extended his hand. Su Yi promptly presented the spirit stones. He was quite familiar with the examination for the alchemy hall. Previously, Su Yi had harbored the noble aspiration of becoming an alchemist and had diligently practiced concocting potions several times. Ultimately, he could only produce the simplest of pills, the fasting pill. After receiving the spirit stones, the senior brother casually retrieved the necessary spiritual herbs for crafting the chi-gathering pill from his storage bag, tossing them onto the table before Su Yi. "These are the materials you will need for your alchemy," he stated, then gestured towards a cauldron situated in the center of the room. "Begin. I am eager to see what this mere servant can stir up." Gazing at the herbs on the table, Su Yi found himself in a state of confusion. In his haste to arrive, he had completely forgotten that the chi-gathering pill was not even listed on his attribute panel. Observing Su Yi's dazed expression, the senior brother impatiently urged, "What's the matter? Are you stunned? If you're too afraid to start, just leave. Don't waste time standing there." With a flicker of inspiration, Su Yi addressed the senior brother. "Could you possibly allow me to take a look at the formula for the chi-gathering pill? I would like to compare it." "Surely you don't mean to say you don't even possess the formula?" The senior brother scrutinized Su Yi with skepticism. No. It's just that I'm feeling a bit anxious and wish to verify it," Su Yi quickly replied, handing over 5 more spirit stones. The senior brother hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the stones, muttering, "You servant have quite the tricks up your sleeve." He then retrieved an aged piece of beast hide from his robe, densely covered in inscriptions, the very formula for the chi-gathering pill, accompanied by numerous notes detailing alchemical insights. As soon as Su Yi's gaze fell upon the formula, he eagerly immersed himself in its study. In no time, he had thoroughly examined it. He swiftly opened the system to check his status. To his astonishment, the attribute panel now displayed the chi-gathering pill prominently. Without delay, Su Yi spent a bit of experience to learn it. Instantly, a wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into his mind, granting him a comprehensive and profound understanding of the chi-gathering pill's creation. With this newfound knowledge, Su Yi felt confident that he could successfully concoct the chi-gathering pill. Yet, for the sake of caution, he chose to elevate its proficiency to level 4 in one breath. Instantly, a surge of alchemical techniques and content surged into his consciousness. Su Yi felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if countless forces were clashing within. However, this discomfort was fleeting, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and confidence. In that moment, he resembled a seasoned alchemist, fully prepared to master the crafting of the chi-gathering pill. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his hands and began meticulously tending to the first spiritual herb, executing each movement with precision and fluidity, ensuring that not a single impurity was overlooked. A master reveals his prowess at the moment of action. Su Yi, meticulously preparing for alchemy, elicited continuous nods of approval from his observing senior brother. Indeed, it seems this old fellow possesses considerable skill. Just as Su Yi was about to place the spirit herbs into the alchemical furnace, the door to the alchemy hall was abruptly flung open. Zhao Feng, accompanied by 2 servant disciples, swaggered in. Spotting Su Yi immediately, a mocking smile spread across his face. "Oh, Su Yi, you truly are here concocting elixirs? With your abilities, if you can create a gathering chi pill, I'll eat this furnace." The servant disciples behind him erupted into laughter. Impudent. The attending senior brother's countenance darkened at this display, and he stepped forward to admonish. "This is the alchemy hall. How dare you create such a ruckus here?" Having grown accustomed to his arrogance since becoming an alchemist, Zhao Feng had often used his modest skills to bully others within the sect. Although displeased by the senior brother's reprimand, he dared not openly retaliate. His face shifted between hues of anger and disbelief as he coldly replied, "Senior brother, do not be deceived by this old servant. Does he truly think he can concoct a gathering chi pill? That is sheer nonsense." The attending senior brother furrowed his brows, responding with displeasure, "Zhao Feng, the assessment is not yet concluded, and the results remain uncertain. Do not spout such nonsense and disturb others. If you persist in this manner, I shall not hold back." Teeth clenched, Zhao Feng retreated a few steps, plotting in his mind how to further hinder Su Yi. Unfazed by the commotion, Su Yi continued his work, methodically placing the prepared spirit herbs into the furnace. After placing the herbs, he slowly closed his eyes, summoning his inner spiritual energy, carefully controlling the heat. The flames within the alchemical furnace gradually ignited, revealing a peculiar pale blue hue, the optimal temperature for crafting the gathering chi pill. Beads of sweat dotted Su Yi's forehead, yet he dared not lose focus. This batch of elixirs was pivotal for him to transcend his servant status, step into the outer sect, and embark on a new chapter of cultivation. Chapter 10. Pill completion. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed in, the temperature within the furnace steadily escalated. Under the influence of the intense heat, the spirit herbs began to dissolve and mingle, the faint aroma of medicine growing richer, permeating the alchemy hall. Su Yi held his breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks, not due to a lack of skill, but rather a slight deficiency in spiritual energy. Nevertheless, drawing upon the profound knowledge and techniques bestowed by the system, he precisely regulated the intensity of the flames and the rhythm of his energy input. Each subtle adjustment was flawlessly executed, exemplifying the grace of a master. Standing nearby, Zhao Feng's gaze was fixed on the alchemical furnace, with jealousy burning fiercely in his heart. When he first arrived at the Tianxin Sect, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings and had to humble himself to ingratiate an old curmudgeon in order to quickly learn the sect's rules. At that time, Sui, though merely a servant, had an intricate understanding of all sect matters. In order to swiftly establish himself within the sect, Zhao Feng had no choice but to humble himself, serving Sui by fetching tea and running errands. However, Sui's demeanor was far from warm. He often treated Zhao Feng with an air of indifference, which sowed the seeds of resentment deep within Zhao Feng's heart. Unbeknownst to him, Sui was, at that time, under the influence of the sect's indoctrination, a state that had rendered not only him but most others emotionally detached, as if such behavior would align them with the Tao. Standing aside, Zhao Feng reminisced about the past, his feelings of resentment surging like a tidal wave. Observing Sui, completely engrossed in alchemy, his skilled movements suggesting the imminent success of his concoction, Zhao Feng found it increasingly intolerable. He exchanged a knowing glance with a fellow servant disciple nearby. The disciple understood immediately, grinning slyly as he discreetly began to form hand seals with his hands hidden behind his back. Though he appeared nonchalant, his hands were subtly moving within the wide sleeves of his robe, quietly executing the incantation. The technique he practiced, the art of remote object manipulation, was shrouded in secrecy, revealing no hint of its power. Only the liquid within the alchemical furnace trembled slightly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Engrossed in his craft, Sui remained oblivious to this subtle shift, focused entirely on his task, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Each infusion of spiritual energy was executed with precision, and the flames under his command burned with a steady, pale blue hue. Everything was progressing towards the successful creation of a chi-gathering pill. Suddenly, the liquid within the furnace erupted outward. Sui was taken aback, abruptly pulled from his concentrated state. Yet, after a moment of surprise, he quickly cast a glance at Zhao Feng and the others, and swiftly extended his hand to control the descending liquid with his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he urged the flames to continue heating the liquid. Remarkably, he continued the alchemical process mid-air. This maneuver astonished everyone present in the room. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. He could hardly fathom that Sui could execute such an astonishing feat under such unexpected circumstances. The servant disciple, who had attempted the remote manipulation, felt his hands tremble slightly. He had never witnessed someone maintain their composure in the face of such disruption. Sui's response left him feeling a twinge of panic. Was this someone he could afford to offend? The senior disciples in the alchemy hall watched Sui with wide eyes, fearful of missing any detail. They marveled inwardly at the astonishing alchemical skills and adaptability displayed by this servant disciple. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's jealousy and frustration surged like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming him. He could not bear to watch Sui successfully create the chi-gathering pill right before his eyes. He resolved not to let him succeed. Little did he know, even if Sui failed at this moment, his display of skill would undoubtedly earn him a place as an outer disciple within the alchemy hall. Zhao Feng signaled to the servant disciple once more, but this time, the disciple acted as if he had not seen. In jest, it is evident to all that with Sui's current alchemical prowess, the alchemy hall would certainly never let him go. Only Zhao Feng, blinded by hatred, fails to grasp the situation. At that moment, the elixir was completed. 3 exquisitely round chi-gathering pills floated gracefully in midair, emanating a gentle glow. The rich fluctuations of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire alchemy hall. Sui let out a long sigh, his taut nerves finally relaxing, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He reached out to gently grasp a chi-gathering pill, feeling the immense power contained within, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Feng, gazing at the chi-gathering pill, had his eyes nearly bulging out, resembling a toad. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. He could not accept that this servant, whom he had previously bullied at will, had actually succeeded in refining the chi-gathering pill. Jealousy and resentment clouded his mind entirely, and he recklessly charged towards Sui, exclaiming, "Impossible! This cannot be. There must be something wrong with that pill. I know him. He has failed even at concocting a fasting pill before." Bang! Before Zhao Feng could reach Sui, a senior brother from the alchemy hall kicked him away. He landed clumsily on the ground, letting out a muffled grunt. The senior's face was filled with rage as he strode up to Zhao Feng, pointing a finger at his nose, rebuking him. "Zhao Feng, you are utterly audacious. With your current mindset, You shall never hope to break through to the third level of qi refinement. Go back and reflect in solitude. Humiliated, Zhao Feng scrambled to his feet, shooting a venomous glare at Sui. However, upon seeing the senior brother, he could only grit his teeth and depart the alchemy hall in disgrace. In that fleeting moment as he turned away, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, and he silently vowed, Sui, wait for me. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 1,000-fold. The senior brother turned around, his anger dissipating in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. Junior brother Su, may I request that you allow me to test the pill? Senior brother, you are too kind. This successful refining is entirely due to your formula, Sui replied sincerely. Without this senior brother's formula, he would not have achieved this feat today. Although the formula was available for purchase at the sect, the time wasted in back-and-forth exchanges was considerable. Junior brother Su, my name is Lu Yuan. You may call me senior brother Lu from now on. Lu Yuan took the qi-gathering pill from Sui, his eyes filled with admiration. He placed the pill in his palm, channeling his spiritual energy to meticulously sense the internal structure of its medicinal properties. Moments later, he lifted his gaze. Astonishment etched on his face. This is actually a superior grade pill. Lu Yuan's voice unconsciously rose a few octaves. He examined the pill closely, seemingly in disbelief of his own judgment. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples erupted in a flurry of excitement, casting envious and awestruck glances towards the scene. What? A superior grade qi-gathering pill? How could this be possible? He is merely a servant. Now, Sui has made a remarkable achievement by concocting a superior grade elixir, making him undoubtedly one of the elite within our outer sect. What does it matter if he has produced a top-tier qi-gathering pill? A lowly servant disciple with a mere 5 days of life left can hardly turn the tides. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to look. There stood Zhou Mingyuan and Lin Qingxuan side by side at the entrance of the alchemy hall. Zhou Mingyuan was clad in a long black robe, his expression stern and his gaze laced with disdain. Lin Qingxuan, on the other hand, wore a fitted blue dress that accentuated her flawless figure. Her beauty was captivating, with every movement enchanting those around her, making it impossible to look away. Her skin was as delicate as snow, resembling exquisite jade, radiating an alluring sheen. She was tall and slender, standing like a blooming lotus. Her waist, akin to a flowing serpent, was gracefully slender, and her neck was long and delicate, exuding the elegance of a swan. Together, they resembled a pair of enchanting celestial beings. Zhou Mingyuan strolled leisurely into the alchemy hall, and the surrounding servant disciples quickly made way for him. His eyes scanned the crowd, landing on Sui. So it is you. Last time, it was my junior sister's plea that spared you. I never thought you would dare to maliciously assault a fellow disciple. Upon seeing Sui, Lin Qingxuan's expression revealed a hint of complexity. Sui, taken aback at the sight of Zhou Mingyuan, soon realized that this encounter was a quest for vengeance on behalf of his cousin. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming could not wait even 5 days. A glint of cold light flickered in Suyi's eyes as he calmly regarded Zhou Mingyuan. Brother Zhou, do not slander me. I merely taught a lesson to a blind servant disciple. It was not a malicious assault. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Mingyuan's haughty face at Suyi's audacity to speak thus. You old servant. Who gave you the courage to speak to me in such a manner? With that, Zhou Mingyuan unleashed his thunder palm towards Sui. Yet, Sui stood there, calm and unyielding. As Zhou Mingyuan's thunder palm surged forward with overwhelming spiritual energy, akin to a bolt of black lightning. A flash of azure light suddenly emerged from the side. It was Lu Yuan, who had intervened just in time, forming a thick spiritual energy shield before Sui. With a resounding crash, the thunder palm struck the shield, unleashing a fierce wave of spiritual energy that reverberated throughout the alchemy hall. The surrounding servant disciples were knocked to the ground by the force, and tables and chairs were scattered in disarray. Lu Yuan's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected power of Zhou Mingyuan's full-force strike. Nevertheless, he stood firm. The shield, though marred by cracks, remained unbroken. Zhou Mingyuan, who granted you the audacity to act recklessly within the alchemy hall? Lu Yuan glared at Zhou Mingyuan, his face a mask of fury, his voice laced with indignation. Junior brother Su has passed the assessment and is now an outer disciple of our alchemy hall. How can you brazenly disregard the regulations of our sect? Zhou Mingyuan scoffed. Even if he possesses alchemical skills, what of it? Lu junior brother, are you not aware that he has but 5 days left to live? The moment this statement was uttered, the alchemy hall erupted in a cacophony of gasps. All eyes swiftly turned to Sui, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Junior brother Su, is what he claims true? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, regarding Sui with a scrutinizing gaze. His intention in rescuing Sui was to learn from him the art of alchemy. If Sui truly had only 5 days to live, He would need to contemplate whether it was worth offending Zhou Mingyuan on his behalf. Su Yi maintained a serene demeanor. Senior Brother Lu, Zhou Mingyuan seeks to suppress me by any means necessary, fabricating lies. I, Su Yi, am perfectly well. How could I possibly have but 5 days to live? Observing Su Yi's confident expression, Lu Yuan's demeanor softened slightly as he appraised Su Yi, pondering internally. If what Su Yi said were indeed true, then the alchemical techniques he had just demonstrated would surely shine in the future. Should he gain Su Yi's assistance, his own standing within the alchemy hall would undoubtedly elevate. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan turned his gaze back to Zhou Mingyuan, his eyes now filled with scrutiny. Brother Zhou, do you possess any evidence? Zhou Mingyuan's expression transformed into one of deep displeasure. It was not that he lacked proof, but rather that Lu Yuan's attitude had infuriated him. Is acquiring evidence so difficult? Simply examine his heart pulse, and everything will become clear. Examine the heart pulse? The crowd fell silent for a moment. The heart pulse is not something that can be casually inspected. Even a master at the Golden Core stage would face grave danger if a qi condensation practitioner were to intrude upon their heart pulse. This was not the most critical concern. What truly mattered was that the heart pulse is exceedingly fragile. Any slight fluctuation in the examiner's spiritual energy could cause irreparable damage. Upon hearing Zhou Mingyuan's unreasonable demand, a flicker of anger flashed in Lu Yuan's calm eyes, and he was about to retort once more when Zhou Mingyuan's lips moved. Though no sound emerged, yet Lu Yuan halted his actions. Su Yi observed everything closely. It appeared that Zhou Mingyuan was communicating with Lu Yuan telepathically. He scrutinized their expressions, attempting to glean any hint from their demeanor. He noticed a barely perceptible cold smile at the corner of Zhou Mingyuan's mouth, while Lu Yuan's brow was furrowed, revealing a struggle upon his face. After a brief silence, Lu Yuan slowly spoke, his tone tinged with indifference. Junior Brother Su, after some contemplation, it seems inappropriate to only heed your account. Perhaps you should consent to the examination? The moment Lu Yuan's words fell, the alchemy hall erupted into a frenzy, with whispers and murmurs as the crowd reacted to Lu Yuan's sudden shift in stance. However, they only dared to whisper very softly. If a servant disciple were to perish, the sect would remain indifferent. Thus, for outer disciples, it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate a servant disciple. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Yi's expression revealed not a trace of change. Having spent a century in the sect, he was well acquainted with the nature of its inhabitants. It was evident that Zhou Mingyuan had promised Lu Yuan an immense benefit to persuade him. Yet, Su Yi found it perplexing that a mere servant disciple like himself warranted such attention. He cast a glance at Lu Yuan, imbued with profound significance. In the current circumstances, it was clear that Zhou Mingyuan intended to orchestrate Su Yi's demise. Should Su Yi resist, he would likely face a fate of death and destruction. He hoped he would not regret his choice today. With a sigh in his heart, Su Yi thought, Brother Lu, since you have made your decision, further words from me would be futile. However, if an inspection is to be conducted, I would only recognize Sister Lin as the examiner. After speaking, Su Yi gazed at Lin Qingxuan with a look of infatuation. This gaze caused Lin Qingxuan's heart to flutter slightly, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 12. Outer disciple Su Yi's words momentarily stunned Zhou Mingyuan, who had been sneering beside him. He scrutinized Su Yi with skepticism, then glanced at Lin Qingxuan. Noticing her flushed face, Zhou Mingyuan furrowed his brow. He sensed something amiss. Zhou Mingyuan had always regarded Lin Qingxuan as his own possession. Now, seeing Su Yi express such infatuation towards her, and observing Lin Qingxuan's bashful demeanor, he was led to contemplate a rather unpleasant conclusion. However, he quickly dismissed it. Putting aside Su Yi's identity and status, the latter's current appearance resembled that of a lecherous old man, making such a scenario implausible. Lin Qingxuan's blush must have been provoked by Su Yi's audacious gaze. Yes, that must be it. An unsophisticated old fool. Surely he was dazzled by the sister's beauty. It was utterly laughable. Thus thought Zhou Mingyuan, his smirk becoming ever more pronounced. Sister Qingxuan, since this old fellow has chosen you, I would trouble you to conduct a thorough examination. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi, his eyes brimming with mockery and satisfaction. Lin Qingxuan nodded slightly, biting her lip, her eyes revealing a flicker of complex emotions. She lifted her gaze to Zhou Mingyuan, then turned her attention to Su Yi, who appeared calm, his eyes radiating a reassuring certainty. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingxuan approached Su Yi, positioning herself so as to shield him from the gaze of others. In a hushed tone, she urged, apologize to Brother Zhou. I will try to mediate, and perhaps today's incident can be mitigated. Lin Qingxuan's heart was tumultuous. She was uncertain of her own feelings. To claim that she had fallen in love with Su Yi would be utterly absurd. She simply wished to prevent his demise. Su Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. but it quickly gave way to tranquility. He lowered his voice in response. There is no need for that. This person is narrow-minded. If you plead for mercy, my demise will likely be even more agonizing. After speaking, Sui gazed affectionately at Lin Qingxuan. Come, Qingxuan, allow your spiritual energy to flow into my body, as if we are merging into one. Even in death, it would be worthwhile. Strangely, upon hearing Sui's rather nauseating words, Lin Qingxuan felt no anger. Could this be the effect of her previous mental training? Her thoughts became chaotic. And as she sensed the turmoil within her, Lin Qingxuan mused, it seems my Tao heart is still far from perfection. My mental cultivation lacks refinement. She took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, grasping Sui's wrist as her spiritual energy surged in her hands, yet it never entered his body. As soon as Lin Qingxuan's hand made contact with Sui, the experience points on his attribute panel began to rise. 10 points. Then another 10 began to pulsate. Sui extended his left hand, placing it gently on Lin Qingxuan's delicate, white hand, caressing it softly. He smiled and nodded at her. Just as Lin Qingxuan contemplated pulling away from Sui's grasp, she hesitated, wondering if her junior brother was again honing his mental state. Sui's demeanor made it hard for her to act against him. The spiritual energy lingered in the air, yet never entered his body. After touching Lin Qingxuan's hand, Sui's experience points began to multiply. If not for the numerous onlookers, he would have embraced Lin Qingxuan in a more intimate manner. Thus, they remained, one holding hands, the other caressing. Sui sighed inwardly. If only his power were greater, he would relish showing Zhou Mingyuan what his beloved was truly engaged in. After a brief stalemate, Lin Qingxuan withdrew her hand. Sui feigned an expression of surprise, which elicited a glare from her. Understanding her cue, he resumed his neutral demeanor. Lin Qingxuan then turned to the impatient Zhou Mingyuan and declared, his heart pulse still holds vitality. His lifespan exceeds 5 days. Her expression was serious, her gaze filled with conviction. Humph. Zhang Wuji's mother spoke true. Sui internally scoffed. Zhou Mingyuan's earlier smugness faltered, replaced by disbelief and anger. Qingxuan, could you be mistaken? This old servant could not possibly. As he spoke, he took a step forward, his eyes reflecting doubt and scrutiny. Huh. I was merely deceiving your foolish cousin earlier. I did not expect him to be so gullible as to believe it. Sui crossed his arms, laughing heartily, his face adorned with mockery and derision. This old man dares to toy with me. After uttering these words, Zhou Mingyuan's palm crackled with electric arcs, poised to unleash a thunderous strike upon Sui. Brother Zhou, I have officially passed the Alchemy Hall's assessment and am now a bona fide Outer Sect disciple. You should think carefully before you act. Sui spoke leisurely, meticulously adjusting his sleeves, a faint smile adorning his face. Yet, beneath his calm exterior lay a vigilant glint in his eyes, intently observing Zhou Mingyuan's hand, which crackled with arcs of electricity. Sui dared not rely on Lu Yuan this time. That traitor had become utterly untrustworthy. Zhou Mingyuan's hand hovered in midair, the impending strike of his thunderous palm halted by Sui's words. His complexion fluctuated between pale and crimson, momentarily forgetting his cultivation state. With a tempest of rage surging within him, tempered only by caution. According to sect regulations, Outer Sect disciples were considered formal members, and any arbitrary attack would constitute a breach of the rules, especially within the Alchemy Hall. Should he truly resort to violence, the consequences would be insufferable. Suppressing his wrath, Zhou Mingyuan clenched his teeth, his jaw taut. He stepped forward 2 paces, nearly prompting Sui to flee in fright. Humph, consider yourself fortunate today. However, do not wander outside the sect in the future. It is perilous out there. With a cold snort, Zhou Mingyuan turned and strode away. Lin Qingxuan glanced at Sui before following him out of the Alchemy Hall. Phew, that was a close call. I have temporarily preserved my life today. It seems I must hasten to enhance my strength. Sui exhaled, mentally calculating. The sect was fraught with treachery, although he had narrowly escaped calamity today. Zhou Mingyuan would undoubtedly seek retribution. To secure a firm foothold and no longer be bullied, he urgently needed to bolster his power. Congratulations, junior brother. On your promotion to Outer Sect disciple, here is your identity token and attire. Sui's reverie was interrupted by Lu Yuan's voice from behind. He turned slowly to see Lu Yuan extending the identity token and a fresh Outer Sect disciple's outfit. Sui accepted the clothing and token with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lu. Chapter 13. Ancient Great Cultivation. Lu Yuan beamed. Junior brother Sui, your talent is exceptional. Your future is boundless. As for the earlier incident, Zhou Mingyuan had leverage over me, and I was compelled to comply. I hope you can understand. Sui scoffed inwardly, thinking, I wouldn't trust you. Nonetheless, he replied politely. Brother Lu, there is no need for concern. I completely understand your predicament. Seeing that Sui bore no resentment, Lu Yuan sighed in relief. Junior brother, as you embark on your journey in the Outer Sect, there are matters I must clarify for you. While the outer sect boasts abundant resources, competition is also fierce. To acquire more cultivation resources, you must undertake the tasks issued by the sect. Sui listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I have taken note. However, I am curious about the types of tasks and their difficulty. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, revealing an expression of haughty pride. Those tasks involving violence and bloodshed are certainly beneath us alchemists. Typically, alchemists focus on refining elixirs within the sect, and as long as we meet the requirements, the rewards are quite substantial. He proceeded to elaborate on certain aspects of the alchemical process. To put it plainly, it remains a form of labor, albeit one that does not involve the brutality faced by other disciples. Alchemists merely need to refine elixirs within the sect to earn spiritual stones and contributions, a far safer endeavor than undertaking external missions. For instance, Sui, at this moment, is capable of concocting qi-gathering pills. He simply needs to utilize the alchemical chamber provided by the sect. Taking the qi-gathering pill as an example, Sui can procure the requisite herbs within the chamber to assist the sect in elixir refinement, thereby earning spiritual stones and contributions. The materials for a single qi-gathering pill can yield up to 5 pills. As long as the alchemist produces 3, they are deemed competent. Having spent a century at Tianxin Sect, Sui was aware of this, though not in such meticulous detail. With Lu Yuan's insights, he was now inspired. Despite having honed his martial skills for a century, surpassing most disciples of the 5th layer of qi refinement, his advanced age of over 100 years had rendered his body incapable of enduring prolonged combat. With such a stable opportunity to acquire spiritual stones and contributions, he felt compelled to explore this avenue. Bidding farewell to the profit-driven Lu Yuan, Sui made his way to the alchemical chamber. Yet, upon exiting the elixir hall, he abruptly paused, turning to glance at the 2 servant disciples who had accompanied Zhao Feng earlier. Zhao Feng had been kicked away by Lu Yuan and was now facing the wall. The remaining 2, initially intent on slipping away unnoticed, found their escape thwarted by the appearance of Zhou Mingyuan. They had assumed that Zhou, one of the top 10 experts of the outer sect, would easily deal with Sui. However, the sight of Sui, unscathed and now a promoted outer disciple, filled them with shock and trepidation. Perceiving Sui's gaze, they instinctively shrank back, their eyes darting, unwilling to meet his stare. A hint of a cold smile crept across Sui's lips as he approached them step by step. With each advance, their heartbeats quickened, as though an invisible hand was tightening around their throats. Senior Brother Sui, we were wrong. Please show mercy and spare us this time. One of the servant disciples stammered, unable to bear the pressure. Senior Brother Sui, we were blinded by foolishness, following that scoundrel Zhao Feng. We implore you to be magnanimous and not hold this against us. The other quickly joined in, pleading for forgiveness. Observing their pitiful state, Sui recalled his own experiences of being bullied, causing his disdain to soften slightly. However, their actions were undeniably cowardly, typical of those who prey on the weak. They must face the consequences of their deeds. With a frigid expression, Sui feigned an air of enlightenment. You too, present your most valuable possessions. The 2 servant disciples exchanged glances, their faces instantly betraying their discomfort. As servants, they possessed little wealth. Any meager spirit stones they earned were promptly absorbed in hopes of breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Their most prized belongings consisted merely of a tattered storage bag and a dull sword hanging at their waists. After a moment's hesitation, one disciple retrieved a weathered tome from his storage bag, presenting it to Sui with both hands. Senior Brother Sui, I have heard that this manual was acquired from an ancient great cultivator's cave. My limited aptitude renders me unable to comprehend its contents, so I offer it to you. An ancient great cultivator? Sui's interest was piqued. Artifacts emerging from such a venerable source were often steeped in time's essence, imbued with boundless mysteries. Even the most mundane items could harbor extraordinary properties. As Sui accepted the manual and glanced at its cover, disappointment washed over him. The text was nearly illegible. Although he had never encountered an artifact from an ancient great cultivator, he had heard numerous tales among the servants, each one depicting resplendent treasures overflowing with spiritual energy. Yet this manual, with its yellowed pages and tattered appearance, appeared utterly unremarkable. Upon opening it, he found that most of the content was obscured. However, one passage elicited a derisive snort from him. The title had faded, but the text remained somewhat discernible. It seemed to describe a minor technique for thievery, concluding with a note stating that those who mastered it could grasp the power of spatial laws. The notion of comprehending such laws was laughable. Even true immortals might struggle with them. Moreover, the realm of cultivation had not seen a true immortal for over 30,000 years. Sui patiently flipped through the entire tome. Aside from the previously mentioned technique related to the power of laws, 2 other minor techniques were recorded with relative clarity. One was the Eye of Heaven, and the other was the art of invisibility. Of these, The latter was touted the least. Su-yi chuckled softly and tossed the manual back to the servant disciple, then turned his gaze to the other. The second disciple, trembling in fear, promptly emptied his storage bag, revealing nothing. With a resigned shake of his head, Su-yi reflected on the dire circumstances of these two servant disciples and decided not to press them further. He waved his hand, signaling for their departure. Oh, how delightful it is to exert power over others. Yet, to maintain such dominance, one must possess strength. With this thought, Su-yi made his way to the alchemy room. Soon, he arrived, greeted by a rich and intricate aroma of medicinal herbs. The spiritual energy here is remarkably abundant, with ethereal waves of vitality permeating the air, seemingly intermingled with the unique energy emanating from the alchemical furnace. Su-yi approached the steward responsible for distributing materials, presenting his outer sect disciple identity token. Senior brother, I am here to concoct a gathering chi pill. The steward scrutinized him with a detached expression, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He did not impose any difficulties on Su-yi, taking the identity token to inspect it. He retrieved a portion of spiritual herbs and handed them to Su-yi. You have no contribution points. Thus, a deposit of 10 spirit stones is required, and you must also leave your storage pouch behind. The deposit serves to deter fraudulent alchemists, while the storage pouch is retained to prevent any secretly taken pills from being smuggled away. Su-yi produced a worn storage pouch from his garments, counted out 10 spirit stones, and handed them to the steward. Simultaneously, he unfastened the storage pouch from his waist and placed it on a nearby table. The steward tossed a number tag to Su-yi. Proceed to alchemy room number 6. Chapter 14. The space within the palm. Su-yi accepted the number tag and made his way to alchemy room number 6. Along the path, he passed several other alchemy rooms, all with stone doors firmly shut, indicating that their occupants were likely engaged in alchemical processes. He quickly arrived at room 6, where a simple alchemical furnace was situated in the center. Su-yi closed the stone door and sat cross-legged on a mat beside the furnace. He did not rush into the alchemical process. Instead, he opened his attribute panel to take a look. To his surprise, he discovered that not only had his experience points increased, but 3 new skills had also been added: telekinesis, clairvoyance, and invisibility. A smile crept on his Su-yi's face. The system truly is a marvelous entity. Merely glancing at those techniques had led to their automatic recording. Upon inspecting the learning requirements for the skills, he realized that they only demanded a modest amount of experience points to acquire. Without hesitation, he learned all 3 techniques. Just as Su-yi completed the skill acquisition, a surge of information flooded into his mind, allowing him to grasp the applications of all 3 skills instantaneously. He first attempted to activate clairvoyance, channeling his spiritual energy. The surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. The previously ordinary alchemical furnace now revealed intricate runes and patterns that became vividly clear to his enhanced vision. However, after observing his surroundings, he felt that the improvement in sight offered little practical benefit. Next, he decided to try the invisibility technique. However, just as he was about to activate it, he abruptly halted. An instinctual apprehension gripped him. He sensed that forcibly employing this technique could drain him completely. With a shiver of trepidation, he ceased the activation of invisibility, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This skill is rather formidable. Could it truly be a relic from ancient cultivators? He hurriedly activated telekinesis, carefully attuning himself to the changes within his body as he did so. In the corner, a fragment of stone suddenly flew towards Su-yi. The manifestation of the ability to retrieve objects from a distance did not require the immense spiritual energy that the invisibility technique demanded. However, Su-yi sensed something extraordinary about it. This technique seemed to possess a certain connection to the fabric of space. While the art of object manipulation could also draw items closer, it entailed the control of spiritual energy wrapping around the object. In contrast, this spatial retrieval required no external release of spiritual energy. Su-yi felt as if a small space opened within the palm of his hand, allowing the item to traverse effortlessly. With widened eyes, he attempted to retrieve another stone fragment, indeed experiencing that peculiar sensation, albeit faintly. He accessed his attribute panel, expending 10 experience points to elevate the spatial retrieval skill to level 2. Upon upgrading, the sensation of wielding space intensified slightly. Su-yi once again consulted the attribute panel, this time consuming 370 experience points to enhance the skill to level 5. In that instant of ascension, a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a sharp pain that compelled him to cease further upgrades. This seemed to be the limit. Once the overwhelming influx of knowledge subsided, Su-yi gazed incredulously at his right hand. He felt a small space had formed at the center of his palm, measuring roughly 1 cubic meter. Hastily, he directed the spatial retrieval technique towards the fragment of stone in the corner. The stone vanished in an instant. Staring blankly at his palm, he concentrated, and the stone reappeared in his grasp. Was this the essence of spatial law? No, it was not quite that. It could be considered merely an application of spatial power. Nevertheless, it was formidable. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the concept of a pocket dimension. Su-yi delightedly repeated the spatial retrieval on the stone fragments scattered throughout the room. Eventually, he discovered that he could not only summon objects into the palm of his hand, but also guide them to desired locations. He could make items vanish instantaneously or allow them to float gently towards him. Of course, this control had a limited range of about 3 meters. Beyond that distance, he could not retrieve them. Yet, Su-yi was confident that as the skill level increased, not only would the range extend, but the space within his palm would also expand. A fervent excitement ignited within him. He longed to seek out that errant disciple immediately. The experiments with these 3 skills solidified his belief that the ancient tome was indeed a relic of ancient cultivators. However, Su-yi restrained his eagerness. The tome would remain where it was, and for now, he would focus on refining pills to earn spirit stones and contributions. He resisted the impulse to allocate the remaining experience points to enhance his clairvoyance, and instead elevated the chi-gathering pill to level 5. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he inhaled deeply and commenced his alchemical endeavors. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his abilities, Su-yi found himself adept at concocting chi-gathering pills. In less than 10 minutes, 5 pills emerged from his cauldron. With a beaming countenance, he gazed at the gleaming pills in his hands. Upon inspecting the quality, he could not suppress a joyous laugh. Out of the 5 pills, 3 were of superior grade and 2 were flawless. This was a significant windfall. A mid-grade chi-gathering pill fetches a price of 20 inferior spirit stones, while a superior one commands 30, and the flawless variety reaches an astounding 100. Moreover, flawless pills are often in high demand and low supply. To put it succinctly, all pills contain a trace of pill toxin. A small dosage can be expelled by the body, yet excessive consumption is akin to courting death. Thus, despite possessing ample spirit stones, cultivators refrain from consuming pills daily for their cultivation. However, flawless pills elegantly resolve this dilemma. The designation of flawless signifies the complete absence of any pill toxin. As long as one's body can withstand the influx of spiritual energy, these pills can be consumed limitlessly. Therefore, Su-yi had struck gold. Acquiring 20 inferior spirit stones requires a servant disciple to tirelessly undertake tasks for 2 months, not accounting for the commission earned from pill refining. If he were to keep the 2 additional flawless chi-gathering pills for himself, that would equate to 200 spirit stones. While others might struggle to carry away such excess, Su-yi, with his spatial storage, could easily transport the 2 pills. Suppressing his excitement, he stored the 2 flawless pills within his pocket dimension and departed the alchemy chamber with the remaining 3 superior pills, hastening towards the location of the steward. Soon, Su-yi arrived at the steward's quarters, where the steward was seated at a table, poring over a scroll. Upon noticing Su-yi's entrance, he lifted his gaze. Briefly scanning the pills in Su-yi's hand, a flicker of barely discernible astonishment crossing his features. "You finished that remarkably quickly?" the steward inquired, raising an eyebrow. His tone laced with skepticism. Su-yi, maintaining his composure, stepped forward and gently placed the 3 superior chi-gathering pills upon the table. "Esteemed steward, the refining process was rather smooth, indeed somewhat expedited." The steward picked up the pills for a closer examination. "Are these truly superior pills?" he exclaimed, an expression of astonishment illuminating his face. In the outer sect's alchemy chamber, it was virtually unheard of for disciples to produce pills of such quality. He fixed his gaze intensely upon Su-yi, as if trying to see through him. "Young man, speak honestly, did you truly craft these pills? Or did you procure them elsewhere, attempting to deceive?" In response to the steward's inquiry, Su-yi merely smiled in silence. The steward, feeling a moment of awkwardness after his words, chuckled lightly. Bringing pills from outside into the sect would indeed be an unprofitable venture. "Apologies, junior brother. Superior pills are indeed rare, and I momentarily lost my composure." The demeanor of the steward softened considerably, a look of apology gracing his features. He randomly retrieved some spirit stones along with Su-yi's identity token. "Junior brother," he said, "for this round of alchemy, all materials are of the highest quality. Please add an additional 10 spirit stones. Here are your deposits, totaling 50 spirit stones, and your 30 contribution points have been duly recorded within the identity token." Su-yi accepted the spirit stones and token, his heart brimming with joy, though his expression remained humble and courteous. After expressing his gratitude to the steward, he swiftly exited the alchemy chamber. With a bit of inquiry among the servant disciples, Su-yi soon located the one possessing the ancient cultivator's manual. However, he was unprepared for the shocking news that followed. The servant disciple had perished. Chapter 15. Undercover in the Golden Core stage. Upon hearing of the servant disciple's demise, a chilling sensation gripped Su-yi's heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. He quickly sought information about another disciple who had been with him that day. As expected, That disciple too had met with a similar fate. Su-yi furrowed his brow. Those servant disciples held little status within the sect. It was unlikely they would be killed without reason. Otherwise, Su-yi would not have survived here for a century. Nothing of value had been taken from the two servant disciples, save for a single tome, the ancient cultivator's manual. Clearly, their assailant had been after this very text. What puzzled Su-yi was the motive behind the murders. The previous servant disciple had readily offered the manual, indicating he was not someone willing to sacrifice his life for it. Shaking his head, Su-yi had only sought the servant disciple to peruse the manual once more, hoping to glean a skill or two. With the individual now deceased and the manual lost, he decided it was best to return and accumulate experience points. With this thought in mind, Su-yi turned to leave. Bang! Just as he pivoted, he collided with another person. As he prepared to apologize, he was startled by the system's notification. Merely brushing against her hand had granted him 100 experience points. Hurriedly, he glanced at the individual, who appeared to be an average-looking woman. Yet her figure, oh my! Before him stood a tall woman. Her figure accentuated by a snug black robe that clung to her form exquisitely. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to snap with a gentle touch, forming a striking curve that contrasted with her pert posterior. Her long, straight legs, clad in tight-fitting pants, highlighted the smooth and toned lines of her limbs. This sight nearly rejuvenated Su-yi's spirit. However, upon observing the woman's face, his excitement subsided somewhat. A frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss. Then it struck him, the system's earlier anomaly. Cursing himself inwardly, he hastily checked her attribute panel. Name, Miaoyu age, 236 gender, female cultivation level, mid-stage golden core technique. Yin-yang harmony technique, level 5, 163. 200, talent, extraordinary favorability, 30 purity, 100 comprehensive score, 85. Upon encountering this information, Su-yi instinctively felt compelled to kneel. It was not due to any weakness in his knees. Rather, in the Tianxin Sect, there were only 3 individuals at the golden core stage, including the sect leader. Previously, a mere 8th-layer chi refining outer disciple could easily eliminate him. Now he had inadvertently knocked down a formidable golden core cultivator. Su-yi's skin prickled with alarm. As Su-yi bent his legs in submission, the woman on the ground spoke with a tone of melancholy. Senior brother, you truly possess a heart of stone. Having knocked me down, you do not offer your assistance. Her voice was intoxicatingly alluring. However, it was her words that jolted Su-yi back to reality. A golden core expert referred to him as senior brother? In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Could she possibly be an undercover agent? This thought raced through Su-yi's mind. Upon confirming her identity as an infiltrator, his thoughts began to churn with possibilities. What was the greatest fear of an undercover agent? She must be terrified of her true identity being revealed. Just a mere touch of her hand had granted him 100 experience points. If he were to delve deeper, who knew what he might uncover? With this in mind, Su-yi hastily stepped forward, grasping the woman's hand. Junior sister, please forgive me. My old eyes have dimmed and my legs have grown unsteady. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he assisted her to her feet while subtly exploring her delicate hand. Experience points. 100 experience points. 100 experience points. 100. Listening to the system's notifications, a surge of joy welled within Su-yi, emboldening him. He boldly wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist, his hand inching towards the opening of her garment. The woman was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Had he truly dared to make such an advance? This lecherous old man was courting disaster. A flash of coldness flickered in her eyes. Favorability, 20. Were it not for the monumental task at hand, she would undoubtedly strike this old rogue down with a single blow. The old man had been intently observing the storage bags of the two servants. She wondered if he was aware of the ancient cultivator's secrets. Could he be the informed elder she had heard about? Senior brother, there are too many people here. Let us find a quieter place to converse, she suggested. Her voice soft and tinged with reproach, her melodic tone seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Su-yi, upon hearing her words, could not suppress a cold chuckle within. Humph. The notion of following her to a secluded spot was utterly absurd. Doing so would indeed spell his doom. The peculiar glint in her eyes moments ago had not escaped him. Drawing upon his century of life experience, he recognized it as a hint of murderous intent. It was imperative to remain cautious. Should a golden core expert take an interest in him, his fate would be sealed. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he remained alert. In an instant, the experience points began to multiply exponentially. Experience points reached 200, then 500, and finally 800. Senior brother, this is not right, the woman said, her previous allure now replaced by an unmistakable killing intent. Affection level, 20. This won't do. I must find a way to dispel her murderous intent. Su-yi gritted his teeth and, at the cost of his hard-earned experience points, elevated the woman's cultivation technique by 1 level. Junior sister, do not be angry. I am merely helping you break through your cultivation level because I see our fateful connection. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the woman scoffed inwardly. You think you can help me break through? You pathetic old man of the Qi refinement realm. If you could truly aid me, I would serve you for life. However, at that moment, Miao Yu felt the energy of her yin-yang harmony technique surge within her, suddenly breaking through the stagnation at the 5th level. She looked at Su Yi in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Her technique had astonishingly surpassed the legendary 5th level. She pondered, could this Qi refinement old man be hiding his true abilities? Affection level, 50. Miao Yu's affection surged, and her gaze towards Su Yi became more complex and cautious. Su Yi noticed this change and felt a surge of joy within, maintaining an outward calm. Junior sister, what do you think? My words are not false. By joining forces with me, you shall surely advance further in your cultivation journey. Miao Yu bit her lip, her doubts still lingering. Yet the shock of her breakthrough compelled her to reevaluate this seemingly ordinary old man before her. Senior brother, what method did you employ? How can it be so powerful? Her voice carried less hostility and more curiosity. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. Experience points, 300. Experience points, 300. Affection level, 30. Once again, Su Yi sensed the killing intent emanating from Miao Yu and quickly advised, Junior sister, do not lose focus. Immerse yourself in your understanding. After speaking, he incrementally added points to Miao Yu's technique. A system notification chimed, indicating an increase in experience points, as Su Yi assisted Miao Yu with her cultivation. With the continuous rise in experience points, Miao Yu's comprehension of the technique steadily grew. Her body trembled slightly, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Chapter 16, The Hidden Archive. The insights into the technique felt as though they were forcibly implanted in her mind. Though scarce, they undeniably accumulated. Miao Yu's thoughts became somewhat muddled. Having lived for over 2 centuries, she had never encountered a method that could enhance one's understanding of cultivation. This triggered a subconscious resistance within her. Yet her body obediently shifted, facilitating Su Yi's actions. Senior brother, how did you achieve this? It's impossible. Miao Yu's voice trembled slightly, her gaze fixed intensely on Su Yi, as if attempting to see through him. With a favorability rating of 50, Su Yi glanced at the restored sentiment and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he maintained an enigmatic smile on his face. Junior sister, my physique is unique, enabling me to assist others in their cultivation. He struggled to find a plausible excuse to elucidate the existence of the system, ultimately resorting to spontaneous fabrication. Miao Yu furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with lingering doubt. Despite having lived for over 2 centuries, she had never encountered any mention of a physique capable of aiding others in comprehending martial arts. However, the benefits arising from the enhancement of martial techniques made it difficult for her to dismiss Su Yi's claims outright. At that moment, 2 external disciples nearby noticed the unusual interaction between the two. One disciple's eyes widened, ready to call out, but was swiftly silenced by the other. Are you trying to get us killed? Can't you see that old man is wearing outer sect attire? The silenced disciple paused, pushing away the hand that covered his mouth. Swallowing hard, he whispered, this outer sect disciple is truly impressive. After a prolonged moment, he could only manage to utter those words of admiration. If such a sentiment were expressed on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly elicit an exclamation of astonishment. I wonder when we will enter the outer sect. I want to engage in such antics too. The other disciple gazed enviously at Su Yi's graceful movements. Though their voices were hushed, Miao Yu, being a golden core stage expert, possessed hearing far superior to that of ordinary individuals, and their remarks clearly reached her ears. Instantly, a faint blush graced her otherwise unremarkable features. Flustered and vexed, Miao Yu felt humiliated that such an intimate and peculiar scene of her cultivation had been witnessed by 2 lowly disciples. She forcefully wriggled free from Su Yi's grasp, who, recognizing the potential ire of this golden core master, reluctantly withdrew his hand. Miao Yu glared at Su Yi in indignation. May I inquire, senior brother, where do you reside? I have some cultivation questions I would like to discuss with you later. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft as a gentle breeze. Hee. Junior sister, my cultivation is rather lacking. Perhaps it would be best to forego the discussion. We may meet again by fate, Su Yi replied, waving his hand and turning to depart. He jested, having exerted considerable effort only to find his favorability still in the negative. The thought of being alone with her that evening was daunting, fearing he might be devoured whole. As Su Yi walked away, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Miao Yu's face. Humph, you think you can take advantage of me and simply escape? It won't be that easy. After parting from Miao Yu, Su Yi exhaled deeply. The encounter had been perilously thrilling, and he unconsciously quickened his pace, eager to return to his dwelling and catch his breath. However, after taking a few more steps, he halted. Wait, she is a golden core stage cultivator. His consciousness extended. encompassing nearly half of the outer disciple peak within her vigilance. Rushing back would mean remaining under her watchful gaze. A chill coursed through Su Yi's heart, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He feigned calmness, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, yet his mind raced frantically, devising strategies to cope. Should he report her to the Peak Master? No, setting aside whether he could even reach the Peak Master. It was likely that before he could present his intentions, Miao Yu's consciousness would detect him. With her formidable prowess, she could effortlessly obliterate him. As he contemplated, Su Yi turned and made his way toward the outer disciples area. The outer disciples and the servant disciples resided on the same mountain peak, though their designated zones differed. Outer disciples could freely enter the servants' quarters, while servants were forbidden from entering the outer disciples area without an outer disciple's accompaniment. Now that Su Yi had ascended to the status of an outer disciple, it was entirely reasonable for him to head in that direction. Before long, he arrived at the outer disciples' zone. However, he was unfamiliar with this area and could only wander aimlessly. As he meandered, he found himself at the library pavilion. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter. Given that he had just become an outer disciple, he was entitled to select one technique and one skill. Approaching the gatekeeper disciple, Su Yi presented his identity token. The gatekeeper scrutinized the token and, upon discovering that Su Yi was an alchemist, his previously indifferent demeanor softened slightly, a subtle smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Junior brother, please enter. According to the rules, you have a quarter of an hour to choose your books, and you may only take 2 with you. The gatekeeper stated in a neutral tone that brooked no argument. Observing the expressionless gatekeeper, Su Yi thought to himself, another one brainwashed by the sect. He smiled and nodded at him before stepping into the library pavilion. Upon entering, a musty aroma enveloped him. The space within was not particularly spacious, and though the shelves were lined with numerous texts, most appeared rather worn. As Su Yi navigated through the narrow aisles, his gaze eagerly flitted over the various tomes. Truthfully, he was unsure of what technique he currently required. He casually picked up a volume and discovered it was the Thunderpalm technique, which Zhou Mingyuan had used against him multiple times. Su Yi had little interest in this technique, but still flipped through its pages, considering it a potential threat to his life. However, while he recognized the individual characters, he found the content incomprehensible when put together. The text read, Thunderpalm, drawing lightning with spirit, condensing thunder into the palm. At the initial stage, draw a thread of thunder spirit into the body, following the Shaoyang meridian to the palm, forming an embryonic shape of the thunder seal, striking with a crackling sound that can disrupt the enemy's spiritual flow. The subsequent passages left Su Yi utterly bewildered. He steeled himself and glanced downwards, waiting until he had perused all the content above. Su Yi then opened the attribute panel to inspect the section on techniques. To his dismay, the thunder palm did not appear there. Furrowing his brow, he quickly examined it again, but still, the thunder palm was absent from the attribute panel. In haste, he sought out another technique, the phantom steps. Upon opening the tome, he found its contents utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, he diligently read every single word. Yet, when he looked at the attribute panel, the phantom steps remained elusive. Confusion and anxiety filled Su Yi's heart. According to his past experiences, as long as one thoroughly studied a manual, the system would incorporate it into the attribute panel, much like the ancient practitioners' manuals he had encountered, where all 3 techniques had automatically appeared upon a single reading. However, these 2 manuals were nowhere to be found. Was it possible that his lack of understanding was the reason? Chapter 17. The stirring beginnings. Su Yi murmured to himself, his brow furrowed, his gaze scanning the bookshelf with urgency. He casually retrieved another manual, the concealed spirit technique. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened the tome, which stated, this technique weaves a spiritual net with one's spirit energy, integrating it into the body, allowing one to mask their presence and fluctuations of spiritual energy. When fully comprehended, one can conceal themselves within the fabric of the world, undetectable by others. This Su Yi understood, although the description felt somewhat exaggerated. Yet, he had no time to ponder its validity. He promptly checked the attribute panel. A sigh of relief escaped him. It had appeared. The concealed spirit technique was now visible. It seemed that in order to have a technique listed on the attribute panel, one must first comprehend it. Initially, Su Yi had contemplated transcribing the entire library, but that now appeared unfeasible. With a sigh, he dismissed such thoughts. Time was limited, and he swiftly continued to browse the books on the shelf. Flipping through the manuals with haste, his eyes darted across the pages, but to his disappointment, he found himself unable to understand any of them. This was the consequence of his poor aptitude. Those with exceptional talent possessed not just superior cultivation ability, but an all-encompassing advantage over those of lesser aptitude. Just as time was running out, Su Yi stumbled upon another technique he could comprehend, the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. a method that allows one to refine their physical body through the absorption of spiritual energy, enhancing physical constitution and spiritual capacity. After this technique was recorded in the attribute panel, time had run out. Su-yi forced a wry smile as he departed from the library. Upon reaching the entrance, he displayed his storage bag to the guarding disciple, explaining that he had not found any techniques that piqued his interest, hence he had made no selections. This was a common occurrence at the outer gate, and the disciple, without further inquiry, inspected the storage bag and permitted Su-yi to leave. Indeed, inspecting the storage bags is a process unto itself. The records of who enters the Tsangyan Pavilion each day and what books they retrieve are meticulously maintained. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to brazenly steal a book within its confines. Su-yi wandered outside, his brow furrowed in thought. His concerns did not stem from the matter of magical techniques. He believed that with the assistance of the system, even a mediocre spell could be elevated to excellence. His current preoccupation was how to deal with Miaoyu. Su-yi opened his attributes panel to examine his information. Host, Su-yi gender, male age, 119, 360, 120. 096 cultivation level, third layer of Qi refinement talent. Inferior technique, nourishing method, level 7, 01000. Spells, 7-star step, level 5, 120200. Fireball technique, level 5, 187,200. Aurora sword technique, level 5, 80200. Finger flick technique, level 5, 186200. Heavenly eye vision, level 1, 010. Telekinesis, level 5, 0200. Invisibility technique, level 1, 010. Concealment of spiritual breath technique, level 1, 010. Spirit gathering body refinement technique, level 1, 010. Alchemical skills, fasting pill, level 3, 3250. Qi gathering pill, max level, experience points, 6876. Upon observing the more than 6,000 experience points, a sudden inspiration struck Su-yi, prompting him to upgrade the concealment of spiritual breath technique by 1 level. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded into his mind. After a moment of contemplation, a look of joy spread across his face. Indeed, mastery of this technique could completely obscure one from divine sense scanning. Without hesitation, Su-yi upgraded the concealment of spiritual breath technique to level 6. He sensed that at level 6, the technique could conceal him not just from mid-stage golden core cultivators, but even from those at the peak of the golden core stage. Su-yi promptly activated the technique. Spiritual energy surged forth, weaving an invisible net around his body. In the blink of an eye, his presence seemed to be drawn away by a mysterious force, rendering him completely hidden from the world. Though he remained in place, outwardly unchanged, on the perceptual level, it was as if he had vanished entirely. Elated, Su-yi dared not linger and swiftly made his way back to his residence. Not long after Su-yi's departure, Miaoyu arrived at the very spot where he had just disappeared. That old fool, how could he vanish right beneath my nose? She mused. Her brows knitted in concentration. Her delicate hand rested thoughtfully on her chin as her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, she was accustomed to tracking others, with few capable of eluding her senses. After a thorough search of the area yielded nothing, she huffed in frustration. As long as you remain within this sect, do not think you can escape my grasp. With a firm stamp of her foot, Miaoyu turned and left the scene. Su-yi arrived at his residence, having navigated through his previous ordeal unscathed. Upon entering his abode, he swiftly secured the door, leaning against it while inhaling deeply to catch his breath. At last, I am momentarily safe, he murmured to himself, gradually sliding down to sit on the floor. Senior brother, what is wrong? Luo Yao inquired, noticing Su-yi seated on the ground. Oh, it is nothing. I am simply weary from the journey. Su-yi waved her over. Come, assist this old man. Luo Yao shot him a bemused glance, incredulous that a cultivator could be so fatigued merely from walking. Nonetheless, she promptly approached and extended her hands to help him up. An unexpected notification from the system caught Su-yi off guard. He glanced at Luo Yao's attribute panel, discovering her affinity for him had reached an impressive 50 points. Overcome with excitement, he embraced her and, with a cheeky grin, pressed a kiss on her delicate face. Experience points, 50. My dear Yaoer, you are truly exceptional. Luo Yao, startled by Su-yi's sudden action, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Instinctively, she pushed him away with a bit of force. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him, hands covering her flushed cheeks, and exclaimed, Senior brother, how could you behave like this? Noticing her reaction, Su-yi quickly checked the affinity score, relieved to see it unchanged. He took her jade-like hand, adopting a gentle demeanor. Secretly, he infused 2 points of experience into her cultivation technique. Yaoer, immerse yourself in the understanding of your technique. Though initially inclined to pull away, Luo Yao paused as she heard Su-yi's encouragement. Despite feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, she managed to compose herself. She slightly closed her eyes, attuning to the flow of her internal energy. After a moment, Luo Yao opened her eyes and shyly glanced at Su Yi. Affinity points. 5. Senior brother, I apologize. I misjudged you. Su Yi wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Hee. Junior sister, let us refine our mental state together. Half an hour later, having accrued 300 experience points, Su Yi sat cross-legged on the mat, a frown etched across his face. The expenditure of 3,000 experience points had elevated his nourishing technique to level 9. Just as he achieved this milestone, a surge of potent spiritual energy surged within him, coursing through his meridians with a hint of vitality. In that moment, Su Yi felt as if he had been reborn, sensing a slight enhancement in his physical capabilities. Chapter 18. A moment of unrestrained excitement elated. Su Yi hardly took notice of the longevity he had gained, springing to his feet and rushing towards Luo Yao. Yaoer, I believe we can still advance further. Senior brother, let us rest for a moment. I am quite fatigued. Half an hour later, Su Yi rose with a sense of despondency. Alas, what a wasted opportunity. Su Yi once again left the dazed Luo Yao behind, settling onto the meditation cushion. He opened his attributes panel to check his lifespan. At last, the decimal point had vanished. His age had transformed to 119, 121, marking nearly a year's increase in his lifespan. No longer would he have to endure the sight of that relentless countdown. Gazing at his attributes panel, Su Yi silently encouraged himself. One day, I shall stand atop this world. However, the immediate priority is to accumulate experience. He recalled Miao Yu, wishing she could be as malleable as Luo Yao. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Miao Yu was a formidable being at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, often aloof and dismissive toward low-tier disciples like himself. That woman, hidden within the Heavenly Heart sect, surely harbored some clandestine intention. The fate of the Heavenly Heart sect was of no concern to him. He needed to devise a plan to ensure she did not discover him. Seated on the cushion, Su Yi racked his brain but could think of no solution. A mere third-level Qi refinement cultivator being eyed by a Golden Core expert was nothing short of a nightmare. Sigh. Perhaps it is best to focus on enhancing my cultivation first. Su Yi retrieved 2 flawless quality Qi gathering pills from his spatial pouch. It had been quite a while since he last consumed a pill. Previously, due to his deteriorating health, the toxins within the pills were difficult to expel. Now, with flawless quality pills, he could finally consume them with confidence. Moreover, with his alchemical skills, he would continuously produce these flawless pills in the future. Imagining his cultivation skyrocketing like a rocket, Su Yi's earlier worries dissipated. Just as he was about to consume the pills, his peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Yao rising from the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he stood and approached her. Startled, Luo Yao instinctively hugged herself and recoiled. Senior brother, perhaps you should rest a bit before coming over. Su Yi, taken aback, could only chuckle and wave his hand dismissively. Yaoer, you misunderstand. Today's training concludes here. Without waiting for her to inquire further, he directly handed the flawless Qi gathering pill to Luo Yao. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the softly glowing pill in Su Yi's hand, momentarily stunned. Senior brother, is this for me? Su Yi looked at her kindly, gently placing the pill into her palm. Indeed, this is a flawless quality pill. Given your aptitude, consuming it may very well allow you to break through once more. Flawless quality? Luo Yao's beautiful eyes grew even wider as she carefully accepted the pill. Senior brother, why are you so kind to me? The girl was truly innocent. Her goodwill was surely motivated by his physique. Yet, Su Yi would not be so foolish as to voice such thoughts. With a tender expression, he replied, Yao, I feel there exists an invisible bond between us. Believe it or not, we have been entangled as fated partners for 9 lifetimes. However, in this cycle of reincarnation, I have taken a slight advance. Senior brother, Luo Yao called out to Su Yi with a dreamy expression, with the system's notification echoing in his mind. Su Yi mused to himself, this young lady is truly easy to deceive, she believes so readily. Observing the redness in Luo Yao's eyes as she gazed at him, he tenderly embraced her. Yaoer, before you cultivate, let me assist you in solidifying your mental state. Luo Yao's charming face flushed as she allowed Su Yi to act, even occasionally cooperating with him. Su Yi experienced a mixture of pain and pleasure as he accrued 500 experience points. When he noticed that the experience points had ceased to increase, he released Luo Yao. All right, consume the elixir and begin your cultivation. Luo Yao obediently nodded. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, her eyes shimmering with emotion and determination as she ingested the elixir. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and devoted herself to the refinement of the elixir's spiritual essence. Seeing Luo Yao enter a state of cultivation, Su Yi turned and settled onto the cushion in a cross-legged position. With a favorability score of 65, Luo Yao was already nearly compliant with his every wish. What would it be like if he reached 100? He feared that even if he commanded her to perish, she would not flinch. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his musings about favorability. He retrieved the remaining flawless chi-gathering pill, gazing at the gentle radiance it emanated. Taking a deep breath, he placed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a torrent of immense and pure spiritual energy surged within him, akin to a roaring river, recklessly crashing against his meridians. Su-yi hastily activated his cultivation technique to channel this formidable force. As the spiritual energy coursed through his body, he felt his meridians expanding under the influence of an invisible power. With each breath, he sensed a resonance with the surrounding spiritual aura, as if the entire world were embracing him. Su-yi mobilized his vast spiritual energy to begin breaking through his cultivation bottleneck. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck at the congested meridians. Just as Su-yi believed everything was proceeding smoothly and he was on the verge of a breakthrough, an unexpected twist occurred. His body began to tremble slightly, and an indescribable agony surged from deep within his meridians, as if countless steel needles were piercing through him. Su-yi's complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His teeth ground together as he endeavored to endure the excruciating pain. However, his aging meridians, under the relentless onslaught of spiritual energy, gradually became overwhelmed, beginning to show fine cracks. Witnessing this, Su-yi swiftly halted his cultivation, attempting to cease the process. Yet, at this critical moment of breaking through the bottleneck, the technique no longer heeded his command. It relentlessly continued to assault his meridians. With each impact, more cracks appeared, each accompanied by a piercing pain that caused Su-yi to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. As Luo Yao concluded her cultivation, she successfully transcended the third level of chi refinement, entering the fourth. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see Su-yi in torment. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" she inquired anxiously, her voice laced with concern. At that critical moment, Su-yi was unable to respond. His consciousness was gradually fading amidst excruciating pain, yet he stubbornly endeavored to regain control of the chaotic technique. However, irrespective of Su-yi's efforts, the spiritual energy within his body remained uncontrollable. Observing the rampant energy wreaking havoc within him, Su-yi lamented internally, "This is it. Given the current situation, the best outcome would be a severed meridian, rendering me a cripple. The worst possible fate, however, is the complete loss of control over my energy, leading to my demise." Filled with despair yet unwilling to surrender, he persevered. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter. Luo Yao watched helplessly as Su-yi's suffering intensified, her anxiety mounting. Yet, as a chi refinement practitioner, she was utterly powerless to assist him. Su-yi, gazing at the impending rupture of his meridians, summoned his attribute panel. Taking one last hopeful glance at the system that had previously offered him solace, his eyes landed on the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. A spark ignited within him as he recalled that this technique was a body refinement method, designed to bolster physical attributes and enhance the capacity for spiritual energy by absorbing it. Could it truly augment his physical prowess? Clinging to this glimmer of hope, Su-yi hastily allocated all his experience points to the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, elevating it to level 9 in an instant. The technique began to operate autonomously within him. In that fleeting moment, the chaotic spiritual energy that had ravaged his body was drawn toward the pathway of the spirit-gathering body refinement technique by an invisible yet potent force. The meridians, once battered and on the verge of collapse, greedily absorbed the energy. The ruptured areas began to mend gradually, with the damaged walls of the meridians regenerating, becoming resilient and elastic once more. Su-yi could distinctly feel his bones densifying under the nurturing touch of the spiritual energy, while the power within his muscles surged like an overwhelming tide. With a sigh of relief, Su-yi exclaimed, "That was incredibly perilous." He focused his mind, simultaneously controlling the nourishing technique and the spirit-gathering body refinement technique within him. Moments later, a formidable spiritual pressure radiated from Su-yi, causing the air in the room to tremble slightly, stirring up the dust on the floor. Luo Yao swayed momentarily but steadied herself, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Su-yi. This was far beyond the spiritual pressure expected from someone at the fourth level of chi refinement. A gentle glow enveloped Su-yi as the golden light of the spirit-gathering body refinement technique intertwined with the green radiance of the nourishing technique. Though not blindingly brilliant, it exuded a unique vitality. Slowly, Su-yi opened his eyes, and the luminous aura surrounding him began to dissipate. He stretched his limbs, and a series of crisp cracks echoed from his bones, symbolizing the overwhelming surge of power within him. At that moment, although he was merely at the fourth level of chi refinement, The transformation brought about by the fusion of two cultivation techniques endowed him with strength that far surpassed others of the same tier. Previously, he had effortlessly subdued those at the 5th level of qi refinement. Now, Su-yi felt confident that he could contend with an average practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. Luo Yao quickly approached, her eyes brimming with concern and delight. "Senior brother, have you broken through?" Su-yi gazed at her face, filled with genuine concern, and smiled as he nodded. "Yes, I have finally broken through." This breakthrough had been exceedingly perilous. He had nearly suffered a catastrophic rupture of his meridians and met his demise under the violent assault of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this experience had imparted upon Su-yi a profound awareness of the dangers of cultivation. He resolved to prepare meticulously for any future attempts to breach his limits. With the assistance of the system, he was destined to stand atop the pinnacle of immortality. He could not afford to let negligence lead to his untimely demise. "Ah, you have also broken through?" Su-yi noticed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Yao, which had markedly changed. This was indeed a second breakthrough within a single day. Although aided by Su-yi, such rapid progress seemed extraordinary. "Thanks to the elixirs provided by senior brother," Luo Yao replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her demeanor as refreshing and pure as a mountain spring. This sight filled Su-yi with exhilaration, prompting him to lift Luo Yao effortlessly into his arms. "Senior brother is here to help you hone your state of mind." As he spoke, he approached the bed. "Oh, senior brother, it's already dark outside," Luo Yao remarked softly, her cheeks flushed. "Hee, isn't it better that it's dark?" Su-yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He gently set Luo Yao down and swiftly joined her on the bed. Half an hour later, Su-yi found himself helplessly embracing Luo Yao. "Still not enough. Must I wait until I break through to the foundation establishment stage to truly flourish?" He sighed as he drifted into a deep slumber, still holding Luo Yao close. The following day, he was awakened by the system's notification sound. "Experience 200, experience 200, experience 200. Groggily, Su-yi opened his eyes, only to be captivated by the sight before him. So white. Cultivators truly are remarkable. Even in sleep, they shed their garments. Su-yi's hands trembled with excitement. Perhaps his shaking was a bit too vigorous, as Luo Yao was roused from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, Luo Yao followed Su-yi's gaze, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Instinctively, she pulled the blanket around herself tightly, scolding, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Su-yi composed his expression, his face becoming remarkably serene. Centering his mind, he began to contemplate deeply, all the while imparting 2 points of experience to Luo Yao. Luo Yao endured the tingling sensation coursing through her body, closing her eyes to savor the moment. After a brief interlude, she opened her eyes and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Just then, the system's notification sound concluded. "All right, it's time to rise." Su-yi calmly extricated himself from Luo Yao's presence and began to don his attire. Observing Su-yi's tranquil demeanor, Luo Yao's thoughts became tumultuous. Surely, her senior brother would not be upset. He had tirelessly aided her in enhancing her comprehension early in the morning, and her affinity had just reached level 5. Su-yi, listening to the system's notification, felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, ancient wisdom rings true. A devoted admirer may find themselves with nothing in the end. Ah, a phrase from over a century ago. Surely it qualifies as ancient wisdom. Fully dressed, Su-yi glanced outside, revealing a frown. If he ventured out like this, what would he do if he encountered that troublesome Miao Yu? With a mischievous grin, he retrieved a tome from his storage pouch, the disguise technique he had obtained from Lu Chui. He quickly perused the pages, relieved to find them comprehensible. After studying the technique word by word, he opened his attributes panel, and, indeed, the disguise technique appeared under the spell section. With over 1,000 experience points contributed by Luo Yao that morning, Su-yi promptly learned the technique and began to elevate its proficiency level by level. He persevered until he reached level 7, at which point he paused. Now, he possessed the ability to alter his facial features, physique, voice, and even aura at will. Channeling his spiritual energy, he instantly transformed from a frail old man into a robust middle-aged gentleman. Luo Yao gazed at Su-yi's metamorphosis, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Senior brother, how have you become a different person?" Su-yi winked with a smile, adopting a slightly deepened voice reminiscent of a middle-aged man. "Hee, this is a little technique I learned. What do you think? Can you recognize me?" As he spoke, Su-yi twirled before Luo Yao. She watched in awe, exclaiming, "I can't recognize you at all. Not only your appearance, but even your aura has changed." After Luo Yao confirmed this several times, Su-yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shared his plans with Luo Yao. They would part ways here and reconvene at the entrance to the outer sect area. He chose not to divulge the reasons for this arrangement. Once everything was settled, Su-yi departed, and after Luo Yao transformed into her male guise, she also exited their dwelling. As Su-yi stepped outside, He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Before him, Miao Yu approached with graceful strides. Upon sighting her, Su Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, wishing to turn and flee. However, he stifled the impulse. Retreating would only arouse Miao Yu's suspicion. With a resolute heart, he pressed onward. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. Each step he took appeared steady, yet within, he was engulfed by an unsettling anxiety. Miao Yu moved gracefully, her light footfalls accompanied by a casual sweep of her gaze around her surroundings. As the distance between them diminished, Su Yi could even hear the echo of his own heartbeat in his ears. When Miao Yu's eyes inadvertently brushed over him, time seemed to freeze for Su Yi, and he instinctively held his breath. However, Miao Yu merely frowned slightly, seemingly indifferent to this middle-aged man, and averted her gaze to continue onward. Only then did Su Yi's taut nerves begin to relax. The combination of the disguise technique and the concealment of spiritual presence indeed proved to be a perfect match. Yet, before Su Yi could revel in his success, Miao Yu's gaze abruptly shifted back toward him, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as she regarded him. She sensed something peculiar about this middle-aged man. In an instant, Su Yi's heart raced, feeling as if it had lodged in his throat. Seeing the suspicion in Miao Yu's eyes, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. If her formidable golden elixir stage consciousness scrutinized him closely, the ruse would surely be uncovered. Thinking quickly, Su Yi executed a spell to discreetly snatch the belt from a nearby female cultivator. He deftly tossed the belt into the hands of the male cultivator behind her. The moment the belt departed from her waist, her pants slipped to the ground, revealing her fair, shapely legs. "Ah!" the female cultivator exclaimed. Turning to see her belt in the hands of the male cultivator, she slapped the male servant disciple with a resounding crack. The sound reverberated, casting an eerie atmosphere around them. The male servant disciple, bewildered, covered his stinging cheek, staring at the belt in his hand, confusion and indignation written all over his face. The female cultivator, flustered and enraged, hurriedly pulled up her pants, crying out, "You lecher! How dare you take liberties with me? This belt, it just ended up in my hands." The male disciple stammered in frantic explanation, but his words fell flat, drowned by the female cultivator's shrill cries and the murmurs of onlookers. She paid him no heed, delivering several more slaps while weeping and cursing, "You shameless scoundrel! I thought you were decent, yet here you are, so vile." The male disciple, now exasperated, pushed the female cultivator away, employing a touch of spiritual force in his action. "You bloated pig, are you hitting me back?" The crowd's attention converged on the pair, whispers and gossip rising in a cacophony. Who was that man? Truly devoid of shame. Miao Yu, who had been fixated on Su Yi, was now entirely captivated by the unfolding drama. Her brows knitted more tightly, her expression filled with distaste, as if she found this crude spectacle deeply repugnant. Seizing this opportune moment, Su Yi swiftly slipped away. After he had walked a distance and turned back, he saw the crowd still gathered around the pair of men and women, with Miao Yu's figure already submerged within the throng. Su Yi smiled with satisfaction. The ancient cultivator's techniques were indeed remarkable, as even golden elixir cultivators could not detect him. In truth, if Miao Yu were to discover Su Yi, it would not be a grave matter. Given Su Yi's capabilities, he was certain that Miao Yu would not be inclined to harm him. However, he surmised that he would likely be subjected to Miao Yu's hospitality. With the assistance of the system he possessed, he was not keen on being confined by Miao Yu. Su Yi quickened his pace towards the entrance of the outer sect area, where he had arranged to meet Luo Yao. Upon arriving at the outer sect entrance, he spotted Luo Yao, dressed in male attire, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Su Yi hastened forward and softly called out, "Yaoer, I am here." Upon hearing his voice, a flash of delight illuminated Luo Yao's eyes as she quickly ran towards him, exclaiming sweetly, "Senior brother." A passing male disciple looked over in surprise. It was only then that Luo Yao realized her lapse in composure. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She hurriedly lowered her voice, adopting a calm masculine tone, "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Without acknowledging the astonished disciple, Su Yi grasped Luo Yao's delicate hand. "Come, let me assist you in obtaining your identity as an outer sect disciple." The two proceeded towards the registration office for outer sect disciples. Soon, they arrived at the designated location. Observing that there was no one present apart from the registrar, Su Yi sighed. The path of cultivation is arduous. He then led Luo Yao inside. Before long, the two emerged from the office. "Senior brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? My secret technique is not susceptible to scrutiny." Su Yi patted Luo Yao's shoulder. "It's merely 20 spirit stones. We pay for convenience. Now, let's find a place to stay." The process of advancing to the outer sect was distinct from Su Yi's ascension as a pill-refining master. Su Yi was akin to a skilled technician, directly accepted by the alchemy hall, while Luo Yao's advancement required comprehensive examinations. Fortunately, as this was merely an outer sect promotion, the requirements were not stringent. Su Yi spent 20 spirit stones, thereby waiving all procedures, They only checked her cultivation level before issuing her an identity token and a set of outer sect disciple garments. Luo Yao hesitated momentarily. Senior brother, are you not curious as to why I am disguised as a man? Without hesitation, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Not curious at all, let us depart. We must find a place to reside. With that, he took Luo Yao's hand and left the registration office. Their rapport grew as they soon found a suitable location amidst the peaks of the outer sect area to build a dwelling. Su Yi surveyed the surroundings. This place, nestled against the mountain and facing a forest, was relatively secluded. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was not exceptionally dense, the tranquility of the area made it ideal for cultivation. Many disciples prefer to carve out caves atop the mountains, yet Su Yi finds himself ill at ease in such dwellings. He has an inclination toward courtyards and pavilions. Su Yi sketched a blueprint for a house and entrusted the construction entirely to Luo Yao, while he made his way to the alchemy chamber, intent on refining more pills to expedite his cultivation. Soon, Su Yi arrived at the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, his appearance shifted back to its original form. The same senior brother from yesterday was on duty. Noticing Su Yi, the senior's lips twitched slightly, but his smile remained elusive. Su Yi, lacking the patience to engage in pleasantries with one so thoroughly indoctrinated, got straight to the point. Brother, today I wish to concoct 5 qi gathering pills and 5 pulse guarding pills, and additionally, I require the formula for the pulse guarding pill. The senior brother looked at Su Yi with a hint of surprise. He was already aware from the previous day that Su Yi could produce high-grade pills. However, to attempt the pulse guarding pill without even possessing the formula, despite his astonishment, he retrieved the requested items. The materials will cost 200 spirit stones, and the formula is an additional 100 spirit stones, totaling 300 spirit stones. Su Yi felt a twinge of frustration upon hearing the total. He currently possessed only 130 spirit stones, a considerable shortfall. He handed over all the spirit stones he had to the senior brother, who examined the quantity with a furrowed brow, casting an unhappy glance at Su Yi. Brother, the 100 spirit stones are for the formula, while the remaining stones are a gift for you. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the senior brother's frown relaxed as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. He quickly pocketed the spirit stones and hastily shoved the items on the table towards Su Yi before returning to his reading. With a smile, Su Yi took the materials and the formula along with the key to room 5 of the alchemy chamber, entering and promptly shutting the door to block out external distractions. He placed the materials and formula on a nearby table and began to meticulously study the pulse guarding pill S formula. This pill was known to stabilize the meridians during cultivation, preventing damage from the surging spiritual energy. Having been startled by yesterday's experience of pushing past his limits, Su Yi resolved that moving forward, he must always have pulse guarding pills on hand whenever he consumed other pills. After thoroughly reviewing the formula, Su Yi opened his attribute panel. The pulse guarding pill prominently appeared in the alchemy section. He checked his experience points and immediately maxed out the level for the pulse guarding pill. In an instant, the techniques for crafting the pulse guarding pill flooded his mind. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the refinement process. With the knowledge imparted by the system, Su Yi found himself adept at concocting the pulse guarding pill. While others typically required half an hour to produce a batch, Su Yi completed his in just 10 minutes, yielding 5 perfect pills, 2 flawless pills, and 3 superior ones. As Su Yi crafted the 4th batch, he finally integrated all the knowledge imparted by the system. Upon opening the furnace, all 5 pills turned out to be of pristine quality. However, this presented a dilemma for Su Yi. The emergence of such a multitude of flawless pills would complicate his task submission. Initially, he intended to present a single flawless pill to garner the sect's attention and thus secure greater benefits in the future. Yet, with that wretched woman, Miao, around, Su Yi dared not seek the limelight. Alas, he resigned himself to considering this batch a failure. No longer troubled, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. After completing the pulse guarding pill, Su Yi commenced the crafting of the qi gathering pill. However, after 2 batches, he encountered yet another predicament. His spiritual energy was depleted. Reflecting for a moment, he rose and gathered the finished pills, making his way outside. Upon reaching the duty elder, he submitted the refined pills. The elder's expression finally shifted upon seeing Su Yi's swift completion of the pills. So soon? Su Yi flashed him a sincere smile. I haven't finished yet. I just wanted to submit a few tasks in exchange for some materials. Hearing that Su Yi had not yet completed his work, the elder exhaled softly. Oh, what do you wish to exchange? He accepted the jade vial from Su Yi and began inspecting its contents. As he examined them, his expression transformed once more. These are all what you just crafted? Su Yi maintained his innocent smile, replying, Indeed, elder. I was in good form today, and the crafting went smoother than usual. The elder's eyes were filled with astonishment. He took a deep breath to steady his astonishment. All these pills are of superior quality. You will receive 180 spirit stones and 180 contribution points. What would you like to exchange for, junior brother? Listening to the elders' reported numbers, Sui couldn't help but reflect on the lucrative nature of alchemy. In just a brief half-day, he had earned the equivalent of a year's labor for a mere servant disciple. Elder, may I use my contribution points to exchange for a pill recipe? Of course. After receiving the elder's affirmative response, Sui exchanged his contribution points for a recipe for the spirit recovery pill and materials to craft 10 of them. Armed with the materials and recipe, he returned to the alchemy chamber, utilizing the remaining experience points to fully elevate the spirit recovery pill's level. He glanced at his now empty experience points and thought of Miaoyu. Although the golden core stage was perilous, grinding for experience was indeed gratifying. He decided it was better to prioritize his life, and if necessary, he could seek out a few experience-enhancing treasures. Quality may falter, but quantity could compensate. Resolving to not dwell on it any longer, he thought it best to focus on alchemy. After retrieving a spirit stone to replenish his spiritual energy, he began the crafting of the spirit recovery pill. Without any unexpected events, 5 spirit recovery pills were obtained, 3 of high quality and 2 flawless. Sui promptly consumed one of the flawless pills. As it dissolved upon contact with his tongue, it transformed into a warm and vigorous energy that surged throughout his body in an instant. The spiritual energy, which had been slightly fatigued from continuous alchemical endeavors, restored itself at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, the energy surged to such an extent that it caused a slight discomfort within his meridians. Alarmed, Sui hastily ingested a meridian protection pill. The pill's potency swiftly disseminated within him, and the previously throbbing meridians felt as if caressed by a gentle force, alleviating the pain gradually. Carefully, Sui guided the excess energy through his meridians, ensuring an even distribution to avert any further damage. He had no desire to experience the agony of a ruptured meridian again, nor did he possess the experience to upgrade the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. Once he successfully guided the energy, Sui quickly commenced his alchemical work. He continued until the 5th furnace, finally depleting the surplus energy in his body. With a sigh of relief, he did not linger and promptly completed the remaining pills in one continuous effort. Sui returned to his supervising senior to submit his task. Departing the alchemical chamber, he noted the astonished gaze of his senior. This time, his alchemical efforts yielded a total of 550 spirit stones, a contribution of 470. 10 flawless spirit gathering pills, 12 meridian protection pills, and 19 spirit recovery pills. The earnings from this endeavor equated to the sustenance of a lowly disciple for 20 years. Such mastery of the wealth code was indeed formidable. With these bountiful rewards, Sui strode confidently towards the residence he had previously chosen. Soon, he arrived at the selected location and, from a distance, observed that a small courtyard had been constructed according to his desires. 2 houses had already been erected within the courtyard, such as the speed of cultivators when building. As he approached the courtyard, however, he heard the sounds of an argument within. This place was first chosen by my junior sister. You'd best leave quickly if you know what's good for you, lest I be compelled to act. Hearing the discord, Sui frowned and hastened into the courtyard. There, he found Luo Yao confronting a burly outer sect disciple, while a woman with a stern expression stood nearby, presumably the junior sister mentioned by the male disciple. The two were of the 6th and 4th levels of Qi refinement, respectively, indicating that the female disciple had recently ascended to the outer sect. Upon seeing her, Sui paused momentarily. The female disciple possessed skin as fair as snow and a visage reminiscent of blooming peaches, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, bright and profound. Her figure was graceful, with a slender waist that could be grasped delicately, and her long legs partially obscured beneath a flowing skirt. The ample bosom made her loose-fitting top bulge enticingly, as if concealing endless mysteries. The rounded curves evoked boundless imagination. Where did that old man come from? What are you looking at? Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes? A beautiful woman was observing Luo Yao and his senior brother in confrontation when she suddenly noticed a stranger appearing in the courtyard, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was just an old man, leering at her with a lewd gaze that made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Although she relished the attention of others who looked at her with such infatuation, evoking a sense of superiority, the gaze of this old man was quite unsettling. Sui, pondering whether this woman could provide experience points, was abruptly taken aback by her insults. His expression darkened instantly as he flashed to her side. With a resounding slap, she was sent flying. Experience points earned, 20. Sui was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he could gain experience. Chapter 22. Green Tea, the burly outer sect disciple. Hearing his junior sister's shouts, turned to see her being flung away, his eyes widening in shock as he roared, "How dare you strike someone?" With that, he charged at Sui, fists raised. Sui deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow with ease, and retaliated with a punch that landed squarely in the disciple's abdomen, propelling him backward. The disciple hit the ground heavily, letting out a muffled groan, pain etched across his face. Struggling to rise, he was met with sharp agony in his stomach, causing his legs to buckle beneath him once more. Huh, you dare to act audaciously before me? After cultivating the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, Su Yi's strength had significantly increased. The disciple, with merely a cultivation base of the 6th level of Qi refinement, was no match for him. The fight proceeded without the use of spiritual power, adhering to the sect's regulations. Utilizing spiritual energy could lead to fatal consequences. At that moment, the woman who had been struck rose from the ground, fury radiating from her. You dare to hit me. Just wait, I won't let this slide. Hearing her threats, Su Yi quickly closed the distance between them again, delivering another slap that sent her flying once more, earning another 20 experience points. Before she could rise, he swiftly stepped forward, placing his foot upon her alluring chest. It felt as though he were treading upon imperishable jelly, immensely elastic. The woman trembled violently under his weight, pain flashing across her features. Just as she opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of curses, her gaze fell upon the disciple token hanging from Su Yi's waist. This token, distinct from hers, was one she recognized, the token of an alchemist. Instinctively, her anger dissipated. Senior brother, this is a misunderstanding. Simultaneously, Su Yi heard the system's notification chime. With a favorability rating of 50, what on earth is happening? Could this woman be a masochist? Su Yi, filled with skepticism, gazed at the woman whose demeanor had abruptly shifted while simultaneously inspecting her attributes panel. Name, Mi Wanwan. Age, 27. Gender, female. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement technique. Heart condensation method, level 3. 3250, talent, moderate favorability, 10 purity, 100 overall rating. 81. Senior brother, you're hurting me. Could you please let your junior sister get up? Mi Wanwan's delicate plea only heightened Su Yi's suspicion. Nevertheless, he relented and shifted his foot away. Outside, a frenzied woman was searching for him, and he preferred to avoid escalating the situation. Mi Wanwan, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hastily rose from the ground, adjusting her disheveled attire while discreetly observing Su Yi. As she tidied her clothing, she intentionally tugged down her loose top, revealing her fair and elongated neck. The swell of her bosom rose and fell with her movements, becoming increasingly alluring. She lightly bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with a hint of seductive mischief as she furtively glanced at Su Yi. Her gaze blended shyness with audacious flirtation. Subsequently, she extended her delicate, jade-like fingers, letting them glide slowly through her hair. With a graceful twist of her slender waist, she inched closer to Su Yi, her faint fragrance lingering enticingly in the air. Senior brother, I truly apologize. Had I known this was a spot you favored, I would not have come here. Mi Wanwan's voice was soft and laced with a touch of coquetry, subtly signaling to keep the burly man at bay. While speaking, her arm brushed lightly against Su Yi's, her eyes brimming with allure and charm. Su Yi was taken aback. He watched Mi Wanwan, whose demeanor had undergone a complete transformation as she persisted in her seductive tactics, his mind swirling with confusion. Although he could not fathom her intentions, he was pleased that the matter seemed to be resolving itself. He resolved to play along with Mi Wanwan for the time being to discern her true motives. Very well, since you acknowledge your mistake, let us consider this matter settled for now. Su Yi's expression regained its composure, his tone imbued with a hint of magnanimity. Upon hearing this, Mi Wanwan's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to flowers blooming in the spring, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Thank you, senior brother, for your generosity. I knew you were a kind-hearted person. She spoke sweetly, gently biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with gratitude and eagerness to please. However, I am rather fond of this location you have chosen. I wouldn't dream of competing with you for space. Might it be possible for me to build a pavilion beside yours? Upon hearing Mi Wanwan's request, alarm bells rang in Su Yi's mind. Could this woman be after something more? No, that cannot be right. Her cultivation method is certainly not some nefarious practice of yin and yang. So what is her true intention? Su Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that with her meager cultivation, it would be quite effortless for him to handle her. Allowing her to reside nearby would also provide opportunities to accumulate experience. How delightful. With this thought, a subtle, cunning smile crept onto Su Yi's face. He then raised his head to look at Mi Wanwan and feigned hesitation as he spoke. Well, seeing your determination, it would be unkind of me to refuse. Upon hearing Su Yi relent, Mi Wanwan's face lit up with unexpected joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, resembling a child who had just received their most coveted treasure. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. I shall return immediately to prepare for the construction of the pavilion. With that, she playfully winked at Su Yi. Then, turning to the burly outer sect disciple who had been standing nearby, visibly aggrieved, she said, Senior brother, Let us be on our way. The smile on Mi Wanwan's face vanished, replaced by a neutral expression. Junior sister, are we leaving just like this? The burly man appeared somewhat reluctant, casting a resentful glare at Su Yi, his eyes glinting with malice. Mi Wanwan shot him a fierce glare and discreetly stepped on his foot, whispering, "Follow me first. We can discuss it later." Though the burly man was filled with resentment, he reluctantly followed her, his anger simmering as he cast glances back at Su Yi, as if wishing to inflict countless torments upon him. After walking a few steps, Mi Wanwan seemed to recall something, turning with a sweet smile directed at Su Yi. "Senior brother, once I finish building the pavilion, I shall certainly invite you over for a cup of tea brewed by my own hands. Although my cultivation is modest, I have a slight understanding of the art of tea." Su Yi nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well, should I have the leisure? I will gladly impose." His gaze swept over Mi Wanwan and the burly man. Even a fool would understand at this moment that this woman was a quintessential example of a high-class green tea. The burly man was nothing short of a devoted sycophant. Su Yi could not fathom why Mi Wanwan's attitude towards him had changed so drastically. It was absurd to suggest she had an affinity for the elderly among the disciples. There were plenty of older men to choose from. Chapter 23. The sycophant Su Yi shook his head, dismissing his bewilderment over Mi Wanwan's peculiar behavior. He turned to Luo Yao, stepping forward to embrace her. "How are you? Were you mistreated?" Luo Yao's cheeks flushed as he held her close. "No, they are new here. But, senior brother, I suspect that female cultivator has ulterior motives, so please be cautious." A confident smile spread across Su Yi's face as he gently pinched Luo Yao's cheek. "Fear not, Yaoer. With her trifling tricks, she cannot possibly contend with me. Look what I have brought you." As he spoke, Su Yi revealed a chi-gathering pill from his palm. As Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, she exclaimed, "The chi-gathering pill. Brother, have you managed to refine it again? Is it of flawless quality?" Her gaze was filled with surprise and anticipation, fixated on the pill in Su Yi's hand. Su Yi smiled and nodded, extending the pill towards Luo Yao, affirming that indeed, this chi-gathering pill was once again of impeccable quality. However, Luo Yao did not reach out to take it. With a resolute expression, she lifted her gaze to meet Su Yi's, her eyes brimming not only with a yearning for the pill, but also with concern and care. "Brother, this chi-gathering pill is far too precious. You are the one who needs it most at this moment. You should keep it for yourself. I can take my time to cultivate. There's no rush," she said softly, her voice imbued with gentleness. Su Yi found himself unexpectedly touched by her words. It had been years since anyone had shown concern for him since embarking on the path of cultivation. He waved his hand dismissively and produced another flawless chi-gathering pill, along with 2 vitality protection pills, which he handed to Luo Yao. "Please, take them. I have plenty of these pills," he encouraged. As Luo Yao beheld the pills reappearing in his hand, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Trembling, she accepted them, her heart filled with gratitude and astonishment. "Brother, you are so kind to me," she said, her voice choked with emotion, transforming 1,000 unuttered words into this one heartfelt expression of thanks. Meanwhile, at a distance, Mi Wanwan and her companion, who had been observing secretly, stood agape in shock. "Junior sister, I never imagined that old man would have such tastes. Did you know this all along?" The burly outer sect disciple remarked with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to Mi Wanwan. She shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Don't speak nonsense." Yet, it is true that Su Yi is exceptionally kind to Luo Yao. Biting her lower lip, she felt perplexed, wondering why the old man had looked at her so straightforwardly only to suddenly shift his attention. Mi Wanwan was filled with suspicion, sensing something peculiar about the situation. "Humph. I shall test him again tomorrow. An old man like him, with his charm and cunning, will sooner or later yield to my will. Then, I shall have an abundance of pills to lavish upon myself." As they rounded a corner, the burly outer sect disciple could no longer contain his confusion and dissatisfaction. "Junior sister, what was that all about? Why were you so submissive to that old man?" It was infuriating to watch. Mi Wanwan, preoccupied with her plans to draw closer to Su Yi, furrowed her brows and glared at him with wide eyes. "What do you know?" The intensity of her glare caused the burly disciple to recoil, his previous displeasure evaporating, replaced by a cautious trepidation. Yet, his curiosity was insatiable and summoning his courage. He timidly remarked, "But, junior sister, he did strike you. He even stepped on you there. I've never even touched that part." Upon hearing his words, Mi Wanwan's face alternated between shades of green and white, and in her fury, she stamped her foot and raised her hand to strike him. The burly outer sect disciple instinctively crouched down, shielding his head. "Junior sister, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't speak again." Only then did Mi Wanwan lower her hand, coldly huffing, "Fool. That Su Yi is not an ordinary outer sect disciple. He is an alchemist. My intention in approaching him is to reap benefits. Do you understand?" Looking at the sturdy man, A wave of disdain surged within her. Had he not held some utility, she would have kicked him aside long ago. However, she had just entered the outer sect, and had yet to find a suitable backup who would treat her kindly and heed her words. The burly outer sect disciple slowly straightened up, a glint of murderous intent flickering across his face. Junior sister, why go through such trouble? I could simply kill him and seize all his possessions. Mi Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, her eyes flashing with derision. Brother, setting aside whether we could defeat him, the most valuable aspect of an alchemist is not his wealth, but the endless supply of elixirs he can produce. As long as we can control him, we will no longer lack for medicinal resources. If we rashly kill him, all those benefits will vanish. Think about it. Which option is more advantageous? The burly outer sect disciple furrowed his brow, hesitating for quite some time. Junior sister, I cannot swallow this insult. Su-yi bullied you so brazenly and dares to disregard me. I simply cannot endure it. Mi Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk away. The burly outer sect disciple hurriedly jogged to catch up, flattering her as they walked. All right. I will heed junior sister's wishes. Mi Wanwan chose not to respond. Yet he continued to chatter away. Once you obtain benefits from Su-yi, your cultivation will certainly soar, and then I will rely on you. His face radiated with anticipation, as if envisioning a future where Mi Wanwan ascended to great heights, bringing him along to bask in her glory. Oblivious to Mi Wanwan's disdainful expression, he prattled on with sycophantic words. Meanwhile, Su-yi remained unaware of Mi Wanwan's intentions. However, given Su-yi's character, she estimated that her scheme would likely backfire. At this moment, Su-yi and Luo Yao were in her room, having consumed elixirs and commenced their cultivation. This time, Su-yi was protected by the spirit-gathering body refinement technique and had also taken a pulse protection pill. His aging meridians felt as sturdy and resilient as steel pipes. Immersed in this wondrous realm of cultivation, Su-yi's breathing became increasingly deep and steady. With each inhalation and exhalation, it was as if he were injecting immense power into the engine of spiritual energy within him. Thanks to the elixirs, his cultivation speed had accelerated nearly several dozen times compared to before. These elixirs not only expedited his progress, but also contained an extraordinary quality of spiritual energy. This remarkable speed of cultivation brought Su-yi an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. After a while, both Su-yi and Luo Yao simultaneously ceased their cultivation. Su-yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp light flashing within them, while the overwhelming spiritual energy surrounding him caused the entire room to tremble slightly. He stretched his limbs, and the sound of cracking bones echoed crisply. Luo Yao also rose, her face radiant with joy and excitement. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within her, she turned to Su-yi. Senior brother, with the aid of the elixirs, my cultivation progresses swiftly. I feel that it won't be long before I can break through again. Su-yi, observing Luo Yao's exuberance, wore a smile of satisfaction. Hee, Yaoer, I will take care of the elixirs from now on. But shouldn't we focus on cultivating our mental state now? Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Luo Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. We still need to cultivate our mental state? Su-yi chuckled at her bashful demeanor. Of course. You must understand that in cultivation, spiritual energy is the surface, while the mental state lies within. The two complement each other. One cannot exist without the other. If your mental state is lacking, even with immense spiritual power, you may easily lose yourself in the face of adversity and temptation, leading to failure. Su-yi spoke earnestly, patiently explaining. Listening to Su-yi's serious words, Luo Yao felt a bit dazed. However, senior brother, your reasoning is quite sound, yet I feel something is slightly amiss. Before she could ponder further, Su-yi swiftly swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the grand bed he had specially requested. This substantial bed, measuring 35 units, was designed to accommodate multiple people comfortably. As Su-yi approached the specially crafted bed with Luo Yao in his arms, her cheeks turned crimson, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Despite their previous experiences in mental state cultivation, she still found this situation peculiar, especially upon seeing the grand bed, which intensified her unease. Noticing Luo Yao's tension and rigidity in his embrace, Su-yi silently chuckled at her innocence and adorableness, yet he understood her concerns. He gently approached the soft couch beside the bed and slowly set her down. Luo Yao lifted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and shyness. Just as she was about to speak, Su-yi interjected, Yaoer, do not overthink it. Though this bed is large, it is designed for our comfort during mental state cultivation. Look, this soft couch is spacious. I intend for us to study the methods of mental state cultivation together here. The bed is ample enough that even if we perform some supportive cultivation movements, we shall not be hindered. Only then did Luo Yao relax her tense body a little, nodding gently as she whispered, Senior brother, it was my misunderstanding. It's just that this approach feels a bit strange to me. Su-yi chuckled. No worries. You will adapt in time. With that, he began the practice of refining their mental states. The following morning, Su Yi was once again awakened by the system's notification sound. Experience points, 250. Experience points, 250. Only 250? Su Yi mumbled, pushing aside the weight pressing down on him, and turned to sit up. With a casual touch, Su Yi roused Luo Yao. Yaoer, it is time to awaken for our cultivation. Luo Yao let out a soft murmur, rubbing her sleepy eyes and gradually opening them. Upon noticing that Su Yi was already up, a lazy smile graced her lips. Senior brother, it is still not fully dawn. Can we not sleep a little longer? Su Yi, observing Luo Yao's endearing demeanor, could not resist playfully pinching her cheek. Lazy one, as cultivators, our time is precious. How can we indulge in slumber? Moreover, although we made progress in our mental cultivation yesterday, it requires further consolidation. We must not grow complacent. With a reluctant sigh, Luo Yao acknowledged the truth in Su Yi's words and begrudgingly sat up, beginning to adjust her attire and hair. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the window. Su Yi and Luo Yao exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of confusion. Quickly, Su Yi approached the window and peered outside, where he observed Mi Wanwan and his senior brother using magical techniques to construct a house. The clattering noise resulted from the collision of wood and tools. Upon seeing Mi Wanwan, Su Yi's face broke into a mischievous grin. He had contemplated her character the previous evening. Judging by her green tea persona, what might such a woman desire? Her motives were likely tied to power, profit, and public adulation. Thus, what could he offer her? It was quite evident. She must be aware of his status as an alchemist. This arrangement was fortuitous. She sought his wealth, while he sought her charms. How perfect! With these thoughts clarified, Su Yi tidied his attire and turned to Luo Yao. Mi Wanwan has arrived. I shall go investigate. You should tidy up, lest she perceives anything. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Su Yi strode confidently out of the room, a self-assured yet slightly teasing smile upon his face as he approached Mi Wanwan. She was busy using her magic to transport materials, and, catching sight of Su Yi in her peripheral vision, felt a surge of delight, though she feigned ignorance and continued her labor. Observing her affected demeanor, Su Yi found it amusing. He sauntered over to her side, crossing his arms. You have risen early to construct a house, junior sister? Immediately, a radiant smile blossomed on Mi Wanwan's face, resembling a flower in full bloom. Her voice dripped with sweetness. Su senior brother, have I disturbed you? I intended to take advantage of the morning's abundant spiritual energy to hastily erect this dwelling, allowing me to immerse myself in cultivation sooner. I did not anticipate the noise would be so pronounced. As she spoke, she delicately played with the strands of hair beside her ear, her posture exceedingly alluring. Su Yi, however, found little desire to engage in her frivolities. He would rather devote his time to cultivation, for his lifespan was not extensive. He retrieved a flawless quality spirit-gathering pill from his possession. Junior sister, the other day, I inadvertently concocted a flawless quality chi-gathering pill during my alchemical endeavors. Might I request your esteemed opinion on its merits? Upon hearing the words flawless quality chi-gathering pill, Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening with a palpable excitement. The fade of calm she had meticulously constructed crumbled in an instant. Her gaze fixated on the pill in Su Yi's hand, which emanated a gentle luminescence, her throat instinctively moving as she swallowed hard. Brother Su, is what you say truly the case? A flawless quality chi-gathering pill is a treasure that one can scarcely hope to find. Mi Wanwan's voice trembled slightly, imbued with an undeniable eagerness and avarice. Listening to the system's notification of an increase in affinity, Su Yi could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. In truth, dealing with such women was far simpler than with those of noble birth. He gently rotated the chi-gathering pill in his hand, the pill's luminous surface casting reflections upon his eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mischief. You flatter me, junior sister. It was merely a stroke of fortune that allowed me to forge this pill. Since you were so intrigued, why not seek out a tranquil place where we may thoroughly discuss the wonders of this elixir? Upon hearing Su Yi's proposition, Mi Wanwan hesitated. Such directness from this ancient figure was unexpected. Though she had a penchant for wealth, she was no fool. She discerned the implications woven within Su Yi's words. Internally, Mi Wanwan grappled with conflicting desires. On one hand, she yearned for the flawless pill, yet on the other, she was reluctant to submit to an aged man. Had Su Yi been a dashing youth, she would have readily acquiesced, as aligning with an alchemist held great promise. Yet now, in the presence of Su Yi, her reluctance grew. Biting her lower lip, her eyes reflected her inner turmoil as she covertly assessed Su Yi, searching his visage for a glimmer of reassurance that might compel her to accept his invitation. However, what met her gaze was the familiar, albeit weathered, countenance of his face. It was evident that he must have been quite handsome in his youth, yet the passage of time had left its indelible marks, intensifying Mi Wanwan's unwillingness. As the notification of declining affinity echoed in his ears, Su-yi observed the subtle shifts in Mi Wanwan's expression, feigning ignorance while maintaining his warm smile. With a flick of his wrist, he produced yet another flawless quality chi-gathering pill. Ah, I nearly forgot. I did not merely forge one flawless quality pill during my last endeavor. I have also mastered the art of crafting such exceptional elixirs. Hearing this, Mi Wanwan, who had been internally wrestling with her thoughts, seized Su-yi's arm, gently brushing against him as she said in a soft voice, "Brother, you are truly remarkable to have created a flawless quality pill." Feeling the softness against his arm and the system's notification chime in his ears, Su-yi reflected that, indeed, such women were delightful. They simply sought a better life. What was wrong with that? Su-yi casually wrapped his arm around Mi Wanwan's slender waist. "Come, my junior sister. Allow me to take you on a deeper exploration of the mysteries of the wuxia elixir." Mi Wanwan shivered slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze in bashfulness. The two of them left her senior brother behind, making their way towards Su-yi's abode. Her senior brother, witnessing their open embrace, felt his countenance darken, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. A surge of fury ignited within him. Yet he ultimately restrained the impulse to intervene, begrudgingly watching them retreat to the room. As they walked, Mi Wanwan appeared to nestle against Su-yi like a delicate bird. Yet inside, her emotions swirled chaotically, a tumult of conflicting feelings. Had she truly submitted herself to this aged man? Upon entering the room, Su-yi swiftly closed the door, eagerly initiating the accumulation of experience points. Experience 50, experience 50, experience 50. "Senior brother, is this not a bit too fast?" Mi Wanwan's voice trembled as she attempted to retreat, only to find herself firmly ensnared in Su-yi's embrace, unable to move. Her voice quivered, and even her gown rippled with the waves of her anxiety. Affinity 20. Despite Mi Wanwan's cunning demeanor, she was a sophisticated player of the game. Having always taken advantage of others without ever being on the receiving end, she had not anticipated this old man's directness, as he offered her no opportunity to employ her usual tactics. Upon hearing the system notification indicating a decrease in affinity, Su-yi's displeasure grew. A drop in affinity meant a reduction in experience points, and that simply would not do. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make a sacrifice for the moment. "Do not fear, junior sister. My intentions are pure. You may verify for yourself." As he spoke, he took her hand and placed it against his pulse. In an instant, Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su-yi. "Senior brother, you. Alas, I have grown old and am no longer capable. So you need not worry." Su-yi feigned a sigh of resignation, his expression of melancholy perfectly timed to allay Mi Wanwan's concerns. "Then, senior brother, what is your intention now?" Mi Wanwan, feeling a peculiar tingling in her body, stifled her discomfort and gasped, her voice quivering. "I possess a secret technique. My hands can aid in the enlightenment of the great path. If you doubt me, close your eyes and experience it for yourself." Having briefly sensed Su-yi's essence and recognizing her own limitations, Mi Wanwan, albeit skeptically, complied and shut her eyes. At the moment she closed her eyes, Su-yi elevated her cultivation by one level. Mi Wanwan felt a surge of spiritual energy within her, and the previously obscure pathways of her technique became startlingly clear. A powerful force coursed through her limbs, compelling a soft gasp to escape her lips. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing in astonishment at Su-yi. Disbelief etched across her features. "Senior brother, what is happening?" "My cultivation technique." A profound smile graced Su-yi's face, enigmatic and inscrutable. "Well, senior brother did not deceive you, did he? This is the greatest secret of senior brother. You mustn't divulge it to anyone." Mi Wanwan stared blankly at Su-yi, momentarily perceiving him as significantly more handsome than before, his once-aged visage seemingly rejuvenated. The notification of affection level 30 resonated in Su-yi's mind, filling him with unspoken pride, though his expression remained one of inscrutable serenity. What is the best way to deal with a scheming rival? It is to let her realize that you possess what she ardently desires, and only you can bestow it upon her. Observe now. There was no need for Su-yi to act. Mi Wanwan was practically radiating confidence, flaunting her alluring figure as if she had been touched by a spark of vitality. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the room. Su-yi walked ahead, invigorated and buoyant, while Mi Wanwan trailed behind, her cheeks flushed and steps slightly unsteady. Her eyes reflected a blend of astonishment at her enhanced abilities and an undercurrent of confusion and unease regarding the events that had just transpired. Instinctively, she adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, striving to present an air of composure. However, her state did not escape the notice of her burly senior brother. His gaze pierced through the air like daggers, fixated on both Mi Wanwan and Su-yi. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his chest heaved with barely contained rage. "Old man, what have you done to my junior sister?" His voice was low and menacing, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Senior brother, do not be agitated. I'm merely engaged in a discussion with my junior sister regarding depth and length, nothing more. Su Yi had clearly perceived the murderous intent in his senior brother's eyes the previous day. He was not one to forget grievances easily. Previously, he had held his tongue due to a lack of strength, but now, equipped with the system for protection, he had no reason to fear. If there was a dispute, he would confront it head-on. Upon hearing Su Yi's nonchalant yet mocking response, his senior brother's fury reached a boiling point. With a resounding whoosh, his aura erupted. Powerful winds swirling around him, lifting fallen leaves and creating a vortex at his side. Old man, cease your pretense. If you do not clarify your words today, you shall not leave here unscathed. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a desire to rend Su Yi to pieces. Chapter 26. The resistance of the affectionate fool. Seeing the situation escalate, Mi Wanwan quickly positioned herself between the two. Senior brother, what madness has seized you? Junior sister, step aside. Today, I shall not rest until I have vanquished this old fool for daring to seduce both men and women. The fury twisted his features grotesquely as he shouted, his hands flailing wildly in an attempt to break free from Mi Wanwan's grasp. Enough, come with me. Mi Wanwan stood on end, her eyes ablaze with fury as she vociferously admonished her senior. Upon hearing her resolute words, he halted abruptly, his hands suspended mid-air. The anger that once graced his face swiftly ebbed away, replaced by a flicker of panic and fear. With a fierce glare, Mi Wanwan seized her senior's arm and led him away without uttering another word. Throughout their departure from Su Yi's courtyard, her senior kept his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, obediently trailing behind her. Once they had vacated Su Yi's residence, Mi Wanwan turned to her senior, her gaze piercing as she inquired, "What on earth is wrong with you? Did we not come to an agreement?" However, the previously infallible method she had employed now proved futile. Rather than retreating, her senior glared back at her, demanding, "Sister, speak the truth. Have you been wronged by that old man?" Taken aback by his sudden aggression, Mi Wanwan's eyes flashed with indignation. "What are you babbling about?" Yet her senior remained unyielding, his skepticism deepening. "Sister, do not deceive me. When you emerged from his chamber, your attire was disheveled, and your complexion was flushed." As he spoke, his voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He was steadfast in his belief that Su Yi had committed an egregious act against Mi Wanwan. "Sister, I cannot believe you would doubt me." "Very well, here," she declared, producing a flawless qi-gathering pill that Su Yi had bestowed upon her. As her senior beheld the radiant pill in her hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. The sorrow and doubt on his face replaced with sheer shock. "Is this truly what that old man gave you?" His voice quivered as he reached out to grasp the pill. However, Mi Wanwan withdrew her hand. "This is a flawless qi-gathering pill. You must understand its rarity. Should you take it, we will be even, and we shall owe each other nothing henceforth." Upon hearing her words, her senior hesitated. His hand hovered in indecision, torn between advancing and retreating, his eyes reflecting an internal struggle. The value of this flawless qi-gathering pill was beyond measure. It was a coveted treasure for any cultivator. Its worth undoubtedly surpassed the 2 years he had devoted to Mi Wanwan. With this pill, he could effortlessly break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, a single step forward could lead to rapid advancement. Once he achieved his goals, any woman would be within his reach. Moreover, given Mi Wanwan's current state, it was evident that she had been compromised. His own unattainable ideal was now lost to him. Thus, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, his yearning for the pill intensified, and reason was consumed entirely. Resolute, he decided to abandon pretense. He would do whatever it took to acquire the coveted qi-gathering pill. However, upon acquiring the elixir, he resolved to indulge in the pursuit of his long-desired white moonlight. If that decrepit old man could engage in such frivolities, why should he be any different? Malevolent thoughts surged within the elder brother's heart, and his gaze toward Mi Wanwan grew increasingly fierce, as if he were on the verge of devouring her whole. "Haha, junior sister, must you be so heartless? Given our bond, how could a single elixir suffice?" As he spoke, he began to circle Mi Wanwan slowly. With a sinister grin, he advanced toward her, his hands rubbing together ominously. "Senior brother, what are you planning to do?" Mi Wanwan observed her once compliant senior brother, now feeling as though he had transformed into a different person entirely. "What am I planning?" "Haha, junior sister, I have invested so much for you, and you intend to dismiss me with merely one elixir?" Seeing the twisted expression on her senior brother's face, Mi Wanwan sensed something was amiss. Senior brother, please calm down. If you feel one elixir is insufficient, I can ask for another. Would 2 be acceptable?" She feigned composure, her voice trembling slightly, attempting to pacify her increasingly unhinged senior brother. As she spoke, she subtly retreated, her gaze warily tracking his every movement. "2. That old fool truly dotes on you. Have you been serving him well?" The elder brother's voice became ever more sinister, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring Mi Wanwan whole. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing her wrist with a grip that dug his nails deep into her flesh, simultaneously sealing her meridians with his spiritual energy. I have sacrificed so much for you, only to find you consorting with that old man, and you wish to placate me with an elixir? It won't be that simple. Pain coursed through Mi Wanwan, momentarily etched on her face, yet she mustered the strength to respond. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I assure you, there is nothing between Su senior brother and me. Please let me go, and we can discuss this calmly. She struggled against his grip, but he was far stronger, both in spiritual power and physical strength, rendering her efforts futile. Let you go? Humph. He scoffed, tightening his hold. Even if you offered me 10 elixirs today, I would still wish to sample your essence. As he spoke, he began to violently tear at Mi Wanwan's garments. Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in terror, desperately writhing to escape his grasp, repeatedly imploring, Senior brother, please come to your senses. You cannot do this. Yet, he showed no signs of restraint. Consumed by madness and possessiveness, his actions growing more frantic. Why, that old fool you are willing to serve, and when it comes to me, you feign superiority. Tears streamed down Mi Wanwan's face as she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. With each article of clothing that fell away, regret washed over her. She lamented having ever entangled herself with her senior brother. One should never exploit another's feelings for personal gain, nor underestimate the madness that jealousy and desire can incite. It was presumed that one could manipulate him effortlessly, treating him as a mere servant at their beck and call. Yet now, it is oneself who finds entangled in a dire predicament. This is the terrifying aspect of those who are inherently honest. They do not lack the capacity for resistance, but rather have not been pushed to the brink. Now, the senior brother, blinded by jealousy and desire, has completely disregarded their past camaraderie. Mi Wanwan's attempts at defiance appear increasingly futile against his growing brutality, as despair surges like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her. Chapter 27. The demise of a servile heart with a sharp rip. The last vestige of clothing on Mi Wanwan was torn away, exposing her delicate form. The senior brother was captivated by the sight before him, his grip trembling as he clutched her hand. Such beauty was about to be his possession. He felt that one hand was insufficient to contain this exquisite treasure. As one hand loosened its hold on her wrist, Mi Wanwan, having regained her spiritual energy in an instant, swiftly drew a hairpin and thrust it towards his temple. The hairpin glinted dangerously, infused with her fury and resolve. Aimed with precision at his temple, lost in the haze of desire, the senior brother's gaze was vacant, completely oblivious to her capacity for resistance until the sharp tip of the pin nearly grazed his skin. It was only then that he snapped back to reality, instinctively turning his head to evade the strike. The hairpin grazed his temple, slicing through his skin and leaving a slender trail of crimson. A sudden crack echoed as he regained his senses, delivering a fierce slap to Mi Wanwan, his eyes bloodshot with a frenzied amalgamation of rage and desire. The force of his blow, fueled by his uncontrolled emotions, was immense. Mi Wanwan could not evade in time. Her cheek instantly swelled, a vivid imprint of his hand blossoming upon her fair skin. You wretched creature, he roared, his voice hoarse from fury. How dare you defy me? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. With that, disregarding the blood still seeping from his temple, he lunged at her once more, hands outstretched as if to consume her whole. Fear coursed through Mi Wanwan, yet her instinct for survival compelled her to endure. As she sidestepped to avoid his grasp, she seized the moment to strike at his head with the hairpin. The senior brother regarded Mi Wanwan's attack with a smirk of derision, perceiving her as a mere cornered beast fighting for survival. Even with her restored spiritual energy, her mere cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement would scarcely stir the waters. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he allowed the hairpin to approach, even leaning forward as if to silently provoke her. Mi Wanwan was acutely aware that she was utterly powerless against her senior brother. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, she could not remain passive. Fully aware that her imminent assault would bear no fruit, she gritted her teeth and channeled all her spiritual energy into her hairpin. Under her empowering force, the hairpin radiated an eerie glow as it lunged towards her senior brother's head. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Mi Wanwan felt as though her hairpin had been forcefully propelled by an unseen force, swiftly piercing into her senior brother's skull. His smile froze in an instant. His eyes widened in terror, the madness and pride that once inhabited them replaced by sheer horror. His body stiffened abruptly, and his hands instinctively reached for the hairpin. But his arms fell limp, trembling fingers unable to even graze the object. How is this possible? Her senior brother's voice trembled faintly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His legs buckled, gradually toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Mi Wanwan stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events, her hands still poised as if to strike. The tip of the hairpin glimmered coldly in the dying light of the sunset, its shaft now deeply embedded within her senior brother's head. Did I kill him? Mi Wanwan murmured, disbelief and profound dread lacing her voice. As a cultivator, one would expect such acts of killing to be commonplace, considering the brutal reality of the cultivation world where life and death are frequent occurrences. However, the sect's rules against disciples harming one another were exceedingly strict. Should such an act be discovered, the lightest punishment would be the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. In severe cases, execution could ensue. Each month, disciples were executed within the Tianxin Sect. Ah, junior sister, you've killed senior brother? This is a grave breach of sect rules. Su Yi's voice suddenly pierced the air behind Mi Wanwan. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, she felt as though struck by lightning, her body shuddering as she turned in terror. Su Yi approached, his face a mask of shock, eyes wide as he took in the scene. A fleeting glance at her senior brother's lifeless body was followed by an astonished gaze directed at Mi Wanwan. Oh, junior sister, what shall we do now? How could you have done this to senior brother? He paused, expressing deep anguish. The sect's regulations are stringent, and the crime of murdering a fellow disciple is one you cannot bear. As he spoke, he shook his head in dismay, his eyes fixed intently on the shifting expressions on Mi Wanwan's face. Su Yi, I was left with no choice. He intended to harm me, and I had no alternative. Mi Wanwan's voice trembled, panic and helplessness written across her features as she attempted to explain to Su Yi. Yet her words faltered, becoming stammering fragments. Su Yi stepped closer, casting a sweeping glance at her senior brother's corpse before turning his gaze back to Mi Wanwan. Left with no choice? Junior sister, the sect's rules do not consider your circumstances. Killing a fellow disciple is a serious offense. He paused for a moment, a smile of subtle significance gracing his face. However, dear junior sister, do not be overly concerned. There is still room for negotiation. A flicker of joy illuminated Mi Wanwan's eyes as a glimmer of hope surged within her. She hastily inquired, Brother Su, do you have a way to assist me? I am willing to do anything to escape this calamity. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized their impropriety, yet at this juncture, she could not afford to dwell on such matters. Junior sister, those are your words. Do not retract them later, Su Yi remarked, feigning a lecherous gaze as he scrutinized Mi Wanwan. Brother Su, please refrain from jesting and think of a solution, she implored, her eyes glistening with tears and an air of vulnerability. In truth, Su Yi had been lurking nearby, only intervening at the last moment to rescue Mi Wanwan. Initially, he had intended to use this tactic to manipulate her. However, upon witnessing his brother's pitiful demise, Su Yi resolved to adopt a different approach. It was preferable for Mi Wanwan to yield willingly, sparing himself from following in his brother's unfortunate footsteps. With this thought in mind, Su Yi casually cast a fireball spell upon his brother's remains. The method was simple, obliterate the evidence. As Mi Wanwan gazed at the burning corpse, a wave of dread washed over her, mingled with surprise at Su Yi's actions. Brother Su, what are you doing? She uttered, bewildered. Su Yi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, do not fear. As long as the body is gone, no one will know you were responsible. I do this to prevent you from being implicated by such scum. At that moment, Mi Wanwan's affection for him surged, her feelings toward him deepening. However, the next instant, an awkward scene unfolded. The fireball he had carelessly cast upon his brother's body extinguished itself. Chapter 28. The Overbearing Sword Immortal. The fireball spell proved to be somewhat underwhelming, merely singeing a small portion of the corpse. Gazing at the disfigured remains, Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Given the power he had just wielded, even a dozen attempts might not suffice to incinerate the body completely. This was indeed a rather embarrassing predicament. Attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, Su Yi cleared his throat and remarked, Ahem, this fireball spell may be a tad weak, but fear not, I possess other methods. With that, he accessed his attributes panel and promptly elevated the fireball spell to level 8. In an instant, a surge of immense fire energy coalesced in his palm, the searing heat distorting the air around him. He casually hurled the fireball onto his brother's remains. This 8th level fireball appeared unremarkable, devoid of tumultuous flames or engulfing heat waves, and even emitted no sound. Yet, upon making contact with the corpse, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The body ignited instantaneously, as if touched by an invisible and potent force. There was no gradual process of burning. It simply transformed into ash, scattering with the wind, leaving the ground immaculate, as though no corpse had ever existed there. Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Not only was she taken aback, but even Su Yi, the subject of the incident, was thoroughly startled. He stood there with his mouth open, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing with thoughts. Just a mere 3-level increase, and the power is already so astounding. Surely, Even someone at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation might struggle to withstand such a formidable fireball technique. With a sense of overwhelming admiration, Mi Wanwan was the first to regain her composure. She promptly stepped forward and embraced Su Yi's arm, her voice still tinged with lingering trepidation. "Senior brother Su, you are incredible. You truly frightened me just now." She clung tightly to him, her body trembling slightly. As Su Yi felt the warmth emanating from Mi Wanwan, he was surprised to discover that his unintentional display of strength had significantly elevated her fondness for him. Upon checking her affinity level, he was astonished to find it had soared to an impressive 80 points. It was astonishing how easily this affection could be garnered. He hadn't even done much, and her fondness had already matched that of Luo Yao. He gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. "It's okay now. I'm here with you. Your senior brother has turned to ashes, so no one will know. But will this truly be fine? Won't anyone investigate?" Mi Wanwan's voice carried a hint of concern as she looked up at Su Yi, her eyes brimming with unease. "Rest assured, there will be no issues. If you don't mention it, I won't either. No one will be the wiser. Besides, as an outer disciple, they won't scrutinize things too closely." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. However, the truth was quite the opposite. The mystical techniques of the immortal realm were unfathomable, and those skilled in tracking and investigative arts could certainly uncover the truth if they set their minds to it. Yet, Su Yi, who had lived for a century, understood a crucial principle. All regulations serve to restrain ordinary individuals. But who was Su Yi? He was a man endowed with a system far from ordinary. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Mi Wanwan nodded slightly. Her worries alleviated, and she felt a wave of calm wash over her. She looked up at him with gratitude. And to her, Su Yi's aged face appeared significantly more handsome, with her fondness now at 85 points. Su Yi decided to seize the moment and strive to elevate her affection to a perfect 100. He sensed that reaching this pinnacle might bring about unexpected changes. With that thought in mind, he took Mi Wanwan's hand and declared, "Come, junior sister, let me present you with a grand treasure to ease your shock." Instantly, a blush crept onto Mi Wanwan's cheeks as she allowed Su Yi to lead her, her heart fluttering with both shyness and curiosity. He hurriedly guided her towards his room. And along the way, Mi Wanwan pondered what this so-called grand treasure could be. Upon entering the room, Su Yi produced 2 elixirs from his possession, 1 flawless-grade pulse protection pill and 1 flawless-grade qi-gathering pill. The moment Mi Wanwan laid eyes on the 2 elixirs, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with joy. Meanwhile, she secretly mused, "Humph. It seems yet another infatuated fool has been captivated by my beauty." With a favorability score of 10, Su Yi, who was about to present a medicinal pill to Mi Wanwan, was momentarily taken aback. Was there a mistake? Could it truly be wrong to offer a gift? Su Yi found himself perplexed. He reconsidered, retracting the pill, realizing that if giving gifts would affect his favorability, he would refrain from doing so. "Junior sister, please protect me while I absorb this medicinal pill." Having said that, Su Yi casually consumed the pill, settling into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. "Humph, I shall lower your favorability, infuriating you in the process." Mi Wanwan stared in disbelief at the cultivating Su Yi. What did this mean? Wasn't he supposed to bestow upon her this precious treasure? Why was he consuming it himself? Was he mocking her? Her astonishment swiftly morphed into a raging fury, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palms. "Su Yi, you deceitful scoundrel." She silently fumed, yet refrained from raising her voice for fear of disturbing his meditation. She could only remain in place, anxious, her lovely face flushed with indignation. Was he flaunting it before her, deriving amusement from her longing gaze? All men are unworthy, especially this older man. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Feeling deeply insulted, just as she was about to storm out, the scene of Su Yi wielding the fireball technique flashed in her mind. That seemingly unimpressive technique, under Su Yi's command, exuded tremendous power. Furthermore, there was the time he had touched her, and she had instinctively grasped the mysteries of the cultivation method. The more she contemplated, the more enigmatic Su Yi appeared. Her gaze wandered to him, seated cross-legged and engrossed in his practice. Her curiosity blossomed like an unruly vine. To concoct flawless pills, wield fireballs of such might, and aid in my comprehension of techniques, Mi Wanwan murmured to herself. Her anger and grievance quietly supplanted by a profound curiosity. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a formidable being? The thought widened her eyes. Yes, he must be a transcendent entity reborn. Only such beings wield such extraordinary powers. Was he perhaps a domineering sword immortal in his past life? Mi Wanwan recalled the book she had read. The dominant sword immortal fell for me. Glancing at Su Yi's aged visage, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, Su Yi broke through, successfully reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement. A surge of spiritual energy rippled around him, causing the very air in the room to tremble slightly. Mi Wanwan, Jolted back to reality by this sudden influx of power, instinctively glanced at Su Yi, only to see his previously dull eyes now shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The aura surrounding him underwent a profound transformation, subtly emanating a sharp and formidable presence, akin to the initial brilliance of a sword immortal depicted in literature. With a favorability rating of 20, Chapter 29 reached a staggering 100. At this moment, Su Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. It was entirely reasonable for him to break through using the flawless quality Qi-gathering pill. Yet, how was it that a mere breakthrough had propelled his favorability to an astonishing 95? He gazed at Mi Wanwan with astonishment, eager to discern the cause of her overwhelming reaction. There she stood, her eyes ablaze with admiration and reverence, as if he were the most remarkable individual in existence. Was she infatuated? How curious it was for her to be enamored with an elderly man. Glancing at the favorability rating, he noted that it was merely 5 points shy of 100. Determined to experiment further, Su Yi retrieved another flawless quality Qi-gathering pill and presented it to Mi Wanwan. "Junior sister, I offer you this pill, and I kindly ask that you safeguard me." Mi Wanwan stared at the pill in his hand, momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. A look of realization crossed her face, and a smile began to grace her lips, imbued with certainty and joy as she extended her hands to accept the pill. "Senior brother, I knew you possessed profound intentions," she said softly, her tone laced with the pride of having validated her suspicions. With a chime, the system announced that the character's favorability had reached its maximum, automatically generating 1,000 experience points daily for the host. At this juncture, Su Yi had lost interest in pondering Mi Wanwan's odd behavior. He was captivated by the newly unveiled capability of the system. According to the recent notification, he had evidently bound himself to Mi Wanwan. This meant that from this day forth, he would receive 1,000 experience points daily without any effort on his part. Initially, he perceived this ability as somewhat trivial. Why not simply acquire experience points directly when they were needed? However, upon further reflection, Su Yi recognized the wisdom in the system's consideration. What if there were no beautiful women nearby? Understanding this, he felt a newfound appreciation for Mi Wanwan, who now served as a reliable source of his experience points. Rising to his feet amidst Mi Wanwan's astonished gasp, he embraced her warmly. "Junior sister, let me assist you in elevating your state of mind." Indeed, a favorability rating at maximum was not to be taken lightly. In that instant of embrace, Mi Wanwan's body initially stiffened, only to gradually relax. A blush blooming across her cheeks, she ceased to resist, allowing Su Yi to proceed as he wished. 3 minutes later, Su Yi halted his actions, gazing down at Mi Wanwan, who was exhaling softly, her cheeks flushed, eyelids gently closed, and long lashes trembling. Her demeanor, one of surrender, stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Yet, despite his intentions, he felt somewhat powerless. With a sigh, Su Yi released Mi Wanwan and rose to his feet, saying, "Junior sister, you may continue your cultivation here. I shall refine some elixirs." Without waiting for her response, he strode towards the exit. Upon arriving at Luo Yao's chamber, he observed that the young lady was seated in meditation. With the elixirs provided by Su Yi, she no longer needed to take risks by venturing out for tasks. Su Yi sensed that this young girl harbored secrets, yet he remained indifferent. As long as he could accumulate experience points, he would not hesitate to confront a golden core cultivator. The thought of golden core practitioners led him to reminisce about Miaoyu, causing him to inwardly lament. Had it not been for that troublesome woman, he could have already surrendered a flawless elixir to gain the sect's favor. In that case, he could have dealt with anyone, including Zhao Feng and Zhou Mingyuan, as he pleased. With these thoughts, Su Yi made his way to the alchemy room. For the next 3 days, he devoted himself to both alchemy and cultivation, leading a tranquil existence. Naturally, he diligently accumulated experience each day. On this particular day, Su Yi finally gathered 5,000 experience points. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he gazed at his attribute panel, noting the mere year of life remaining. Life expectancy had always loomed over him like a sword. Now that he had sufficient experience points, today marked the moment he would transcend his 1-year limit. He focused his thoughts and clicked on the nourishing technique, instantly consuming 5,000 experience points to elevate it to level 10. In that instant, a warm current surged from his dantian, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Once the energy entered his dantian, it transformed through the nourishing technique into gentle life force, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. He felt every meridian in his body revitalized by this warm flow, brimming with vigor. The muscles that had grown slightly rigid with age began to regain their elasticity. After circulating through a complete cycle, the technique did not heed Su Yi's command to halt, continuing its rapid operation. He immediately recognized this as a sign of breakthrough. Su Yi steadied his mind and endeavored to guide this power. Moments later, a faint, muffled sound resonated within him, akin to the shattering of solid ice and the breaking of shackles. His aura transformed dramatically. The previously subdued life energy now surged like a blazing fire. Su Yi opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous spiritual power and vibrant life force within him, murmuring in astonishment. I have indeed broken through. He then accessed his attribute panel to check his status. Host, Su Yi. Gender, male. Age, 119, 130. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 6th layer. Talent, inferior skill, health preservation technique, level 10, 010000. Art, 7-star step, level 5, 120200. Fireball technique, level 8, 02000. Aurora sword technique, level 5, 80,200. Finger flick technique, level 5, 186200. Disguise technique, level 7, 01000. Heavenly eye, level 1, 010. Telekinesis, level 5, 0200. Invisibility technique, level 1, 010. Conceal spirit breathing technique, level 6, 0500. Spirit gathering body refinement technique, level 9, 526, 5000. Alchemy. Qi gathering pill, level 3, 3250. Qi recovery pill, max level. Pulse protection pill, max level. Spirit restoration pill, max level. Experience points, 2637. Observing his lifespan, which had finally surpassed a decade, Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. No longer would he need to fret over the brevity of his life. He had now acquired the ability to concoct Qi-gathering pills of flawless quality. After all, with just a year's time, he felt confident he could establish his foundation. With a refreshed spirit, Su Yi rose and cast a glance at Luo Yao, whose complexion was flushed on the bed. Over the past 3 days, he had employed numerous methods to cultivate their relationship, yet her affection level remained stagnant at 85. Neither increasing nor decreasing. Despite his efforts to treat her well, her feelings did not grow, nor did they wane when he intentionally challenged her. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Yi thought wistfully that perhaps being a green tea was preferable. Junior sister, I am off to practice alchemy. Do take care and cultivate at home. He shook his head and strode towards the door. During these 3 days, he had devoted most of his time to nurturing their bond, significantly reducing his alchemical endeavors. Now, he had to sustain 2 experience packages. Alas, this was the rhythm of a 996-work schedule. As he internally lamented, he began altering his appearance. He had not forgotten about that golden core master, Miaoyu. Su Yi felt that if she were to find him, she would surely imprison him to comprehend her techniques. After transforming his appearance, he hastened towards the alchemy chamber. However, upon arrival, he encountered an unexpected situation. What? There are no spiritual herbs for concocting Qi-gathering pills? Su Yi gazed incredulously at the duty elder. Although the Heavenly Heart sect was a third-rate sect, it still boasted golden core experts. It was hard to believe that they lacked even the basic herbs for such a fundamental elixir. Brother, you must be jesting. The duty elder wore a resigned expression. Junior brother Su, to be candid, not only are we out of the herbs for Qi-gathering pills, but our storeroom is also running low on various commonly used herbs. The alchemists from each peak are quite distressed over this matter. Su Yi furrowed his brow deeply, as he had intended to swiftly enhance his power through the concoction of Qi-gathering pills. Now, with the critical materials cut off, his plans had abruptly come to a standstill. Had some unforeseen event befallen the sect? How could they have suddenly become so impoverished? With a perplexed expression, Su Yi anxiously questioned his senior brother on duty. It is indeed strange, recently, the markets outside have been fervently acquiring items related to Qi refinement stage cultivators for reasons unknown. The senior brother sighed and continued, stating that disciples sent by our sect to procure goods from the market can only bring back a meager amount of supplies, which utterly fails to meet the sect's demands. The notion of hoarding for profit flickered in Su Yi's mind upon hearing his brother's words, yet he swiftly dismissed it. In the realm of cultivation, employing such tactics requires formidable strength and influence as a foundation. However, the resources available to Qi refinement stage cultivators are relatively limited. Even forces of some standing would not deem these paltry gains worth the effort of such elaborate schemes. Deprived of spiritual herbs, Su Yi reluctantly departed from the alchemy chamber. Upon returning to his residence, he refrained from disturbing the 2 experienced practitioners engrossed in their cultivation. He settled cross-legged upon a mat and entered a meditative state. After circulating his technique for merely 1 small cycle, Su Yi opened his eyes, having experienced the rapid cultivation speed afforded by the flawless gathering Qi pill. He found it intolerable to endure the sluggish pace devoid of such assistance. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, he pondered the possibility of descending the mountain to visit the market. However, he quickly extinguished this thought, sensing that the outside world remained perilously dangerous. Since entering the Tianxin Sect, he had ventured out twice, both times narrowly escaping death. Since then, Su Yi had only undertaken tasks that did not require leaving the sect. The century he spent without breaking through to the third layer of qi refinement was largely attributable to this caution. The rewards for tasks devoid of danger were exceedingly scant, and without resources, Su Yi's life became increasingly strained, making his cultivation journey all the more arduous. Now, with the system's assistance, he was even less inclined to take risks. Reluctantly, Su Yi settled down once more to continue his cultivation. Thus, 2 more days passed. Throughout this time, Su Yi visited the alchemy chamber daily to inquire about the situation, only to receive grim news. The prices for qi refinement items in the market had soared even higher. Unable to tolerate the glacial pace of his cultivation any longer, Su Yi found himself contemplating yet again the idea of descending the mountain to the market. Seated cross-legged on the mat, he immersed himself in studying the techniques he had cultivated. Previously preoccupied with concerns over his lifespan, he had devoted his experience points to alchemy and health-preserving methods. With the decision to venture outside, Su Yi resolved to elevate his technique levels. The potency of the fireball technique from his last encounter remained vividly etched in his memory. However, he recognized that the fireball technique held limited utility in battle. No matter how powerful it would be futile if it failed to strike an opponent. Su Yi understood that in actual combat, precise strikes and agile positioning were equally paramount. Thus, he shifted his focus to the 7-star steps. This arcane technique enables him to move swiftly in combat, not only allowing him to evade enemy attacks, but also to seek the most opportune moments to strike. Su Yi expended over 1,000 experience points to elevate the 7-star step to the 8th level. Instantly, a torrent of profound information flooded into his mind. He closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as a myriad of stars flickered and transformed within his consciousness. This information was not merely a simple textual explanation. It manifested as vivid and dynamic imagery, intricately depicting the exquisite evolution of the 7-star step from its rudimentary form to the 8th level. As Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, they sparkled with excitement and contemplation. Rising to his feet, he endeavored to execute the newly comprehended 7-star step within the confines of the room. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, but after a few steps, his speed gradually intensified. In the blink of an eye, he darted from one end of the room to the other, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. The 8th level 7-star step was indeed formidable. Su Yi murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. The consumption of spiritual energy seemed rather exaggerated. After just a few back-and-forth movements, nearly a third of his energy had been depleted. This expenditure of spiritual energy, even if it grants an initial advantage in battle, could lead to dire straits due to insufficiency. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Su Yi still possessed a considerable number of flawless quality rejuvenating pills. He settled back into a meditative posture, contemplating the next phase of his training, offensive techniques. Rubbing his chin, he fell into deep thought. The fireball technique was indeed powerful, yet it was notoriously difficult to land, clearly not the optimal choice. While the Aurora sword technique boasted strength, it lacked explosive force, missing that decisive lethality. Su Yi examined his attribute panel and ultimately focused on the finger flick technique. This technique resembled a fusion of the finger of God and the 6 meridian sword, allowing him to inflict harm without relying on external forces by condensing spiritual energy into a finger strike. Moreover, this technique was formless and colorless, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to detect in advance. The only drawback was its relatively low power. Casually, Su Yi employed the finger flick technique, and a faint stream of spiritual energy shot forth from his fingertip, accurately striking the wooden door within the room, leaving only a shallow dent on its surface. The force was indeed rather underwhelming. He had initially chosen to practice this technique due to its simplicity and ease of understanding, but its affordability was perhaps the most compelling factor. Deciding to upgrade this technique, Su Yi hoped it would provide a similar shock as the fireball technique had. He directly elevated the finger flick technique to the 8th level. Instantly, a surge of information poured into his mind, akin to the experience with the 7-star step. Moments later, he assimilated the incoming knowledge. Raising his hand to observe his fingertip, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Following the newly acquired techniques, he channeled his spiritual energy, this time condensing it into a more solidified orb of power. Though its size remained unchanged, it exuded an aura distinctly different from before. Su Yi aimed at the wooden door and gently flicked his fingers. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth like an invisible arrow, much faster than before. The spiritual force struck the door with a muffled thud, creating a shallow dent. Disappointed, Su Yi shook his head at the sight of the indentation. Although the power had significantly increased, it still fell short of his expectation to defeat his opponent with a single strike. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi upgraded the flicking technique to level 9. In an instant, a torrent of profound energy surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him with a flood of information. A sharp pain throbbed in his head. He instinctively cradled it with both hands, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. What the hell is happening? He shouted inwardly. The onslaught of information surged like an invisible flood, wreaking havoc in his mind. His low realm made his consciousness neither broad nor stable enough to withstand such a deluge. It felt as if his head might burst. The pain was unbearable. Clutching his head, sweat streamed down his brow. Within his consciousness, various pieces of information regarding the level 9 flicking technique intertwined chaotically. The intricate pathways of spiritual energy and enigmatic runes caused his mind to collide and struggle within the chaos. I must regain my composure. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, focusing all his mental energy to untangle the disordered information. He strove to calm his thoughts, and gradually, he began to discern the threads of information. As his understanding deepened, the throbbing in his mind began to subside. The once chaotic information started to organize itself under his diligent effort. When the final strand of information was successfully unraveled, slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze reflected a joy akin to that of one who had escaped calamity. Phew, that was close. I nearly teetered on the brink of madness. It seems I must refrain from hastily upgrading my techniques in the future. He sighed deeply, still haunted by the recent ordeal. He sensed that his mind was now brimming with information. If he wished to accommodate more, he would need to enhance his consciousness. Until then, he vowed never to upgrade any technique again. Not just techniques, but all systems capable of advancement must pause for now. Sui stretched his somewhat stiff body and glanced at his hands, which still trembled slightly, the lingering effects of the intense pain in his consciousness. After a brief moment of calming, once his hands ceased to quiver, he eagerly employed the flicking technique once more. Having endured such considerable suffering, one would hope for a modicum of efficacy. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet his eyes still held a glimmer of anticipation. He once again channeled his spiritual energy. This time, the flow of energy within him was markedly smoother, seemingly invigorated by previous tempering. The energy swiftly gathered at his fingertips, forming a more solidified manifestation of spiritual force than before. Aimed at a stone table not far away, he lightly flicked his finger. In an instant, an invisible force, akin to an unseen blade, sliced through the air, racing towards the stone table. The once stout and formidable surface of the table was effortlessly pierced, as if it were but soft tofu. A flawlessly smooth circular hole appeared, its edges neat and devoid of any cracks or debris. This circular aperture penetrated the entire table, revealing the scene from the opposite side with clarity. Although the table did not shatter into pieces, the precision of the penetration starkly showcased the terrifying might of the 9th-level flicking finger technique. Sui gazed at the pierced table, his heart brimming with astonishment and delight. He murmured to himself, "Is this truly the flicking finger technique? I wonder if a Foundation establishment cultivator could withstand such an assault. Perhaps I should find one to test it." After entertaining this bold notion, he quickly shook his head. Better not. If something were to go awry, who would he turn to for justification? Thus, he abandoned the audacious idea. With both the 7-star steps and the flicking finger technique as his trump cards, Sui felt significantly more confident about heading to the marketplace. He adjusted his attire, tightening the pouch of his storage bag. Utilizing the concealment of spiritual presence technique, he suppressed his aura to that of a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator. He then employed a transformation spell to alter his appearance, assuming the guise of a weathered middle-aged man. Without disturbing the 2 experienced cultivators who were in seclusion, he set forth, traversing the winding mountain path downwards. As Sui made his way, he contemplated the potential scenarios that might arise in the marketplace and devised strategies for various unforeseen circumstances. After a substantial passage of time, he finally arrived at the entrance of the bustling marketplace at the foot of the mountain. The marketplace was a vibrant spectacle. Under the sunlight, stalls were densely arranged. Shouts and haggling echoed in a chorus, showcasing an array of enchanting cultivation items. In truth, a visit to the marketplace would not be as perilous as Sui had imagined. His previous excursions had involved missions, which naturally entailed danger. Sui gradually stepped into the marketplace, his gaze flitting among the various stalls. He bypassed the chaotic assortment of artifacts and talismans, making his way directly to a stall selling spiritual herbs. The stallkeeper, a dark-complexioned middle-aged man, sat idly on a low stool, fiddling with several sprigs of spiritual grass. The stall was replete with a diverse selection of herbs, each exuding a unique fragrance. Sui surveyed the surroundings only to discover an array of rather mundane spiritual herbs. Failing to locate the crucial elixir he desperately sought. "Shopkeeper, do you have blue leaf spiritual grass or crimson flame grass?" he inquired. The middle-aged man raised his gaze to scrutinize Sui, breaking into a grin that revealed a set of uneven yellow teeth. "My friend, The spiritual herbs required for crafting the chi-gathering pill are not available at the stalls outside, he replied, gesturing inwardly. If you seek those herbs, it would be best to venture inside. Following the direction indicated by the shopkeeper, Su Yi's eyes fell upon a grand and ornately adorned pavilion nestled deep within the marketplace. It emanated a subtle aura of spiritual energy, suggesting its remarkable nature. Thank you for your guidance. May I ask what lies within? Su Yi expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yi with surprise. Are you perhaps new to this marketplace? That is the Spirit Essence Pavilion, quite renowned in this area. They sell elixirs, magical treasures, and spiritual herbs. Surely, the herbs you seek can be found there. A wave of joy surged within Su Yi as he expressed his sincere thanks once more and made his way towards the Spirit Essence Pavilion. The closer he approached, the more extraordinary the pavilion appeared. It stood 2 stories high, adorned with exquisite runes, emitting a faint yet enchanting aura. On either side of the grand entrance stood imposing stone beasts, their countenance exuding an air of authority. Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yi was enveloped by a rich essence of spiritual energy, prompting him to take a deep breath, which filled him with exhilaration. The interior was tastefully arranged, with smooth bluestone flooring and walls adorned with illustrations of spiritual herbs. A dozen wooden counters were placed in the main hall, behind which stood lovely female attendants clad in simple linen attire. Approaching a petite and charmingly sweet-faced attendant, Su Yi politely clasped his hands and inquired, Miss, I have heard that your esteemed pavilion offers rare spiritual herbs for sale, including blue leaf spiritual grass and crimson flame grass. Might you have them in stock? The attendant responded with a delightful smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons, truly enchanting. Just as she prepared to speak, however, she was interrupted by a more voluptuous attendant adorned in vibrant attire, who cast a sideways glance at Su Yi, her eyes brimming with arrogance. We have all the herbs you seek, but can you afford them? Chapter 32. The store's repression of customers. Su Yi frowned at the curvaceous attendant, a wave of annoyance surging within him. With a casual flick of his hand, hundreds of spirit stones cascaded from his storage bag, soaring through the air in a graceful arc towards the attendant. Infusing a hint of hidden strength into the thrown stones, the attendant had no time to evade. She instinctively raised her arm to shield her head, letting out a cry of dismay. The spirit stones rained down upon her, causing her eyes to well with tears from the pain. Staggering backward, she fell clumsily to the ground, her appearance one of utter disarray. The surrounding customers gasped in shock at this unexpected turn of events, casting bewildered glances. The other attendants wore expressions of fear, not daring to utter a sound. The once lively Lin Qingxuan pavilion has now fallen into a profound silence, pierced only by the pained gasps of the female shop assistant. Su Yi's gaze turned icy, fixated on the plump woman who had collapsed to the ground, and he demanded loudly, Do you believe these spirit stones are sufficient to purchase the chi and grass? The shop assistant, her features distorted by agony, tears streaming down her face, lowered her eyes to the scattered spirit stones. After a brief count, she noted the mere hundreds of stones, and a flicker of derision crossed her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, with such a meager amount of spirit stones. What audacity, you have to act so imposing. You dare to threaten me? Just wait. Without waiting for Su Yi's response, she turned and ascended to the second floor. Su Yi, momentarily taken aback by her words, pondered, Is a little over 100 spirit stones insufficient for purchasing the elixir? Before the price hike, these 2 medicinal herbs would have only cost a mere 20 spirit stones. Even now, surely 100 stones would suffice, if not more. Observing the shop assistant striding assertively towards the upper floor, he suspected that she was calling for reinforcements. Doubts began to fester within him. Could it be that Lin Qingxuan pavilion harbored some hidden schemes? At that moment, a petite and charming shop assistant whispered to Su Yi, Sir, it would be wise for you to leave quickly. The second manager will make things difficult for you when he arrives. Her eyes brimmed with concern as she anxiously bit her lip, glancing repeatedly towards the staircase, fearful of the second manager's sudden appearance. Su Yi felt an immediate fondness for this delicate shop assistant and smiled gently. You are truly kind-hearted. However, he forgot that his current appearance resembled that of a middle-aged man, making his expression seem rather lecherous. The sweet shop assistant, noticing this, exhibited a fleeting look of discomfort and instinctively took a step back, her previous worry now tinged with caution. At that moment, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. The second manager, clad in a black robe that rustled with each stride, descended rapidly, accompanied by the corpulent female shop assistant. His expression was dark, and his eyes glinted like cold stars, locking onto Su Yi with a piercing gaze. Impudent rogue, wreaking havoc in my Lin Qingxuan pavilion and injuring my staff. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall ensure that you do not leave unscathed. Upon hearing the second manager's words, Su Yi's expression soured. It appeared he was yet another unreasonable individual. Assessing the second manager's cultivation level, he discerned it to be at the 8th layer of qi refinement. With this confirmation, a sense of ease washed over him. He performed the 7-star step, swiftly appearing before the second manager and, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, delivered a sudden slap across his left cheek. The sound of the slap resonated sharply in the quiet Lin Qingxuan pavilion, startlingly loud. Instantly, the second manager's left cheek swelled, 5 distinct finger marks imprinted upon his skin. He was struck so forcefully that he spun around in place, staggering a few steps before managing to regain his balance. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide and faces etched with incredulity. No one anticipated that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man would exhibit such audacity, confronting a formidable figure, the second manager of Lin Qingxuan Pavilion, who had reached the 8th level of qi refining. Moreover, he had rendered the manager so utterly disheveled with a single slap. The plump female clerk, who had initially hidden behind the manager, turned pale upon witnessing the humiliation inflicted upon him and instinctively shrieked, "How dare you strike the second manager? You are doomed." Her voice, sharp and trembling, echoed within the confines of Lin Qingxuan Pavilion. Once the second manager steadied himself, his face oscillated between shades of green and white. His fury reaching its zenith, he abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Su Yi, and bellowed, "You audacious fool! How dare you humiliate me so? Today, I shall ensure your utter dismemberment." With that, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his spiritual energy surging violently around him. The once dimly lit Lin Qingxuan Pavilion was instantly illuminated by the brilliance of his unleashed spiritual power, causing the surrounding air to warp under its ferocity. Yet, Su Yi remained unperturbed, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if the enraged second manager before him were merely an ant flailing in vain. Unhurriedly, he tilted his body slightly, raising his right hand, revealing the identity token that denoted his status as an outer disciple of the alchemy sect. "I advise you to discern what this is before you take action." The second manager was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's gesture, the tumultuous spiritual energy around him abruptly halting, as if frozen in place. After scrutinizing the token in Su Yi's hand, he regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. Then he erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha, is this all? You think this can intimidate me? Boy, do you truly believe that a mere outer disciple of the Tianxin Sect can scare me?" As he laughed, he wiped away the tears of mirth that had gathered at the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, his scorn deepening. Su Yi, upon hearing the second manager's words, furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lin Qingxuan Pavilion possessed greater strength than the Tianxin Sect? Just as Su Yi pondered this perplexity, the second manager's subsequent words unraveled the mystery that clouded his mind. Lin Qingxuan Pavilion is no longer the same as it once was. Just the other day, the young master of the Tianxin Sect proposed to my family's young lady. Do you grasp the significance of this? As the second manager's declaration hung in the air, the gathered cultivators erupted into a cacophony of whispered conversations, their voices rising in a tumultuous chorus. "Tianxin Sect? That is a sect with nascent soul-level powerhouses," one onlooker exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, his tone betraying both awe of the Tianxin Sect's might and trepidation at Lin Qingxuan Pavilion's impending ascent. In that moment, the atmosphere within Lin Qingxuan Pavilion seemed charged with tension and astonishment. The gazes of the onlookers oscillated between Su Yi and the second shopkeeper, as if anticipating the onset of a tempestuous storm. Chapter 33, Murder and Robbery. At this moment, Su Yi felt an urge to curse. His initial intention was merely to procure a few stalks of crimson flame grass. Yet he had inadvertently entangled himself in the troubles of the Lin Qingxuan Pavilion and the Tianxin Sect. Though not a top-tier sect, Tianxin Sect was still a second-rate faction under the protection of nascent soul experts. Despite being only a level above the Tianxin Sect, the disparity between these tiers was substantial. It could be said that annihilating the Tianxin Sect would be a trivial task for Tianxin Sect. However, it was unlikely that Tianxin Sect would exterminate the Tianxin Sect for such a minor issue. Conversely, the Tianxin Sect would not risk offending the Tianxin Sect for the sake of an outer disciple like him. Observing the second shopkeeper once again channeling his spiritual energy, Su Yi inwardly lamented. He was not afraid of the second shopkeeper, with his dual cultivation of the law body. Dealing with a mere 8th level qi refining practitioner was child's play. However, should he kill the second shopkeeper, a myriad of troubles would ensue. This was a classic case of bringing down the wrath of the powerful for a minor offense. Yet yielding to the second shopkeeper was not an option for Su Yi. As Su Yi wrestled with his thoughts, the second shopkeeper launched his attack. The second shopkeeper quickly formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous black tide, coalescing into a sharp spiritual energy spear that, accompanied by a howling wind, lunged towards Su Yi's chest. Su Yi's expression sharpened as he executed the 7-star steps. His figure flickered like a phantom, dancing along an extraordinary celestial trajectory, weaving through the confined space of the Lin Qingxuan pavilion. Each time the spear seemed poised to pierce him, it narrowly missed, the tip slicing through the air and leaving behind a trail of fierce wind. The second shopkeeper, witnessing this, grew increasingly enraged. Veins bulged on his forehead as he relentlessly channeled his spiritual energy, hastening the frequency and speed of his spear attacks. Yet, no matter how vigorously he exerted himself, Sui consistently predicted the spear's trajectory with remarkable accuracy, deftly evading it. This spectacle left the surrounding audience in a state of astonishment. How was he achieving this? It was inconceivable that a mere third-level qi refining practitioner could evade the strikes of an eighth-level practitioner. Gasps of disbelief echoed from the crowd, their eyes wide with amazement, fixated on Sui as he darted through the hail of spears, as if witnessing a miracle unfold. The second shopkeeper, seeing Sui navigate his increasingly ferocious assaults with such ease, felt his fury peak. Let's see how long you can evade. Even if you beg for mercy on your knees today, I will not let you go. Die. His eyes blazed crimson, veins twisting on his forehead like distorted worms. The spiritual energy spear in his grasp trembled slightly under his frenzied manipulation, its tip glimmering with a dark luminescence that emanated a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Sui, who had been evading, felt a surge of irritation. As a transmigrator, he had already endured enough humiliation in the past century. Originally, it was believed that with a system by his side, the path of cultivation, despite its challenges, should not be so suffocating. He aspired to become a transcendent being in the future, yet was presently coerced by a mere second steward. The flames of indignation within Sui blazed ever more fiercely, and he could no longer endure this humiliating predicament. He cursed under his breath, resolved to no longer tolerate such oppression, and contemplated departing from the Tianxin Sect, if necessary. With this thought, Sui raised his hand and executed a flicking gesture, launching a spell towards the incessantly attacking second steward. A barely visible beam of spiritual energy, akin to a high-velocity bullet, instantaneously pierced through the steward's spiritual defenses. The steward had no time to react as the beam struck precisely at his brow. His eyes widened in shock, his face still etched with anger and disbelief. Subsequently, his body fell rigidly backward like a marionette, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding onlookers erupted in chaos, gasping and shrieking in disbelief. How could this be possible? He actually killed the second steward. A cultivator at the third level of qi refinement had slain a formidable opponent at the eighth level. The crowd's faces were filled with astonishment, and they instinctively recoiled, as if Sui had transformed into a demon ready to devour anyone in his path. You killed the second steward? The plump female attendant stammered, her voice trembling, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. She stared fixedly at the lifeless body of the second steward on the ground. Her legs gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed, engulfed in sheer terror. Once arrogant and domineering, she now resembled a frightened rabbit, trembling uncontrollably. You are doomed. Even the Tianxin Sect cannot protect you, the plump attendant shrieked, her voice echoing within the Lin Qingxuan pavilion. Observing the attendant's expression of horror, Sui felt a surge of loathing. He casually conjured a fireball and hurled it at her. The fireball, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, quickly reached the attendant. Her eyes widened in terror as she attempted to evade, but her legs had turned to jelly, leaving her unable to react in time. Upon contact, the fireball engulfed her with a deafening roar. Accompanied by her piercing screams, she was reduced to ashes, leaving only charred remnants behind. Finally, the world fell silent. Sui exhaled a refreshing breath and turned to face the crowd. The moment their eyes met, they instinctively recoiled, whispers of apprehension rippling through the throng. Dear friend, we are merely spectators and have no connection to Lin Qingxuan Pavilion. Indeed, we have no ties to Lin Qingxuan Pavilion, and we shall not speak of today as events. The crowd clamored in frantic agreement, their eyes betraying their fear. Sui scoffed at their assurances, trusting their words would indeed be the height of folly. However, whether to speak or remain silent held little significance for Sui. Such a substantial matter would inevitably come to light, irrespective of whether these individuals chose to divulge it or not. Sui let out a derisive chuckle. No, you must speak. If anyone inquires later, just attribute it to a pill refiner from the Tianxin Sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of uncertainty. It seemed that Sui intended to shift the blame onto the Tianxin Sect. Was this man not of the Tianxin Sect? The onlookers speculated on Sui's intentions. Unfazed by their conjectures, Sui swiftly collected the second shopkeeper's storage bag and ascended to the second floor. Once there, he meticulously cleared out all the contents. As he descended, the crowd was still pondering the implications of Sui's earlier words. With a smile, Sui addressed them, esteemed friends. I can no longer carry all of this. Would you kindly assist in sharing the burden? Without waiting for their reactions, he stepped outside. As he passed by the charming shop assistant, he initially intended to gift her something. However, upon reflection, he realized that such an act could potentially endanger her. Thus, he continued onward, making his way out of the Lin Qingxuan pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he subtly gestured with his hand. Instantly, the sweet shop assistant's eyes widened as she discreetly glanced at her palm, where a pill had mysteriously appeared. She quickly clenched her small hand, glancing around, and their eyes met. Su-yi smiled at her before turning away and leaving the Lin Qingxuan pavilion. Chapter 34. The astute green tea. After departing from the Lin Qingxuan pavilion, Su-yi hastily exited the marketplace, heading towards the Tianxin Sect. He needed to devise a plan for his escape. Though his true identity remained concealed, he dared not take chances. If they employed any special methods to discover him, leaving would not be as simple. Once outside the marketplace, he promptly altered his appearance, masked his aura, and fixed his cultivation at the fourth layer of qi refinement. To avoid arousing suspicion, he deliberately chose a secluded path toward the Tianxin Sect. Under normal circumstances, Su-yi would have simply departed the Tianxin Sect and not returned. However, he was reluctant to abandon his experience package. If he left without a trace and the disciples of the Tianxin Sect came knocking, the sect would surely investigate him. By then, Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan would undoubtedly be implicated. After some contemplation, he resolved to inquire whether the two women would be willing to leave with him. As for the possibility of betrayal, he felt assured. Mi Wanwan's favorability had reached a perfect score of 100, making treachery virtually impossible. As for Luo Yao, she harbored her own significant secrets. Before long, Su-yi arrived at his residence. He first sought out Luo Yao and recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Upon hearing Su-yi's account, Luo Yao was immediately taken aback, resolutely deciding to depart with him. The two of them made their way to the adjacent courtyard of Mi Wanwan, where they found her. After Su-yi recounted the entire situation once more, to his surprise, Mi Wanwan burst into laughter. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Su-yi's, her eyes sparkling with a blend of determination and playfulness. Senior brother, you are usually so astute. How is it that you've become muddled at such a critical moment? It seems the books speak the truth. The overbearing sword immortal is straightforward, devoid of any convolutions. Now I can garner some favor with you, senior brother. Su-yi, perplexed by Mi Wanwan's words, furrowed his brow and inquired with a look of confusion. Wanwan, how have I become muddled? The situation is dire. Lin Qingxuan Pavilion and Tianxin Sect will surely not let me off easily. Remaining here is far too perilous. Mi Wanwan released her hold on Su-yi's arm, placed her hands on her hips, and retained her playful smile as she explained, Senior brother, you are lost in the midst of it all. Think about it. How could a mere qi refinement cultivator possibly alarm the Tianxin Sect? She blinked her animated eyes and continued, just as in our Tianxin Sect, the death of an outer disciple would not provoke the sect's intervention. At most, they might dispatch a few disciples to handle the situation. As she emphasized the last point, Mi Wanwan winked at Su-yi. In an instant, Su-yi recalled the day they had jointly vanquished a senior brother. Mi Wanwan's analysis was indeed sound, yet Su-yi still felt a tinge of unease. He furrowed his brow and began to pace back and forth in the room. Observing his continued unrest, Mi Wanwan once more clung to Su-yi's arm and said, Senior brother, do not fret. Even if they do send someone, they will not trace it back to you. Those capable of employing such tracking techniques are at the very least golden core cultivators. A mere qi refinement cultivator would not attract the attention of golden core experts. Listening to Mi Wanwan's reassurances, Su-yi felt a slight weight lift from his heart. After spending a century in the sect, his cautious nature had become ingrained in his very being. This current venture felt starkly different from his usual prudence. Once he relaxed, he became acutely aware of the sensation of her touch on his arm. Remembering that he had yet to accumulate any experience points for the day, he playfully wrapped his arm around Mi Wanwan and approached Luo Yao, extending his right hand to embrace her as well, who seemed intent on fleeing. Hee, come now. Let us cultivate our minds together. However, Mi Wanwan, who typically complied without hesitation, began to struggle this time. Senior brother, this is inappropriate. Mi Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes filled with confusion as she quickly cast a glance towards Luo Yao, her voice trembling slightly. Su-yi, bewildered by her unexpected reaction, instinctively followed her gaze to Luo Yao, only then realizing the predicament. At that moment, Luo Yao still presented as a male figure, and it seemed Mi Wanwan had misunderstood, prompting her vigorous resistance. Su-yi glanced at Mi Wanwan's affection level and, after a moment's contemplation, reached out to transform Luo Yao's masculine form back into that of a woman. Mi Wanwan stared in astonishment as Luo Yao transitioned from male to female, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Su-yi did not wait for her to react. He pulled both women together, and the trio commenced their cultivation of techniques. Meanwhile, within the spirit-refining pavilion of the market, an elderly man glared sullenly at the disarray surrounding him. The items on the second floor, including the second manager's storage bag, were taken by that alchemist from the Heavenly Heart Sect, correct? His voice was low and frigid, carrying an air of frost that momentarily stilled the atmosphere around him. Yes, he only took the second manager's belongings and those on the second floor. The items from the first floor were seized by others afterward, the sweet shop assistant replied, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling as she spoke. She averted her gaze, unable to meet the piercing intensity of the old man's stare. The Heavenly Heart Sect plays such underhanded games. The elder's voice emerged through clenched teeth, rife with bitterness and indignation. Master, that individual mentioned upon leaving that if anyone inquired, he was an alchemist from the Heavenly Heart Sect. The sweet assistant's voice quivered, and she breathed a sigh of relief internally, thinking to herself, this is all I can do for you. Upon hearing her words, the master furrowed his brow. Could it be that someone is deliberately framing the Heavenly Heart Sect? He rubbed his chin, his gaze roaming the chaotic interior of the pavilion, attempting to glean some understanding from the turmoil. Regardless, the ancient cultivator's secret techniques are far too precious. Whether or not the Heavenly Heart Sect is responsible, they will bear the blame. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the master's eyes as he turned to the sweet assistant. You may leave now. The shop shall be temporarily closed. The sweet assistant felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly bowing and retreating with a mix of relief and unease. The master, observing her departing figure, slowly raised his hand, his eyes devoid of compassion, filled instead with an endless chill. Chapter 35. Women are inherently astute. Just as the master prepared to act, the sweet assistant abruptly turned and knelt upon the ground. Master, are we truly going to close the shop permanently? She endeavored to infuse her voice with concern and loyalty. The master's composure was disturbed by her unexpected gesture. What do you mean? He inquired, his hand lowering hesitantly. Master, although the monthly salary at Spirit Refining Pavilion is exceedingly low, it saved my mother's life. And that is a debt I can never repay. I know you intend to shut down this establishment, but I cannot bear it. Upon finishing her words, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to sob softly. The master's furrowed brow relaxed as he gazed at the sweet assistant with warmth and kindness. Ridiculous. When did I ever suggest shutting down the Lin Qingxuan Pavilion? Not only will it remain open, but it will also expand even further. Really? The sweet shop assistant looked up at the master with wide eyes filled with surprise. Of course it's true. Do you think I would deceive you? The master slightly tilted his head back, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of subtle pride. Upon hearing this, the sweet shop assistant quickly wiped her tears, her face reflecting a blend of astonishment and joy. Master, that is truly wonderful. As long as the Lin Qingxuan Pavilion remains open, I shall take my leave for now. I will return in a few days once it reopens. With that, she dashed towards the exit before the master could respond. The master observed the retreating figure of the sweet shop assistant, a slight furrow forming on his brow as a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Something felt amiss, yet he soon became distracted by the matter at hand. Originally, this small branch of the Lin Qingxuan Pavilion would not have warranted his attention as a master. However, just a few days prior, this branch had received an ancient secret technique of great significance. It was through this very technique that he had ascended to the status within the Tianxin Sect. He had intended to retrieve the technique today, but to his dismay, he discovered that someone else had already claimed it, igniting his fury. He contemplated launching an immediate assault on the Tianxin Sect, but as a foundation-building cultivator, he felt a degree of trepidation when facing a golden core practitioner. After some deliberation, he resolved to return and seek reinforcements, undoubtedly from the Tianxin Sect. With a swift motion, the master transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the Tianxin Sect. Meanwhile, Su Yi was in high spirits, examining the fruits of his labor from the day. The Lin Qingxuan Pavilion primarily dealt in the trade of spiritual herbs, and thus, Su Yi's bounty consisted mainly of these valuable items. Gazing at the dazzling array of spiritual herbs, Su Yi couldn't help but reflect on the efficiency of his plundering. These medicinal pills would be sufficient for him and his two companions to cultivate to the peak of the qi refining stage. With keen eyes, Su Yi meticulously sorted and stored the herbs into his storage bag. Just then, he noticed a luxurious wooden clip among the pile of herbs, exuding an air of elegance. Intrigued, he felt compelled to examine it further. Without hesitation, he opened the clip, only to be met with disappointment. He had anticipated finding some precious spiritual herb inside, but instead, he uncovered a piece of yellowed parchment. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, he recognized that such fine craftsmanship could not house ordinary paper. As he unfurled the aged parchment, the archaic script, though old-fashioned, was clear in meaning, revealing itself to be a secret technique known as the soul-nourishing method. The text began with a detailed explanation of the methods for nurturing the soul, from guiding spiritual energy to nourish the spirit to the practical application of spiritual power, with distinct and well-defined steps. After reading through it, A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Yi's eyes. This soul-nourishing method was indeed a technique for cultivating the spirit. It is widely acknowledged that the spirit evolves alongside the cultivator's level of mastery, yet Su Yi had never heard of a method specifically dedicated to cultivating the spirit. In truth, these matters are of little consequence. What truly matters is that Su Yi comprehends them. This signifies that his system has successfully recorded the information. With this thought in mind, Su Yi hastily opened his attribute panel. Indeed, the soul-nurturing technique had manifested upon the panel. However, at this moment, Su Yi found himself in a state of inner conflict. The sensation he experienced when upgrading his finger snap technique, which nearly overwhelmed him, still lingered in his memory. He wondered if he could withstand the pressure of learning the soul-nurturing technique. Su Yi stared at the technique for an extended period before succumbing to temptation and clicking on the learning option. With a heart full of trepidation, he selected Learn Soul-Nurturing Technique, and in an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Almost immediately, the familiar sensation of pressure returned. Ah, damn, it hurts. The excruciating pain caused Su Yi to cry out. This time, the intensity of the pressure was far greater than when he had upgraded his finger snap technique. Just as he felt he could no longer endure it, the successfully learned soul-nurturing technique began to operate on its own. At that moment, a warm current enveloped his spirit, gradually alleviating the unbearable pressure. Su Yi's tense body began to relax. As the soul-nurturing technique continued its operation, he sensed his spirit becoming increasingly vibrant, and his perception of spiritual energy sharpened significantly. Although, as a chi-refining realm cultivator, he had yet to form a distinct outline of his spirit, he could distinctly feel his consciousness becoming more concentrated. With delight, Su Yi opened his eyes, savoring the benefits bestowed by the enhancement of his spirit. Following this enhancement, he noticed a marked improvement in his control over his own spiritual energy, making it more responsive and precise. Furthermore, he discovered that his five senses had become extraordinarily acute, and the discomfort he had previously experienced from upgrading the finger snap technique had vanished without a trace. This revelation filled Su Yi with joy, as he surmised that with the enhancement of his spirit, his mind could now accommodate more information. Elated by this unexpected boon, Su Yi eagerly upgraded the soul-nurturing technique once more, elevating it directly to level 5. At level 5, the soul-nurturing technique propelled Su Yi's mastery over his spirit to unprecedented heights. He distinctly sensed that his thoughts were clearer and more agile, and his precision in controlling his spiritual energy reached an unparalleled level. In the past, while casting spells, although his spiritual energy flowed according to his will, there was always a subtle deviation that was difficult to detect. Now, that deviation was almost negligible. Although Su Yi's cultivation level had not risen, his combat capabilities had significantly improved. When comparing the current Su Yi to the one before enhancing his spirit, it was evident that the present Su Yi could easily overpower his former self. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yi continued to upgrade the soul-nurturing technique. Not for the sake of greater combat strength. Rather, it is imperative to ensure that such a sensation of swelling pain does not resurface when upgrading one's magical techniques. The pursuit of immortality should be a source of enjoyment. If the practice becomes increasingly tormenting, what is the point of cultivating it all? Much like those from a previous life who would rather not work, these individuals felt shackled by their lack of freedom and thus chose to abstain from toil. With unwavering determination, Su Yi expended the experience points he had accumulated over the past few days to elevate the soul-nurturing technique to level 10. The instant the technique reached this pinnacle, an extraordinary transformation unfolded within his sea of consciousness. In what had previously been a realm of chaos, a vague human silhouette began to take shape, shrouded in a veil of mist. This revelation filled Su Yi with elation. It was a sign of the foundation-building stage, the manifestation of the soul. To his astonishment, achieving level 10 in the soul-nurturing technique had allowed his soul to rival that of a foundation-building practitioner. However, before Su Yi could fully appreciate the implications of this transformation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He felt as though the nascent form of his soul within the sea of consciousness sought to detach from his corporeal body and ascend. This sudden predicament left him aghast. The ability for the soul to leave the body was a technique reserved for those who had reached the nascent soul stage. As a mere chi-refining practitioner, should his soul depart, it would surely result in utter annihilation. Chapter 36. One crisis after another. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Su Yi concentrated all his willpower, striving to pull his soul back from the brink of separation. He sensed his consciousness as if it were ensconced at the eye of a storm, every fiber of his mental energy battling against an enigmatic force of attraction. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, his soul continued to drift ever so slightly away. This cannot be the end. He had only just obtained the system. He had yet to ascend to the realm of immortals. He absolutely could not perish here. Su Yi screamed desperately within his mind. Gritting his teeth, He fervently activated the soul-nurturing technique, hoping to utilize its arcane power to stabilize his soul. However, as he exerted all his energy into the technique, the speed at which his soul sought to detach only intensified. What the hell is happening? Why is this occurring? A tide of confusion surged within Su Yi. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He understood that he must swiftly discover a solution. At that moment, a flicker of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He recalled the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. This practice could temper the physical form, enhancing the body's capacity to contain and withstand spiritual energy. He surmised that if stabilizing the soul proved challenging, perhaps fortifying the body would indirectly serve to solidify the soul. Without hesitation, Su Yi commenced the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, fervently drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his being. Simultaneously, he procured an abundance of spirit stones to supplement his efforts. The spiritual energy surged through his meridians, relentlessly battering his muscles, bones, and organs. Each impact brought forth excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the spirit-gathering body refinement technique continuously operated, Su Yi's physique gradually transformed. His muscles became firmer, imbued with a sense of vigor. His bones grew increasingly resilient. The enhancement of his corporeal form seemingly had a notable impact on his soul, as the pull of that mysterious force appeared to weaken somewhat. Su Yi glimpsed a flicker of hope, intensifying his efforts in the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. Through his determination, his soul finally ceased its outward drift, temporarily averting crisis. However, he now found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. Su Yi was compelled to maintain the technique ceaselessly. The moment he halted, his soul would once again begin to wander. As each second ticked away, his stamina and spiritual energy rapidly dwindled, and beads of sweat, akin to pearls, rolled down his forehead, dampening his garments. Su Yi recognized that this was not a sustainable solution. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, it would herald the end of his life. He opened his attribute panel and glanced at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, hesitantly pressing for an upgrade. The attempt failed, lacking the requisite experience points. With a bitter smile, Su Yi mused that if he were to perish this time, it would be a consequence of his own recklessness. Had he incrementally enhanced his soul-nurturing technique, he might have avoided such a dire fate. Even if the issue of soul detachment recurred, possessing leftover experience points to bolster the spirit-gathering body refinement technique would have prevented this predicament. Yet, even faced with impending doom, Su Yi refused to concede. He resolved to struggle until the very last moment, tirelessly channeling the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. Just as he awaited the arrival of death, a sudden and intense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the master peak. This wave swiftly approached the servant peak, soon settling above Su Yi's rooftop. Then, a woman's voice resonated. What a profound concealment by the Tianxin Sect. Following this, a deep, resonant scoff echoed. Miao Yu. You are but a traitor. How dare you return today, thinking your newfound abilities allow you to contend with the Tianxin Sect? As Su Yi listened to the tense exchange outside, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Miao Yu. Was she the golden core woman he had encountered earlier? Had she truly defected from the Tianxin Sect? Who was the one conversing with her? Was it the sect master? Ha ha ha, contend. My senior brother is mistaken. I merely seek to unveil the true visage of your Tianxin Sect, and in due time, others will deal with you. Miao Yu's laughter, laced with derision, echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, the sect master's expression darkened further, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Humph, you fool. I spared your life once. Yet you failed to cherish it, then meet your demise. With that, he swiftly formed incantations with his hands, and the swirling vortex of spiritual energy grew increasingly tumultuous, emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down the spine. Miao Yu's countenance was grave. The force of the impending strike was far beyond her capacity to withstand. With gritted teeth and a resolute glimmer in her eyes, she abruptly relinquished her ethereal sword. The blade whirled through the air with remarkable speed, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energy that temporarily impeded the advance of the spiraling vortex of spiritual power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Miao Yu swiftly formed intricate hand seals before her, muttering incantations under her breath. In an instant, a hazy purple light enveloped her, within which ancient runes flickered faintly. The leader, sensing Miao Yu's intentions, let out a cold snort. You think you can escape? It won't be so simple. He intensified his output of spiritual energy, causing the vortex to accelerate instantly. However, Miao Yu had already completed the casting of her secret technique. As the vortex reached her, her form transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing from sight in an instant. The leader's strike missed its mark, and he roared in fury, the powerful wave of spiritual energy shaking the surrounding peaks. He unleashed his consciousness, searching for Miao Yu's trace. and detected a surge of spiritual energy several dozen kilometers outside the sect. The leader sped towards the source of the energy. Su-yi sensed the spiritual fluctuations above him had dissipated and let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, he soon found himself bitterly smiling. Given his current predicament, even if their battle did not affect him, what difference would it make? It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Just as Su-yi awaited the inevitable approach of death, his door was suddenly burst open. A staggering figure entered. Upon closer inspection, Su-yi realized it was an unfamiliar woman. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing torn, and her face bore an expression of terror. Strands of hair clung to her pale cheeks, yet they did not diminish her beauty. Her eyes resembled a deep, mysterious pool, shimmering with life and panic. Beneath her prominent nose lay a pair of slightly trembling lips, tinted a delicate pink, akin to tender flower petals. Her clothing was tattered, exposing large swathes of skin as white as snow. Her rounded shoulders and graceful curves invoked an irresistible urge to touch. Her slender waist was delicate, leading down to a shapely posterior that outlined a perfect silhouette. Two long, straight legs, partially concealed by her skirt, revealed glimpses of skin that glimmered alluringly in the dim light. Upon entering and spotting Su-yi, the woman immediately lunged at him with an open palm. Chapter 37. This is not an attempt to kill, but a plea for salvation. Su-yi, already nearly depleted of spiritual energy and fully engaged in maintaining the gathering spirit-body refinement technique, found himself powerless to evade this sudden assault. He wished to speak, yet his voice failed him. Had he been given the opportunity to articulate his thoughts, his eloquence would have surely persuaded Miaoyu. Instead, he could only watch helplessly as her hand approached his head, filled with despair and unwillingness. Yet, the anticipated searing pain never arrived. As the woman's palm made contact with Su-yi's forehead, it seemed to drain her of all strength, her touch transforming into a gentle caress, akin to a delicate stroke. The experience points totaling 500 left Su-yi momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment, quickly giving way to sheer ecstasy. This influx of experience was impeccably timed. It was not a harbinger of doom, but rather a lifeline. Moreover, the quantity was substantial. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly examined the system panel, confirming that the 500 experience points had been securely credited. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the entirety of this experience into the convergence of spirit and body technique. With the infusion of these 500 points, the technique flowed more seamlessly within Su-yi's being. The once nearly stagnant spiritual energy surged forth, rippling along his meridians. His muscles alternated between tension and relaxation, a potent force coursing beneath his skin, and his previously pallid complexion began to show a hint of color. His bones vibrated slightly, emitting faint cracking sounds as if they were being reforged. As the convergence of spirit and body operated with heightened efficiency, Su-yi's spirit stabilized significantly. Yet, he still lagged in achieving complete consolidation. His gaze drifted to the unconscious Miaoyu cradled in his arms. Her survival was now paramount. In his mind, Su-yi fervently prayed for her life. He could scarcely fathom whether the system would acknowledge his efforts should she perish. He swiftly performed the convergence of spirit and body technique twice more and, seizing the moment, reached out towards Miaoyu. Upon touching her, he withdrew his hand, forming a seal and activating the technique anew. In that brief pause, his spirit nearly soared away, causing his hand to tremble and miss its intended target. Instead, grasping Miaoyu's arm, this contact yielded a mere 200 experience points. Without daring to linger, he promptly allocated the entirety of those points to the convergence of spirit and body. With this 200 points, the technique's operation became increasingly fluid. Once again, he calculated his approach and reached out for Miaoyu. This time, having learned from his previous error, he exerted slightly more strength, causing the unconscious Miaoyu to furrow her brow and emit a soft grunt. The moment the experience points were credited, he wasted no time and immediately channeled the 800 points into the technique. After 5 such calculated attempts, the convergence of spirit and body leveled up. In that instant of successful upgrade, a torrent of formidable power erupted within Su-yi like a surging tsunami. The already tumultuous spiritual energy swelled exponentially, rampaging through his meridians. Wherever it coursed, his meridians felt as though they were being tempered by fierce flames, becoming ever more resilient and expansive. His muscles were engorged and taut, with veins protruding beneath the skin, glimmering with a metallic sheen, as if he had donned an invisible suit of armor in an instant. The vibrations of his bones intensified, resonating with a thunderous crack that echoed throughout the entire space. Su-yi felt as though he were reborn, a surge of power coursing through him, solidifying even his very soul under the nurturing influence of this formidable force. Not only had his spirit been fortified, but it had also gained a hint of strength, the previously nebulous outline becoming somewhat clearer. Moments later, Su-yi gradually withdrew his energy. With a sigh of relief, He exhaled, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Miao Yu, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Remembering Miao Yu, Su-yi hurriedly lowered his gaze to assess her condition. What he saw left him astounded. The sect leader was no ordinary individual. Miao Yu had been battered, her body bruised in patches of blue and purple. Su-yi examined her injuries and noted, there are not many external wounds. This seems to be an internal injury. The system notified him that he had gained 5,000 experience points, ceasing its alerts. Miao Yu's countenance was as pale as a sheet, a trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, her disheveled hair clinging to her cheek, rendering her utterly feeble. Su-yi gently checked for her breath, which was faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Now, Su-yi found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to handle Miao Yu. Should he turn her over to the sect? That seemed unwise. From their earlier conversation, it appeared Miao Yu was privy to some significant secret. If he carelessly handed her over, he could not be sure whether the sect leader would resort to silencing her. More importantly, he was reluctant to part with such a valuable source of experience. What was he to do? As a disciple of Tianxin Sect, he should adhere to the sect's rules and be willing to sacrifice for it. Yet, that was merely a ruse to fool the gullible. The thought of subduing Miao Yu was beyond his imagination. A golden core practitioner. Such a feat was far beyond the capabilities of a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like himself. As he paced the room, his gaze frequently drifted to the unconscious Miao Yu. Observing her pallid face, Su-yi opened her attributes panel to check her status. Affection level, 20. Was this a jest? Just moments ago, this fierce woman had sought his life. How could she possess a goodwill score of 20? Su-yi was perplexed, but ultimately gritted his teeth and resolved to spare Miao Yu's life for the time being. However, whether she could keep her life depended on her own fortune. Her injuries were truly beyond the capabilities of a qi refinement cultivator like Su-yi to mend. Having decided to keep Miao Yu alive, he recognized the necessity of guarding against the sect leader's scrutiny. Su-yi approached and gently laid Miao Yu upon the bed. He was acutely aware that concealing her presence from the sect leader's divine sense was of utmost importance. Su-yi gently grasped Miao Yu's hand, immediately invoking the concealment breath technique to shroud both their presences. However, after concealing their auras, a sense of unease lingered within him. He accessed his attributes panel to enhance the concealment breath technique. This time, he had learned from past experiences and refrained from continuous upgrades, opting instead to elevate it from level 6 to level 7. A torrent of information flooded his mind, granting him a newfound understanding of the technique. Most importantly, this upgrade did not bring with it the usual sensation of pressure and pain, indicating that his soul had indeed grown robust enough to accommodate more information. Without hesitation, Su-yi proceeded to further upgrade the technique, confident that with Miao Yu, the experience reservoir, he would soon amass substantial experience points once again. He escalated the concealment breath technique to level 9, only pausing when his experience points ran low. Evading the scrutiny of a golden core cultivator's divine sense warranted utmost caution. Upon reaching level 9, an unexpected benefit emerged. The technique not only concealed his aura, but now also allowed him to counter-detect any probing. Should anyone employ their divine sense to investigate, he would become aware of it. Elated, Su-yi lay beside Miao Yu, cloaking their presence. Just as he enveloped their auras, he sensed a powerful divine sense scanning their vicinity. A wave of anxiety washed over him. It was a close call. Suddenly, Su-yi's expression shifted as he realized he had overlooked a significant issue. Chapter 38. This is rather awkward. Su-yi recognized a grave concern. While he had successfully concealed their auras, the room they occupied was supposed to be inhabited, and the absence of any presence was exceedingly suspicious. If discovered by the sect leader, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion and prompt a more thorough investigation, potentially even drawing the leader in person. Without hesitation, Su-yi released his aura, hoping to rectify the situation. He maintained a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation in his presence, while silently praying that the sect leader would overlook the earlier anomaly. Simultaneously, he exerted the concealment breath technique to its utmost limits, meticulously safeguarding Miao Yu's faint aura from any leakage. Indeed, the sect leader's divine sense lingered near Su-yi, seemingly having detected the prior irregularity. A chill ran down his spine, akin to being pricked by countless steel needles. His heart raced, yet he feigned calmness. Although beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks, regret washed over him for having kept Miao Yu there. However, retreat was not an option now. In this heightened state of tension, Su-yi's mind raced, contemplating potential strategies. His fingers instinctively clenched the hem of his garment, and in a flash of inspiration, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to simulate a scene of meditation. With his eyes tightly shut, his breathing gradually became deep and even. His surrounding spiritual energy began to flow in a rhythmic pattern, as if he were immersed in a transcendent state of cultivation. Meanwhile, he skillfully employed the concealment technique, seamlessly merging Miaoyu's essence with the surrounding environment to ensure absolute security. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, the master's consciousness gradually withdrew. However, Su Yi dared not relax. He remained perfectly still. Although he understood that a formidable golden core expert would not resort to the trick of feigning departure only to return, he could not afford to be careless when his life was at stake. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Su Yi maintained his meditative posture, his muscles taut, sweat thoroughly soaking his garments, leaving dark stains on the ground beneath him. Rubbing his sore shoulders, his gaze fell upon the still, unconscious Miaoyu. At this moment, her complexion appeared somewhat improved, and her breathing had steadied significantly, yet there were still no signs of awakening. Su Yi felt a twinge of regret for taking on this burdensome dilemma. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was reluctant to abandon the endeavor. It was akin to a gambler who has staked his entire fortune, weathered the tumultuous tides of fortune, and is on the verge of reclaiming a substantial wager. Even in the face of lurking dangers and a watchful opponent, he would never concede defeat at this critical juncture. Su Yi gazed at Miaoyu's exquisite visage, finding it far more pleasing than the unremarkable face he first encountered. To hell with it, he decided to embrace the challenge. With that thought, Su Yi enveloped Miaoyu in his arms and drifted into slumber. At this moment, on the master's peak, Master Luo Feng furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Strange. Why is there no sign?" He paced back and forth within the room. No, with my spiritual dispersal seal, she could not have fled far. She must still be within the sect. I cannot allow her to escape after uncovering such a significant secret. With this realization, he called out to the door, "Come in." A disciple swiftly entered the room and saluted respectfully. Luo Feng, employing a secret sound transmission technique, instructed the disciple, "You must quickly gather the most reliable and discreet disciples from the law enforcement hall. Ensure utmost silence. Do not alert anyone. Search for this woman. She has been afflicted by the spiritual dispersal seal and is now akin to a mere shell of her former self." Upon finishing, he tossed a jade slip to the disciple. The disciple received it and upon inspection, discovered it contained Miaoyu's portrait. "Rest assured, my master. I shall exert every effort to ensure this individual does not escape the sect by even a single step." With that, he vanished swiftly, executing his mission with haste. Luo Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, his eyes clouded with foreboding. He knew well that if Miaoyu's secret were to leak, the entire sect would be plunged into irrevocable ruin. "Humph, a mere traitor. Let us see what tricks you can muster." The following day, Su Yi was awakened by the system's alert tones. "Experience 800, experience 800, experience 800. Silence. As Su Yi stirred from his slumber, the incessant chimes of the system notifications disrupted his tranquility, prompting him to instinctively shout. In a reflexive motion, he turned over and waved his hand as if swatting away an annoying fly. To his relief, the noise ceased following his outburst. Just as he was about to drift back into sleep, he sensed the absence of something. The sensation of what he had just held was still quite comforting. Turning once more, he drew the missing object closer to him. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Experience 800. This time, the sound jolted Su Yi fully awake. He instinctively glanced at what lay in his embrace. Miaoyu lay serenely beside him. In an instant, Su Yi's mind cleared. He quickly raised his head to examine Miaoyu, noting that she remained in a state of unconsciousness, prompting him to check her condition thoroughly. Indeed, the garments of a golden core cultivator were remarkably durable. Though disheveled, they remained intact. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He pondered the potential consequences had Miaoyu, a golden core expert, discovered herself being held by a mere qi refinement elder. Would she have reacted as she did the previous night, striking at his forehead without hesitation? Once he relaxed, Su Yi took a moment to appraise Miaoyu. Her eyes were tightly closed, with thick lashes gently brushing her eyelids. Her silky black hair cascaded freely, with strands delicately resting against her softly blushing cheeks. Miaoyu's fair shoulders bore an elegant contour, subtly rising and falling with her breath. As Su Yi immersed himself in the experience of gathering knowledge, Miaoyu suddenly uttered a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes, locking gazes with him. This created an undeniably awkward moment. Chapter 39. Little Meow Meow. As Miaoyu awakened, her expression was one of confusion, as if she had not yet fully returned to consciousness. Upon assessing her surroundings, her eyes sharpened instantly. Instinctively, she attempted to summon her spiritual energy to retaliate, only to realize that her power was still fragmented, suppressed by the seal of dispersal, barely able to function at a fundamental level. Yet, unlike the flustered maiden seen on television, Miaoyu, a golden core cultivator, did not scream in alarm. Instead, she fixed Su Yi with a piercing gaze, her voice as frigid as the frost of midwinter. "It is you. You possess great audacity to do this to me." despite her spiritual energy being restrained. The inherent authority of a golden core cultivator emanated from her, pressing down upon Su Yi like a mountain. He felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny, yet he feigned calmness and replied, "Little meow meow, there's no need for such fury. I mentioned that fate would bring us together, and look, here it is." As he spoke, he moved his hand that rested on Miao Yu. Experience 800. Here. Feel and see if there is any change. Upon hearing his words, Miao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Yi. She was not shocked by the changes in the cultivation technique. Rather, it was the revelation that Su Yi actually recognized her that took her by surprise. "Who are you?" Su Yi observed the astonished expression on Miao Yu's face, feeling a surge of delight within. "I am your senior brother. Have you forgotten me?" After saying this, he recklessly moved his hands again. Experience points, 800. Miao Yu sensed an unusual shift within her body, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Affection level, 20. Su Yi felt completely at ease now, as Miao Yu had lost the ability to resist him. Not only did he hear the affection level diminish, but with his keen perception and formidable spirit, he also sensed and felt Miao Yu's malice. One must ponder why an individual brimming with murderous intent would not retaliate against someone they despised. Convinced of Miao Yu's inability to resist, Su Yi grew increasingly audacious, even daring to take a bite. Experience points, 1000. Affection level, 50. Miao Yu, a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, possessed a mindset that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Under Su Yi's provocative advances, she remained impassive, merely observing him with an icy gaze. However, judging by the affection level of 50, once her spiritual energy was restored, she would not only seek to kill him outright, but would also likely torment him before delivering the final blow. Su Yi chose to disregard Miao Yu's lethal glare and pulled her firmly into his embrace. With one hand, he gently caressed her, secretly bestowing an additional 50 experience points upon her cultivation technique. "Junior sister, how does it feel?" As the comprehension of her technique deepened, Miao Yu sensed a resurgence of her previously dispersed spiritual energy. Miao Yu's murderous gaze softened, transforming into one of astonishment. He was indeed no ordinary old man. "Once I regain my strength, I must capture him for further study." Affection level, 50. Su Yi noticed that her affection level had returned to 0. At this point, it seemed she harbored no intent to kill him. Internally, Su Yi reveled in his triumph. What could a Golden Core expert do against him? Just then, the increase in experience points ceased. Su Yi glanced at his attribute panel, stunned by the overwhelming experience points he had accrued in such a short time. In mere moments, his experience had soared beyond 10,000. Gazing at Miao Yu's exquisite figure was akin to an adventurer discovering a treasure. He embraced her and planted a few fervent kisses on her face, leaving her covered in saliva. Affection level, 20. Upon hearing the affection level drop, Su Yi looked up in surprise at Miao Yu. Her expression was stern, her eyes resembling a chilling abyss, radiating an intimidating authority. As a Golden Core expert, even in her current weakened state, she could not conceal her commanding presence. However, Su Yi remained unfazed by her demeanor. In the realm of the Golden Elixir stage, it is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune for one such as Miao Yu to capture the attention of a man endowed with a system. Yet, at present, she must still rely on her experience accumulation and gentle persuasion. Su Yi donned a somewhat ingratiating expression. "Hee, little meow meow, I am utterly captivated. Your beauty is simply irresistible." The moment he uttered those words, a notification chimed, indicating a favorability score of 10. Su Yi was taken aback. How could such flattery backfire? He glanced at Miao Yu, only to find her regarding him with an expression of disdain. "Oh, so you're not swayed by flattery, are you?" Rising from beside her, Su Yi cast her a scornful look and carelessly tossed a set of clothes in her direction. "Hurry and put these on. Appearing disheveled is hardly becoming." A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips, his tone suggesting he was the master of this world, viewing Miao Yu with utter contempt. Finally Miao Yu, provoked, could no longer maintain her composure. The favorability score remained at 10. Observing the fury etched on Miao Yu's face, Su Yi found himself at a loss for words. "So you're impervious to both soft and hard approaches? Very well, do as you please." With an impassive expression, he donned his own clothing and turned to leave. Just before exiting, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, prompting him to turn back to Miao Yu. "Last night, the sect leader scanned this place with his divine sense. I masked your aura, but now that you've awakened, do be cautious not to reveal yourself." With that, Su Yi departed. Miao Yu, upon hearing his words, wore an expression of astonishment. Upon waking, she had encountered Su Yi's visage and had not fathomed how he had evaded Luo Feng's scrutiny. Now enlightened, she recognized that it was indeed Su Yi's merit. This realization solidified her belief that Su Yi's identity was far from ordinary. He could not simply be a regular outer disciple. The The favorability score climbed to 40. As Sui listened to the notification of Miao Yu's increased favorability, he was rendered speechless. This woman was indeed perplexing. However, he had no inclination to delve into her capricious demeanor and made his way directly to Luo Yao's chamber. Accumulating experience remained paramount. Without knocking, Sui entered Luo Yao's room, only to find Mi Wanwan present as well. The two women sat side by side on the bed, engrossed in conversation. At the sudden sound of the door opening, they simultaneously turned their heads. Upon recognizing Sui, both displayed sweet smiles and exclaimed in unison, "Senior brother." Hearing their melodic address filled Sui with delight. He promptly seated himself between the two, wrapping an arm around each. "Hee, were you two waiting for me?" Without waiting for their response, Sui initiated a state of enlightenment with both. However, today was peculiar. Mi Wanwan did not yield any experience points. Suspecting a malfunction in the system, he noted that experience was nonetheless accumulating from Luo Yao. After much contemplation, he remained baffled by the situation. Sui was at a loss regarding this system, finding it excessively aloof. Just as he was grappling with his helplessness, a commotion outside drew his attention. The three of them quickly paused their actions, hastily donning their garments and peering through the window. They beheld Zhou Mingyuan and Lin Qingxuan accompanied by 4 disciples from the enforcement team, knocking on Mi Wanwan's door. Upon seeing the enforcement team, both Mi Wanwan and Sui furrowed their brows, concern etched across their faces. Mi Wanwan feared that her brother's secret might have been exposed, while Sui understood that they were likely there to investigate Miao Yu. Given that they were currently at Mi Wanwan's door, it was reasonable to suspect that his own turn would come next. He resolved that he could not simply sit idly by. After contemplating for a moment, Sui devised a plan. He adjusted his attire and instructed the two women to remain inside the room. Taking a deep breath, he emerged with an expression of feigned surprise, calling out loudly, "Lin Jr. sister, are you here to find me?" His face radiated warmth as he approached Lin Qingxuan briskly, grasping her hand amidst the astonished gazes of those present. "Lin Jr. sister, I was just about to seek you out. Look, I have refined a high-quality gathering chi pill for you." Without allowing Lin Qingxuan to respond, Sui produced a pill he had snatched from Ling Tsue Pavilion and placed it into her hand. Lin Qingxuan stared wide-eyed at the peculiar pill radiating an extraordinary glow. Momentarily speechless, the 4 disciples from the enforcement team gaped in astonishment at Sui's actions, casting a furtive glance at the sullen Zhou Mingyuan. "Sui, release your hand. With your trifling cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, you are unworthy to address her as junior sister." Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward, his voice low and frigid, each word imbued with frost. His gaze burned with fury, fixated on Sui's hand clasping Lin Qingxuan's. Upon hearing Zhou Mingyuan's words, Sui felt a surge of delight. The sycophant had already fallen into his trap. A look of disdain crossed Sui's face as he regarded Zhou Mingyuan. "Brother Zhou, open your eyes and behold my current cultivation. Besides, the enforcement hall seems to have no jurisdiction over whom I choose to hold hands with." With that, Sui showcased his cultivation at the 6th layer of chi refinement. As the aura of Sui's 6th layer cultivation enveloped the space, both Zhou Mingyuan and Lin Qingxuan displayed expressions of shock. In such a brief span of time, he had ascended from the 3rd layer to the 6th layer, truly incredible. Observing their astonishment, a triumphant smile graced Sui's face as he taunted Zhou Mingyuan. "Brother Zhou, this is the might of an alchemist. Something beyond the comprehension of a mere cultivator like you." As he spoke, he tenderly caressed Lin Qingxuan's delicate hand, his voice softening with affection. "Junior sister Lin, this pill is specially reserved for you. Once you refine it, you may very well achieve a breakthrough." Lin Qingxuan trembled slightly, a barely perceptible blush flitting across her face. Her eyes a tapestry of shyness, surprise, and suspicion. "I will kill you." Just as Lin Qingxuan grappled with her inner turmoil, Zhou Mingyuan could no longer contain himself, unleashing a thunderclap palm aimed directly at Sui's forehead. Once again, it was this very technique. It was the 3rd time. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Sui's eyes. Stealthily, he retrieved the shadow recording pearl and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Zhou Mingyuan. Crack! The sound echoed loudly, as if Zhou Mingyuan had collided with the palm himself. His cheek instantly swelled, and he staggered backward several steps. This slap not only stunned Zhou Mingyuan, but also left Lin Qingxuan, the 4 disciples behind her, and the 3 women in the room in a state of shock. Was this truly the 6th level of chi refinement? This was the question resonating in the minds of all but Sui. "Ah, did you all see that? It was senior brother Zhou who struck first. The enforcement team cannot shield him." In the midst of their astonishment, Sui's words shattered the silence surrounding them. "I will kill you." Zhou Mingyuan nearly went mad, his eyes bloodshot, his spiritual energy in disarray, as the thunderclap palm, engulfed in crackling lightning, hurtled towards Sui. Once more, Sui raised his hand for another slap. Crack! This time, Zhou Mingyuan flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were utterly astounded. If the first instance could be attributed to Zhou Mingyuan's negligence, the second slap, where Su Yi effortlessly sent him flying, shattered their understanding of the 6th level of qi refinement. Lin Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful gaze brimming with shock, her previously conflicted heart now a tangled mess. She glanced at the unconscious Zhou Mingyuan sprawled on the ground, then turned her gaze to the composed Su Yi, her lips quivering yet producing no sound. The 4 enforcement disciples turned pale, exchanging fearful and bewildered looks, unable to fathom how the usually imposing Zhou Mingyuan could be so easily subdued by Su Yi. Su Yi dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He surveyed the astonished crowd, his demeanor unruffled as he declared, "Zhou Mingyuan has repeatedly attacked me. I can no longer tolerate it. What transpired today is witnessed by all. I, Su Yi, stand upright and fear no one who may report me to the enforcement hall." With that, he slightly raised his chin, confidence and defiance radiating from his eyes. He then addressed the 4 enforcement disciples. "What are you all still doing? Hurry and take senior brother Zhou for treatment. Do you wish for him to die?" The 4 enforcement disciples, roused from their stupor, exchanged bewildered glances before hastily rushing to Zhou Mingyuan's side. One of the disciples tentatively reached out to check Zhou Mingyuan's breath. Discovering his weakened state, he hastily exclaimed, "Brother Zhou is still alive. We must swiftly take him to the elder for treatment." With that, 2 disciples carefully helped Zhou Mingyuan to his feet, hastily escorting him towards the law enforcement hall. The other 2 disciples followed closely behind, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Su Yi watched the departing figures of the law enforcement disciples with a cold smirk. "Zhou Mingyuan, I shall spare your life for now, but rest assured, I will find an opportune moment to settle this." At that moment, he turned to Lin Qingxuan, who remained rooted in place, her gaze complex as it lingered on him. Su Yi stepped forward, looking at Lin Qingxuan with deep affection, gently taking her hand. "Junior sister, the bothersome flies have departed. Come, allow me to protect you while you refine your elixirs." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxuan trembled slightly, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, yet hesitating for reasons unknown. Memories of their encounter on the cliff and in the alchemy hall flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her heart to whirl in confusion. "Su Yi, please don't." Lin Qingxuan's voice was soft, tinged with shyness and reproach. Chapter 41. Do you wish to know? Ignoring her protests, Su Yi firmly led Lin Qingxuan toward his room. As they crossed the threshold, a wave of panic surged within her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the impressively large bed in Su Yi's chamber, which only heightened her distress. Seizing the moment while Su Yi was preoccupied, she instinctively stepped back and then turned to flee. Su Yi, sensing the movement, spun around abruptly, catching a fleeting glimpse of Lin Qingxuan's panicked retreat. "Junior sister," he called out, rushing after her. Lin Qingxuan ran swiftly, her hair streaming wildly in the wind, her heart pounding like thunder. Her mind was a tumultuous blur, and all she wanted was to escape this bewildering situation. Observing her frantic figure, Su Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. Once Lin Qingxuan's silhouette vanished from his sight, he hurriedly made his way to Miaoyu's room. Upon entering, he found Miaoyu perched at the window, peering outside. Suppressing his impulsive urge to approach her, he chuckled softly. "Ah, even a golden core expert fears a few qi refining practitioners." Miaoyu straightened up upon noticing Su Yi, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing her face before she regained her usual aloof demeanor, casting him a sidelong glance. Without uttering a word, she turned and sat on her bed. Affection level 10. Observing Miaoyu's pretentious demeanor, Su Yi refrained from teasing her further. "Junior sister, it seems these individuals were seeking you. Though I have temporarily sent them away, we cannot be certain they won't return." As he spoke, he settled beside Miaoyu, his expression turning serious. "You must tell me what transpired, so I can adequately assess the risks we face ahead." Miaoyu shot Su Yi a sidelong glance. "There is no need for evaluation. Your master will certainly not spare me." Su Yi curiously gazed at the exquisite face of Miaoyu. "Care to share?" Miaoyu glanced at Su Yi's aged visage, initially disinclined to engage, but then a thought crossed her mind. She winked at Su Yi, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Are you interested to know?" Miaoyu deliberately elongated her words, her alluring smile causing Su Yi to shiver slightly, sensing that there lay some ulterior motive behind her grin. No, I don't wish to know." Su Yi hastily shook his head. Observing his reaction, Miaoyu's enchanting smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of indignation. "Aren't you even a bit curious?" Seeing her demeanor, Su Yi became even more convinced that something was amiss. He patted Miaoyu's shoulder. "Oh, little Miao Miao, curiosity can lead to peril." After saying this, he turned his attention away from her, sitting cross-legged on the mat, pondering his next course of action. However, Miao Yu, upon hearing his words, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him. How does he know that my curiosity almost led to my demise? Could he possibly possess divinatory skills? A notification chimed, indicating an increase in favorability. Su Yi looked at Miao Yu in surprise, discovering her fixed gaze upon him. Could it be that I have suddenly become youthful? He raised his hand to touch his face, still lined with many wrinkles. This woman is truly perplexing. Suddenly, Su Yi stood up and walked outside. What are you doing? Miao Yu instinctively inquired as she watched him rise. Su Yi turned, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. Recognizing her earlier lapse in composure, Miao Yu quickly added, I was merely concerned you might attract the enforcement team. Upon uttering these words, she felt they were still inappropriate. Seeing the increasingly peculiar smile on Su Yi's face, irritation welled up within her, prompting her to turn away and cease her gaze upon him. Su Yi had not anticipated this adorable side of Miao Yu and chuckled, saying, I plan to elevate my status. Only then can I better conceal you. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu couldn't help but turn back, her face adorned with confusion. Elevate your status? How? Su Yi smiled mysteriously. By concocting a few flawless quality elixirs, I should be granted special permission to ascend to the inner sect. At that time, all the outer disciples will have to bow and nod before me. He raised his head with a sense of pride. However, to his surprise, Miao Yu let out a derisive laugh. Setting aside whether you can even concoct flawless quality elixirs, even if you succeed and enter the inner sect, your demise would soon follow. Su Yi furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Miao Yu playfully smiled. Are you curious to know? Su Yi smirked, feigning indifference. Humph. If you won't tell, I certainly don't care to hear it. It was merely an attempt to intimidate me. Could it be that entering the inner sanctum carries some monumental peril? Though he spoke dismissively, curiosity began to gnaw at him, and his gaze inadvertently flickered toward Miao Yu. However, Miao Yu simply reclined upon the bed, dismissively waving her hand at Su Yi. Sigh. Then you may proceed. Kind words can hardly persuade a stubborn spirit. Su Yi remained rooted in place, observing Miao Yu's nonchalant demeanor, which only heightened his intrigue. Previously, the matter was shrouded in secrecy, and whether he was aware or not mattered little. Yet this time, it pertained to his very life, necessitating utmost caution. He circled around to the bedside, crouching down to glean some insight from Miao Yu's expression. Little Miao Yu, please don't be like this. I know you have my best interests at heart. So do enlighten me about the situation. Miao Yu turned her face slightly, casting a glance at him. Curious, are we? Again with that phrase. Yet this time, Su Yi drew a deep breath and donned a benevolent expression. Indeed, I wish to know. To his surprise, Miao Yu turned her head away, presenting him with the back of her head. I do not wish to divulge anything. Su Yi remained crouched, staring at the back of her head, momentarily taken aback. The transformation of this aloof, regal woman into a haughty young girl left him somewhat disarmed. Little vixen, I cannot seem to manage you. Su Yi rose and playfully struck at Miao Yu. The sharp sound resonated throughout the room. In an instant, Miao Yu sprang up like a lit powder keg, her face flushed with indignation. You old wretch, have you grown weary of life? Her eyes widened, fists clenched, as if she were poised to devour Su Yi whole. At that moment, Miao Yu knelt on the bed, her form accentuated by her fitted attire, creating a striking silhouette. Her slender waist and perfect curves exuded an indescribable allure. You dare to provoke me further? With that, Su Yi's hand flew toward Miao Yu once again, the sharp crack echoing anew in the chamber. Miao Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Su Yi would dare strike her again, her anger reaching a boiling point. I shall slay you, she shouted, fists raised, preparing to lunge at Su Yi. However, devoid of her spiritual power, she was swiftly subdued by Su Yi. As he struck, he taunted, Do you yield or not? Do you yield or not? Chapter 42. Knowing full well the tiger lurks, yet still approaching its den, time slipped by, the sounds faded. The room was left with only Miao Yu's angry breaths. Her cheeks were flushed, hair tousled around her face, with shame and fury evident in her eyes. Her chest heaving with intensity, clearly still reeling from the earlier shock. She could scarcely believe that this old rascal dared to strike a master of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, Su Yi stood by the bed, slightly out of breath. Little vixen, have you yielded yet? Su Yi wore a carefree smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of clarity coursing through him. After all, he was battling at the Golden Core stage. Yet, it was the information from the system that emboldened him to engage so recklessly. Despite the prolonged confrontation, Miao Yu's fondness for him did not wane. To Su Yi's astonishment, it appeared that Miao Yu possessed a penchant for masochism. The lack of decline in her feelings could only signify an impending increase, thus fueling Su Yi's enthusiasm further. However, by the end of their encounter, exhaustion had settled upon him, yet the anticipated rise in affection remained elusive. Miao Yu lay on the bed, her delicate form trembling, a tumult of shame and indignation igniting her rationality. "You scoundrel!" She screamed hoarsely, mustering her strength to lift herself, but the previous struggle, coupled with her injuries, rendered her feeble. As she managed to raise her upper body, she succumbed once more, collapsing back onto the bed. Observing this, rather than retreating, Sui knelt beside her, leaning in close to her ear. "Little Meow Meow, do not resist. Be obedient and divulge the risks of entering the inner sect, or else." His hand lifted once more, poised to strike. Meow Yu's teeth ground in fury, yet the weakness of her body and the dread of that humiliating slap sowed seeds of retreat within her. She shut her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. "Stop, and I shall speak." At this, Sui straightened, arms crossed, still adorned with that infuriating grin. "If only you had listened sooner." Meow Yu slowly sat up, smoothing her disheveled hair, traces of anger and resentment lingering in her gaze. She then began to recount the reasons why entering the inner sect was tantamount to certain death. Upon finishing her narrative, Sui felt compelled to utter a phrase of cultural significance. The depths of the Tianxin Sect were indeed profound. It turned out that the Tianxin Sect was not originally known as such. Over 2 centuries ago, it was referred to as the Hehuan Sect. However, at that time, the Hehuan Sect was merely an obscure faction, its location unknown to most. Thus few were aware that the Tianxin Sect had once been the Hehuan Sect. The Hehuan Sect was not the debauched institution that the world misconstrued it to be, primarily focused on dual cultivation. Its unique cultivation system emphasized attuning oneself to the spiritual resonance of the universe, refining one's soul to achieve a synchronized elevation of spiritual power and mental state. Within the tenets of the Hehuan Sect, emotional interactions between men and women were regarded as a means of comprehending the harmonious balance of yin and yang in nature. This was intended to facilitate a deeper understanding of the universal laws and to transcend cultivation bottlenecks, rather than embodying the vulgarity propagated by society. Given a few millennia, such a method of enhancing one's soul should have propelled the Hehuan Sect into the ranks of elite sections. However, 200 years ago, the leader of the Hehuan Sect stumbled upon an ancient cultivator's cave. Within, he discovered a secret technique, one that allowed for the usurpation of another's soul for one's own use. Yet, the soul of the individual being taken must possess a characteristic of desirelessness, otherwise, it would easily backfire, endangering the practitioner. Captivated by the scenes depicted within the secret technique, the leader of the Hehuan Sect secretly began to cultivate this forbidden art. Initially, everything seemed to progress smoothly. The sect master successfully seized the souls of several qualified wandering cultivators, resulting in a remarkable surge in his own strength, allowing him to breach the previously insurmountable bottleneck of his realm within just a few months. Enraptured by the ecstasy brought forth by power, he grew increasingly frenzied, embarking on a rampant quest to locate those devoid of desire or ambition. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare, leading the sect master to alter the Hehuan Sect's originally free-spirited techniques into a reverse practice. What was once a method of indulgence transformed into one of detachment. Subsequently, the events unfolded with relative ease. The sect master produced a multitude of desireless disciples, whom he began to devour and refine. Yet, while the act of devouring souls was devoid of desire, it was not absolute. Excessive consumption resulted in an overwhelming influx of chaotic thoughts, leading to a state of madness. Nevertheless, this sect master, truly a genius, after slaughtering numerous disciples within the sect, managed to devise an even more perfect method. Alas, although the method was conceived, he ultimately met his demise. Fortunately, this secret technique was acquired by the sole surviving elder of the sect, who chose to remain silent about it. Instead, he led the remaining disciples to the site of an ancient cultivation cave and established the Tianxin Sect. The current sect master is the son of that surviving elder. Presently, the entire Tianxin Sect serves as a hunting ground for the father-son duo. Observing Su Yi's dazed expression, Miao Yu let out a derisive laugh. "Still contemplating entry into the inner sect, are we?" Su Yi disregarded Miao Yu's mockery and inquired. "I have one more question. Why is it that only those who become inner sect disciples face certain death?" Miao Yu adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire, restoring some of her chilling demeanor. "Let me ask you, does your Tianxin Sect permit entry into the inner sect only upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, along with the engraving of a life token?" Su Yi paused momentarily, swiftly recalling the sect's regulations, and nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. However, what does this have to do with what you just said?" Miao Yu scoffed. "Oh, it has significant implications. The life token is a means of preemptively collecting your soul's aura. If you were to break through qi refinement and enter the foundation establishment realm, your soul would take form, rendering them unable to devour it. They can only control your life gate before you breach the foundation establishment." A sudden realization dawned upon Su Yi, prompting him to ask, "Is the crux of the matter the soul? If the soul takes form, they can no longer control it?" Miao Yu nodded slightly, her expression grave. "Precisely. Once the soul takes form, A cultivator's control over their own soul significantly enhances, and its strength and stability far surpass that of the qi refinement stage. Then why don't they directly devour the souls of those at the qi refinement stage? Sui queried, perplexed. This is related to what was previously mentioned. Your reverse cultivation technique is practiced for too short a duration, far from meeting the standard of detachment. At this moment, Sui comprehended everything. He understood why the disciples of the Tianxin Sect appeared increasingly cold and indifferent. It was not due to brainwashing. Sui had previously found it perplexing how such a rudimentary level of indoctrination could compel numerous disciples to obediently follow and believe without question. Now, however, he finally understood. It was not merely brainwashing at play, but rather the reverse cultivation technique that gradually transformed the disciples into beings devoid of desire and ambition, thereby aligning with the sinister requirements of the sect leader's malevolent secret arts. Well, do you still aspire to ascend to the inner sect? Miao Yu mocked, her eyes glinting with scrutiny. Yet, to her astonishment, Sui merely smiled nonchalantly. Of course I wish to go, knowing full well the peril that lies ahead. I choose to confront it directly. That is my style. Chapter 43. If I do not enter hell, who will? Miao Yu gazed incredulously at Sui. So all my suffering was in vain. Sui, noticing her wide-eyed expression, turned with hands clasped behind his back and lifted his gaze to a 45-degree angle. If I do not enter hell, who will? I must rescue the tens of thousands of disciples of the Tianxin Sect. With that, he pushed the door open and strode out, leaving Miao Yu in a state of bewilderment. He made his way directly to Luo Yao's chamber. Upon entering, before either woman could utter a word, Sui raised his hand and declared, "Do not ask anything. Pack your belongings. We are leaving the Tianxin Sect." Humph. The depths of the Tianxin Sect are far too treacherous. His earlier words were merely a jest directed at Miao Yu. It is prudent to depart from such a perilous place as soon as possible. The lives of the Tianxin Sect's disciples concern me not. Luo Yao and the nearby Mi Wanwan exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Yao's brows knitted together as she was about to speak, but upon seeing Suyi's serious demeanor, she swallowed her words. Mi Wanwan, being more astute, despite her curiosity, sensed the urgency in Sui's expression and understood that something significant had transpired. Half an hour later, Sui led the way, followed by the two women and another man. Brother Sui, did you not claim you would save the tens of thousands of disciples and enter hell? Miao Yu, disguised as an ordinary woman, continued to mock him throughout their journey. Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao looked at Miao Yu with bewilderment, unsure of where she found her audacity. Sui paid no heed to her jests. His sole focus was on hastening their departure from the Tianxin Sect. The four soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, poised to leave the sect. However, just as they were about to pass through the mountain gate, two imposing figures blocked their path. Stop! What are you for doing? Sui glanced up to see two burly enforcers wielding long blades, their expressions stern, standing before them like twin mountains. Assessing their aura, Sui noted they were both at the 6th level of qi refinement. His brow furrowed slightly as he unleashed his own 6th level qi refinement aura, simultaneously lifting his garment to reveal his identity as an alchemist. What? Do I require your permission to descend the mountain? The two enforcers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon seeing Sui's alchemist badge. The alchemists hold a revered status, providing the sect with essential elixirs, and are typically treated with utmost respect. It is rare for anyone to dare offend them. However, this time, with the sect leader issuing orders personally, they could not afford to let anyone pass easily. The leading enforcer swallowed hard and, mustering his courage, said, "Senior brother, it is not our intention to obstruct you. It is merely that the sect leader has decreed that no one is to leave without permission. We hope you can understand our predicament." Upon hearing that it was the sect leader's command, Sui's determination to force his way through immediately dissipated. One would be foolish to think that any attempt to breach this order would not lead directly to an audience with the sect leader. As for offering spirit stones, it would be wiser to refrain. What began as a trivial matter could easily escalate with such a gesture. Nevertheless, Sui feigned curiosity and asked, the sect leader's order? Has something occurred? The leading enforcer appeared troubled. Senior brother, we truly do not know the specifics. We only understand that it is an urgent directive from above. Sui realized that pressing for more information would yield nothing. He had inquired merely to appear more at ease. Nodding, he turned back with the three women in tow. Humph, coward, one of them muttered. Upon returning to their quarters, observing Sui's serious demeanor, Miao Yu began to make snide remarks. You ugly creature, who are you calling a coward? Do you dare believe I would tear your mouth apart? Before Sui could respond, Mi Wanwan interjected. She had long been dissatisfied with Miao Yu's sardonic attitude, wondering why Sui had chosen to bring her along when she possessed nothing but a decent figure. Did Sui prefer the voluptuous? After confronting Miao Yu, she instinctively glanced at her own bosom, feeling reassured about her own endowments. Her eyes widened, brows furrowed. She advanced menacingly towards Miao Yu, puffing her chest. As a golden core expert, Miao Yu had never been confronted in such a manner. A glint of cold fury flashed in her eyes. "Little girl, are you seeking death?" Miao Yu's tone was icy, as if laced with the chill of the frost-laden December. "Oh, you frighten me, you ugly creature. Come on then, in my life." Mi Wanwan's words struck hard, turning Miao Yu's expression a deep shade of anger. As a respected golden core cultivator, she had never been so openly defied. Yet, at that moment, her spiritual energy was suppressed, rendering her incapable of posing any real threat to Mi Wanwan. All she could do was seethe, her chest heaving violently, fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Su Yi observed Miao Yu's agitated state and felt an urge to laugh. But he knew that doing so would likely provoke her further. With a serious expression, he stepped between the two, delivering a couple of firm taps on their backs. "Enough. Both of you. What time is it?" His seemingly casual gestures carried considerable force, causing both Mi Wanwan and Miao Yu to stagger slightly. Mi Wanwan, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, wrapped her arm around Su Yi's. "Brother Yi, I was merely standing up for you." After speaking, he gave Su Yi's arm a playful shake and provocatively glanced at Miao Yu. "Indeed, my dear Wanwan is the best." Observing the antics of the two shameless individuals, Miao Yu felt a surge of fury. With a favorability rating of 5, Su Yi turned his gaze towards Miao Yu. Upon witnessing her frosty demeanor, he inwardly lamented the challenges posed by a golden core cultivator. Approaching her, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. "Little Miao Miao, as a golden core powerhouse, why is your temperament so poor?" Miao Yu struggled momentarily, but did not break free from his embrace. However, his words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan dazed and incredulous. The two women stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Mi Wanwan trembled uncontrollably. "Senior, that, she stammered, too frightened to articulate her thoughts. Noticing Mi Wanwan's trembling form, Su Yi chuckled softly. "It's all right, Wanwan. Miao Miao is not angry." Just as Miao Yu was about to retort, she instinctively closed her mouth upon seeing Su Yi raise his hand. Yet, she silently vowed, "Just wait. Once I regain my strength, I will show you how to deal with this." Observing Miao Yu's silence, a subtle smile graced Su Yi's lips. "Humph. What does being a golden core cultivator matter if you must obediently comply?" Witnessing a golden core powerhouse so compliant only strengthened Mi Wanwan's belief that Su Yi was the reincarnation of the dominant sword immortal. If there were no upper limit to favorability, she would undoubtedly elevate it to 1,000 points. As the thoughts of those in the room diverged, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the Tianxin Sect. "Luo Feng, come out." This booming voice shattered the delicate atmosphere within the room like rolling thunder. Su Yi and the others were startled and turned to gaze out the window. In the sky, a blinding golden light pierced through the night, resembling a colossal axe cleaving the darkness. Within that radiance stood an elder with white hair, enveloped in a celestial glow, as if a deity had descended. His gaze burned with fury as he glared at the main peak of the Tianxin Sect. It was Shao Qian, the nascent soul ancestor of the Hunyuan sect. Why had he come in person? Miao Yu exclaimed in shock, her voice filled with awe and confusion. As a golden core cultivator, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power possessed by nascent soul experts, capable of obliterating entire golden core sects with a mere wave of their hand. Upon hearing that it was someone from the Hunyuan sect, Su Yi instinctively reached for his storage bag, filled with items he had collected from the Lingxue Pavilion. Could this be related to the affairs of the Lingxue Pavilion? That thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable that a mere branch of the Lingxue Pavilion could provoke a nascent soul ancestor. In Su Yi's mind, thoughts raced as he pondered the reason for the Hunyuan sect's ancestor to mobilize such a grand display, if it were not for the matters concerning the Lingxue Pavilion. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a brilliant radiance erupted atop the Tianxin Sect's main peak, heralding the appearance of the sect leader, Luo Feng. One would assume that a mere golden elixir cultivator would pale in the presence of a nascent soul ancestor, trembling in fear. For the disparity in their strengths was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Yet, Luo Feng stood resolute, his aura flowing with the steadiness of a mountain. Devoid of any hint of trepidation, his gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon Shao Qian. "Humph. I had thought that the traitor Miao Yu had fallen victim to Maihuan Ling Seal and could not escape. It appears you have been meddling behind the scenes." Luo Feng's words left not only Shao Qian taken aback, but also Su Yi and the three others below, who were equally astonished. Su Yi exchanged a glance with Miao Yu, a flicker of confusion passing between them. They could not fathom how this matter could possibly involve Miao Yu. However, upon hearing Shao Qian's subsequent remarks, Su Yi suddenly grasped the situation. "Humph. Luo Feng, I know not of what you speak. Hand over the ancient secret arts you obtained from the Lingxue Pavilion, and I may spare your life, otherwise." The moment Shao Qian's words reached Luo Feng, His expression darkened ominously. It is indeed you, old fellow, who is obstructing us. Now that you are aware of our secret, you shall remain here. Xiao Qian was initially taken aback by Luo Feng's declaration, but soon erupted into a mocking laugh, filled with disdain. Is it you, Luo Feng, a mere junior of the Golden Elixir realm, dares to speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing Xiao Qian's words, Su Yi quickly comprehended the error at hand. They had completely misjudged the situation. Miao Yu was with him, and the ancient secret arts were also in his possession. However, Su Yi had no intention of revealing this. Let them battle it out for now. After all, none of them were virtuous. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to depart from the Tianxin Sect. With this thought, Su Yi hurriedly addressed the three women. What a splendid opportunity. Let us make our exit. He was about to step outside when Miao Yu suddenly grasped his arm. Wait, we cannot leave just yet, she cautioned. As Su Yi looked at Miao Yu, about to inquire further, a surge of even more formidable spiritual power erupted from the peak of the Tianxin Sect. A flash of light revealed an elder clad in black robes, his countenance stern, exuding an aura of chilling authority. Xiao Qian, it has been many years. You seem to have regressed. Upon seeing the black-robed elder, Xiao Qian was filled with shock and disbelief. Luo Tian, you are still alive? Luo Tian regarded Xiao Qian coldly, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Surprised, are we? After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Qian snorted. Humph. Luo Tian, what of it? You are merely a defeated foe. Today, I shall claim the ancient secret arts. At this, a cold glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, his spiritual energy erupting violently. The already dark night sky grew increasingly oppressive and terrifying under the influence of his power. The inky clouds billowed like surging black waves, threatening to engulf the entire world. Purple lightning danced recklessly within the cloud cover, each flash momentarily illuminating the night sky. Luo Tian's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, laden with an overwhelming sense of dread. Defeated adversary? Xiao Qian, today you shall learn the meaning of 300 years in the east of the river, and 300 years in the west. His voice boomed like a bell as his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. Instantly, a sphere of purple lightning materialized, arcs of electricity crackling and whistling sharply as it hurtled towards Xiao Qian, warping the fabric of space in its wake, fissures spreading outwards. Simultaneously, Luo Feng activated the protective array of the sect. Otherwise, the aftermath of a clash between two Yuan-ing realm powerhouses would obliterate the Tianxin Sect. Xiao Qian smirked, his past victories rendering him self-assured. Golden spiritual energy swirled around him as several colossal dragons merged into a singular divine dragon, roaring as it surged toward the lightning sphere. The collision resounded with a thunderous blast, illuminating the night as if it were day. In this initial confrontation, Xiao Qian remained unharmed. Yet the force of the impact startled him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Luo Tian formed another seal, his aura shifting dramatically. He shut his eyes tightly, and a rune on his forehead flickered, releasing a strand of silver light that coalesced into an ethereal figure, radiating immense spiritual waves. A spiritual attack? Xiao Qian smirked coldly, contemplating. Luo Tian, do you believe that this soul technique alone can subdue me? Amidst his scoffing, a torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted around him, as if imbued with life, rapidly coalescing and reshaping. In an instant, a golden rune array composed of spiritual energy was constructed before him. The runes within the array pulsed with a mysterious light, spinning and intertwining, unleashing formidable defensive power. Luo Tian's spiritual apparition moved its hands with increasing urgency, sending forth more silver threads like a torrential downpour towards the golden rune array. The array's glow diminished as the onslaught of spiritual power impacted. The once shimmering and rotating runes began to shatter, emitting crisp cracking sounds. Witnessing this, Xiao Qian's heart sank, and he exerted all his strength to stabilize the rune array. But it was to no avail. No. Xiao Qian let out a desperate roar as the golden rune array collapsed with a thunderous crash. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tian's spiritual apparition surged forward, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly penetrated Xiao Qian's consciousness. His body trembled violently, his features contorted in evident agony as he endured immense suffering. Xiao Qian had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Luo Tian's spiritual prowess. Realizing he was no match for him, as he faced imminent doom, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. He chanted incantations, his spiritual energy surging wildly around him, forcibly coalescing a strange yet potent force in a brief span. Luo Tian, since you wish for my demise, let us be buried together. Xiao Qian howled, his voice rife with defiance and madness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a blood-red glow flickering within, as a wave of destructive energy erupted from his being. With both hands swiftly pressed together, a black sphere of energy gradually took shape between his palms. though seemingly modest in size. This orb emanated a terrifying wave of power that caused even the heavens to quiver. Luo Tian felt an ominous premonition and attempted to withdraw, only to discover that his spirit was inexplicably ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him unable to escape. Xiao Qian, you madman! Luo Tian cursed angrily. Undeterred by Luo Tian's vitriol, Xiao Qian forcefully propelled the black energy sphere towards Luo Tian's corporeal form. Chapter 45. Not letting you go, is it? With a thunderous crash, the black energy sphere detonated before Luo Tian, enveloping him in a surge of formidable force. The space surrounding Luo Tian's body warped instantaneously, forming an immense black hole that drew everything in its vicinity towards it. The protective formation of the Tianxin Sect twisted under the strain. Luo Feng, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm and promptly exerted all his strength to activate the protective array. Fortunately, only the residual energy waves struck the formation, yet even so, it bore an unimaginable burden. The originally pale blue barrier trembled violently, fissures spreading like a spider's web, accompanied by a disquieting cracking sound. Veins bulged on Luo Feng's forehead as beads of sweat rolled down his face. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, striving to stabilize the formation. However, the residual waves proved overwhelmingly powerful, dimming the array's brilliance and threatening to shatter it entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to recite incantations, his hands moving swiftly to form seals as his internal energy surged forth like a flood, infusing the protective array. In an instant, the array's light flickered, and the spreading cracks ceased their expansion, the blue barrier regaining its luminance, barely resisting the onslaught of residual energy. In the sky, Luo Tian's spiritual illusion became ethereal. With all his might, he summoned back his spiritual projection, reintegrating it into his consciousness. His physical form was battered and bruised, his complexion as pale as parchment, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. Casting a glance at the shattered remnants of Xiao Qian, he spoke fiercely. Very well, Xiao Qian, you are ruthless indeed. Is it merely to preserve the Hanyuan sect that you act thus? I shall not grant you your wish. Lowering his gaze towards Luo Feng, he added, with the patriarch of the Hanyuan sect deceased, you shall lead a force to annihilate it. Without waiting for Luo Feng's response, he vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. Su Yi stared blankly at the now silent sky. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? Behind him, Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao were equally astonished, gazing skyward. Indeed, their strength is formidable, yet they seem to lack intellect, one remarked. Humph, a wicked cult, chimed in Miao Yu coldly from the side. Su Yi turned to Miao Yu. Junior sister, did you already know of Luo Tian's existence? Just moments prior, when Xiao Qian had made his dramatic entrance, Su Yi had contemplated fleeing with the three women, but Miao Yu had intervened, preventing their escape. In retrospect, it was evident that Miao Yu had been aware of Luo Tian's presence all along. Humph, were it not for that old fool, how could Luo Feng possibly have injured me? Miao Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with indignation. Are you implying that Luo Feng cannot surpass you? Su Yi inquired eagerly, his eyes lighting up. Miao Yu's expression faltered as she shot him a disgruntled glance. He is older than I am and has honed his skills for several more years. At present, I cannot contend with him. Had it not been for that old man's assistance last time, he would not have spared me. Ah, I understand now. So you can only flee when encountering him. Miao Yu gazed at Su Yi's earnest visage, her desire to slap him rising. Yet, Su Yi paid no heed to her flushed face. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, noting that the protective array had just closed. Seeing this, Su Yi quickly proclaimed, since we cannot defeat him now, we should take advantage of the chaos to depart. Senior brother, why must you leave the sect? The Tianxin Sect is under the protection of a Yuanying ancestor, which elevates it to the status of a second-tier sect, Mi Wanwan asked, perplexed. Su Yi glanced at Mi Wanwan, and then at the equally curious Luo Yao, proceeding to recount the information Miao Yu had shared with him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women transformed into one of profound shock. Luo Yao covered her mouth in terror, exclaiming, how could this be? The Tianxin Sect is truly formidable. Mi Wanwan's countenance also reflected fear, her body trembling slightly. Then are we not in grave danger, liable to be hunted at any moment? Su Yi's demeanor turned serious as he nodded. Thus, leaving is presently our best option. The two women, already inclined to accompany Su Yi, felt their resolve to escape strengthen upon receiving such alarming news. Mi Wanwan clutched Su Yi's sleeve tightly, urging, Senior brother Su, let us depart swiftly. This Tianxin Sect is far too perilous. Luo Yao nodded vigorously beside her, her eyes filled with concern. Without further hesitation, Su Yi prepared to lead the three women away. However, just as they were about to step out of the door, a voice resonated from the direction of the Tianxin Sect's master peak. The voice was robust and powerful, reverberating like a great bell, echoing throughout the skies of the Tianxin Sect. causing an unsettling buzz in everyone's ears. All disciples, heed the command. Those with a cultivation level of 5 qi layers and above, proceed with our sect to the Tianxin Sect. Su-yi felt an urge to curse. Was this aimed at him? After a century of tranquility, now they were not permitted to leave. He suppressed his internal frustrations, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Senior brother, what shall we do? Mi Wanwan inquired anxiously. Su-yi surveyed the 3 women, aside from Miaoyu, who remained calm. Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao displayed evident distress. Do not panic just yet. Our current cultivation is insufficient. The inner sect remains distant for us. If we cannot leave today, opportunities will arise in the future. Su-yi gently reassured the 2 women. But, senior brother, we both have reached 5 qi layers. Should we not go to the Tianxin Sect? Luo Yao spoke with a hint of trepidation, prompting Su-yi to pause momentarily. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, he instinctively believed he could conceal his cultivation level and evade detection. However, Luo Yao's remark reminded him that he had seemingly exposed his 6th level of qi refinement before the law enforcement team earlier that day. What was he to do? As disciples in the qi refinement stage, they would likely be treated as mere cannon fodder if they accompanied the team. Anxiously, Su-yi glanced at Miaoyu, who appeared remarkably composed throughout the ordeal. He instinctively inquired, Senior Miao, do you possess any means to evade this predicament? Miaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Su-yi, her tone indifferent as she replied, Oh, so now you remember I am your senior? I do have a solution, but why should I share it with you? Observing her aloof demeanor, Su-yi instinctively raised his arm but, recalling his dependence on her, lowered it once more. Yet, noticing the slight movement of his hand, Miaoyu tightened her posture and quickly exclaimed, What are you trying to do? Do not act recklessly. The solution is quite simple. You can resolve it yourself. Chapter 46. Still unable to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Hurry, or we shall break it down. For law enforcement disciples pounded vigorously on Su-yi's door. The sound of their urgent knocking grew increasingly frantic, and when no response came from within, the tallest disciple's expression hardened as he delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, sending splinters flying. The 4 disciples, wielding their magical artifacts, stormed into the room, their gazes scanning the interior with caution. The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bed, a table, and a few chairs, with the bed being unusually large. The tall disciple furrowed his brow as he approached the bed, lifting the covers only to find it empty beneath. He turned and surveyed the room, realizing there was no space to conceal anyone. Frowning deeply, he conducted a swift inspection of the area, uncovering no anomalies. The shorter disciple voiced his confusion. Strange, both rooms are unoccupied. Could they have heard us and fled in advance? The tall disciple retrieved a magical artifact from his robe, resembling a disc with simple engravings. Though it appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a spirit tool designed for tracking individuals. He infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to vibrate slightly as it emitted faint waves to detect nearby presences. The disc trembled gently, releasing invisible waves that radiated outward from him. In the blink of an eye, the waves enveloped the entire room, yet they fell silent as if swallowed by the ocean, failing to detect any unusual presence. Meanwhile, Su-yi and the others, gripping each other's hands, anxiously clung to the ceiling as they observed the 4 law enforcement disciples below. The waves emanating from the disc soon encompassed the 4 of them. The 4 individuals held their breath in tense anticipation. Even Miaoyu remained still, her focus directed below. Waves of energy swirled around them, yet they remained oblivious to their presence. The 4 enforcement disciples quietly observed the circular magical artifact. After a brief moment, the artifact showed no signs of life. The shorter disciple scratched his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Strange, is there truly no one here? The taller disciple furrowed his brows and shook the artifact once more, but it remained unresponsive. He tucked the artifact back into his embrace and muttered, Let us go. It appears there is genuinely no one here. With that, the 4 enforcement disciples turned and strode out of the room, their footsteps echoing as they gradually faded away, restoring silence to their surroundings. The 4 exhaled slowly from the rooftop. After a moment of ensuring that no one remained, they finally descended from the roof. Upon landing, Su-yi immediately approached the window, cautiously peering outside to confirm that the enforcement disciples had completely departed before turning to face the 3 women. Except for Miaoyu, who maintained a calm demeanor, Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao wore expressions of delight. Senior brother Su, your concealment technique is truly remarkable. They genuinely did not sense our presence. Mi Wanwan exclaimed as she hugged Su-yi's arm, her eyes brimming with admiration. Humph, his concealment technique is undetectable even by golden core experts. How could a mere artifact possibly sense us? Miaoyu thought back to the earlier pursuit of Su-yi, her irritation flaring. Had he not vanished so suddenly, she would not have acted prematurely. Of course, senior brother Su is. Mi Wanwan nearly divulged the secret of Su Yi being the reincarnation of the overbearing sword immortal. But upon noticing the attention of the three, she promptly changed her words. Right? What shall we do next? However, despite her attempt to redirect the conversation, the perceptive Miaoyu, a golden core cultivator, caught a glimpse of something else in Mi Wanwan's expression. It seemed this young girl was aware of Su Yi's secret. Once my injuries heal, I shall extract the truth from her lips, and she shall suffer for daring to call me an ugly wretch, Miaoyu silently resolved. Oblivious to Miaoyu's thoughts, Su Yi pondered for a moment. Once the sect leader departs with his entourage, we will also leave. This is a splendid opportunity to escape from Tianxin Sect. The four waited in the room for a while longer, and finally, the sounds of the sect leader's departure reached them. First, a sharp phoenix cry resonated throughout the sect, followed by a blinding spiritual light shooting into the sky. The four hurried to the window, carefully pushing aside a corner of the frame to look outside. There, suspended in midair, stood the sect leader, Luo Feng. Enveloped in a faint azure glow, confidently standing atop a radiant blue flying sword. Behind him, several elders navigated their unique magical treasures, while numerous Foundation establishment disciples soared through the air, forming various formations. The disciples at the Qi refinement stage, unable to wield swords, were escorted by a colossal spiritual vessel. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with shimmering lights, accompanied by the incessant sound of whistling winds. The entire procession surged forward, racing towards the direction of the Tianxin Sect. Before long, they transformed into mere specks on the horizon, ultimately vanishing from sight. Once they had completely departed, Su Yi turned around and cast a glance at the three women. We should also take our leave, he remarked, grasping Mi Wanwan's hand with one and holding Luo Yao's with the other as they made their way outside. As for Miaoyu, although she could not harness spiritual power, her formidable spiritual essence enabled her to conceal her presence effortlessly. The four of them exited the room with an air of calmness, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility, save for the occasional whisper of the wind rustling the wild grasses by the roadside. Without lingering, they proceeded directly down the mountain. A substantial number of disciples from the Tianxin Sect had been taken away by the sect leader, leaving the sect unusually desolate. The four traversed the familiar mountain path at a brisk pace. Once bustling with activity, this route now lay eerily deserted. They quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Just as they prepared to depart, two figures emerged to obstruct their path. Halt! What are you four up to? The hearts of the four instantly sank, for it was the same two enforcers they had encountered earlier. Su Yi inwardly cursed his carelessness. Indeed, the enforcers recognized him. Hey, senior brother, didn't you accompany the sect leader to the Tianxin Sect? Su Yi felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained an air of indifference on his face. Going to Tianxin Sect means entering combat. As an alchemist, I am exempt from such duties, he replied, slightly lifting his chin to deliberately convey an air of superiority. The two enforcers took his words at face value. I see. So, senior brother, where are you headed at this late hour? They inquired, their gazes drifting to the three women behind Su Yi. With narrowed eyes, Su Yi emanated a hint of impatience, seemingly weary of their repeated questions. Yet his tone remained composed. Naturally, I am in search of alchemical materials. What else would an alchemist like me be doing if not seeking spiritual herbs? Is it so that we cannot leave the sect at this time? The two enforcers exchanged wry smiles. Senior brother, you may not be aware, but the sect leader activated the Great Formation before departing. Even if we did not impede your path, you would still be unable to exit. Su Yi fell into a state of speechlessness. Was it truly so difficult to leave the Tianxin Sect? With a resigned glance exchanged with the three women behind him, he could only turn back once more. After their departure, one of the enforcers remarked, Li senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that this alchemist is somewhat peculiar. Moreover, wasn't Lu senior brother also an alchemist and a steward in the alchemy hall? He too was forcibly taken to the Tianxin Sect. Li senior brother pondered for a moment, sensing that something was indeed amiss. I also perceive issues. However, this alchemist is not someone we can afford to offend. Let us report this matter to Brother Zhou and allow him to handle it. Chapter 47. Su Yi's acting skills. The four of them returned to their quarters with a sense of helplessness. They sat around a square table, exchanging blank stares. We must devise a means to escape from here, for once the sect leader returns, he will undoubtedly discover who is absent. There is another matter that weighs heavily on Su Yi's mind. Sect leader Luo Feng is on a mission to annihilate the Tianxin Sect. He will certainly realize that the ancient secret arts sought by Shao Qian are not what he presumed. When he learns the truth, he will surely come looking for me. But with the sect's protective array in place, how can we possibly leave? Mi Wanwan's lovely face was etched with anxiety as she spoke. Su Yi found himself at a loss. When the protective array is activated, not even he, nor even Miaoyu at her full strength, could breach it. He glanced at Miaoyu. Miaoyu, what do you think? Miao Yu shot him an irritated glance, clearly displeased with his endearing manner of address. Don't ask me. I am but a powerless individual at present. What can I possibly do? Yet, Su Yi was not disheartened by her words. With earnestness in his gaze, he asked, if I were to help you regain your strength, would you be able to facilitate their escape? Miao Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. She had intended to mock Su Yi, but the memory of his earlier caress flooded her mind. If that sensation could be intensified, perhaps her strength could be restored in a short time. With this thought, she quickly responded, once I regain my power, not only could I shatter this array, but I could also eliminate both Luo Tian and Luo Feng with ease. Su Yi's eyes flickered with skepticism. Just yesterday, he had nearly met his demise at their hands. Little Miao Yu, have you lost your mind due to Luo Feng's blows? Are you speaking nonsense? Miao Yu, exasperated, narrowed her brows and took a deep breath. What do you understand? Luo Tian is gravely injured. If I recover my strength, I could undoubtedly slay him, and then ambush Luo Feng. Killing both would be a simple task. Seeing Miao Yu's unwavering confidence, Su Yi resolved to give it a try. There seemed no other alternative. Healing Miao Yu might only result in their imprisonment. Yet if they did not escape now, their lives would be in jeopardy once Luo Feng returned. With determination, Su Yi clenched his teeth and silently made a vow. He bowed his head, conjuring images of his parents from his previous life. The instant their faces appeared in his mind, his eyes reddened. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, grasping Miao Yu's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at her. Miao Yu was startled by his unexpected gesture, instinctively trying to withdraw her hand, only to find his grip unyielding. She met his gaze, witnessing his reddened eyes filled with resolve and sorrow, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. What are you doing? Miao Yu could not help but inquire, her tone laced with a hint of panic. Xiao Miao Miao, this may be the last time I call you that. Su Yi's voice was hoarse and slightly tremulous. The three women widened their eyes in shock upon hearing his words. Before they could respond, Su Yi continued, I possess a secret technique that should aid you in regaining your strength, but once I employ it, it is highly probable that. The expressions of the three women instantly stiffened at this revelation. Miao Yu wore a look of skepticism, while Mi Wanwan's eyes reddened, tears welling up as she implored, Brother, no. This is far too perilous. Let us consider other alternatives. Surely there must be another way. Luo Yao, equally troubled, trembled as she struggled to find her voice. Merely shaking her head vehemently, Su Yi gazed at the three women with deep affection. This is the only option left. If we do not act swiftly, by the time Luo Feng returns, it may very well be our demise. It is I who have brought this upon you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mi Wanwan burst into tears, throwing herself into Su Yi's side and clutching his arm tightly. Brother, we fear not death, but we cannot stand idly by while you take such risks. Luo Yao stepped forward as well, gently pulling at Su Yi's garment, her voice tinged with sorrow. Brother, I beseech you, consider other options. Let us devise a plan together. There must still be hope. Miao Yu stood to the side, her face still marked by doubt, though a flicker of complex emotion glimmered in her eyes. Su Yi embraced the two women, then abruptly pushed them away, grasping Miao Yu's hand firmly. Let us commence. Xiao Miao Miao. I hope that after my demise, you will treat them kindly. They are both good girls. His voice bore an undeniable resolve, his gaze reflecting profound concern for Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao, as well as an unwavering courage toward the uncertain path ahead. Suddenly, a notification pinged in his mind. Affection level 20, affection level 10. Ding. Binding character has reached maximum affection level, generating 1,000 experience points daily for the host. Hearing this prompt from the system, Su Yi nearly lost his composure in surprise. What an unexpected delight. Just as he prepared to infuse the technique with experience points, a loud crash echoed through the air. Su Yi, you defy the sect master's orders. The enforcement team has been dispatched to apprehend you. Surrender at once. Su Yi looked up to see Zhou Mingyuan striding into the room, flanked by Lin Qingxuan and 4 disciples of the enforcement team. Zhou Mingyuan's expression was stern, his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Su Yi with disdain. Upon entering the room, Zhou Mingyuan cast Su Yi a sinister smile. Today marks your... Before he could utter the word demise, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead, and his body crumpled as if all strength had been drained from him. Crashing to the floor with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust, Su Yi retracted his outstretched hand and said lightly, noisy. His voice, though soft, resonated with startling clarity in the silent room. Damn it. We are all prepared to slay the sect leader, and you dare to accuse me of disobeying his orders? Lin Qingxuan and the 4 disciples of the law enforcement team were already petrified with fear, their gazes darting between Zhou Mingyuan's lifeless body and Su Yi, their faces etched with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that just moments ago, the imposing Zhou Mingyuan had transformed into a cold corpse. Su Yi. Lin Qingxuan trembled, her words caught in her throat, unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Yi waved dismissively. Lin Jr.'s sister. I shall explain later. With that, he grasped Miaoyu's wrist and began to elevate her experience. In one breath, he raised Miaoyu's cultivation level to level 9. As Su Yi instantaneously elevated Miaoyu's cultivation, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted around her. Her previously dull eyes now sparkled with brilliance as she felt the tumultuous power within her, her expression one of incredulity. Chapter 48. Su Yi is the reincarnation of a sword immortal. The others staggered back a couple of steps, shaken by the spiritual pressure emanating from Miaoyu. Su Yi and his companions were already aware of Miaoyu's status as a golden core expert and remained unfazed. However, Lin Qingxuan and her companions were utterly oblivious. They stood there, shocked into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Qingxuan's mouth opened slightly, as if she wished to speak. But the sudden, overwhelming spiritual pressure rendered her speechless. The 4 law enforcement disciples appeared alarmed, their magical tools trembling slightly in their hands under the weight of Miaoyu's formidable aura. They felt as insignificant as ants beneath her might. Miaoyu could hardly comprehend how Su Yi had achieved such a feat. Even if he had assisted her in advancing a realm, she would not have been this astonished. The direct enhancement of her comprehension of the technique was nothing short of revolutionary, shattering her understanding of cultivation. She looked at Su Yi, her eyes reflecting not just shock, but also a hint of reverence and curiosity. Just as she was about to inquire further, Su Yi suddenly began to topple backward. Su Yi, Miaoyu exclaimed, quickly reacting and rushing forward to steady his slipping body. She noted his pallid complexion, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing faint and barely audible. Su Yi, what is wrong? Miaoyu called out anxiously, her voice tinged with unprecedented panic. She gently shook Su Yi's body, but he remained unresponsive. At that moment, the others in the room were also taken aback by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly gathered around. Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up as they looked at Su Yi with deep concern. Brother, I am aware that you are the reincarnation of the sword immortal. You shall not come to harm, so please do not frighten me. Mi Wanwan gazed at Su Yi's pale visage, her voice trembling as she whispered to herself. What? The reincarnation of the sword immortal? The words of Mi Wanwan left the others in the room utterly bewildered, especially Lin Qingxuan and her companions, who were still reeling from the shock of encountering a golden core expert, now confronted with the revelation of yet another sword immortal reincarnation. Their eyes darted back and forth between Su Yi and Miaoyu, their minds a blank canvas, struggling to absorb the astonishing revelations that unfolded before them. The demise of Zhou Mingyuan had long been cast aside in their thoughts. Wanwan, my brother is indeed the reincarnation of the sword immortal, Luo Yao said, her tear-filled eyes reflecting disbelief. Mi Wanwan nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. Surely, think about it, Luo Yao, my brother's extraordinary abilities. The flawless elixir capable of enlightening others on their path, and just moments ago, he unleashed an invisible sword energy that directly vanquished Zhou Mingyuan. Are these feats achievable by an ordinary cultivator? He must be the reincarnation of the sword immortal. Upon hearing Mi Wanwan's reasoning, Luo Yao nodded, albeit in a daze. Miaoyu, standing behind them, also wore an expression of sudden realization. No wonder he could assist her in comprehending the techniques. He must have forcibly imparted his past insights to her. With a goodwill level of 10, Su Yi, having just enhanced Miaoyu's experience, swiftly channeled the gathering spirit and body refinement technique to create the illusion of severe injuries upon himself. However, after listening to Mi Wanwan's analysis, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his facade. This little green tea was far too imaginative. He could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, Su Yi opened his eyes wide, sitting upright and gasping for breath, beads of sweat still glistening on his brow. Enough of the tears, I am fine now. Upon witnessing Su Yi's abrupt awakening, Mi Wanwan exclaimed in delight, I knew my brother would be unharmed. You are the reincarnation of the sword immortal. With her tears dried, a smile broke across her face, her eyes brimming with joy. Do not speak nonsense. I am merely an ordinary old man, certainly not the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Su Yi firmly denied it. You may think what you wish, but I shall not concede. Little Miaoyu, your strength has recovered, hasn't it? Miaoyu shot Su Yi a glare, still somewhat displeased by his affectionate address, yet understanding the situation made it difficult for her to harbor any anger. I have indeed recovered. Now you should rest. I shall deal with that old wretch, Luo Tian. With that, Miaoyu swiftly exited the room. The impact of Miaoyu's words left Lin Qingxuan and her companions momentarily stunned once more. The day's revelations had been overwhelmingly profound. After Miaoyu had departed for a short while, Lin Qingxuan could contain her curiosity no longer. Su, what on earth is happening? Observing the dazed expressions of Lin Qingxuan and the 4 law-enforcing disciples, Su Yi contemplated for a moment. Given the circumstances had escalated to this extent, there was little left to conceal. Thus, he recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Qingxuan in detail. Lin Qingxuan and the other four were utterly stunned by Su Yi's account. The shock they experienced was comparable to that of Miao Yu transforming into a golden elixir or Su Yi becoming a sword immortal. They could scarcely fathom that they had merely been nurtured as fodder, destined to have their souls devoured upon entering the inner sect. After a brief moment, Lin Qingxuan was the first to regain her composure, casting a complex gaze upon Su Yi. "Is what you say truly the case?" she inquired. Upon her questioning, the four enforcers behind her regarded Su Yi with a mix of skepticism. Given the gravity of the situation, Lin Qingxuan's doubt was entirely understandable. However, Su Yi found no inclination to explain. It was too cumbersome, and he lacked any concrete evidence to substantiate his claims. "I apologize, but I possess no proof to validate my words. Whether you choose to believe is entirely up to you," Su Yi remarked nonchalantly. Observing Su Yi's indifferent demeanor, Lin Qingxuan felt an inexplicable wave of irritation. Just as she was about to inquire further, one of the disciples behind her suddenly spoke up. "I believe in what Senior Brother Su has said." The entire room turned its attention to the speaker. This individual, of ordinary appearance, wore an expression of dawning realization as he looked at Lin Qingxuan. "Senior sister, what Senior Brother Su has said must be true. I previously investigated the case of an inner sect disciple who went missing. Although I found no conclusive results, I did uncover a troubling issue." The disciple paused dramatically, gazing at the assembled group with a smug look that seemed to beckon. "Ask me. Come, inquire." However, his anticipation was met with a slap from Lin Qingxuan. She had not expected this normally earnest disciple to toy with their curiosity. Irritated, she smacked the back of his head. "Speak." The disciple, having received the reprimand, obediently divulged the subsequent details. "Well, it's nothing particularly shocking. I noticed that a portion of the inner sect disciples mysteriously disappeared after certain intervals. At the time, I paid it no mind, but now, having heard Senior Brother Su's words, I understand. It must be the work of the sect master." After hearing this disciple's words, Lin Qingxuan began to believe Su Yi's earlier assertions, yet she instinctively queried, "With inner sect disciples going missing, has the law enforcement hall within the sect not raised suspicions or conducted investigations?" "Oh, Senior Sister, you know as well as I do that nearly all inner sect disciples have entered a state of desirelessness, rendering them largely indifferent to such matters." Just as Lin Qingxuan was about to pose further questions, a resounding crash echoed from the main peak. Miao Yu had taken action. Su Yi swiftly rose and made his way outside. Chapter 49. The turbulent surge of favorability. Su Yi hurriedly strode towards the exit, and the others hastened to follow. Upon reaching the door, Su Yi looked up at the sect master's peak. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Aside from the sporadic shouts of disciples, there was no other sound. However, at that moment, Su Yi's expression shifted slightly. As the system's notification echoed chaotically in Su Yi's mind. Affection level 50, affection level 50. Affection level 50. Miao Yu's affection was fluctuating wildly. What on earth was happening with Miao Yu? Just then, a streak of light shot forth from the peak of the sect. In the blink of an eye, Miao Yu's figure appeared before the crowd. Her hair was disheveled, her garments billowed around her, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and a corner of the golden sword in her hand was chipped. Seeing Miao Yu in such a disheveled state, Su Yi hurriedly approached and grasped her hand. "You're injured? How careless of you. Let me see where it hurts." Miao Yu initially intended to shake off Su Yi's grip, but upon hearing his anxious and caring words, her movements faltered. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds," Miao Yu replied softly, her voice unconsciously softening. "I have already killed Luo Tian." At her declaration, everyone except Su Yi was taken aback. Nonetheless, Su Yi continued to pull Miao Yu toward the room. "Come, let me check your injuries. I'm worried." Su Yi's firm grasp radiated warmth from his palm, stirring an unexpected sensation within Miao Yu. She struggled slightly, but could not break free, ultimately allowing Su Yi to half support, half drag her into the room. The onlookers were left speechless. "Come on. You're a gold core expert. How can you not shake off a mere chi refining cultivator?" Miao Yu's heart was in turmoil. After slaying Luo Tian, she had resolved to return and confine Su Yi. Yet, at this moment, being held so tightly by him, she inexplicably felt no desire to resist, and even harbored a secret joy. Upon hearing the second increase in affection level, Su Yi felt a slight sense of relief. The earlier fright had nearly overwhelmed him. Once inside the room, without further ado, he began to remove Miao Yu's clothing. "What are you doing?" Miao Yu exclaimed in alarm, quickly covering her chest with her hands. Glaring warily at Su Yi, noting her slight resistance, Su Yi swiftly glanced at the affection level, relieved to see it firmly at 55. "To check your injuries. Didn't I just say that?" Su Yi looked at her with innocent bewilderment, yet his hands did not cease their movements. "Why do you need to take off my clothes to check for injuries?" Miao Yu found herself at a loss for words, perplexed by his casualness. How can I see if you're hurt without removing your clothing? As he spoke, Sui swiftly pulled off Miao Yu's upper garment. How amusing it was that a gold core powerhouse could not fend off a mere chi refining cultivator. Sui chuckled inwardly, in a state of half resistance and half acceptance. Miao Yu's clothing was soon stripped away by Sui. Before Su Yi's eyes appeared the exquisitely delicate skin of Miao Yu, as pure and white as freshly fallen snow. It emanated a gentle luster akin to that of mutton-fat jade, and beneath her elongated neck, the refined contours of her collarbone were subtly discernible. A modest scar marred her shoulder, though shallow, it stood out starkly against her flawless complexion. The surrounding skin bore a slight redness, resembling a blemish on white jade. Yet it inexplicably added a touch of poignant allure. Upon sensing Su Yi's gaze, Miao Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Instinctively, she turned slightly, attempting to shield her body. However, this inadvertent gesture allowed Su Yi a glimpse of her slender waist, delicate as if it might snap with the slightest pressure. Su Yi reached out, gently tracing the scar on Miao Yu's shoulder. As his fingertips brushed her skin, he felt its exquisite warmth. Miao Yu shivered slightly, her heart yearning to resist. Yet her body betrayed her. She bit her lower lip and averted her gaze from Su Yi's eyes. Fortunately, it's not a deep wound. Otherwise, it would leave an unsightly scar, Su Yi remarked with feigned nonchalance. Miao Yu shot him a glare. A cultivator would never bear scars. You are merely teasing me. With a chuckle, Su Yi wrapped his arm around Miao Yu's waist. That old man Luo Tian suffered such grave injuries, and yet he managed to harm you. His tone conveyed both concern and confusion. Miao Yu instinctively tried to free herself from Su Yi's embrace, but the warmth of his presence made her reluctant to part. She gently bit her lower lip, her brow furrowing as her struggle ceased almost as quickly as it began. That old man's spiritual power is exceedingly formidable. I was caught off guard and momentarily lost focus, which led to my injury, Miao Yu explained softly, a hint of frustration in her voice. Su Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Can you still lay an ambush for Luo Feng in your current state? If not, we should leave. His approval rating increased to 5, and Su Yi felt a surge of delight. It seemed his concern had indeed made an impact. Miao Yu paused at his words, looking up at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. No, I'm fine. Such a rare opportunity. I must eliminate that scoundrel Luo Feng. Su Yi regarded Miao Yu's fierce expression, puzzled by her intense animosity. What grudge could provoke such fervor? These cultivators, rather than diligently pursuing the path to immortality, seemed intent on engaging in trivial pursuits. Glancing at Miao Yu's affection rating, he noted that 60 was sufficient for a waist embrace. Determined, Su Yi gritted his teeth, preparing to take a bolder step. Very well. However, I cannot be at ease with your current condition. Allow me to assist you. Without waiting for Miao Yu's inquiry, he elevated her cultivation level to level 10. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into Miao Yu's consciousness. Her eyes suddenly widened, a peculiar brilliance flickering within their depths. The arcane pathways of the martial arts and exquisite techniques surged through her consciousness like a tumultuous tide. Miao Yu instinctively activated her newly enhanced cultivation technique. A vast and rich surge of spiritual energy instantly coursing through her meridians. This force was exponentially more potent than anything she had previously harnessed. A sensation of fullness radiating from her limbs, causing her to tremble involuntarily. As she stared wide-eyed at Su Yi, ready to utter something, the surging spiritual energy within her erupted like a wild stallion, rampaging through her meridians as if seeking to break free from some unseen restraint. Miao Yu's complexion flushed crimson, beads of fine sweat beading on her forehead, her delicate form quivering slightly, while chaotic spiritual energy swirled around her, causing her hair to dance wildly. Su Yi, I am about to break through. Chapter 50. The most beautiful woman of Tianxin Sect. Upon hearing Miao Yu's words, Su Yi's heart swelled with joy. He swiftly lifted her and placed her upon the bed. Quick, break through. I will guard you. Miao Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, rapidly adjusting her breath, immersing her entire being in the tumultuous ocean of spiritual energy within her. Her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson from the violent clash of energy, droplets of sweat cascading down her forehead, dampening a few strands of hair at her temples. As she fully engaged her cultivation technique, the spiritual energy enveloped her, swirling and radiating a resplendent glow that illuminated the entire bed. Su Yi stood beside her, ostensibly guarding her, but in truth, he merely watched. Even he found it difficult to bear the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Miao Yu. After enduring for a moment longer within the room, he could no longer withstand the tidal wave of energy and reluctantly retreated outside. Senior brother, what is happening? As soon as Su Yi appeared outside, Mi Wanwan could hardly contain her curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, frequently darting past Su Yi towards the closed door. Su Yi glanced back at the curious group, offering a faint smile. Little Miao is about to break through. Upon these words, the expressions of the others shifted oddly. Mi Wanwan gazed at Su Yi with admiration. No wonder he is the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Just to check on his injuries led to a breakthrough. Su Yi's lips twitched. He was about to offer an explanation when a sound like a breaking wind caught their attention. The group looked up in unison to see a dazzling rainbow of light streaking across the sky, approaching at an astonishing speed. As the radiance dissipated, a woman hovered in midair, exuding a barely discernible spiritual pressure indicative of her mid-stage golden core cultivation, causing the air around her to tremble. She wore a gossamer scarlet gown as delicate as a cicada's wing, fluttering in the breeze, subtly outlining her breathtaking figure that stirred the blood. The woman's skin was as fair as snow, emanating a gentle sheen. Her elongated, enchanting eyes seemed capable of drawing in the very souls of those who gazed upon them. Beneath the gracefully arched willow-like brows lies a delicate and straight nose, while the rosy lips curve slightly upward, adorned with an elusive smile reminiscent of blooming flowers in spring. Exuding a deadly allure, her lustrous black hair cascades like satin, casually draped behind her, with a few playful strands falling onto her chest, adding a touch of languor and charm. The slender waist, easily encircled by a hand, complements the full bosom and pert posterior, creating an irresistibly enticing silhouette that ensnares the gaze of all who behold her. "Greetings, madam." As soon as the woman appeared, Lin Qingxuan and her 4 accompanying disciples bowed deeply. Su Yi's heart raced, his eyes darting between the woman and Lin Qingxuan. Could this be the legendary beauty of the Tianxin Sect, Lu Rian, the sect leader's wife? She had not accompanied the sect leader to the Hanyuan sect. This was disastrous. Su Yi silently lamented. The woman lightly waved her hand, signaling Lin Qingxuan and the others to rise. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Su Yi's humble abode. Qingxuan, who was breaking through inside. Upon finishing her inquiry, she turned to face Lin Qingxuan. Given Lin Qingxuan's renown among the outer disciples, it was only natural for Lu Rian to recognize her. Lu Rian often summoned Lin Qingxuan for guidance. However, the typically obedient Lin Qingxuan did not respond immediately. Instead, she cast a questioning glance towards Su Yi. This unusual behavior sparked a flicker of surprise in Lu Rian's eyes. Raising an eyebrow, she followed Lin Qingxuan's gaze to Su Yi. Upon discovering merely an elderly man in the qi refinement stage, a clear disdain flickered in her eyes. She scrutinized Su Yi with unrestrained curiosity, a mocking smile gracing her lips, as her mid-golden core spiritual pressure suddenly surged toward him. Su Yi felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, his legs weakening as he nearly fell to the ground. "Ah, quite the strong willpower you possess. Now, tell me who is breaking through in that room," Lu Rian commanded, retracting the pressure she had exerted upon Su Yi. As Lu Rian withdrew her energy, Su Yi's tense body relaxed slightly, yet his legs continued to tremble from the residual effects of the immense spiritual pressure he had just endured. His mind raced to devise a response that would buy him some time. In this situation, if he could stall until Miaoyu's breakthrough, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Lu Rian, in her current demeanor, seemed unaware of the fact that Luo Tian had already met his demise. "Madam, the one breaking through inside is the ancestor." Su Yi fabricated a response, deciding to speak without much thought. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Rian paused in astonishment, a bemused smile creeping onto her face. Her gaze filled with scrutiny. "You old fool, how dare you deceive me?" As soon as Lu Rian's words fell, her delicate hand traced an arc through the air, a surge of spiritual energy slicing towards Su Yi like a blade. Su Yi had no time to evade. The surge of spiritual energy struck his chest with tremendous force, launching him several feet away, where he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, splattering forth. "Senior brother," Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan exclaimed in unison upon witnessing Su Yi's grievous injury, hastening towards him. However, they had barely taken 2 steps before they were rendered helpless by the formidable aura emanating from Lu Ruyan, collapsing to the ground. Lin Qingxuan shifted her stance slightly, but upon observing the fate of the 2 women, she retreated. Yet, as a formidable golden core cultivator, Lu Ruyan possessed keen perception. She looked at Su Yi with a bemused smile, reflecting, "Who would have thought that an old man like you would be so favored by women? Perhaps you possess some unique talent?" With that, Lu Ruyan turned and strode towards the wooden house, intent on discovering who was breaking through. Her steps were light, yet exuded an undeniable pressure as she approached the door, radiating an enigmatic glow. As Su Yi watched Lu Ruyan advance towards the wooden house, he inwardly lamented, "This is it." Just as she was mere steps away from the door, it suddenly shook violently. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, instinctively halting her advance. She quickly formed seals with her hands, her spiritual energy surging dramatically around her, the crimson skirt rustling like flames dancing in the wind. Then, with a thunderous boom, the door exploded into splinters, fragments flying like concealed weapons in all directions. Lu Ruyin reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective shield of spiritual energy in front of her, deflecting the incoming debris. As the dust began to settle, Miao Yu emerged from the room, enveloped in the overwhelming and commanding energy of the late Golden Core stage. Senior sister? Lu Ruyin gasped upon seeing Miao Yu, but Miao Yu merely cast her a fleeting glance before her gaze shifted to Sui. The moment she beheld the injured Sui lying on the ground, her previously serene beauty was instantly clouded by fury. Lu Ruyin, Miao Yu shouted angrily, striking out towards Lu Ruyin with a powerful palm. Lu Ruyin, still in a daze, was caught off guard and was forcefully struck by Miao Yu's blow. She was sent flying, resembling a kite with a severed string, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing down into Su Yi's embrace. Already gravely injured, Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest from the impact of Lu Ruyin, letting out a muffled groan and nearly losing consciousness once more. Goodness, are you avenging me or just trying to? The sudden notification of experience points interrupted Su Yi's thoughts. Wow, such a high amount. I merely touched a hand. Su Yi hurriedly opened her attribute panel for a glance. Name, Lu Ruyin. Age, 216. Gender, female. Cultivation level, mid-stage of Golden Core Realm Technique. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, level 5. 89200. Talent, extraordinary favorability, 20 purity, 100 comprehensive score, 93. In an instant, Su Yi felt a wave of relief wash over his chest, prompting him to cautiously shift his hand. As the notification of 1,000 experience points echoed in his ears, his right hand trembled uncontrollably. What are you doing? Lu Ruyin, her face contorted in disgust, attempted to move her body but, due to her severe injuries, could only shift slightly. Ah, madam, you are compressing my trembling pulse. My hand cannot cease its quaking. Favorability, 20. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in fury. She had cultivated for over 2 centuries and had never before encountered such a term. Despite her anger, her grievous injuries rendered her immobile, leaving her at the mercy of Su Yi. Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan, upon witnessing Su Yi spitting blood, rushed forward with concern etched on their faces, helping him to his feet. Senior brother, how are you? As Su Yi was assisted upright, he reluctantly withdrew his right hand. I'm fine. Truly, I am in good health. Miao Yu approached Su Yi, reaching out to examine his wounds, but he grasped her hand firmly. How is it? Have you succeeded in your breakthrough? Favorability, 20. Miao Yu, observing Su Yi's concern for her despite his injuries, felt warmth flood her heart. She gently reciprocated his grip, replying softly, do not worry. I have successfully achieved my breakthrough. Just as she was about to say more, Lu Ruyin interrupted. Senior sister, do you not recognize me? It is I, Ruyin. Lu Ruyin's voice was frail, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed longingly at Miao Yu. Once she confirmed that Su Yi was unharmed, Miao Yu finally turned her attention to Lu Ruyin. Humph. Lu Ruyin, cease your pretense. You conspired with Luo Feng against me. If not for our master's desperate protection, I would have perished over a century ago. Miao Yu's voice trembled slightly, the long-buried pain surging forth like a flood. Her spiritual energy roiled violently, and her once graceful visage twisted slightly in fury. However, Lu Ruyin gazed at Miao Yu with wide, incredulous eyes. Senior sister, I did not. It was Luo Feng who deceived you. Lu Ruyin's voice was urgent, her eyes filled with panic and innocence. Despite her weakened state, she strained to defend herself. Senior sister, over a century ago, I was imprisoned by Luo Feng, contemplating death. Yet, he threatened your life, compelling me to marry him. Though her breath was shallow, her tone grew sharp with urgency, each word seemingly forced from the depths of her chest. He promised that as long as I complied, he would not harm you in the slightest. Once I assisted him in breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he would release you. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Ruyin's breath grew ever more faint. However, despite Lu Ruyin's heartfelt display of emotion, it failed to sway Miao Yu. Miao Yu continued to regard Lu Ruyin with an icy gaze. Humph, Lu Ruyin, how utterly laughable you are. That scoundrel Luo Feng has pursued me for over a century without being able to touch me. And now you attempt to deceive me with this feeble excuse, believing I would be gullible enough to believe it? Miao Yu's eyes blazed with intensity as she fixed her stare upon Lu Ruyin, her spiritual energy swirling violently around her. Yet you, secretly entangled with Luo Feng. Even after I discovered your affair, that scoundrel dared to attempt to coerce me. If it weren't for my master. At this point, Miao Yu's voice suddenly caught in her throat, as the horrific and bloody scenes from the past flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. She recalled her deceased master. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin trembled violently, her expression instantly vacant, as though her very soul had been drained away. No, this cannot be true, I did not. Miao Yu coldly regarded Lu Ruyin, slowly raising her hand, her palm pulsating with spiritual energy, clearly preparing to strike her down. Wait. Su Yi, witnessing Miao Yu's raised hand, hurriedly intervened. Miao Yu's hand halted midair, her head tilting in confusion as she glanced at Su Yi. Little Miao Yu, I believe you have been deceived. Observing Su Yi's confident demeanor, Miao Yu furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Su Yi smiled faintly. You mentioned that over a century ago, you discovered the lady consorting with Luo Feng. Noting Miao Yu's puzzled expression, Su Yi continued. However, I observe that the lady remains untouched. If she truly had been with Luo Feng, how could she appear as she does? After Su Yi's words, the women surrounding him widened their eyes in disbelief, instinctively tightening their legs. To be fair, they all thought Su Yi was spouting nonsense. Especially Miao Yu, who, despite using her spiritual sense, could not ascertain whether a woman was untouched. How could Su Yi possibly know? In her eyes, Su Yi's actions were either a result of being deceived by Lu Ruyan or a deliberate attempt to shield her. She cast a suspicious glance at Su Yi, then at the woeful Lu Ruyan. In that moment, Lu Ruyan's disheveled hair lay scattered around her scarred body. With half-open eyes, tears shimmered within them. A blend of sorrow and innocence, her fleeting glances stirring the heart. Her ruby lips trembled slightly, though lacking their former vividness. They exuded an even more poignant charm, releasing an air of temptation as they parted. Her tattered garments revealed large swathes of delicate skin, glistening in the dim light, her heaving bosom partially concealed, yet irresistibly enticing. Unconsciously, she twisted her waist, showcasing her graceful form, a natural allure hidden beneath her frail demeanor, making her utterly irresistible. Even Miao Yu, a woman herself, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight. Could it be that this old fool has taken a liking to Lu Ruyan? Miao Yu felt a surge of anger within her. Su Yi sensed Miao Yu's gaze and heard the notification of decreasing favorability, prompting him to hastily say, Little Miao Miao, if you doubt me, you can verify my words. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to spare you from a future filled with suffering and regret. This verification will not consume much time. Su Yi's expression was one of utmost sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing his words, Miao Yu's demeanor softened slightly. For reasons unknown, she instinctively believed Su Yi. Captivated by his benevolent smile, she raised her hand, grasping Lu Ruyan, and walked toward the wooden cabin. Favorability increased by 60, decreased by 20. Phew. Observing their retreating figures, Su Yi secretly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his cleverness not only restored Miao Yu's favor, but also earned him an additional 60 points with Lu Ruyan. Hey, do you need assistance? I'm quite the expert, he remarked, not without justification, for before his transmigration, he had indeed been a gynecologist. However, his comment earned him a roll of the eyes from Miao Yu. Before long, Miao Yu cautiously emerged from the room, supporting Lu Ruyan. Though Lu Ruyan's countenance still appeared frail, her eyes radiated a sense of relief. They exchanged glances, and the years of estrangement melted away, replaced by the warmth of reunion and trust. Miao Yu looked at Su Yi, her face bearing a hint of apology as she softly spoke. Su Yi, I owe you my gratitude for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Lu Ruyan is indeed innocent. With that, she gently patted Lu Ruyan's hand. Favorability increased by 10, another 10. Su Yi chuckled, as long as everything is well. We must swiftly discuss our next course of action. Upon hearing the mention of a plan, a glint of coldness flashed in Miao Yu's eyes. Chapter 52. Su Yi is formidable, you will sense it. Observing the flicker of determination in Miao Yu's eyes, Su Yi inquired, shall we stay or leave? In truth, Su Yi wished to remain. After all, he had lived here for a century, forming bonds with every blade of grass and tree. However, he harbored a deeper fear of descending the mountain. Throughout his 100 years, he had witnessed too many who ventured down in the morning but never returned by nightfall. This left Su Yi, a man accustomed to the peace of a tranquil era, filled with trepidation at the thought of the unknown journey down the mountain. Thankfully, Miao Yu had no intention of leaving either. Let us go. Today, my junior sister and I shall undoubtedly take down that scoundrel Luo Feng, Miao Yu declared, her resolve evident as she appraised Su Yi from head to toe. Well, Su Yi, could you possibly lend your abilities to assist my junior sister? Miao Yu instinctively began to call him senior brother, but quickly corrected herself, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she cleared her throat, attempting to mask her momentary lapse. Upon hearing Miao Yu's words, Su Yi instinctively rubbed his hands and was about to agree, thinking it was a splendid opportunity. However, after a moment's reflection, a look of difficulty crossed his face. With a slight frown, he sighed deeply and spoke slowly. Miao Miao, you may not be aware, but the exertion of my abilities takes a tremendous toll on my own vitality. Each use feels akin to siphoning away my life force. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, her situation differs from yours. While you were scattered in spirit energy, Lady Lu suffers from internal injuries. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Miaoyu displayed a look of disappointment. Very well. Now that I have reached the late stage of the Golden Core, even without the assistance of my junior sister, I should be able to subdue Luo Feng under stealth conditions. Their conversation left Lu Rian momentarily stunned. Senior sister, what are you discussing? I cannot comprehend, she exclaimed, her gaze darting between Su Yi and Miaoyu in confusion. Miaoyu smiled at Lu Rian and promptly shared Su Yi's extraordinary abilities with her. Lu Rian, upon hearing this, looked at Su Yi in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the frail old man she could easily overpower with a mere finger possessed such remarkable powers. Is that true? She questioned, her skepticism evident as she scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe. Su Yi remained silent, stepping forward to lift Lu Rian into his arms and carry her towards the room. What are you doing? Lu Rian gasped, instinctively struggling against him. However, having just regained some strength, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Fear not, my lady. I shall allow you to witness my abilities, Su Yi said, a hint of mystery playing at the corners of his mouth. Senior sister, make him put me down, Lu Rian pleaded, continuing her futile struggles as she sought help from Miaoyu. However, Miaoyu merely smiled softly and replied, Junior sister, Su Yi is quite formidable. You will understand once you experience it. She was fully aware of Su Yi's physical condition, knowing he could manage only minimal exertion, thus watching them enter the room with ease. Lu Rian was left dumbfounded by Miaoyu's words. What does she mean by you will understand once you experience it? No matter how skilled he is, I cannot possibly perceive it. A mixture of embarrassment and urgency flooded her heart, yet Su Yi was already carrying her into the room. Once inside, Su Yi resolved to employ his abilities, aiming to first accumulate some experience. One must give before one can receive. Experience points, 1,000. Lu Rian's eyes widened in terror upon witnessing this. No, you cannot treat me this way. If you dare to take liberties with me, I will surely avenge myself once I recover. Her voice trembled, filled with fear and indignation. Affection level, 50. At that moment, she even believed Miaoyu had intentionally spoken as she did, solely to drag her into this predicament. Previous events were merely a means to perplex oneself. Su Yi continued his actions, a smile gracing his face. Madam, close your eyes and immerse yourself in the experience, he said, as he infused his expertise into Lu Rian's cultivation technique. Lu Rian's heart brimmed with resistance. Her body twisted in an effort to break free from Su Yi's grasp. Yet, his hands seemed to be rooted, unwavering despite her desperate struggles. You scoundrel, release me, Lu Rian cried, tears welling in her eyes. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a surge of information penetrated her mind. It was a subtle secret regarding the operation of her own cultivation, illuminating her understanding like a beam of light piercing the darkness, revealing new corners of insight into her practice. The previously obscure pathways of her technique began to clarify in her mind. The stagnation she had faced in her cultivation seemed to loosen its grip. Lu Rian froze, her struggles ceasing abruptly, as confusion replaced the anger and terror in her gaze. What is this? She murmured softly, her voice trembling with astonishment. Su Yi, noticing the shift in her emotions, gently remarked, Madam, this is my ability. Isn't it remarkable? Lu Rian's feelings were a tumultuous blend. Her earlier doubts about her senior sister's words dissipated, and she sighed in relief. This is your ability. How impressive. Su Yi observed Lu Rian's newfound acceptance and adjusted his approach to her cultivation. Her eyes widened in fear, reigniting her earlier emotions. What do you intend to do? She instinctively shielded her body with her hands, her eyes filled with indignation. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, he replied, witnessing Lu Rian's fierce resistance. Su Yi swiftly elevated her cultivation technique to level 6. As her technique ascended, a spark of brilliance flickered in her mind, as if a long-sealed door had quietly creaked open. The once intricate and arduous technique now flowed like a lively stream within the depths of her consciousness, each pathway an operational node crystal clear. She no longer mechanically adhered to the incantations of the technique, but truly grasped its core essence, attaining a new level of mastery over her spiritual energy. Once again, she halted her struggles. In a mere 5 minutes, Su Yi stumbled out of the room, followed closely by a blushing Lu Rian. Upon seeing Su Yi's condition, Miaoyu, Luoyao, and Mi Wanwan approached him with concern. Su Yi, what has happened to you? Su Yi leaned against the doorframe, appearing feeble, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. This time, he had garnered 20,000 experience points from Lu Rian. Gazing at the string of zeros, he felt an invigorating clarity envelop him. Yet, to allow them to comprehend his toil, he had to endure this. Miaoyu regarded Su Yi's frail demeanor with both concern and gratitude, hastily retrieving a delicate jade vial from her storage ring. From within, she poured forth a small, azure pill and offered it to Su Yi, saying, Su Yi, Quickly take this energy pill. It works wonders for restoring vitality. Su Yi glanced at the pill, identifying it as a premium energy elixir, and shook his head. I am currently unfit to consume pills. Do not worry. A brief rest will suffice. Miao Yu understood that Su Yi's body could no longer expel the toxins from elixirs, making them not only futile but potentially burdensome. Unless one possessed flawless-grade pills, which were exceedingly rare, they would be of no use. With a soft sigh, she carefully returned the pill to the jade vial, placing it back in her storage ring, and turned to the bashful Lu Ruyan. Junior sister, how are you faring? Lu Ruyan lowered her head slightly, avoiding Miao Yu's probing gaze, her voice tinged with shyness yet brimming with excitement. Senior sister, I have broken through in my cultivation, and my injuries have nearly healed. I feel that it won't be long before I can advance to the later stages of the golden core. Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with barely contained delight. Excellent. Then it is time to settle accounts with that scoundrel Luo Feng. Miao Yu first smiled at Lu Ruyan. Then her expression sharpened with determination as she spoke with resolute conviction. The three of them deliberated over their plan, which seemed impeccably devised. However, Su Yi found himself profoundly dissatisfied with it. They were targeting a cultivator at the later stages of the golden core, yet Miao Yu insisted on including Su Yi, a mere 6th-layer qi refining practitioner, in the scheme. He vehemently opposed it, but Miao Yu and Lu Ruyan forcibly brought him to the Master S peak. At the Master S peak, within Lu Ruyan's cave dwelling, Su Yi gazed at her with astonishment. At that moment, she radiated an enchanting charm, as if emerging from the depths of a beguiling abyss, with every inch of her skin exuding an irresistible allure. Lu Ruyan was clad in an ethereal crimson veil, so delicate it seemed to float like mist. The neckline was wide open, cascading down her elegantly sculpted collarbone, exposing vast expanses of skin as smooth and pale as sheep's milk. Her curves, both full and taut, were artfully accentuated beneath the veil, provocatively stirring the heart. Her waist was so slender it could be grasped with a single hand, swaying with an elegance that seemed fragile yet held boundless grace. Her long hair flowed like black silk, cascading freely, with a few strands playfully falling across her chest, inviting endless imagination. Her brows resembled distant verdant hills, slender and gracefully arched. Her eyes, akin to a clear spring, shimmered with an enchanting allure, capable of ensnaring one's soul with but a single glance. Her lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, glistened with a tempting hue, slightly pouting and gently curling upwards, adorned with a smile that could lead any man to perdition. Enough of your staring. It's of no use to you. Prolonged gazing is detrimental, Miao Yu chided, casting a disapproving glance at Su Yi as she pushed him aside. An inexplicable restlessness brewed within her, akin to a jar of aged vinegar overturned, permeating her heart. Junior sister, is this truly advisable? Lu Ruyan inquired, her alluring demeanor momentarily subdued, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. That scoundrel Luo Feng will surely seek me out upon discovering his father's demise. Laying an ambush here is our best course of action. Hearing their discourse, Su Yi's anxiety resurfaced. I implore you both. One of you is at the late stage of golden core and the other at the mid-stage. Dispatching Luo Feng should be a trivial task. Let me go instead. Su Yi wore a pained expression, attempting to wriggle free from the situation. Intrigued by Su Yi's words, Lu Ruyan could not fathom why her senior sister insisted on bringing along this seemingly useless old man of qi refinement. Humph, junior sister. Do not underestimate this old fellow. His skills in concealment surpass even my own, Miao Yu remarked, noting Lu Ruyan's puzzled expression. After delivering her explanation, Miao Yu seized Su Yi's hand. Come, demonstrate. With a resigned smile, Su Yi recognized the futility of evasion today. He grasped Miao Yu's hand and executed the concealment breath technique. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Su Yi and Miao Yu remained in plain sight, within her perception, they had seemingly vanished, their presence entirely erased. Staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, she murmured, How is this possible? I cannot discern your aura at all. Observing Lu Ruyan's astonished expression, Miao Yu proudly lifted her chin, as if claiming sole credit for the feat. Impressive, I assent it. With him by our side, our chances of success have significantly increased. Lu Ruyan nodded fervently, her gaze towards Su Yi filled with wonder and anticipation. At that moment, Miao Yu's expression shifted as she announced, Luo Feng is returning. As soon as Miao Yu spoke, Su Yi heard the distinct sound of slicing air from outside, sharp and urgent, indicating the approach of numerous flying swords. Before Su Yi could react, Miao Yu pulled him directly beneath Lu Ruyan's bed. Lu Ruyan quickly settled onto the bed, striving to steady her breath, feigning tranquility while her heart raced like a startled deer. She delicately adjusted the strands of hair by her temples, the crimson gauze of her attire fluttering slightly with her movements, exuding an alluring aura that seemed to beckon Luo Feng, who was about to enter the chamber. with fatal temptation. The trio waited in silence, yet Luo Feng did not appear. Lu Ruoyan felt increasingly anxious within her heart, and she quietly transmitted her thoughts to Miao Yu and Su Yi hiding beneath the bed. What is happening? Why hasn't that wretched creature arrived? Miao Yu furrowed her brow slightly and replied through their connection. Are you certain he would come here upon discovering that Luo Tian is dead? Upon hearing Miao Yu's transmission, Lu Ruoyan too began to waver in her certainty. Su Yi, trembling in Miao Yu's embrace, could no longer contain himself. So, I appear to be the only one in a state of distress, while you both are merely anxious internally. Is it possible that the two formidable Golden Core experts have not yet realized that their father is deceased? Both Miao Yu and Lu Ruoyan were momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's words, their fair faces flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 54. Unable to fight back. Truly unable to fight back. As Su Yi's words faded, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. After a brief moment, Miao Yu could no longer restrain herself. Could you please refrain from moving so much? I am frightened. When I am scared, I instinctively seek my mother, Su Yi retorted. Miao Yu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, found herself confined in the cramped space beneath the bed, unable to move freely. She could only elbow Su Yi sharply, attempting to urge him to settle down. Su Yi winced in pain but remained as tense as ever, shaking uncontrollably. Lu Ruoyan, hearing the commotion from above, hurriedly transmitted, Sister, what are you doing down there? Taking a deep breath, Miao Yu suppressed her shame and anger, responding, Nothing wrong. This foolish old man is merely startled. Pay him no mind. It will be over soon. Lu Ruoyan, filled with confusion, was about to inquire further when an external noise interrupted. First, there was a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, followed by a creaking sound as the cave's door was slowly pushed open. Luo Feng's towering figure appeared at the entrance, clad in a black robe adorned with dark red runes that shimmered with an eerie light in the dimness. He exuded a chilling aura, his stern countenance seemingly veiled in frost, with his eyes ablaze with furious flames, fixated directly on Lu Ruoyan on the bed. His icy gaze completely disregarded Lu Ruoyan's alluring appearance. Ruoyan, Luo Feng spoke, his voice low and frigid. You must be aware of my purpose here. He stepped slowly into the cave, each footfall resonating with an invisible force that shook the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Ruoyan feigned composure, slightly raising her chin, a flicker of defiance and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Luo Feng, how could I possibly know? You come here with such an imposing presence and intrude upon my sanctuary, yet you pose such an absurd question. As she spoke, she discreetly gathered her spiritual energy, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. After my departure, you are the only Golden Core cultivator left in the entire sect. Surely, you must be aware of your father's demise. Luo Feng's eyes glinted with a chilling brilliance, his spiritual energy surging around him. Before Lu Ruoyan could respond, he abruptly extended his right hand, summoning a surge of spiritual energy that swiftly coalesced into a robust spiritual rope. The surface of the rope crackled with eerie dark red lightning, shooting towards Lu Ruoyan with alarming speed, aiming directly for her throat. Anticipating the attack, Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in alarm as her hands swiftly formed intricate seals before her, conjuring an ice-blue shield that materialized around her neck in an instant. With a resounding crack, the spiritual rope struck the shield, producing a piercing noise and sending shards of ice flying, as the shield was marked with faint fissures. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruoyan lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her delicate form darting backward like a swift swallow. Simultaneously, she raised her jade-like hand, sending several ice spikes, infused with a chilling aura, hurtling towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, unfazed, curled his lips into a mocking smirk. He casually lifted his left hand and waved it in the air, erecting a black barrier of spiritual energy in an instant. The icy spikes collided with the barrier, shattering upon impact and transforming into a puddle of water that dissipated into the air. Lu Ruoyan, do you truly believe such trivial tactics can contend with me? Luo Feng's voice was frigid, echoing with the resonance of the abyss. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, causing the already fractured spiritual rope that had struck Lu Ruoyan's shield to suddenly blaze with intensified radiance. The dark red lightning entwined around the rope grew increasingly violent, piercing through the trembling ice-blue shield and once more ensnaring Lu Ruoyan's throat. Panic washed over Lu Ruoyan as she attempted to evade, only to find her body inexplicably heavy, each movement ensnared by an invisible force. It dawned on her that Luo Feng had secretly placed a restriction on her earlier, which had only now been triggered, leaving her with no escape. No. Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened as she desperately flailed her arms to fend off the lethal spiritual rope, but all her efforts proved futile. In an instant, the spiritual rope coiled around her neck, and with a gentle tug of Luo Feng's wrist, she was lifted off the ground. her slender neck reddening as the rope constricted, her breaths becoming rapid and labored. Luo Fengyu. Lu Rian struggled against the spiritual rope, attempting to alleviate the suffocating grip, but it seemed to possess a life of its own, tightening inexorably. Her face flushed from oxygen deprivation, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Luo Feng. Under the bed, Miaoyu, witnessing this scene, was poised to rush out to rescue Lu Rian, but was firmly restrained by Su Yi. Do not panic. Rest assured, he will not kill Lu Rian, Su Yi urged, holding Miaoyu tightly while transmitting his thoughts. Luo Feng coldly regarded Lu Rian, his gaze devoid of any compassion. Humph. Lu Rian, if it weren't for your remaining usefulness, do you think I would keep you alive until now? His voice was as frigid as frost, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. With a slight exertion of force, the spiritual energy tether tightened further, rendering Lu Rian's complexion increasingly pallid. A faint whimper escaped her throat as her legs flailed helplessly in the air. In this moment of dire urgency, Luo Feng made a fleeting adjustment to the hand seals controlling the spiritual energy rope. Sui, who had been observing Luo Feng intently from beneath the bed with his celestial vision, keenly detected this ephemeral flaw. Miaoyu now? Su Yi urgently transmitted, simultaneously releasing his grip on Miaoyu. Understanding his intent, Miaoyu's beautiful eyes flickered with resolve as her spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, shooting forth like a bolt of white lightning from beneath the bed. The long sword in her hand glimmered with a chilling brilliance, propelled by an indomitable momentum. It aimed directly at Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng sensed the impending attack and his expression shifted dramatically. He sought to defend himself, yet his hands were fully engaged in manipulating the spiritual energy tether, rendering him momentarily unable to evade. Reluctantly, he could only muster all his strength to sidestep, attempting to avoid the lethal strike. However, Miaoyu's onslaught was swift and unyielding, and her longsword struck fiercely into Luo Feng's right shoulder. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, and crimson blood swiftly stained Luo Feng's black robe, trickling down the sword's length. Luo Feng let out a pained roar, his spiritual energy in disarray, causing the rope tightly wound around Lu Rian's neck to loosen due to the sudden agony he experienced. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Rian concentrated her remaining spiritual energy and forcefully broke free, the tether snapping with a sharp crack. She fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently as she gasped for fresh air. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he turned sharply to fixate on Miaoyu. So it was you, wretched woman. He gritted through clenched teeth, malice swirling in his gaze. Yet, a moment later, he furrowed his brow. No wonder you dared to ambush me. You've broken through? Luo Feng's heart sank in surprise, but he remained unfazed, knowing his own profound strength. Regardless of your breakthrough, none of you shall leave here alive today. Luo Feng bellowed, his aura abruptly shifting. The previously outwardly projecting spiritual energy began to retract swiftly. An eerie luminescence flickered in his eyes as an invisible, yet immensely powerful force began to brew within him. Miaoyu sensed the danger, and her heart quaked. Just as she intended to act, a powerful mental assault surged toward her. This force rushed forward like a tidal wave, threatening to breach her sea of consciousness. Miaoyu's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she fought through the excruciating impact on her spirit, channeling all her strength to resist. Luo Feng's mental assault intensified, distorting the very air within the cave due to the clash of their powers. Miaoyu felt as though her head would explode, her consciousness beginning to blur. She gripped the long sword tightly, her knuckles turning pale, as the aura of spiritual energy surrounding her flickered erratically, clearly indicating the immense pressure she was under. Chapter 55. The Finger Technique to Slay the Golden Core Realm. Lu Rian watched anxiously from the side, desperately suppressing her physical weakness. Gritting her silver teeth, she swiftly formed hand seals, her remaining spiritual energy surging wildly. In an instant, the temperature around her plummeted, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed, giving rise to numerous sharp ice spikes that materialized out of thin air, encircling her with a chilling glow. Luo Feng, come and face me, Lu Rian exclaimed, pushing her hands forward with great force. The ice spikes shot forth like a barrage of freezing rain, accompanied by a sound akin to howling winds, racing towards Luo Feng. Engaged in a fierce battle of wills with Miaoyu, Luo Feng sensed the incoming ice spikes and was filled with fury. With a thought, he covertly activated the binding force placed upon Lu Rian. Lu Rian felt a powerful force intrude upon her consciousness in an instant, rendering her body and actions beyond her control, halting her spiritual energies flow abruptly. With wide eyes, she watched helplessly as the once menacing ice spikes faltered midair, swaying momentarily before scattering with a series of sharp cracks. No, Lu Rian silently screamed in despair, feeling both reluctant and powerless. Their plan had been that even if the surprise attack failed, The combined efforts of Lu Ruyan and Miao Yu should suffice to contend with Luo Feng. However, she had never anticipated that she had already fallen victim to Luo Feng's bindings. Seeing the hopelessness in Lu Ruyan's expression, a cold smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. Humph. I was worried I couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage with just Lu Ruyan as my furnace. Since you've come to me, let us make you both my alchemical vessels. As he poured more of his spiritual power into his assault on Miao Yu, the pressure on her intensified. Her consciousness growing increasingly foggy, her body swaying precariously. Su Yi, hiding beneath the bed, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Alas, these two little nuisances have doomed me. 2 against 1, and they can't even hold their ground. Su Yi had just discovered that as heavenly I could perceive Luo Feng's weaknesses. Now fully aware of where Luo Feng's vulnerabilities lay and how to strike to defeat him, he also recognized that even with such weaknesses, a golden core stage opponent was not easily shaken by a mere chi refinement stage cultivator. His attacks might not even breach Luo Feng's physical defenses. Yet, observing the precarious state of Miao Yu and the bound Lu Ruyan, he realized that once the two were subdued, his chances of escape would be non-existent. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi expended his experience to elevate his finger technique directly to level 10. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of information poured into his consciousness like a flood, forcibly inundating his mind. Countless intricate applications of the finger technique and the pathways of spiritual energy coursed through his thoughts in a frenzied flash. This information resembled a tangled web, leaving him dizzy. Nonetheless, with the strength of his spirit, Su Yi managed to absorb all of it. He took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain in his head as if it were being pierced by needles, and swiftly integrated the newly acquired technique of finger snapping. After mastering the 10th level of this technique, Su Yi had no time for contemplation, for he saw that Miao Yu was on the verge of fainting. If Miao Yu lost consciousness, it would be too late. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a fireball spell towards Luo Feng, simultaneously bestowing upon the fireball a grandiose name as he proclaimed, "Behold my flame of heavenly incineration." Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He was already taken aback by Miao Yu's sudden appearance, and now another individual, undetectable by his probing senses, had emerged. This newcomer's cultivation level was undoubtedly at least that of the late Golden Core stage. In his current predicament, he could hardly contend with a duo like Miao Yu and Lu Ruyan, especially with yet another enigmatic figure entering the fray. The name of the spell alone hinted at its formidable power. In a flurry, Luo Feng hastily drew upon a portion of his spiritual energy to hastily conjure a protective shield before him. The name was somewhat intimidating, prompting him to amplify his spiritual energy output. Now was the moment. Su Yi unleashed his finger-snapping technique directly at Luo Feng's forehead. Su Yi had previously noticed that when Luo Feng was defending against Lu Ruyan's attack, his spiritual energy was in motion, leaving his head nearly defenseless. A collision ensued. The fireball struck the spiritual energy shield and extinguished instantly. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? It didn't feel particularly strong. However, in the next instant, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that this old man was merely a chi refinement cultivator. Luo Feng's heart brimmed with unwillingness. He could scarcely fathom that he, a dignified Golden Core stage expert, had fallen to the hands of a mere chi refinement novice. His body swayed unsteadily, his gaze dimming gradually, before he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's fall, Su Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as well. Goodness, the consumption of the 10th level finger-snapping technique was far too great. Lying on the ground, Su Yi felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, rendering him unable to lift even a finger. Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before her. Miao Yu stared blankly at Luo Feng's corpse, then raised her gaze to the bewildered Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, did you kill him?" Miao Yu spoke weakly, her consciousness still somewhat foggy from the brink of life and death she had just traversed. Still not fully awakened, the scene before her was difficult to comprehend. It was only then that Lu Ruyan regained her senses, hurriedly approaching Miao Yu, crouching beside her, and supporting her shoulder as she anxiously said, "Sister, are you all right?" "I didn't kill Luo Feng, it was Su Yi." As she spoke, she pointed towards the figure of Su Yi lying on the ground. Miao Yu followed her finger, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Su Yi did this. Miao Yu gazed in disbelief, her eyes widened as she scrutinized Su Yi. Could he truly be the reincarnation of a sword immortal? Miao Yu found herself perplexed. Previously, Miwanwan had claimed that Su Yi was the reincarnation of a sword immortal, a notion she had approached with skepticism. If Su Yi were indeed a sword immortal reborn, he would not still be merely a chi refinement practitioner at over 100 years of age. More crucially, Su Yi's talent was extraordinarily lacking, and he hardly resembled a reincarnated sword immortal. "I say, Could you two perhaps pay some attention to the benefactor who just saved your lives? I find myself unable to move, and this ground is rather uncomfortable, Su Yi said weakly, his voice echoing in the slightly cavernous chamber. Lu Ruyin and Miao Yu, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to Su Yi's side. Miao Yu reached out to grasp his wrist, gradually channeling her spiritual energy into his body, carefully sensing his condition. In the next moment, her delicate brows furrowed as she exclaimed in astonishment, You are cultivating both the law and the body simultaneously? Observing Miao Yu's startled expression, Su Yi blinked and nestled comfortably against Lu Ruyin. What is the matter? Upon seeing Su Yi's oblivious demeanor, Miao Yu realized the truth. This nonsense about being a reincarnated sword immortal was clearly a fade. He was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Do you not know that one cannot cultivate both the law and the body at the same time? Miao Yu's anxious demeanor left Su Yi somewhat bewildered. Is it not permissible to cultivate both? What have you been doing for the past century? Miao Yu asked incredulously. Your realm has not advanced, and yet you remain unaware of such a common principle? Lu Ruyin regarded Su Yi as one might a peculiar creature. As Su Yi observed their reactions, he finally began to sense that something was amiss. No, please don't frighten me. Is it truly impossible to cultivate both? Miao Yu and Lu Ruyin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with profound exasperation. Miao Yu took a deep breath and slowly explained. Law cultivation focuses on spiritual energy, while body cultivation emphasizes the physical form. Their cultivation systems are fundamentally distinct. Should the pathways of spiritual energy and physical refinement clash, it could likely provoke a violent upheaval of spiritual energy, resulting in one's own destruction. Within the entire realm of cultivation, few dare to attempt the dual cultivation of law and body. Miao Yu, with a look of disappointment, continued. I perceive that your physical strength is comparable to that of a foundation establishment practitioner, suggesting you have been cultivating for some time. Have you not noticed any conflict between the two forces? Scratching his head in confusion, Su Yi replied, No, I haven't experienced anything unusual. I feel both forces operate quite smoothly. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the astonishment on Miao Yu and Lu Ruyin's faces deepened, as if they were beholding a being from another world. Miao Yu furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. This is impossible. According to the principles of cultivation, the pathways of law and body are fundamentally disparate. Conflict is an inevitable outcome. Su Yi, think carefully. Have you truly never encountered even a slight discord? Not even a minor discomfort in your body or a fleeting disturbance in your spiritual energy? Su Yi pondered carefully. Ever since he had learned the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, he had experienced no discomfort whatsoever, none of the issues that Miao Yu had mentioned. He even practiced the technique, finding it to be fluid and without any problems. Just as he was preparing to share his condition with them, a sudden thought struck him. His lack of issues was likely due to the system. The existence of the system must remain undisclosed. With this realization, Su Yi's demeanor shifted. Perhaps there was indeed a slight concern. He hesitated, feigning a touch of distress on his face, and mentioned that occasionally, after exerting himself to the fullest in casting spells, he experienced a brief sensation of numbness, akin to a force rampaging within him, only to subside swiftly. Initially, he had attributed it to overexertion, thinking a little rest would suffice, and thus had not paid it much mind. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Miao Yu and Lu Ruyin's expressions. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, they sighed resignedly. Well, given your aptitude, foundational cultivation seems hopeless. Practicing both the body and spell simultaneously is not a grievous matter. Su Yi offered a wry smile, sighing in response to Miao Yu. Yet inwardly, he thought, with the system's assistance, not to mention a mere foundation, I am destined to become an immortal. Indeed, an immortal practicing both body and spells. Miao Yu observed Su Yi's expression and sighed inwardly. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss our next course of action. What else is there to do? We shall directly seize Tianxin Sect, and senior sister, you shall become the sect master. Miao Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation. Seizing Tianxin Sect is feasible, but I cannot take the role of sect master. That title is rightfully yours. Lu Ruyin blinked, curious. Why? Miao Yu smiled slightly. Because you are the sect master's consort. It is only fitting for you to assume the role. Lu Ruyin nodded thoughtfully, as if she had come to an understanding. Su Yi, observing the two, could not help but smirk. Come on. With only the two of you possessing the highest cultivation in this sect, what need is there for legitimacy? Both women paused, taken aback by his words. Indeed, the Tianxin Sect has but one initial golden core cultivator left. We can act as we please. One was a captive golden core cultivator, while the other was a constantly hunted golden core cultivator, completely unaware that they had now become the strongest forces within the sect. The three engaged in quiet discussions for a time, ultimately deciding that Lu Ruyin would take the role of sect master, while Miao Yu would serve as the Grand Elder. Once the plan was established, they parted ways. Su Yi returned to his small wooden cabin, while Miao Yu and Lu Ruyan began gathering the elders and disciples. Su Yi had no desire to meddle in their affairs any longer. It was far more crucial to focus on diligently accumulating experience points to elevate his cultivation. Upon returning to the cabin, he was greeted by the eager expressions of Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan. With a grin, he pulled the two along to practice together. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during this cultivation session. Su Yi furrowed his brow, for his system had malfunctioned, and neither of the two women could provide him with experience points. No, it was not that he could no longer gain experience. Rather, the method of acquiring experience from them seemed to have changed entirely. Now, there was no need for Su Yi to take action. Experience points would be credited to him automatically each day. Could this be a special benefit after reaching a favorability level of 100? Su Yi pondered inwardly, gazing at Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan with a look of confusion. Luo Yao and Mi Wanwan stared back at Su Yi, bewildered. How could it end so soon after it had just begun? Observing Su Yi's unusual demeanor, Luo Yao approached with concern, softly inquiring, "Senior brother, are you feeling unwell?" Mi Wanwan followed closely behind, her eyes filled with worry. "Did you sustain an injury, senior brother?" Su Yi smiled at the two women's concerned expressions. "I'm fine. I just encountered a slight issue during cultivation. You two should rest. I will continue my practice." With that, he seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Yi gender, male age, 119, 130 cultivation level, 6th layer of Qi refinement talent, low-grade technique, nourishing technique, level 10, 010. 000, spells, 7-star step, level 8, 02, 000, fireball technique, level 8, 02, 000, aurora, sword technique, level 5, 8200, finger flick technique, level 10, 010, 000, disguise technique, level 7, 01, 000, heavenly eye technique, level 1, 010, telekinesis, level 5, 0200, invisibility technique, level 1, 010. Concealed Spirit Technique, Level 9, 1, 367, 500. Spirit Gathering Body Refinement Technique, Level 9, 5, 265, 000. Alchemy. Vitality Pill, Level 3, 3, 250. Qi Gathering Pill, Max Level. Pulse Guarding Pill, Max Level. Spirit Recovery Pill, Max Level. Experience Points, 23, 573. Upon seeing the substantial amount of experience points, Su Yi's face broke into a joyful smile. Such a wealth of experience could not be left unused. It must be harnessed. He began to allocate experience points to the nourishing technique. Having learned from past experiences, he refrained from clicking too rapidly this time. Su Yi meticulously added points one by one, feeling as if his brain were on the verge of cramping. He paused at the final allocation of experience points, taking a moment to savor the sensation before proceeding. Once he felt assured, he added the last point, elevating the nourishing technique to level 11. Chapter 57. 8th layer of Qi refinement. As the nourishing technique ascended to level 11, a torrent of immense information surged into Su Yi's consciousness. The overwhelming influx nearly overwhelmed his spirit, akin to that of a foundational cultivator. After a brief moment, as he sensed the more fluid spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, a smile of delight graced his features. Su Yi then opened his attribute panel to check his lifespan. Age, 119, 150, suddenly increased by 20 years of life. Su Yi revealed a foolish smile. He pondered whether this skill could ultimately lead to immortality. With that thought, he hastily checked the upgrade status of the nourishing technique. Upon seeing the plus sign still present behind nourishing technique, he secretly sighed in relief. He hoped this plus sign would never vanish. It was not merely a matter of lifespan, but his innate talent was exceedingly poor, rendering him slow to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If this technique could continuously upgrade, then his lack of natural aptitude would not be as significant a concern. In this world, innate talent is quite enigmatic. It is not categorized into single or dual spiritual roots. Everyone possesses all 5 elements, and the differentiation of talent merely pertains to the degree of sensitivity to spiritual energy. Su Yi had heard tales of individuals with extraordinary talent who required no cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy would automatically converge into their bodies, forming a dense vortex of spiritual power, accelerating their cultivation at an astonishing rate. Just imagining it, those individuals could cultivate even while sleeping. Truly, they were being force-fed by the heavens. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Su Yi examined the experience required to reach level 12 of the nourishing technique. Upon discovering that he needed 20,000 experience points to ascend to level 12, he immediately felt impoverished. It seemed he would need to exert himself more in the future. With Miao Yu and Lu Ruyan leading the sect, he could now navigate the sect with greater ease. He resolved to thoroughly search both the inner and outer sanctums of the sect to gather all available experience packs. A mischievous smile crept onto Su Yi's face as he retrieved the spiritual herbs he had acquired from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, along with a low-grade alchemy furnace. Zhou Minyuan, his adversary, was dead. The enmity with the Hunyuan sect had been resolved. The leader of the Tianxin Sect had also perished. All dangers had been eliminated. Now, it was time to focus on enhancing his cultivation. 7 days later, inside the wooden house, Su Yi slowly concluded his practice. Finally, he had reached the 8th layer of qi refining. With the aid of the flawless elixir, progress was swift. He rose to stretch his body. For the past week, Su Yi had hardly stepped outside, dedicating himself solely to alchemy and cultivation. In just 7 days, he had successfully broken through 2 minor realms and ascended to the 8th layer of qi refining. Su Yi had initially intended to cultivate straight to the 9th layer of qi refining in one go. However, he faced the predicament of lacking elixirs. He had assumed that the batch of spiritual herbs from the Spirit Herb Pavilion would suffice until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Yet, during the alchemy process, he realized that the herbs for the gathering qi pill were woefully scarce. After barely concocting 5 batches of spiritual herbs, they were all consumed. With a sense of helplessness, Su Yi rose and made his way outside. Upon exiting his room, he headed directly towards the alchemy chamber, intending to check whether there were any spiritual herbs available within the sect's alchemy room. Along the way, he noticed the disciples of the Tianxin Sect bustling about, each exuding an air of urgency intermingled with excitement. The previous chilliness that kept others at bay had vanished entirely. Now the Tianxin Sect, no, it had changed its name and was now called the Yunus Sect. Previously, Miaoyu and her companion intended to revert their name back to the Hahuan Sect, as their origins were deeply entwined with it, imbuing the name with a special significance. However, this proposal met with vehement opposition from Su Yi. Vivid images of scandalous and absurd rumors associated with that name flashed through his mind, leading him to conclude that it was wholly unsuitable for a respectable sect. After a vigorous debate, the trio ultimately settled on the name Yunus Sect, agreeing to Su Yi's suggestion to actively recruit more female disciples. The disciples of Yunus Sect have since reverted their cultivation method, returning to their original practices. In Su Yi's eyes, the sect now possessed a newfound vitality. He hastened into the alchemy chamber, yet soon emerged, disappointment etched on his face. Not only were the spiritual herbs for the qi gathering pill absent, but materials suitable for the qi refining stage were also nearly non-existent. Heart heavy with disillusionment, he left the alchemy room, glancing around before turning resolutely toward the sect master's peak, intent on seeking assistance. Upon reaching the peak, he was met with a disdainful voice declaring, "Old man, what are you doing here? This place is not for the likes of you." As Su Yi was about to step onto the sect master's peak, he turned toward the source of the voice. A young man clad in the garb of an inner disciple regarded him with palpable contempt. Beside him stood a strikingly lovely woman, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly, a few strands brushing against her fair cheek. Her captivating, peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm, and her delicate nose complemented her naturally rosy lips, which bore a haughty smile. Clad in a light purple gauze dress that accentuated her slender waist, her fair legs peeked through, and her exquisitely embroidered golden butterfly shoes added an air of playfulness. The alluring rise of her bosom beneath the sheer fabric radiated an irresistible allure. It appeared that she was a newly admitted disciple, brought to the inner sect by her senior for a display of prestige. "What are you staring at, old man? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." The young man's expression was one of arrogance, his folding fan tapping rhythmically against his palm, producing a crisp sound. Su Yi, recalling a similar phrase from his past life, couldn't he help but smile slightly. "Go ahead, laugh." Before the young man could finish his taunt, Su Yi swiftly closed the distance and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force behind the strike, augmented by his enhanced physical prowess from practicing the qi gathering and body refinement technique, sent the young man spinning around. A vivid red handprint blossomed on his pale cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The young man stared at Su Yi in disbelief, unable to fathom that a qi refining stage cultivator would dare strike him, a foundation establishment practitioner. The beautiful woman beside him was equally astonished, as if time itself had momentarily frozen around them. "How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." The young man's aura surged, preparing to unleash his power. Smack! With a swift motion, Su Yi delivered another resounding slap, one that bore greater force than the previous one. This strike, imbued with surging spiritual energy, shattered the man's own energy, sending him hurtling several feet away, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The man struggled to rise, shaking his somewhat dazed head, his expression one of fury as he glared at Su Yi, pointing an accusatory finger. "You," before he could utter another word. Su Yi struck him again, sending him flying once more. This time, the man was truly awakened. Initially, he believed Su Yi had merely ambushed him. But after 3 consecutive slaps, he finally comprehended the situation. This was not a mere sneak attack, but a blatant affront to his dignity. And he was utterly powerless to resist. Panic etched across his face as he hastily got to his feet. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching and instinctively conjured a shield of spiritual energy above his head. However, the moment the shield manifested, Su Yi shattered it with another slap. Crack! The man flew like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground and raising another plume of dust. Now, not only was he panicked, but a look of sheer terror had overtaken him. He did not even rise to his feet, but instead propelled himself into the air, hovering steadily above the ground. Although his complexion was pale and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, his eyes betrayed a fierce unwillingness and bitterness. Gathering his composure in the air, he shouted down to the trembling woman below, "Sister, do not fear. I am here." After saying this, he cast a fierce glance at Su Yi and bellowed, "Old man, you wait." With that, he produced a transmission talisman and began summoning allies. Chapter 58. Father, it is him standing below. Su Yi observed the man hovering above him. Momentarily at a loss, the man looked down at Su Yi with a sneer. "Humph, old man, you wait." As he shouted into the transmission talisman, he glared at Su Yi with eyes that seemed to threaten to devour him whole. Unfazed, Su Yi regarded the man with confidence. "If you have the ability, come down." What a shame it is for a dignified foundation establishment cultivator to hide from a mere qi refinement practitioner. A mocking smile curled on Su Yi's lips as he taunted him, deliberately raising his voice. The man's face flickered between shades of green and white. He yearned to descend and tear Su Yi apart, yet the 3 slaps had made it painfully clear that he was no match for this old man. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shouted back, "If you have the courage, come up." Su Yi frowned at the man, realizing that the blows had indeed sparked some sense in him. Just as he prepared to strike him down with a flick of his fingers, his peripheral vision caught sight of the beautiful woman trembling in fear. A thought flashed through his mind. With a slight upward curve of his lips, a plan began to form. He disregarded the raucous man in the air and turned his attention towards the frightened woman. "What do you intend to do?" The woman gazed at Su Yi with palpable fear as he approached, her body trembling more violently, her voice tinged with a sob. This old man was terrifying. She, a mere novice, had thought she could walk boldly with her supposed protector, only to find him utterly incapable in the presence of this elder. As he drew nearer, despair filled her heart, and she felt her fate was sealed. Su Yi stood before her, offering a benevolent smile. "Little girl, do not be afraid," he said, reaching out to embrace her, his hands moving gently. Yet, something felt amiss. Why was the system silent regarding such a beautiful girl? Was she deemed unworthy? Su Yi looked at her stunning visage, sensing an inexplicable dissonance. The girl, held tightly in his arms, dared not breathe, tears welling in her eyes, her fragile demeanor drawing even more attention. As Su Yi pondered this disquieting sensation, he realized that what he touched was not quite as it should be. It seemed that a once flawless form was suddenly marred. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. She had undergone surgery. No wonder her face felt so off. It was not the original. At that moment, the man in the sky noticed Su Yi embracing his junior sister and was instantly consumed by rage. His eyes wide like copper bells, veins bulging on his forehead. "You dare to touch her?" he roared, his voice strained, energy surging around him. Disregarding the painful lesson he had learned from Su Yi before, with swift movements, he formed a seal, and a spirit sword shot forth from his storage bag. Hovering before him, the sword, about 2 feet in length, boasted a vibrant blue blade inscribed with simple spirit-gathering runes. As he infused it with energy, it trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. His gaze hardened as he rapidly altered his sword techniques, murmuring incantations, causing the sword to glow brilliantly before darting towards Su Yi. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, standing still as the sword hurtled towards him. The man in the sky, believing Su Yi to be paralyzed by fear, wore a cruel smile. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Su Yi moved. With a sudden flick of his fingers, he sent the sword flying back, deflecting it effortlessly. Both the man in the sky and the girl in Su Yi's embrace widened their eyes in disbelief. Not just them, 3 disciples, rushing to aid the man, witnessed this astonishing act and froze in shock, their faces painted with incredulity. The deflected spirit sword traced an arc through the air before plunging deep into the ground dozens of yards away, its hilt vibrating violently, emitting a buzzing sound as if recounting the strange blow it had just endured. The man in the sky was the first to regain his composure, the cruel smile vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming mix of terror and fury. "How is this possible?" he roared, his voice rendered hoarse from overwhelming shock. In his perception, not to mention a mere qi refinement cultivator, even a foundation establishment practitioner of the same rank would not dare to send his flying sword astray. The three disciples who had come to assist, upon witnessing this scene, took a swift turn and fled. The man in the sky, seeing this, alternated between pallor and flush. Pointing a finger at Sui, "You will pay for this," he declared, abandoning his junior sister and fleeing without a second thought. Gazing at the man's retreating figure, Suyi's lips curled into a faintly contemptuous smile as he murmured, "Cowardly as a mouse." He then released the still, trembling woman. "You should seek someone more reliable in the future. Such a person is not worth your investment." With that, Sui flashed a peculiar smile at the woman and turned to ascend the mountain, leaving her in a state of confusion, murmuring to herself, "Investment? What does that mean?" As she watched Suyi's departing silhouette, a wave of bewilderment washed over her, with the term investment incessantly swirling in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She grasped the meaning of investment. Could it be that he has realized something? The woman hurriedly covered her face and made her way down from the Master's peak. Sui soon arrived at the Master's hall, encountering no further obstinate individuals along the way. Upon reaching the hall, he was halted, but this time not by mockery, rather by a standard inquiry process. After presenting the token bestowed by Lu Rian, two disciples promptly allowed him entry. Stepping into the grand hall, Sui was struck by its imposing atmosphere, where ancient yet dignified airs permeated the intricately carved beams and painted rafters. The surrounding walls adorned with ancient scrolls of cultivation depicted immortal beings soaring through the skies or spiritual flora flourishing wildly. Each stroke seemed vividly alive, narrating the sect's long history. Once inside, Suyi's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Rian seated in the principal position. "Father, it was him. He struck me at the foot of the mountain." Before Sui could utter a word, a voice filled with grievance echoed through the hall. Chapter 59. His father is dead. Sui turned in surprise toward the speaker. To his left stood two individuals, a middle-aged man and a young one. The speaker was none other than the man whom Sui had slapped thrice at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man wore a gloomy expression, his piercing gaze fixed on Sui, emanating the aura of a golden core cultivator. Beside him was the young man, Wu Hao, who had been admonished by Sui, now wearing a face of indignation, as if wronged by the heavens. "Father, you must stand for me. This old man inexplicably attacked me and humiliated me in front of so many people." Wu Hao lamented, embellishing his tale. His voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he occasionally stole glances at Lu Rian, seeking her sympathy. Observing Wu Hao's demeanor, Suyi's mind instantly conjured a term, "manchild." In the depths of his heart, Sui silently cursed, yet wore a smile that bordered on mockery as he regarded Wu Hao, a playful glint dancing within his expression. Wu Hao, unnerved by Suyi's gaze, retaliated with a defiant glare, his face now a canvas of heightened grievance. Elder Wu, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, observed Suyi's demeanor and barked sternly, "Impudent. A mere chi refinement cultivator dares to act so brazenly before me." With that, the overwhelming pressure of his Golden Core aura surged towards Sui without restraint, causing the temperature within the grand hall to plummet dramatically, the air thickening as if laden with a heavy fog. Sui felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, every inch of his skin bearing the weight of immense pressure, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. Fortunately, as a dual cultivator of both body and spirit, with a soul strength comparable to that of a foundation establishment practitioner, he managed to withstand the onslaught, averting what could have been a grievous injury. Elder Wu, witnessing Sui's resilience in the face of such oppressive force, exhibited a flicker of surprise, though he quickly suppressed it with a disdainful huff. Just as he prepared to intensify his assault, Lu Rian, seated at the head of the table, gracefully raised her hand and interjected, "Elder Wu, hold on. Within this hall, one must not act impulsively. Though Sui's cultivation is modest, he is still a disciple of our sect. To mete out punishment over a mere misunderstanding would surely chill the hearts of many disciples." Lu Rian's voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing throughout the hall. As her words concluded, the pressure bearing down on Sui dissipated instantaneously. Elder Wu, taken aback by Lu Rian's assertion, felt a shiver run through him. The once tumultuous flow of spiritual energy abruptly ceased, his countenance shifting from pale to ashen. His gaze towards Lu Rian transformed from lecherous to malevolent. Yet, under the oppressive aura of her mid-golden core presence, he reluctantly withdrew his own. Elder Wu's expressions were laid bare to Sui's discerning eye, and he murmured a few words using a secret transmission technique to Lu Rian. She nodded slightly, rising from her seat and positioning herself between Elder Wu and Sui. "Sui, would you kindly recount what transpired earlier?" Sui curled his lip, narrating the events that had unfolded at the foot of the mountain. Just as he finished, Elder Wu interjected vehemently, "Impossible. My son is not like that." Before he could complete his sentence, a sword pierced through his dantian, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief as he stared at Lu Rian. his body swaying precariously before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Did I permit you to speak? You were too verbose. Elder Wu, on the verge of collapse, summoned all his strength, trembling as he pointed a finger at Lu Ruyan, his voice frail, yet laced with venom. W.Y. Lu Ruyan's expression was frigid, devoid of compassion. Humph. Elder Wu, I initially considered your position in our sect, hoping for stability. Yet, it appears you harbor ulterior motives. Thus, you shall not be spared. With that, Lu Ruyan unsheathed her spirit sword with resolute intent. Elder Wu's colossal infant lay prostrate beside him, his hollow eyes gazing at his weakening father, emitting a series of pitiful whimpers, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Su-yi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. He had merely conveyed to Lu Ruyan through a mental message that this old man harbored ill intentions. To his astonishment, Lu Ruyan had directly ended his life. Su-yi stepped forward and embraced Lu Ruyan. Little Yin, what have you done? Lu Ruyan's form stiffened slightly, casting a glance at the collapsed giant infant without resisting Su-yi's embrace. In that instant, the vacant eyes of Wu Hao narrowed with a flicker of recognition. I've longed to rid myself of this old scoundrel. Even had it not been for your involvement, I would not have permitted him to depart from this grand hall alive. After speaking, he pointed at the prostrate giant infant and inquired, what do you wish to do with him? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wu Hao's vacant gaze suddenly regained clarity. He dropped to his knees, fervently bowing his head as if pounding garlic, his voice tinged with desperation. Master, Senior Su, I recognize my errors. I beseech you for a chance. I am willing to atone for my father's misdeeds. I shall obey your commands, facing any peril, willing to die 1,000 deaths. Su-yi stared at Wu Hao, contemplating silently. This lad possesses talent. Such talent must not be squandered. With a flick of his finger, a blood hole appeared in the center of Wu Hao's forehead. His body instantly stiffened, a lingering expression of pleading etched upon his face, before he toppled forward, crashing heavily onto the ground, lifeless. Lu Ruyan collected the storage bags of both individuals, and with a wave of her hand, the corpses disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. With the nuisances eradicated, Su-yi lifted Lu Ruyan and made his way toward the main seat. 10 minutes later, Su-yi rose painfully to his feet. While others were merely youthful and ignorant, he pondered the true nature of his transgressions. The thought of flaying Luo Feng for his role in this turmoil gnawed at him. Had it not been for him, Su-yi wouldn't have discovered the means to activate the system until now. Why was the increase so meager? Lu Ruyan, panting slightly with a hint of discontent, interrupted Su-yi's thoughts. You should be grateful. Without my assistance, you would have gained nothing. I must also help your senior sister elevate her cultivation. Standing beside her, Su-yi noted her discontent. By the way, why have spiritual herbs for the qi refinement stage been so scarce lately? Lu Ruyan sat up, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, and replied with a serious expression, I was puzzled about this matter until yesterday when I received an invitation from the Tianxin Sect, which elucidated the reason. She shifted to a more comfortable position and continued. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's account, Su-yi furrowed his brow. It turned out that the Tianxin Sect had discovered an ancient secret realm, necessitating a vast quantity of qi refinement materials to unlock it. Thus, they had scavenged all available resources from the market. These matters, however, are not of utmost importance. The most crucial aspect is that only cultivators at the qi refinement stage are permitted entry into the ancient secret realm. Consequently, the Tianxin Sect has dispatched letters to all sects, requesting the immediate gathering of all qi refinement disciples to participate in the exploration of the secret realm. More significantly, they will send representatives to supervise and personally escort all qi refinement disciples from the sect, and they are already en route. Chapter 60. The Ancient Secret Realm. Observing Su-yi's distressed expression, Lu Ruyan let out a sigh. It is not only us minor sects. They are also aggressively capturing rogue cultivators at the qi refinement stage. A thought crossed Su-yi's mind, and he turned to leave. I must find a place to hide. Watching Su-yi hastily depart, Lu Ruyan shook her head and smiled faintly. Upon receiving this news, Lu Ruyan immediately thought of Su-yi. She was against Su-yi venturing into that so-called secret realm. If he were to perish there, it would be a significant loss for her. However, the unpredictability of life is daunting. Just as Su-yi stepped out of the main hall, a resonant voice echoed through the sky. Where is the leader of the Tianxin Sect? Come forth at once. This commanding cry reverberated with the might of rolling thunder, carrying an air of unassailable authority that sent ripples through the surrounding atmosphere. The Tianxin Sect had recently undergone a name change, and many outside were still unaware that it had been transformed into the Yunu Sect. Su-yi halted abruptly, raising his gaze to the heavens. 3 enormous azure clouds floated above the peak of the sect leader, and amidst the clouds, 3 figures flickered into view, their spiritual energy surging, unmistakably beings of extraordinary power. These 3 individuals stood imposing above the sect leader's peak, exuding an air of superiority as if they regarded the Tianxin sect with disdain, adopting a posture of entitlement. Heavens, could I be so unfortunate? Su Yi lamented inwardly, instinctively retreating to conceal himself. In the blink of an eye, the three descended gracefully upon the plaza in front of the grand hall. Their unabashed aura radiated with the might of the Golden Core stage. The leading middle-aged man having attained the later stages of Golden Core. Clad in a resplendent dark gold robe and adorned with a crown of purple gold embedded with peculiar gemstones, his countenance was stern, radiating haughtiness. With piercing eyes that surveyed the surroundings, he spoke coldly. I am Xianxiao, an elder of the Tianxin Sect. I have come today regarding the ancient secret realm. Summon the Qi refinement disciples of your sect to accompany me to the ancient secret realm without delay. Lu Ruyan was filled with indignation and unwillingness. Yet faced with the Tianxin sect's overwhelming presence, she found herself devoid of any means to resist. With quickened steps, she exited the grand hall. A perfectly measured smile gracing her lips as she slightly bowed to Xianxiao, her tone exceedingly courteous. Elder Xianxiao, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Our sect will immediately gather the Qi refinement disciples. Upon finishing her words, Lu Ruyan produced a communication jade talisman and swiftly whispered a few commands into it, issuing the summons. As Xianxiao beheld Lu Ruyan, his gaze abruptly froze, a fleeting hint of astonishment crossing his originally austere countenance. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, and her skin, as smooth as congealed fat, radiated a soft halo under the sunlight. Even Xianxiao, accustomed to the many female cultivators of the immortal realm, could not help but feel a slight stir within his heart. Yet, he swiftly concealed his emotions, reverting to his aloof and frigid demeanor, though his eyes lingered on Lu Ruyan for a moment longer. Soon after, the disciples of the Tianxin sect, at the Qi refinement stage, arrived in succession at the square. They had been apprised of the general circumstances of this journey, their expressions fraught with trepidation and unease as they stood awkwardly in several rows. After casting a sweeping glance over the assembled disciples, Xianxiao waved his hand, conjuring a massive spirit vessel that materialized above the square. The vessel was enveloped in a faint azure spiritual aura, its hull adorned with intricate runes that emitted a soft glow, with the prow intricately carved in the likeness of a vivid kunping. Everyone, board the ship at once. Move swiftly. Xianxiao's voice was icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. The disciples hurriedly formed a line to embark upon the spirit vessel. Su Yi, filled with reluctance, stealthily retreated to a shadowy corner of the vessel, employing the concealment of spiritual breath technique. He focused his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, holding his breath in hopes of evading Xianxiao's notice. However, this time, the infallible concealment technique failed to elude Xianxiao's perception. In an instant, Xianxiao stepped before Su Yi, seizing his collar and yanking him from the corner, forcefully tossing him onto the deck. Humph! A mere Qi refinement disciple dares to play tricks before me? Upon witnessing Su Yi's failure to evade, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped forward. Elder Xianxiao, this disciple is a pill refiner of our sect, and his time is nearly up. He possesses little combat capability. It would be best if he did not accompany us. Xianxiao regarded Su Yi with newfound contemplation, surprised that an ordinary old man could elicit such protection from the sect leader. Turning his gaze back to Lu Ruyan, he smirked. Does sect leader Lu wish to safeguard him? Lu Ruyan felt a wave of revulsion at Xianxiao's expression, yet managed to force a smile. Primarily, I fear he may become a burden to everyone. A burden to everyone? A meaningful smile flickered across Xianxiao's face as he strolled towards Lu Ruyan, his gaze unabashedly roving over her form. Sect leader Lu, I happen to be considering taking another concubine. His smile deepened, laced with greed and desire. Should you choose to yield to me, not only would this old man be spared, but I shall also ensure the Tianxin sect receives my favor in the future. Furthermore, if you accompany me, I shall assist you in transforming your essence into a nascent soul. A surge of intense anger and humiliation welled within Lu Ruyan. As for Xianxiao's promise of transformation, she scoffed at it. The Tianxin sect barely qualified as a first-rate sect, boasting only 3 nascent souls and a solitary transformation stage cultivator, rumored to be barely clinging to life. Whether Xianxiao can break through to the nascent soul stage remains a significant question, let alone assisting Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gazed unwaveringly at Xianxiao, her eyes devoid of fear, her voice resolute and cool. Elder Xianxiao, I find it difficult to comply with such demands. Observing Lu Ruyan's steadfast demeanor, Xuanxiao's countenance darkened in an instant. He had anticipated that his authority and the conditions he offered would compel Lu Ruyan to relent. He was taken aback by her unwavering resolve. Master Lu, you must think carefully. If you refuse me, this old man will undoubtedly meet his demise, and your Tianxin sect shall not enjoy peace in the cultivation world henceforth. Xuanxiao's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable threat. The immense spiritual pressure from his late-stage golden core cultivation surged forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. Under this formidable pressure, the disciples of Tianxin Sect displayed expressions of anguish, some even succumbing to one knee. Even Su Yi, with his dual cultivation of body and spirit, felt a tumult of blood surging within him, his legs trembling slightly beneath Xuanxiao's oppressive aura. At this critical juncture, a melodious phoenix cry pierced the heavens. As a crimson light, imbued with fervent spiritual energy, rushed forth from the horizon. The radiant streak abruptly halted before the onlookers, and as the brilliance faded, Miaoyu emerged. Dressed in a flowing red gown that danced with the wind, her hair billowed freely, radiating the same late-stage golden core energy. Upon sensing Miaoyu's potent aura, Xianxiao narrowed his eyes, and as he beheld her beauty and form, a glimmer of desire flickered across his previously grim face, his earlier severity vanishing. Xuanxiao's gaze fixated on Miaoyu, the hunger in his eyes intensifying, as if he wished to consume her whole. Upon her arrival, Miaoyu waved her hand, instantly dispelling the oppressive pressure Xianxiao had exerted upon the crowd. Before Xianxiao could utter a word, Miaoyu spoke directly. I come on the orders of our ancestor to convey a message. The ancestor has stated that Elder Xianxiao may take his disciples and depart. In a few days, he shall personally visit the Tianxin Sect. Hearing this, Xuanxiao's brows knitted together, for he discerned the underlying threat. The Tianxin Sect had just annihilated the Hunyuan sect, and he was aware that they were now under the protection of a nascent soul ancestor. Furthermore, the ability to slay a mid-stage nascent soul like Shao Qian indicated that their strength was likely at least mid-stage, if not late-stage. If he offended such a cultivator and met his end, his sect would not come to his aid. Contemplating this, Xianxiao narrowed his eyes. Very well, Tianxin Sect. I shall remember this. With that, he turned and, accompanied by the two others, soared away from the Tianxin Sect. As they ascended into the sky, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Yi. With the three departing figures vanishing from view, both Miaoyu and Lu Rian exhaled in relief. At that moment, a voice echoed in their minds, the voice of Su Yi. Little Miaoyu, little Rian, come quickly to rescue me. Upon hearing Su Yi's plea for help, Lu Rian turned her gaze towards Miaoyu. Miaoyu furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating before sending a telepathic message to Su Yi. Su Yi, I believe it would be prudent for you to go. The ancient secret realm can only be accessed by Qi refinement practitioners. Given your combat prowess, entering it will not only pose no threat to your life, but will indeed serve as an excellent opportunity for your training. Remember, within crisis lies opportunity. This may very well be a fortuitous chance for you to enhance your strength. Upon hearing Miaoyu's message, Su Yi felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Just as he was about to respond, he realized the distance rendered telepathy impossible. Frustrated, he thought to himself, I possess a system. What need have I for training? Moreover, the glance from Xianxiao had left him feeling uneasy. Little Miaoyu, just wait. When I return, I shall give you a thorough reprimand. Su Yi fumed inwardly, while Miaoyu felt an involuntary tingling in her backside, prompting her to unconsciously tighten her posture. Sister, are we truly not going to rescue Su Yi? If he were to perish within the secret realm, we would suffer greatly, Lu Rian said, gazing longingly at the distant flying spirit vessel. What else can we do? If we provoke Xianxiao too much, we shall all be doomed, and Su Yi would be the first to fall, Miaoyu replied, her expression grave as she slightly nodded. Her gaze fixed on the vanishing spirit vessel, as if she could pierce through the layers of clouds to envision Su Yi in peril. Just as Su Yi finished his internal lament, he spotted two familiar figures approaching, none other than the two experience packages with a perfect affinity, Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao. The Qi refinement disciples, upon boarding the spirit vessel, found their freedom unrestrained, and thus the two women hurried to seek out Su Yi. Brother, what shall we do? They inquired, standing on either side of him, their eyes filled with concern. Fear not. With your brother here, I shall ensure your safety, Su Yi declared confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. However, he glanced around and continued telepathically, Wanwan, I think it would be wise for you to conceal your extraordinary beauty. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Mi Wanwan was momentarily taken aback before her cheeks flushed slightly. Instinctively, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly asked, Brother, will my appearance bring us trouble? Su Yi's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly, his gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lowering his voice, he cautioned, Wanwan, your beauty is too striking. We are in a perilous situation. That old scoundrel Xianxiao is already of dubious character. If he were to lay eyes on you, he might entertain wicked thoughts, and that would lead to grave complications. Luo Yao promptly chimed in, Wanwan, Su Yi brother speaks wisely. Safety is paramount. As she spoke, she rummaged through her storage bag and produced a black veil, offering it to Mi Wanwan. Use this to cover your face. Mi Wanwan hesitated, just as she was about to accept the veil when Su Yi intervened. No need for the veil. Simply apply some dirt. A veil merely announces to others that there is something to conceal, and the more one tries to hide, the more curious they become. Having seen so much of the allure of uniforms in my past life, I understand this principle well. As Sui spoke, he swiftly crouched down and swept his hand across the deck of the spirit ship, intending to smear a handful of dirt onto Mi Wanwan's face. However, just as his hand extended halfway, it halted. There was no dust upon this immaculate deck. The spirit ship was remarkably clean, devoid of even a speck of dirt. Furrowing his brow, Sui scanned his surroundings, searching for something to use as a disguise. Yet, this vessel was cleaner than his own face, leaving him unable to find any traces of dust. In resignation, he slipped his hand beneath his clothing, channeling spiritual energy to rub a few times against himself. Soon, some grime, imbued with his warmth and sweat, was coaxed forth, and in Mi Wanwan's horrified gaze, he smeared it across her face. Her once stunningly beautiful visage became a shade of ashen gray, her bright eyes veiled with filth, transforming her into a wretched beggar who had just crawled from a mire. How long has it been since you last bathed, senior brother? Mi Wanwan wrinkled her nose, her expression one of disdain. She attempted to wipe away the sticky muck from her face, yet fearing a misstep, she could only look pitifully at Sui. Lo Yao, observing the scene, could not suppress a chuckle, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating significantly. In truth, cultivators rarely bore dust upon themselves. Sui's antics were merely intended to lighten the mood. The tension within the two lessened a fraction due to his jest, and the trio settled into a corner, quietly awaiting their fate. Once seated, Sui fell into contemplative silence. Just moments ago, Miayu had used the specter of the ancestor she had slain to intimidate Xiankong, but that was merely a temporary measure. Given Xuankong's demeanor, it was evident he would not relent easily. A sense of foreboding nagged at Sui. He felt that trouble would soon find him. When will this endless trouble cease? He murmured softly, filled with helplessness. The spirit ship traveled with remarkable speed, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding clouds swiftly cast aside, trailing ethereal wisps behind. After approximately 2 hours, the vessel gradually slowed and came to a steady hover above a valley dotted with peculiar rock formations. Dense mists enveloped the area like a heavy blanket, obscuring the valley below except for the faint outlines of ancient stone gates, whispering of time's passage and mystery. This must be the place. Sui's gaze sharpened, piercing through the layers of fog to focus on the entrance that exuded an air of antiquity. Not only was Sui's spirit ship present, but 12 identical vessels floated nearby. Mi Wanwan and Lo Yao, witnessing the spectacle, anxiously clutched their garments. Senior brother Xiankong has arrived. You've certainly brought quite a number of people this time. A soft yet teasing voice floated over from a nearby spirit ship. Following the sound, Sui beheld a woman clad in a pale yellow silk dress, her face alight with a smile directed towards them. The young woman possessed an exquisite beauty. Her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring, vibrant and captivating. Behind her stood a group of disciples at the Qi refinement stage, each wearing a look of trepidation, clearly forced to enter the secret realm as laborers. Much like their peers, upon noticing this woman, Xuanxiao's expression immediately turned frosty, a flicker of barely concealed ire flashing in his eyes. Qinyu, I did not expect you to be here as well. Yet Qinyu seemed oblivious to Xuanxiao's animosity, her smile radiant as she gracefully approached the edge of the spiritual vessel, tilting her head slightly, her gaze imbued with playful mockery. Oh, Xianxiao, your icy demeanor truly chills the heart. Whatever happened to the warmth you once showed me? As she spoke, she delicately brushed a strand of hair from her temple, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of the times she had intentionally teased Xianxiao in the past. Xuanxiao's expression darkened further, veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. His mind flooded with memories of being toyed with by Qinyu. Qinyu, do not speak of the past. I was once deceived by your charms, but I shall not fall for your tricks again. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling slightly with rage. Qinyu, however, erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice echoing through the valley like the tinkling of silver bells, yet to Xuanxiao's ears, it was unbearably grating. Oh dear brother, do not be so heartless. Speaking of which, I still have that artifact you gifted me during the sect celebration. I take it out from time to remember your kindness. Her words elicited astonished expressions from the surrounding cultivators aboard the spiritual vessel, who began to murmur among themselves. What a scandal! Xuanxiao's fury could no longer be contained. He glared fiercely at her and retorted, Qinyu, cease your pretense. You wretched white lotus. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he intended to devour her whole. Yet Qinyu remained unfazed, her smile unwavering as she prepared to continue her teasing. At that moment, a streak of light shot from the horizon, halting abruptly before the crowd. As the brilliance faded, an elder clad in a moon-white robe appeared. The elder's visage was gaunt, his eyes reflecting wisdom and authority. He spoke slowly, his voice deep yet penetrating. Xianxiao, Qinyu, what manner of conduct is this? Do you wish to tarnish the honor of our sect? Upon hearing his voice, both Xianxiao and Qinyu's expressions shifted, and they simultaneously bowed in respect, saying in unison, "Greetings, Elder Feng." Elder Feng held a revered position within the Tianxin Sect, renowned for his extensive experience and often tasked with adjudicating significant matters, thus commanding great respect within the sect. Elder Feng's gaze swept over the two, his brow furrowed, his tone stern. "Xianxiao, as an elder, you ought to exhibit composure and gravitas. How can you so easily succumb to anger? Qinyu, you too, despite your age, behave with such capriciousness and provoke discord." Qinyu pouted, her previous mirth dissipating as she spoke with a hint of grievance. "Elder Feng, I merely jested with brother Xianxiao." Who could have anticipated such an exaggerated reaction? Xianxiao let out a disdainful huff, turning his head away, clearly unimpressed by Qinyu's words. Elder Feng glanced between Xianxiao and Qinyu, letting out a weary sigh. "Enough of this. We are here today to explore the ancient secret realm. Should you too allow personal grievances to interfere with this significant matter, do not blame me for being unyielding." With that, Elder Feng turned his attention to the qi refining disciples preparing to enter the secret realm. Just as he was about to speak, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, and in an instant, several exquisitely designed spirit vessels appeared in their sight. These vessels radiated powerful waves of spiritual energy, their hulls intricately carved with exquisite runes, indicating a lineage from a prestigious sect. The vessels hovered in midair, and the foremost vessel's door opened, revealing a procession of female cultivators dressed in delicate pink and lavender garments. Their figures were graceful, surrounded by a gentle and unique aura of spiritual energy. Leading them was an enchanting woman, her beauty striking yet imbued with an air of cold elegance. Her eyes resembled a tranquil pool, emanating a chilling presence. The women behind her each possessed remarkable demeanor, some gentle and refined, others spirited and valiant, each exuding a distinct charm. Could this be the people of Baihuagu? Xianxiao whispered in astonishment, a note of reverence in his tone. Upon hearing this, Elder Feng's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning serious as he regarded the members of Baihuagu. Qinyu also put aside her earlier playfulness, her demeanor now vigilant as she focused on the female cultivators clad in soft pink and lavender. Baihuagu was a top-tier sect, boasting 3 transformation stage cultivators and reportedly over 15 nascent soul stage practitioners. Although Tianxin Sect was also a first-rate sect, it could not even be mentioned in the same breath as Baihuagu. The stunning leader of the group cast her gaze across the assembly before finally resting her eyes on Elder Feng. "Elder of Tianxin Sect, we from Baihuagu wish to enter this ancient secret realm as well. Do you consent?" Her lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and penetrating, carrying an undeniable authority that reverberated throughout the valley. In an instant, the atmosphere became taut, an invisible pressure settling heavily upon them, making even their breaths feel labored. By the heavens, this is a nascent soul stage cultivator, Sui thought, his heart racing at the overwhelming presence. Elder Feng suppressed his inner trepidation, striving to maintain an air of calmness in his voice. "It is indeed an honor for our Tianxin Sect to welcome the esteemed leader of Baihuagu. This ancient secret realm has always favored the capable, and should the leader express interest, we would never dream of obstructing you." In the presence of these nascent soul stage cultivators, the elders of Tianxin Sect, who usually held themselves high above the qi refining stage practitioners, dared not utter a word of defiance. After Elder Feng's humble response, he maintained a respectful smile, though beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, glistening in the gentle breeze of the valley. Xianxiao and Qinyu stood to the side, striving to suppress their emotions. Yet their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner dissatisfaction and indignation. This ancient secret realm was a treasure painstakingly unearthed through the considerable investment of manpower and resources by their sect. Now, they could only watch helplessly as the formidable Hundred Flower Valley intruded upon it. However, faced with the Yuan Ying realm cultivators of Hundred Flower Valley, they dared not entertain even the slightest notion of resistance. Their gazes instinctively fell to the ground, unable to meet the piercing eyes of the Valley Master. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon the lips of the Valley Master, seemingly a response to Elder Feng's words, yet also mocking the weakness of Tianxin Sect. She turned slightly, her delicate hand gesturing gracefully, prompting the group of female cultivators clad in soft pink and pale purple robes behind her to spring into action, heading towards the entrance of the ancient secret realm in an orderly fashion. The Valley Master led the way, her steps light and ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden strolling upon the clouds. Sui gazed at the group of female cultivators with a sense of yearning. However, it was not the allure of Hundred Flower Valley that captivated him. Rather, It was the immense power that allowed one to roam freely within the realm of cultivation. As he observed the Valley Master drawing nearer to Xianxiao and the others, a wild thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Chapter 63. Is this how it ends? With only a moment's hesitation, Su Yi made his decision. Damn it. He opened his attribute panel and immediately upgraded his telekinesis skill to level 10. For there was no time to slowly accumulate experience. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into Su Yi's consciousness. His head felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a sharp pain coursing through him, and stars danced before his eyes as his body swayed uncontrollably. Su Yi bit down on his tongue. Damn, that hurt even more. Who said biting one's tongue would clear the mind? He silently cursed. Yet the piercing pain did bring him a fleeting moment of clarity. He swiftly cast telekinesis towards the Valley Master. At that moment, she had just passed by Elder Feng and the others. Suddenly, the belt that was bound to the Valley Master inexplicably unfastened and flew into Xianxiao's hands. The most astonishing part was that Xianxiao's hands had remained tightly closed the entire time, never having opened. Yet, that belt from Hundred Flower Valley had inexplicably found its way into his grasp. The Valley Master, a true Yuan Ying realm cultivator, sensed the moment the belt left her body. With lightning reflexes, she swiftly secured her clothing before turning to look at Xianxiao. Upon discovering that the belt, a cherished gift from her childhood, was now in his possession, her expression turned icy. The spiritual energy around her surged like a raging tsunami. Xianxiao was utterly bewildered, grappling with the realization that he had unintentionally crossed paths with the Valley Master. Yet, even if he possessed 100-fold courage, he would not dare to unfasten her belt. Not only was Xianyao bewildered, but Elder Feng and Xinyu beside him were equally taken aback. They were well aware of Xuanyao's notorious lechery, yet they could hardly fathom that he would venture into such perilous territory. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the leader of the 100 Flower Valley, Xuanyao's visage turned pale. Valley Master, please allow me to explain. It was not my intention. No, this is not my doing. Xianyao stammered in sheer panic. To make matters worse, Xinyu added fuel to the fire from behind. Senior brother, how could you commit such an act? I know you have a weakness for beauty, but do you intend to endanger us all? Whether Xinyu was foolish or deliberately provocative, her words escalated the already tense atmosphere to a breaking point. The smoldering wrath of the 100 Flower Valley Master was ignited further by Qianyu's cutting remark. She raised her hand, delivering a seemingly light slap directly towards Xianyao. This seemingly gentle gesture, however, bore the weight of an indomitable force. Xianyao stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief as the Valley Master's palm approached him. His head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, crimson and white matter splattering everywhere. The headless body swayed, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Vivid blood rapidly spread across the ground, mingling with the surrounding dust to form a ghastly mire. This unforeseen turn of events left Elder Feng with wide eyes. His face etched with incredulity, trembling lips unable to utter a sound. Xinyu, too, was struck with terror, her complexion drained, the extent of her fear uncertain. Valley Master, you. Elder Feng finally regained his voice, laced with a tremor of indignation and sorrow. Humph. The 100 Flower Valley Master coldly interrupted him, her gaze icy as it swept over the assembly. Today's matter requires the Tianxin Sect to provide me with a satisfactory explanation. With that, she waved her hand. A surge of spiritual energy retrieving the belt from Xuanyao's grasp, carefully readying it around her waist. Su Yi, having narrowly escaped the overwhelming influx of information, opened his eyes to this gruesome scene, staring in shock. He had anticipated the Valley Master's fury, but he never imagined it would manifest in such a monumental fashion. Turning to inquire about Mi Wanwan's earlier circumstances, Su Yi cast a meaningful glance at Xinyu after hearing her account. With her cultivation already at the late stage of the Golden Core, it would be hard for anyone to believe she was a fool. Su Yi observed the Valley Master with eyes filled with admiration. Just as he was lost in admiration for her, the Valley Master halted her advance, abruptly turning to face him. In her moment of rage, she had overlooked the absurdity of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator attempting to stealthily seize her belt. The gaze of the Master of the 100 Flowers Valley was firmly fixed upon Su Yi. Her beauty was extraordinary, with her fair skin illuminated by the soft, ethereal glow of the surroundings, radiating a gentle sheen reminiscent of moonlight. Her brows arched gracefully, long and imbued with a heroic spirit, and when slightly raised, they added an air of cold elegance and authority. Her elongated eyes, subtly upturned at the corners, concealed boundless charm. Yet the frigid intensity burning within them froze the very atmosphere around her. Her figure was lithe and curvaceous, clad in a gown interwoven with delicate shades of pink and lavender that clung to her enchanting form. The hem of her dress swayed lightly with her movements, each motion exuding a deadly allure. Her long, straight legs, partially obscured by the fabric, added an additional layer of hazy temptation. Yet this irresistible allure left Su Yi feeling as though the very blood within him was about to congeal. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness, frantically devising a strategy. "Come here," the master of the 100 Flowers spoke in a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Su Yi took a deep breath, realizing that retreat was no longer an option, and he steeled himself to approach slowly. As he advanced towards the master, the astonished gazes of those around him surrounded him, and he halted a few paces before her, bowing respectfully as he endeavored to keep his voice steady. "You have summoned me, master. May I inquire as to the reason?" The master of the 100 Flowers scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through to his very soul. After a meticulous examination, her brow furrowed slightly. Before her stood an ordinary elder of the Qi refinement realm, possessing nothing particularly remarkable. Undeterred, she employed her mental prowess once more to investigate. Moments ago, she had sensed a faint ripple of spatial energy emanating from Su Yi, so subtle that it could easily have gone unnoticed. Yet, she had caught it just in time. However, much to her disappointment, her further scrutiny yielded no additional revelations. Abruptly, the master reached out and grasped Su Yi's right hand, a surge of spiritual energy coursing into him as she began her examination. Experience points, 5,000. Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a staggering amount of experience points. And this was merely from a brief touch. He was internally astounded. His gaze remained fixed upon the master of the 100 Flowers' delicate hand, wishing fervently for her to make a move. Alas, she did not shift her grip on his wrist throughout the encounter. Dual cultivation of body and spirit. The master cast a pitying glance at Su Yi before falling silent and turning away. As Su Yi observed the graceful silhouette of the master as she departed, he silently vowed, "Just wait. You shall tremble beneath my mastery of dual cultivation in due time." Unbeknownst to him, the master of the 100 Flowers, having left, did not abandon her pursuit of further investigation. After walking a considerable distance, the master of the 100 Flower Valley addressed a strikingly beautiful female cultivator beside her, saying, "Lin Qingxuan, once you enter, keep a discreet eye on that old man, and see if he possesses any peculiar traits." Lin Qingxuan nodded slightly, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in her eyes as she softly replied, "Understood, Valley Master." Chapter 64. Entering the secret realm, Su Yi remained oblivious to the exchange between the master of the 100 Flower Valley and Lin Qingxuan. His gaze was fixated on the enchanting figure of the Valley Master, igniting an impulsive desire to reach out and touch her. However, upon catching sight of the headless corpse of Xian Shao lying nearby, he quickly regained his composure. Such a woman was beyond his reach for now. He needed to bide his time and develop further. Suppressing the urge within him, Su Yi took a deep breath to completely steady himself. Once the members of the 100 Flower Valley entered the valley, Elder Feng collected Xian Zhao's remains and, after issuing a brief command, began leading the numerous Qi refining cultivators to disembark from the ship. Su Yi glanced back at the departing Qi refining cultivators, startled by the sheer multitude of heads, almost 100,000. They were indeed making a grand investment. Observing the endless stream of cultivators disembarking, Su Yi could not help but marvel at the enormity of the situation. As they progressed, they soon arrived at the foot of a steep cliff. Towering above was a colossal luminous gate. Su Yi gazed upward at the magnificent portal suspended against the cliff, radiating an ethereal and mysterious glow that slightly distorted the surrounding air. The space around the gate appeared unstable, with wisps of spiritual energy occasionally escaping, creating enchanting flickers of light. Looking around, Su Yi noticed that the women of the 100 Flower Valley had vanished from sight, presumably having entered ahead of them. He wondered where that extraordinary experience pack had disappeared to. As he surveyed the area without spotting the Valley Master, he muttered inwardly. Just then, Elder Feng led the Qi refining cultivators to the base of the cliff. He looked up at the luminous gate, his expression grave, and cleared his throat before calling out, "For in a row, line up to enter." Upon hearing Elder Feng's command, the cultivators instinctively grouped into sets of 4, orderly advancing toward the luminous gate atop the cliff. During this time, Elder Feng informed them that the more valuable items they retrieved from within, the greater the rewards they would receive upon their return. A flicker of excitement crossed their faces as they hastened their steps. The moment they made contact with the gate, their figures instantly vanished. Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao stood flanking Su Yi as they drew closer to the gate amidst the throng. Just as the three were about to touch the luminous portal, Su Yi reached out and grasped the hands of both women. Having read numerous novels about entering secret realms in his past life, he recalled that most involved random teleportation. He hoped by holding on to them, they could be transported together. At the moment Su Yi grasped the hands of Mi Wanwan and Luo Yao, a powerful yet gentle force enveloped them in an instant. A radiant light surged forth, and the three felt their bodies lighten. As if they were being drawn into an endless vortex, their surroundings spinning chaotically, leaving their consciousness somewhat hazy. As the brilliance gradually faded, Sui struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself amidst a peculiar stone forest. Towering stone pillars ascended from the ground, each taking on unique forms. Some pierced the clouds like sharp swords, while others coiled around the earth like great serpents. The surfaces of these pillars were etched with strange runes that emitted a soft glow, weaving a dreamlike tapestry of light and shadow throughout the stone grove. However, to Su Yi's dismay, the two women by his side had vanished. It seemed that holding hands was insufficient. He pondered whether embracing them would have made a difference. After muttering to himself, Su Yi began to cautiously explore his surroundings. Bending low, he traversed between the stone columns with deliberate, quiet steps, each movement executed with utmost care. He paused intermittently to observe his environment closely. How he wished he possessed divine consciousness. With such an ability, he could effortlessly perceive the movements around him, sparing himself the need for such trepidation. As he indulged in these thoughts, he continued his careful advance. Before long, Su Yi sensed a mist beginning to envelop the area. He furrowed his brow slightly but paid little heed, as the thin fog did not obscure his vision. Yet, within moments, the mist thickened, rendering the stone forest scenery hazy and indistinct. His line of sight became significantly obstructed, forcing him to rely on the occasional flicker of the rune's glow to discern his direction. His heart began to race involuntarily. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from his right side, jarringly intrusive amidst the serene silence of the stone grove. Instantly, Su Yi tensed, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to attain optimal readiness. His gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. Crash! Just as Su Yi was focused ahead, a powerful force struck him from behind. The unexpected blow sent him sprawling forward, his body colliding heavily against one of the stone pillars. Dazed from the impact, he was fortunate to be a cultivator of both physical and magical arts. Otherwise, this strike could have easily led to severe injury or worse. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he quickly turned around. Yet, all he saw was a blinding expanse of white, utterly devoid of clarity. Enduring the torment coursing through his body, Su Yi heightened his alertness, straining to catch any hint of movement from the mysterious assailant. However, apart from the faint whispers of the mist swirling through the air, an eerie silence enveloped him, as if the forceful blow had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After a moment of observation, he found nothing amiss and began to cautiously shift his position once more. However, just as Su Yi's back left the stone pillar, he was once again struck and sent hurtling away. This impact was significantly greater than the previous one. Despite Su Yi's preemptive use of spiritual energy to shield his body, he was still left disoriented, as if his internal organs had been displaced and blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth. He traced a clumsy parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, Su Yi dared not linger. He hastily scrambled to his feet and swiftly sought refuge against a stone wall. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, blood dripping incessantly from his chin. Had that blow been dealt to an ordinary cultivator, it would undoubtedly have been fatal. Now, resting against the wall, Su Yi remained motionless, although devoid of spiritual awareness. His soul's perceptive powers were still keen, yet he sensed nothing in his surroundings. Frustration welled within him, realizing he had encountered a formidable foe. After a brief respite against the wall, he discovered that as long as he remained in this position, he would not be ambushed. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Was he to simply endure this standoff? Chapter 65. The transformation of the soul and the emergence of spiritual awareness. Meanwhile, within the Jade Maiden sect, sister, good news. Wonderful news. Ha! Lu Ruyan exclaimed, bounding towards Miao Yu and enveloping her in a tight embrace. Despite being over 200 years old and a formidable golden core cultivator, she still carried the exuberance of a child. Miao Yu gently patted Lu Ruyan's back, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with affection. Speak, what has brought you such joy? She leaned back slightly, hands resting on Lu Ruyan's shoulders. Their figures aligned closely together. Lu Ruyan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, released Miao Yu, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like they held a universe of stars. Sister, Xian Xiao is dead. Ha ha, I am simply overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu's smile froze, replaced by a look of bewilderment. What did you say? Xian Xiao is dead? How did he die? Is the information reliable? She fired off several questions, her tone laced with disbelief. Lu Ruyan nodded vigorously, her chest puffed out confidently, exuding an air of certainty. Sister, it's absolutely true. After Xian Xiao and his companions departed, I sent someone to discreetly follow them. It was she who relayed the message to me, stating that it was the master of the 100 Flowers Valley who took action, striking Xian Xiao's head off with a single blow. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley, why would she kill Xian Xiao? Miao Yu was not surprised by the news of Xian Zhao's demise. For a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, obliterating a head was trivial. Even the complete annihilation of Xian Zhao's body would not be remarkable. What piqued her curiosity was the motive behind the 100 Flowers Valley Master's actions. This gets even more interesting. That old lecher Xian Zhao had the audacity to openly unfasten the master of the 100 Flowers Valley's belt, which incited her wrath and led to his demise with a single strike. Lu Ruyan's eyes danced with delight, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. Listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Miao Yu fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that Xian Zhao, a practitioner at the late stage of the Golden Core, had succumbed to madness to undertake such audacious acts? Noticing the perplexed expression on Miao Yu's face, Lu Ruyan recounted every detail of the information received without omission. Upon hearing it all, Miao Yu's furrowed brow tightened further. She sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, she recalled an extraordinary incident that transpired shortly after encountering Su Yi, an event that had unfolded during her search for him. A mysterious smile crossed her lips as the thought emerged. Meanwhile, Su Yi found himself engulfed in the mist, losing all sense of time. However, given his constitution, he began to feel discomfort in his legs, hinting at the duration of his standing. It was futile to linger here, exhausting his strength only to meet his demise. Gritting his teeth, he discreetly opened his attribute panel to check his experience points, which exceeded 30,000. After a moment's hesitation, he began to allocate experience points to the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. Initially, the process felt normal, but as he added 1,000 points, a throbbing pain surged in his head, prompting him to halt the allocation. In a hurry, he redirected his focus to augmenting the soul-nurturing technique. As Su Yi increased its experience points, he vigilantly observed his soul, fearing it might detach from his body. He oscillated between enhancing the soul-nurturing technique and the spirit-gathering body refinement technique. Eventually, the latter entered a state of readiness to upgrade, while he managed to elevate the soul-nurturing technique to a level just within his soul's control. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi allocated the final experience points to the spirit-gathering body refinement technique, instantly elevating it to level 10. In that moment, a torrent of profound insights and methods for harnessing newfound power surged into Su Yi's mind, brought forth by the upgrade. Concurrently, his body began to undergo a marvelous transformation. The vitality that had been diminished from his injuries now surged back like a withered tree blossoming in spring, visibly restoring his health at an astonishing rate. His muscles tensed, and his bones cracked like thunder, as if being reforged and fortified. With the spirit-gathering body refinement technique now at level 10, Su Yi distinctly sensed a change. This enhancement not only strengthened his physical form, but also imbued him with a renewed vigor. This life force flowed like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing his entire being, healing his old wounds and invigorating every cell with vibrant energy. If Su Yi had a mirror at that moment, he would have noticed a subtle rejuvenation in his appearance. What once resembled a frail elder in his 80s or 90s now seemed akin to one in his 70s or 80s. Most importantly, this upgrade did not bring him the usual headache, indicating that his soul's power had grown sufficient to bear such immense information. Su Yi glanced at the more than 20,000 experience points remaining and once again began to augment the soul-nurturing technique. He swiftly elevated the technique to a level just shy of achieving the 11th rank. Assessing the state of his divine soul, he found it to be remarkably fortified. Taking a deep breath, he allocated the final fragment of experience, causing the soul-nurturing technique to ascend directly to the 11th level. With the elevation of the soul-nurturing technique to the 11th rank, an unprecedented surge of power erupted deep within Su Yi's sea of consciousness. In an instant, he felt as though his consciousness was pierced by a dazzling radiance, illuminating the previously nebulous realm of awareness. The once indistinct outline of a human form became strikingly clear. The figure bore an exact resemblance to Su Yi, a hallmark of divine soul manifestation that occurs only during the foundational period. Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, a profound joy flickering in his gaze, for he had attained divine perception. In his newfound awareness, everything around him transformed dramatically. The dense, ink-like mist no longer obstructed his vision. Under the aegis of his divine perception, every subtle movement of the mist and every fluctuation of spiritual energy became distinctly discernible. The entirety of his surroundings was vividly etched into Su Yi's mind. Immersed in the extraordinary sensations brought by his divine perception, he was filled with excitement and awe. However, in the next moment, Su Yi's eyes widened even further. Within the expanse of his divine perception, he beheld a stone figure standing silently to his left. He stared intently at the unmoving stone figure, which emanated an ancient and weighty aura, harmonizing with the surrounding stone forest, yet exuding an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Its body was composed of a coarse rock, the surface marred by the ravages of time, crisscrossed with deep fissures. The facial contours of the stone figure were indistinct, with only two profound hollows representing its eyes, fixed upon Su Yi as if silently observing him. Chapter 66. The formidable body. Su Yi's divine perception scrutinized the stone figure, sending shivers down his spine. Cautiously, he shifted his body slightly, and the stone figure's head slowly turned in response. Those two dark voids of eyes remained locked onto him. A chill ran through Su Yi as he raised his hand and unleashed a finger technique. The power of the technique was indeed formidable, piercing a small hole through the stone figure's forehead. Yet, it appeared to have little effect. Upon being attacked, the stone figure seemed to realize it had been discovered. No longer remaining stationary, it charged directly towards Su Yi. The stone figure moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Su Yi had no time to evade. Instinctively, he raised his fist and struck at the stone figure. However, the stone figure, which had just inflicted severe injury upon him, shattered under Su Yi's blow as if it were fragile porcelain. The small hole created by the finger technique now served as a vent for the unleashed power. Cracks radiated from the center, spreading like a spider's web across the stone giant's entire form. In the blink of an eye, this colossal entity, which had just instilled fear in Su Yi, transformed into a scattered pile of rubble, clattering to the ground. Su Yi stood motionless, somewhat dazed. Was this stone giant made of tofu? He gazed down at his own fist, unable to believe the sheer power it had just unleashed. He swung his arm and struck a nearby stone pillar. Upon impact, the surface of the pillar instantly became riddled with cracks, resembling a web ensnaring it. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the pillar began to crumble from the base, large chunks of stone falling and raising a cloud of dust. Su Yi stared at the collapsed pillar, his heart filled with astonishment. It dawned on him just how formidable his physical strength had become after the spirit-gathering body refinement technique was elevated to level 10. He had been so engrossed in the excitement of acquiring spiritual awareness that he had overlooked the significant enhancement of his physical form. Enthusiastically, he raised his fist again, activated his spiritual awareness, and strode confidently towards the scattered remains of the stone giant, crouching down to examine them closely. At that moment, through the probing of his spiritual awareness, he finally discerned the true nature of the stone giant. Indeed, it was a puppet, intricately crafted. After studying it for a while without arriving at a conclusive understanding, he casually collected 10 spirit stones used to animate the puppet. After surveying his surroundings in the stone forest, he chose a direction and proceeded with purpose. This time, bolstered by his spiritual awareness and newfound physical prowess, he walked with a renewed sense of confidence, shedding the previous caution. Although his spiritual awareness could only extend 100 meters, it was sufficient for him to navigate the stone forest with ease. After a short distance, he realized that this stone forest was, in fact, a confinement array. Had the unawakened Su Yi attempted to escape, he would have faced considerable difficulty. However, for him now, this confinement array was merely child's play. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he moved in a straight line, shattering any stone pillars that obstructed his path with a single punch. Along the way, he encountered 2 more stone puppets, both of which he dismantled to obtain their spirit stones. Before long, Su Yi emerged from the stone forest. As he stepped out, a vast valley unfolded before him. The valley was suffused with spiritual energy, adorned with flourishing flowers and grass, and peculiar spiritual plants glimmered softly. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, producing a melodious whisper, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Su Yi even discovered numerous spiritual herbs within. Observing this scene, rather than rushing to gather the herbs with excitement, he became increasingly cautious. The peril he had just faced in the stone forest would have been fatal for an ordinary cultivator. This stark contrast instilled in Su Yi a firm belief that this seemingly serene valley harbored hidden mysteries. He focused his mind, fully unleashing his spiritual awareness to extend in all directions, leaving no detail overlooked. Under the scrutiny of his consciousness, Su Yi discerned no anomalies. It resembled a garden abundant with spiritual herbs. He exhaled a sigh of relief, poised to step inside when a sudden spark of inspiration prompted him to activate his heavenly eye. In an instant, the world transformed entirely before his gaze. Su Yi's advance halted abruptly. The once vibrant and resplendent valley was now shrouded in a faint, eerie gray mist, exuding an inexplicable strangeness. The luminescent spiritual plants had their roots entwined with tendrils of black veins, penetrating deeply into the earth. With vigilance, Su Yi scanned the area ahead, noting that the once crystal-clear brook now flowed with a viscous liquid as dark as ink, its surface sporadically bubbling with peculiar effervescence, emitting soft hissing sounds upon rupture. Above the stream floated a layer of distorted light, ethereal and elusive, resembling an illusory barrier. Observing this abruptly altered world through his heavenly eye, Su Yi furrowed his brow. He promptly retreated to the stone forest. He would never venture into such a bizarre scene. Regardless of the allure of spiritual herbs, or even an immortal elixir, he would refrain from entering. Whether consuming such an elixir would lead to immortality remained uncertain. Yet with a system at his disposal, as long as he survived, achieving immortality was merely a trivial pursuit. There was no opportunity for reckless endeavors, let alone a doorway to such risks. Returning to the stone forest, Su-yi changed his direction and continued onward. He had already asserted his dominion within the stone forest, moving through it with unrestrained swiftness. Before long, he emerged once again from the stone forest, now confronted by a contiguous expanse of mountains. Exercising caution, he refrained from recklessly stepping forward and activated his heavenly eye to survey the area. Under its scrutiny, no peculiarities emerged. Instead, a serene and genuine mountain landscape unfolded before him. However, he vaguely perceived the outline of structures perched atop the mountains. After observing for a moment without detecting any imminent danger, Su-yi, ever the cautious soul, maintained his vigilance. While he hesitated, the continued observation through his heavenly eye revealed several figures flickering in and out of sight deep within the mountain range. Instantly invigorated, Su-yi realized that the presence of others indicated a temporary absence of danger. He maintained a constant state of consciousness, scanning as he advanced toward the mountains. Despite the mountains appearing near, Su-yi found himself walking at a brisk pace of 60 miles per hour for what felt like an eternity without arriving. Doubt began to creep into his mind. By all accounts, given his current speed, he should have reached the mountains long ago. The situation grew increasingly peculiar, prompting him to activate his heavenly eye once more for a thorough examination. This time, he discerned a slight distortion in the surrounding space. The once straight path appeared subtly curved through the lens of his heavenly eye. It was no wonder the mountains seemed so close, yet remained perpetually out of reach. However, once perceived by his own celestial sight, the situation became straightforward. Chapter 67. The Great Hall and the White Jade Coffin. A subtle smile graced Su-yi's lips as he took a gentle step forward. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, a woman approached the very place where Su-yi had just stood. As she arrived at the spot of his disappearance, her beautiful eyes flickered, and her delicate brows knitted in perplexity. She extended her slender, fair fingers, lightly tracing the air, where a faint blue light shimmered at her fingertips, seemingly sensing something. Subsequently, she raised her gaze towards the distance, her eyes gradually revealing astonishment. This is truly extravagant. The woman stood dumbfounded, staring at the distant mountains. At the base of the mountains she observed, the space rippled, and Su-yi's figure re-emerged. Upon his appearance, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, simultaneously marveling inwardly at the power of spatial distortion. "Hey, you old man. Yes, I mean you, come here." As Su-yi glanced around, he heard a voice calling from behind. Following the sound, he saw a young man with a fair complexion, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, standing beside a massive stone, beckoning him. Behind this young man stood 8 individuals, all gazing in astonishment at Su-yi's sudden appearance. These 8 figures were dressed in various attires. Some donned coarse linen garments, others wore fitted outfits with glimmering blades at their waists. Still others were clad in loose black robes, their expressions somber, exuding an air of mystery. From their attire, it was evident that the fair-skinned youth was a disciple of the Tianxin Sect, and those accompanying him were likely forcibly recruited aides. Noticing that Su-yi remained motionless, the young man's face betrayed impatience. "You old fool, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over here." Suppressing his rising anger, Su-yi hesitated for a moment before finally approaching. For a fleeting instant, he contemplated eliminating these individuals. Yet he understood that in this uncharted territory, recklessly making enemies was unwise. Moreover, the relic harbored numerous secrets, and perhaps, with the assistance of this group, he could uncover some of them more swiftly. As Su-yi drew near, the fair-skinned youth casually inquired, "Where did you come from, and how did you suddenly appear here?" A cold smile flickered within Su-yi's heart, yet his expression remained calm as he replied nonchalantly, "I'm not quite sure. I was simply walking normally, and suddenly found myself here." A trace of skepticism flashed across the young man's face, but he refrained from pressing further. In this enigmatic ancient realm, anything could transpire. Impatiently, he waved his hand. "Just stand aside and wait. We'll enter together once more people arrive." After expressing his impatience, the fair-skinned youth leaned against the massive stone, continuing to wait. Once Su-yi stood still, he finally lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. All that met his eyes were the remnants of crumbled walls, with peculiar patterns carved into the toppled stone pillars. Not far away, a dilapidated stone door stood ajar, its destination shrouded in mystery, while the runes etched upon it emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The air was thick with a sense of antiquity, intertwined with subtle ripples of spiritual energy. Su-yi activated his celestial vision, scanning the surrounding environment. Finding no anomalies, he patiently remained in place, awaiting developments. The structures on this mountain acted as a beacon, drawing all cultivators who beheld them, compelling them to converge toward this location. Before long, a gathering of over 30 individuals formed. The fair-skinned youth assessed the crowd and, clearing his throat, proclaimed loudly, "All right, everyone, we shall now prepare to enter this relic. Remember, you must heed my commands. Should anyone dare to act independently, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As he spoke, his gaze swept coldly over the assembly, the threat in his demeanor unmistakable. Though the crowd simmered with indignation, the formidable presence of the Tianxin Sect and the unknown dangers of the relic compelled them to stifle their grievances and endure in silence. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry, step inside." Zhao Xian, noticing the hesitation among the group, urged once more with a sharp tone. Left with no choice, the individuals steeled themselves and ventured through the stone door. Beyond it lay a dim, profound passage, where the walls were adorned with luminous gemstones that emitted a weak glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. Just as they departed, the woman who had been tracking Su-yi appeared in the very spot they had just vacated. Her slender brows knitted together, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and vigilance as she meticulously surveyed the remnants of crumbling walls and the softly glowing stone door. With swift hand gestures, she formed intricate seals, a faint blue aura enveloping her, rippling outward as if to sense the lingering traces and essence left by the group. "They have entered?" Without hesitation, the woman stepped through the stone door. Su-yi and his companions had been proceeding with caution since entering the passage. However, after an extended period, nothing transpired. The fair-skinned youth, growing impatient, urged from the back, "Hurry up, those in front. We've encountered nothing for so long, which indicates a lack of danger here. Increase your pace." Despite their skepticism, the group dared not defy his command and quickened their steps. Indeed, the youth's assertion proved accurate. They soon emerged from the passage without encountering any peril. At the end of the tunnel stood a colossal stone door, its surface intricately carved with elaborate patterns. These enigmatic designs seemed to flow like winding rivers and mountains, intertwining like the orbits of stars, exuding an ancient and profound aura in the dim light. The fair-skinned youth's eyes widened with avarice, and he rushed forward, pressing his hands against the stone door with all his might. Yet, the door remained immovable, as if it were firmly rooted in the very fabric of existence. "What are you all waiting for? Come and assist me." The fair-skinned youth turned back and bellowed at the crowd. With no other choice, the onlookers gathered around, uniting their strength to push against the stone door. Under their combined efforts, the door creaked and slowly began to shift, inch by inch. An ancient and enigmatic aura surged forth, accompanied by subtle ripples of spiritual energy, causing their hearts to race involuntarily. As the stone door gradually swung open, the mysterious atmosphere intensified. Cautiously, the group stepped inside, revealing a vast expanse capable of accommodating thousands. The dome above was high, constructed from massive stones, intricately engraved with stars and spiritual patterns that shimmered with an otherworldly glow in the dim light. Towering stone pillars surrounded them, adorned with lifelike carvings of spiritual serpents and auspicious beasts. Each creature's eyes were inlaid with gems of various hues, radiating a mystical brilliance as if observing the intruders. The ground was laid with ancient stone slabs, meticulously fitted together, each etched with complex designs that intertwined to form a profound pattern. Directly ahead stood a colossal stone platform emanating a soft halo, upon which rested an exquisite white jade coffin. The coffin was adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, their scales and feathers rendered with exquisite detail, exuding a gentle aura of spiritual energy that enveloped the onlookers. This energy gradually expanded, momentarily engulfing everyone. Su-yi felt a brief dizziness. Subsequently, his manifested spirit stirred, radiating a faint luminescence. Chapter 68. The absurdities among cultivators. The fair-skinned youth's eyes widened in greed and excitement as he hurried towards the stone platform, murmuring, "Surely, within lies rare treasures. All mine, everything here belongs to me." Not only did he rush forward, but the surrounding crowd also surged into the hall. Upon regaining his senses, Su-yi witnessed everyone plunging inside, shouting, "All mine, all mine." Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the arm of a fellow cultivator rushing in. The cultivator, his eyes bloodshot and face twisted in anger, turned back and roared, "What are you doing? Let me go. The treasures inside are mine." Su-yi frowned, channeling his energy into his hand in an attempt to awaken him, speaking in a grave tone, "Calm down. Something is amiss here. Rushing and recklessly leads only to doom." However, the cultivator seemed entranced, ignoring Su-yi's words, struggling fiercely and even swinging his fists at him. With no alternative, Su-yi released his grip, watching helplessly as the cultivator sprinted madly towards the stone platform once more. At that moment, chaos erupted within the grand hall, with everyone shoving and pushing. Suddenly, The fair-skinned youth, having seized a jade vial from an unknown source, opened it, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. The blinding radiance stung the eyes of the crowd, followed by an overwhelming and mysterious spiritual energy that began to permeate the air. This is an elixir. It is undoubtedly an elixir. Ha ha ha. The fair-skinned youth laughed maniacally, his laughter reverberating throughout the grand hall, infused with boundless greed and madness. He clutched the jade vial tightly, as if it contained the entirety of his existence. Under the dazzling light and the stimulation of spiritual energy, the crowd descended further into irrationality, frantically scouring the hall for treasures. In an instant, the hall was awash in radiant hues, with various treasures uncovered by the eager seekers. Strangely, however, they did not engage in mutual theft. Those who had not yet found treasures continued their search, while those who had discovered them stood by, laughing wildly without securing their newfound riches. Su-yi surveyed the surroundings through his spiritual sense and celestial eye, yet he could discern no rational explanation. Observing the frenzied state of the crowd, Su-yi quietly retreated, cautiously observing his surroundings. He felt perplexed. The peculiar behavior of the people was far from normal, and the hall's dazzling light along with the sudden appearance of treasures must conceal a monumental conspiracy. Fortunately, Su-yi safely reached the entrance without incident. He cast a final glance at the frenzied crowd before turning to leave. It was best to vacate this ominous place promptly. As Su-yi took a few steps forward, he encountered a stunningly beautiful woman. She wore a gown of moonlit white silk that gracefully hugged her form, accentuating her slender waist and feminine curves. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, adding an extra layer of allure. However, her gaze resembled that of a cold star, radiating an unmistakable chill. Her tightly pressed lips and slightly raised chin exuded an aura of aloofness, deterring any approach. Upon seeing Su-yi, a flicker of surprise danced in her cold, star-like eyes. At last, she had found him. Her master had instructed her to keep an eye on him upon entering, but she had done nothing until now, resorting to her magical artifacts to sense Su-yi's aura. Yet, each time she had come close but failed. This time, she had finally succeeded. Su-yi was momentarily captivated by the woman's beauty, yet her frosty demeanor prompted him to discreetly shift his body to grant her passage. Nevertheless, instead of moving past him, she glided forward with elegant steps, instantly standing before Su-yi. She extended a hand, pale as jade yet imbued with a hint of coldness, firmly grasping his arm. Startled, Su-yi instinctively sought to break free. Experience points. 500, the system chimed in his mind. Although he sensed no ill intentions from the woman, confusion filled his heart, prompting him to cease struggling. She held his arm tightly, her gaze locked onto his eyes, as if seeking to unravel some hidden truth within them. Su-yi felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. "Miss, such intimate contact between men and women is inappropriate. Please refrain from this," he stammered, awkwardly extending his other hand to gently push against her delicate grip. With an experience value of 500, the woman, upon hearing Su-yi's words, was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Su-yi had anticipated that she would release his hand, yet to his surprise, her expression turned stern as she feigned seriousness, declaring, "What nonsense about the propriety between men and women. Such trivial customs do not apply among cultivators." After speaking, she tightened her grip on his hand. Su-yi was left bewildered by her demeanor, wondering if something was amiss with her mind. "Excuse me, miss, do you have something to discuss with me?" The woman's gaze was intense, fixated on Su-yi. "Why should it concern you?" she retorted. "From this moment forth, you shall not leave my sight." She nearly let slip that her master had instructed her to keep an eye on Su-yi, but quickly altered her phrasing. Su-yi instinctively touched his face, pondering to himself, "Have I truly become so charming?" Observing the exquisite contours of her face, he couldn't help but smirk mischievously. "So, such trivial customs do not apply among cultivators, do they?" He boldly embraced her slender waist, causing her to gasp in shock. "You dare!" she exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, before she forcefully attempted to shake him off, unleashing her spiritual energy. However, Su-yi easily suppressed her efforts. A mere 9th-level chi refinement cultivator posed no challenge to him, a powerful 8th-level cultivator. As he effortlessly restrained her burgeoning energy, he felt a surge of pride witnessing her flustered and enraged expression. Su-yi extended his hand, slowly inching closer to her, a villainous grin adorning his face. Just as his fingers were about to brush against her form, a commotion erupted from the grand hall behind them. He halted his advance, turning to gaze alongside the woman. The hall was now teeming with over 100 newcomers, their numbers steadily increasing. Upon closer inspection, Su-yi realized that there were multiple entrances to the hall, with people pouring in from several directions. These new arrivals bore expressions of fervor, their eyes fixated on the center of the hall, their hurried steps accompanied by hushed murmurs, mirroring the earlier frenzy. "What are they doing?" The stunning woman in his arms asked, surveying the frenzied crowd. Can you not see? They are in search of treasures. Look at that fair-skinned youth. He clutches a jade vial containing an elixir, she replied. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, locking onto the raucous boy, whose jade vial emanated a distinct aura of spiritual energy, even from a distance. An elixir? The beautiful woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly awestruck by the mention of such a treasure, Su Yi nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the emergence of this elixir was highly suspicious. And in conjunction with the bizarre state of those around him, he suspected there was much more to this than met the eye. His gaze fixated on the chaos within the hall, completely oblivious to the transformation in the woman he held in his arms. Gradually, she extricated herself from his embrace and began to stride towards the grand hall, her pace quickening with each step. Noticing something amiss, Su Yi abruptly turned to face her. He beheld her once clear countenance now contorted by greed, her eyes clouded, resembling those of the frenzied crowd around them. Alarm surged within him as he hastily grasped her arm, asking, "Where are you going?" Yet, the woman seemed impervious to his words, forcefully shaking off his grip and sprinting towards the stone pedestal in the center of the hall. Witnessing her complete loss of reason, Su Yi rushed forward and struck the back of her neck with considerable force. He miscalculated his strength and inadvertently knocked her down. The impact was substantial, and he distinctly observed her body bounce twice upon hitting the ground. As he looked at the woman bouncing on the floor, he glanced at his right hand and realized he had failed to moderate his strength. He quickly crouched down to assist her, assessing her condition. First, he examined her delicate features, relieved to find no disfigurement. Then his gaze drifted lower. It seems considerably enlarged, he noted, momentarily distracted by the change. Without further ado, he lifted her into a relatively safe corner, gently calling out, "Miss, please awaken. I apologize, I struck too hard." After a brief moment, she slowly opened her eyes, confusion and chaos still lingering within them. However, clarity soon returned as she looked at Su Yi, weakly inquiring, "What has happened to me?" He succinctly recounted the prior events, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. A notification chimed in his mind, indicating a favorability rating of 20. Surprised, he quickly accessed her attribute panel to review her details. Name, Lin Qingxuan. Age, 26. Gender, female. Cultivation, Qi refining 9th layer technique. Orchid and bamboo tranquility technique, level 3, 69. 100, talent. Extraordinary favorability, 30 purity, 100 comprehensive score, 90. Su Yi briefly scanned her panel, committing her name, Lin Qingxuan, and the favorability rating to memory. He didn't linger on other details, as the pressing matter at hand was to leave this unsettling place. As he prepared to carry Lin Qingxuan away, his peripheral vision caught sight of Mi Wanwan. At that moment, Mi Wanwan, much like the others in the hall, was frantically searching for the so-called treasure, her eyes alight with greed and fervor. Su Yi hesitated briefly before continuing his exit. The atmosphere inside the hall felt too bizarre, and he sensed it was beyond his control. Yet, Su Yi's steps grew increasingly sluggish until he could no longer lift his feet, coming to a halt in place. Images of Mi Wanwan's charming visage and laughter flashed ceaselessly in his mind, particularly the moment she valiantly defended him against Miao Yu. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi relinquished the Lin Qingxuan and swiftly turned towards the grand hall. The instant he crossed the threshold, the dizzying sensation returned. Simultaneously, his transformed soul emanated a gentle glow. However, this time, the luminescence did not dissipate. Instead, it persisted, as if warding off some spiritual assault. Su Yi sensed that his soul's power was gradually waning. Alarmed, he realized that this was not a favorable place. Without hesitation, he rushed to Mi Wanwan, seizing her by the nape of her neck, disregarding her struggles, and hastening towards the exit. Fortunately, no unforeseen events occurred along the way, as those around them were frantically searching for treasures and paid no heed to the pair. Su Yi, clutching the thrashing Mi Wanwan, soon reached the exit. However, as expected, misfortune struck. They collided headlong with a transparent barrier, the rebound nearly unsteadying him and causing him to almost lose his grip on Mi Wanwan. Steadying himself, he focused his gaze and beheld a glimmering transparent barrier spanning the exit, isolating them from the outside world. How could it have been fine upon entry? Yet now they were trapped? With his soul's power continually diminishing, panic surged within him. He maintained his grip on Mi Wanwan with his left hand and raised his right fist, launching a powerful strike against the barrier. The force of his blow howled through the air, infused with all of Su Yi's spiritual energy, striking the transparent barrier with formidable impact. Yet, the barrier merely rippled, quickly returning to tranquility without a trace of damage. This blow not only failed to breach the barrier, but also left his arm tingling from the recoil, and a significant portion of his spiritual energy drained away. Shaking his slightly numb arm, Su Yi unleashed a flick of his fingers, sending an invisible and colorless projectile through the barrier. However, before he could smile at his success, the penetrated barrier swiftly mended itself. Undeterred, Su-yi unleashed a series of finger strikes against the barrier. Yet, without exception, each breach was instantaneously repaired. His spiritual energy depleted rapidly with each relentless attack. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and his breathing became labored. Realizing he could not persist in this manner, he recognized that his energy could not outlast the barrier's resilience. Forcing himself to regain composure, he turned to survey the grand hall. In the brief span of time, the number of individuals within had surged once more. A cursory glance revealed that their ranks had surpassed 1,000. Activating his celestial vision, Su-yi meticulously scrutinized the entire hall once again. Remarkably, he discerned a glimmer of insight. In the grand hall, everyone was frantically searching for treasures. Yet Su-yi noticed that no one approached the white jade coffin placed in the center. The coffin stood silently, emanating a gentle yet mysterious glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. Su-yi felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that this coffin harbored secrets. Observing Mi Wan, who was still struggling, he muttered to himself, "You've caused a great deal of trouble this time. You will pay me back double once we escape." With a swift motion, Su-yi struck the back of her neck, and she fainted as anticipated. He discarded her at the entrance, took a deep breath, and hurried toward the white jade coffin. Upon reaching the coffin, Su-yi discovered that its lid was crafted from transparent crystal. Cautiously, he probed the surface and, finding no danger, leaned forward to peer inside. The moment he glanced within, he was irresistibly captivated by the figure lying there. Inside the white jade coffin lay a breathtaking beauty. Her face was stunning, with skin as pale as snow, radiating a soft glow, flawless in its delicacy. Her brows arched like distant mountains, perfectly shaped and imbued with grace. Her eyes were closed, with long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if they would open at any moment. Her nose was elegantly straight, adding a touch of vigor to her gentle features. While her lips were small and rosy, her figure was enchanting. Even in repose within the coffin, her proportions were undeniably perfect. Her waist was slender, delicate enough to be circled by a single hand, yet it retained an alluring curve. Clad in sumptuous satin attire that hugged her form, the fabric accentuated her graceful silhouette, with the hems slightly curling to reveal her slender, gleaming ankles. She radiated an indescribable aura of nobility, a tapestry woven from the passage of time and her esteemed lineage. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs. Though time had left its mark, they still dazzled, a testament to her extraordinary status. Even a seasoned individual like Su-yi found himself deeply entranced by her beauty, almost unable to tear himself away. A sharp bite to his tongue jolted him back to reality. Upon regaining composure, he realized that his spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, causing him to inwardly lament. Suppressing his anxiety, he redirected his gaze toward the enchanting figure within the coffin. He scrutinized her meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. Her beauty was undeniable, yet apart from her astonishing appearance, Su-yi discerned no extraordinary qualities. The luxurious satin garment, despite its opulence, appeared to be merely an ordinary item, worn and slightly frayed by the passage of time. The dazzling ornaments in her hair, though seemingly resplendent, emitted no trace of spiritual energy, serving solely as mere adornments. Su-yi, undeterred, allowed his gaze to traverse the woman inch by inch, finally noticing that the hairpin adorning her head appeared rather extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached the coffin, placing his hands upon the crystalline lid and exerting force upwards. The coffin lid was heavy, and given his significantly weakened state, the effort was laborious. With every inch he moved, he felt the strain in his muscles and the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Yet, gritting his teeth, Su-yi persevered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his veins bulging in his arms. With a creaking sound, the coffin lid finally yielded a narrow opening, allowing a whiff of ancient yet subtly cool air to greet him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned greater strength to push the lid fully aside. As it swung open completely, a delicate and ethereal fragrance wafted forth, reminiscent of orchids and musk, threading its way into Su-yi's nostrils and momentarily easing his taut nerves. Disregarding the intoxicating scent, his attention fixated urgently on the hairpin atop the woman's head. He extended his hand, gently brushing his fingers against the pin. At the instant his fingertip made contact, he felt his spirit drawn by a faint yet tenacious force, and his mind was suddenly flooded with indistinct images. A magnificent palace rising majestically atop mist-laden peaks, its interior aglow with brilliant lights, where numerous cultivators clad in splendid attire moved about. The woman in the coffin, adorned with the very hairpin, sat regally in the principal seat, receiving the reverence of many. The scene then shifted to depict her using the hairpin to dismantle various seals and restrictions. These fleeting images raced through Su Yi's consciousness, causing his spirit to tremble violently, nearly throwing him off balance. Steadying himself, he was filled with astonishment as he regarded the woman beneath him, sensing from the visions that her former identity had been of the utmost nobility. However, feeling his spiritual energy waning, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. With a swift motion, he grasped the hairpin and withdrew it from the woman's head. He had gleaned from the fragments that this hairpin possessed the power to break seals. The moment he pulled the pin free, the once tranquil coffin stirred with a gentle luminescence. The woman's hair floated lightly, as if stirred by an invisible current. Ignoring this phenomenon, Su Yi was acutely aware of time slipping away. His spiritual power was nearly exhausted, and if he could not swiftly utilize the hairpin to break the seals, the consequences would be dire. Clutching the hairpin, he turned to depart, but just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the woman seemed to be grasping something in her hand. If the hairpin was so remarkable, the object she held must surely be even more powerful. Instinctively, he reached out, prying open her fingers, and a smooth black orb rolled out from her grasp. Just as he took hold of the orb, a system notification startled him. Experience points. 50,000. Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. Instinctively, he accessed the attributes panel of the woman before him. Name: Yao Ji. Age: 89, 536 years. Gender: female. Cultivation: pseudo-immortal realm technique. Spirit Phoenix ascending technique. Level 5, 7, 893, 100. 000. Talent: sacred grade affinity. 0 purity. 100 comprehensive rating. 98. As Su Yi gazed at the attributes panel, his scalp tingled, and his legs momentarily weakened. In the next instant, he pivoted and hurried towards the exit. Reaching the doorway, he dared not linger, fiercely swiping the hairpin against the barrier. A wisp of ethereal light traced the path of the hairpin's movement, slicing through the barrier. The once impenetrable barrier, upon contact with this light, crumbled like fragile parchment, effortlessly parting. Seizing the unconscious Mi Wanwan from the ground, Su Yi stepped through the rift he had created and bolted outside, dragging Lin Qingxuan along as they raced towards the passageway. Just after their departure, a sinister crimson mist began to waft through the grand hall. The mist slithered across the floor like a serpentine specter, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Wherever it spread, the ancient stones emanated a ghostly luminescence, as if awakened by some ancient and malevolent force. The crowd within the hall, still frantically scouring for treasures, remained oblivious to the bizarre scene unfolding around them. In an instant, the mist enveloped them all. The frantic searchers abruptly ceased their movements, one by one, collapsing to the ground. Within the shroud of mist, their bodies spasmed slightly, their complexions turning a ghastly shade of ashen blue, veins becoming grotesquely visible beneath their skin, manifesting in a sinister purplish-black hue. Soon after, dark crimson liquid began to seep from their orifices, merging with the swirling mist, as if the mysterious vapor were siphoning their essence for sustenance. In a matter of moments, the bodies of these individuals gradually transformed into ash, swept away by an unseen breeze, dissipating within the grand hall. With the nourishment consumed, the crimson mist thickened, swirling eagerly toward the jade-white coffin. However, upon reaching the coffin, the mist hesitated, as if lost children unable to find their way home. As the mist lingered before the coffin, Yao Ji within sensed its presence. Her previously tranquil visage contorted with concern, and her body trembled slightly. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Upon seeing the mist, her expression shifted, and with a swift gesture of her right hand, a slender beam of golden light emanated from her brow. Instantaneously, a small golden barrier formed above the coffin, repelling the encroaching mist entirely. Chapter 71. Spirit Treasure Pavilion. After a swift escape with the two women, Su Yi paused outside to catch his breath, casting a wary glance back at the passageway. It was utterly terrifying. Over 80,000 years, a deceptive paradise. Yet, these details pale in comparison to the most significant revelation. The system emitted a sound cue. Su Yi would never believe that a mere corpse could elicit a reaction from the system. It was undoubtedly a living being. What just happened to you? Lin Qingxuan inquired, her face etched with concern as she gently touched Su Yi's arm. Only then did Su Yi emerge from his state of anxiety and contemplation, observing Lin Qingxuan's inquisitive expression. After a moment's thought, in an effort to conceal his system, he refrained from sharing his discovery, instead forcing a faint smile. It's nothing. I just exerted myself too much inside and experienced a bit of palpitations. A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Qingxuan's face. She sensed that something was amiss with Su Yi's earlier demeanor. Just as she was about to press further, Mi Wanwan stirred awake. Senior brother, I finally found you. Mi Wanwan's voice was tinged with weakness, yet her gaze radiated a sense of relief, as though she had narrowly escaped calamity. She grasped Su Yi's arm tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline. Su Yi quickly turned, concern etched on his face. Wanwan, how are you feeling? Is there anything amiss? Mi Wanwan shook her head, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Where are we? I remember being chased and running into a stone door. Su Yi briefly recounted the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of Yao Ji. As Mi Wanwan listened to Su Yi's succinct account, her eyes widened with astonishment and trepidation, occasionally gasping in disbelief. Once Su Yi finished, she patted her chest, her heart still racing. Thank goodness for you, senior brother. Otherwise, I would have truly faced dire consequences this time. Su Yi gently patted Mi Wanwan's shoulder. It's a relief you're safe. This place is rife with oddities. We must devise a swift escape. When entering, the Tianxin Sect had not disclosed any means of exit. Su Yi pondered whether they were simply uninformed or if they intended for them to linger longer within. With this thought in mind, Su Yi turned to Lin Qingxuan, who hailed from the illustrious Hundred Flower Valley. Surely, she would possess knowledge of an exit. Dear friend, do you know how we might leave this place? Su Yi looked at Lin Qingxuan, his gaze filled with hope. Did the people from the Tianxin Sect not inform you of how to exit when you entered? Lin Qingxuan's brows furrowed in concern, a glimmer of confusion in her eyes. Upon hearing her question, Su Yi realized that the Tianxin Sect had deliberately withheld information regarding their escape. While Su Yi remained unfazed by this revelation, Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. How could the Tianxin Sect act this way? What do they take us for? Is this not a deliberate attempt to harm us? Her voice involuntarily rose in pitch, filled with both astonishment and fury. Su Yi turned to comfort Mi Wanwan, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not be overly alarmed. For the sake of interest, even brothers and fathers can become enemies, let alone the Tianxin Sect, with which we have no familial ties. Let us discuss the means of departing from this place. In response to Su Yi's inquiries, Lin Qingxuan did not conceal the information, but rather elucidated the various methods to exit the secret realm. It turns out there are numerous ways to leave the secret realm. The most common is simply to wait until the requisite time has elapsed, at which point the realm will automatically expel its inhabitants. Additionally, every secret realm possesses an exit, albeit one that must be sought out by the individuals themselves. The final method is both the simplest and the most arduous, to shatter the space itself with formidable power, thereby enabling an escape once the space is fractured. Su Yi was somewhat reluctant to wait, fearing that if the ancient creature within were to awaken, there might not be a single living soul remaining in this place. It is not surprising that he harbored such thoughts, for this secret realm exuded an aura of danger at every turn. He did not imagine that the ancient being within would be benevolent, so it was indeed prudent to leave as swiftly as possible. Lacking the immense power required for the last method, they were left with the option of searching for the exit. The location of the exit could be discerned by seeking out areas rich in spiritual energy. They were likely to find it. Upon learning this, Su Yi was eager to make haste, taking Mi Wanwan with him to seek the exit. Lin Qingxuan, though reluctant to depart, felt compelled to follow Su Yi in search of the exit due to her master's instructions. The trio surveyed their surroundings and ultimately determined that the highest peak of the mountain range was the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy. They began their ascent along the remnants of crumbled walls. Su Yi extended his consciousness ahead, guiding their path, and with this mental assistance, their progress was remarkably swift. They soon reached the mid-slope of the mountain. Senior brother, look, the Lingbao Pavilion. Mi Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a dilapidated yet relatively intact structure in the distance. Although the exterior walls were weathered and the bricks crumbled, the once majestic grandeur was still faintly discernible amid the flying eaves and bracketed roofs. The pavilion's entrance was ajar, revealing a dim corner within, flanked by two stone pillars intricately carved with auspicious dragons. Despite the ravages of time, the dragons remained vividly lifelike, their eyes seemingly glimmering with a faint light. Su Yi first scanned the area with his consciousness, then employed his heavenly eye technique to ensure there were no anomalies. Let us enter and take a look, he declared, leading the way towards the pavilion. However, upon their entrance, they discovered a layer of restriction obstructing their path. Although the barrier appeared precarious, the trio found that their cultivation at the Qi refinement stage was insufficient to break it. Just as the two women were reluctantly preparing to leave, Su Yi smiled and produced a hairpin that he had plucked from Yao Ji's head, gently tracing it across the barrier. In an instant, the seemingly fragile yet indomitable restriction yielded a passage wide enough for a single person to traverse. Mi Wanwan and Lin Qingxuan gazed in astonishment at Su Yi, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Observing the dazed expressions of the two women, Su Yi chuckled softly. Don't just stand there, let's proceed inside. He tucked away his hairpin and stepped into the Lingbao Pavilion first. The moment he entered the building, a wave of antiquity enveloped him. The interior of the pavilion was spacious, with walls adorned by gems that emitted a gentle glow, casting a flickering light throughout the space. A glance around revealed an array of magical artifacts, including swords, daggers, shields, and many other strange items whose names eluded him. Mi Wanwan's eyes widened in wonder. And even Lin Qingxuan, a disciple of a prestigious sect, appeared thoroughly amazed. The spiritual energy emanating from these artifacts was overwhelming. If all were taken out, they could elevate a small sect to prominence in an instant. Even Su Yi, an old cultivator who typically dismissed elixirs, felt his breath quicken. He stifled his excitement and slowly approached the nearest longsword. This sword had an elongated blade, with the hilt intricately carved with elaborate patterns. At first glance, one could almost sense the formidable sword aura contained within. Su Yi grasped the hilt, his heart filled with anticipation, while Mi Wanwan and Lin Qingxuan behind him looked on with eager eyes. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his spiritual energy and swung the sword. With a whoosh, the sword flew forward, colliding with the shield before him. There was a resounding crash as the shield shattered into countless pieces. Wow, incredible, Mi Wanwan exclaimed, clapping her jade hands in excitement at the sight of the shield's instant destruction. However, Su Yi furrowed his brow as he looked at the broken sword in his hand. Do not rejoice too soon. There is something amiss with this sword. The weighty feel of the sword and the intricate patterns on the hilt had filled him with high expectations for its power. Yet, after unleashing his full strength, the outcome was merely a broken blade, stirring within Su Yi an ominous premonition. He raised his arm to examine the fractured sword closely, discovering that the blade was riddled with fine cracks. Noticing this, Lin Qingxuan stepped forward and picked up a shard of the shield for inspection. The runes on the surface of the shield appeared mysterious, but when she infused a hint of spiritual energy to test it, the runes remained unresponsive, and the shield itself exhibited no signs of spiritual fluctuation. Seeing this, disappointment washed over Lin Qingxuan's face. The artifacts were far too ancient, and without proper nurturing for an extended period, their spiritual essence had faded. Even if they had once possessed immense power, they were now mere shells, indistinguishable from mundane items. Upon hearing this, Mi Wanwan's excitement evaporated instantly, replaced by profound disillusionment and reluctance. She dashed towards the display of various magical tools, her eyes still reflecting a glimmer of stubborn determination. Grabbing a fan that emitted a soft glow, adorned with exquisite landscapes, she hoped it would indeed be something extraordinary. With a vigorous sweep of the fan, she anticipated summoning a tempest of spiritual energy. The fan merely fluttered lightly, stirring up a faint breeze without any further movement. Undeterred, she picked up a staff adorned with gemstones at its tip, desperately channeling her spiritual energy into it. Yet, the staff remained unresponsive, the gems losing their luster. Resembling ordinary stones, she intensified her energy output, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling slightly from exertion, yet the staff remained as unyielding as a rock. Mi Wanwan's eyes reddened, her hopes dissipating like mist, while anger and resentment surged within her. With a forceful motion, she struck the staff against the ground, producing a resounding crack as it shattered into two pieces, shards scattering. How could this happen? She murmured softly, her eyes brimming with discontent. Su Yi observed Mi Wanwan's actions, filled with helplessness and concern. He stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. All right, Wanwan, even if these treasures possess spirit, we cannot claim them. Let us not forget that the Tianxin Sect guards the exit. Mi Wanwan trembled slightly, a glimmer of brightness appearing in her defiant gaze. Indeed, once we exit, those ruffians will undoubtedly inspect our storage bags. After speaking, she casually collected two seemingly formidable treasures. Humph. I shall take these two treasures out and let them taste the bitterness of loss. A smug smile crept onto her lips. Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her mischievous demeanor. Very well, let us depart quickly. The trio hastened out of the spirit treasure pavilion. They continued to ascend the mountains, but it wasn't long before Lin Qingxuan called to a halt once more. Look, the pill pavilion. Lin Qingxuan pointed to a dilapidated building not far off, its plaque bearing the words Pill Pavilion faded and weathered, yet still exuding an air of solemnity from days gone by. Senior brother, spiritual artifacts may lose their essence, but elixirs are contained in jade bottles and should remain intact. Right? After hearing Mi Wanwan's words, Su Yi felt there was some truth to them. He led the two women to the entrance of the pill pavilion, retrieving the hairpin to break the barrier once again. The three entered, only to emerge shortly afterward, disappointment etched on their faces. The jade bottles containing the elixirs were intact, but the contents were either powder or a dark, viscous substance, exuding a nauseating odor. However, having endured the experience at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, their tolerance had significantly increased. Mi Wanwan mustered her spirits, wiping away the tears that had not yet fallen, and muttered softly, perhaps there are other opportunities ahead. This vast expanse cannot yield such meager rewards. Su Yi, witnessing her feigned resilience, felt a pang of compassion and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Since there are no gains to be had here, we should hasten our search for an exit towards the area of denser spiritual energy. Su Yi lifted his gaze to the higher peaks, where clouds swirled, faint yet potent waves of spiritual energy beckoning. Ling Qian nodded slightly in agreement, and the trio steadied their spirits, resuming their ascent along the winding mountain path. The three individuals ascended the mountain with ease, only to find that there was no exit at the summit. All around them lay withered spiritual herbs and grasses, casting a pall of disappointment over their hearts. This cannot be right. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Ling Qian furrowed her brow, surveying the area that resembled a garden of spiritual herbs. Hearing her words, Su Yi also felt a twinge of curiosity. He activated his celestial vision and cast his gaze around. In an instant, it was as if a mystical veil had been lifted from the heavens and the earth, revealing the intricate veins of spiritual energy that lay bare before his eyes. Amidst the sea of withered herbs, a faint glimmer of golden threads caught his attention, intertwining and ultimately converging in a singular point. Following the direction of these threads, Su Yi's gaze landed upon a secluded hollow in the mountains where a plant resembling lotus roots stood serenely amidst a pool of water. This lotus root exuded a gentle, radiant glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. The pool in which it was rooted was small yet crystal clear, with gentle ripples shimmering as though illuminated by a soft light. "Come quickly, there's something here," Su Yi called out, prompting the two women to hastily join him. The trio soon found themselves by the water's edge. "This is the legendary heart-purifying lotus." Ling Qian's voice quivered, her eyes wide with astonishment and delight. "Mi Wan," her eyes agog with curiosity, inquired, "Ling Qian, is the heart-purifying lotus truly remarkable?" Taking a deep breath to steady her excitement, Ling Qian explained, "According to legend, the heart-purifying lotus is a sacred object birthed from the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it not only significantly enhances one's sensitivity to spiritual energy, but also purifies the marrow and reshapes one's foundation in cultivation. It is a coveted treasure for countless practitioners." Upon hearing Ling Qian's words, Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. His aptitude had always been his greatest concern. Although he now had a system, any enhancement to his innate abilities would be most welcome. Should this be used for concocting elixirs or consumed directly? He asked eagerly. Creating an elixir would undoubtedly be ideal. But since the ancient cultivators have vanished, no one on this immortal continent has managed to refine a sacred-grade elixir since then. Thus, the only option now is to consume it directly, Ling Qian answered, her eyes sparkling as she instinctively responded to Su Yi's inquiry. A sacred-grade alchemist? With the aid of the system, it should not be too difficult, Su Yi mused silently. "So, shall we just eat it?" Mi Wan gazed at the sizable spiritual herb, instinctively patting her small belly, feeling that one consumption might not suffice. Ling Qian shifted her gaze from the heart-purifying lotus to Mi Wan, smiling gently. "Only the seeds within the lotus can be consumed. Once the seeds are harvested, the plant will wither. Then what are we waiting for? Let's pick it," Mi Wan exclaimed, reaching out to pluck the lotus pod. Just as her hand was about to touch the lotus pod, the heart-purifying lotus vanished. Mi Wan's hand grasped at nothingness, causing her to stumble forward due to inertia. What on earth is happening? She gaped in astonishment, incredulity washing over her as she gazed at the empty puddle. Su Yi and Ling Qian wore expressions of shock as well, the three exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yi quickly released his consciousness to scan the surroundings. However, within a radius of 100 meters, there was not a single trace of life apart from the three of them. How very strange that it simply vanished into thin air. Su Yi furrowed his brows. A look of confusion etched on his face. Could it be that the heart-purifying lotus has attained sentience and fled? Ling Qian shook her head, her eyes filled with perplexity. Even if it had, there should be some trace left behind. Mi Wan, in her agitation, began to stamp her feet. What do we do now? After such difficulty in finding this treasure, it has just slipped away. Having faced disappointment twice before, the prospect of finally obtaining the precious item only to lose it again was almost enough to push Mi Wan to the brink of despair. Su Yi felt a twinge of unwillingness, even though he was not overly concerned about enhancing his aptitude at this moment. Yet, losing something that was practically in his grasp left him somewhat disgruntled. With a frown, he activated his celestial eye, surveying the scene. As his gaze fell upon the dense thicket to the left and rear of the puddle, a vague human silhouette emerged before his eyes. As the outline gradually came into sharper focus under the celestial eye, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in Su Yi's view, completely unclothed. Su Yi swiftly moved before her, grasping her wrist firmly. Just as he was about to inquire if she had taken the heart-purifying lotus, a system prompt sounded. Experience points, 1,000. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the woman before him. Her cascading silver hair flowed freely, each strand shimmering with a soft glow, reminiscent of the Milky Way spilling down to earth. Her skin was as white as jade, radiating a gentle luminescence. delicate enough to seem as if it could be broken by a breath. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil pools, clear yet hinting at a touch of innocence and bewilderment, with faint stars twinkling in their depths. When her gaze met Su Yi's, he felt as though his very soul was being drawn into her depths. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, small yet perfectly formed, akin to a finely crafted jade artifact. Her lips, naturally tinted, parted slightly, exuding a subtle fragrance. The woman's figure was graceful, her waist slender like a willow, epitomizing beauty in every slight movement. Her legs were long and straight, with lines flowing seamlessly beneath her skin. One could almost sense the pulsating energy of life. Moreover, her voluptuous curves, perfectly rounded and elevated, were highlighted by the sunlight, outlining a figure that was breathtakingly alluring. At this moment, though she stood entirely bare, there was nothing impertinent about her. Rather, she emanated an ethereal quality, an innate grace. In Su Yi's mind, a line of poetry suddenly emerged, emerging from the mud without stain, washing in the clear ripples without allure. The ethereal grace of the woman before him vividly mirrored a poetic verse, leaving Su Yi momentarily entranced. He instinctively relaxed his grip on her wrist, though his hand remained firm. The woman frowned slightly, a flicker of alarm crossing her eyes as she instinctively attempted to break free from his grasp. Yet her efforts proved futile against his strength. Her movements jolted Su Yi from his reverie. Gazing at her, he felt as though he was mired in a quagmire. While she shone like a resplendent moon suspended in the heavens, exuding a cold and untouchable radiance. Her aura was ethereal and elusive. With every breath she took, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to dance gently, merging seamlessly with the cosmos. Her transcendent beauty was akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the clouds. Pure and dazzling, instantly rendering Su Yi's past struggles and tribulations as mere dust, coarse and dull. In that moment, the woman, held by Su Yi, displayed a demeanor that was both serene and detached, devoid of anger or excessive sorrow. Her lips, naturally tinted, were pressed together lightly as she regarded him with tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring. As she slightly tilted her head, her silver hair cascaded gently, shimmering in the sunlight with an almost dreamlike quality, enveloping her in an aura of otherworldly independence. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, she stood tall, her slender waist betraying an inner resilience. Much like a solitary plum blossom enduring the winter's chill, unyielding and steadfast. Noticing Su Yi's unwavering gaze, she tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of curiosity shining in her eyes. Attempting once more to free herself from his grip, her movements were gentle yet imbued with an undeniable tenacity, prompting Su Yi to instinctively loosen his hold. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan and Mi Wanwan hurried onto the scene. Both were struck dumb by the woman's extraordinary presence, momentarily frozen in place. Sensing the approach of two others, the woman's expression shifted to one of wariness, and she instinctively shifted to the side. In her world, she was often accompanied only by the vastness of nature. With their arrival, Su Yi finally released her wrist and discreetly opened her attribute panel to glean further insight. Name: Tianxin Sect. Age: 32. 697. Gender: female. Cultivation: none. Technique: Tianlian Hualingju, Level 1. 0-200. Talent: none. Return to simplicity. Favorability: 0. Purity: 100. Overall rating: 100. Chapter 74. The transformation of spiritual medicine. Su Yi, having just regained consciousness, found his mind momentarily engulfed in a haze. The information displayed on the panel elucidated the identity of the woman, the name Tianxin Sect unmistakably revealing her true nature. It was not that she had stolen the Tianxin Sect. She was indeed the embodiment of it. Was this the transformation of a spiritual herb? Su Yi feigned composure, striving to maintain an expression of tranquility, though turmoil raged within him like a tempest. He swiftly closed the attribute panel and lifted his gaze towards Lin Qingxuan and Mi Wanwan, both of whom were still staring at the woman in shock. Su Yi understood well that this woman held a special identity. Should it be revealed, countless covetous eyes would undoubtedly turn upon her. Given his current strength, he was utterly incapable of providing protection. Su Yi, have you discovered anything? Lin Qingxuan stepped forward, her eyes warily scrutinizing the woman. Su Yi collected his thoughts and shook his head, saying, I found nothing. The heavenly heart pure lotus is likely not something she stole. After speaking, he gestured to his own clothing and then pointed at the woman, indicating that she was entirely without garments. Lin Qingxuan and Mi Wanwan looked at the naked woman, and their initial suspicions quickly dissipated. Feeling a pang of compassion, Lin Qingxuan retrieved a set of clothes from her storage pouch and gently offered them to the woman, her face adorned with a warm smile. The woman blinked, a flicker of confusion and curiosity crossing her features. She first glanced at the clothing in Lin Qingxuan's hands, then raised her eyes to meet Lin Qingxuan's sincere expression. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly reached out to accept the garments. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, as if she had never interacted with such items before. Under Lin Qian's guidance, she gradually donned the clothing. "My dear, how did you come to be here?" Lin Qian inquired while assisting the woman with her attire, discovering in the process that she was merely a mortal, which sparked further doubts within her. The woman tilted her head, seemingly striving to comprehend Lin Qian's words, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She opened her mouth, emitting a series of incoherent sounds, her hands gesticulating in the air, leaving the three listeners utterly perplexed. Just as Lin Qian was about to inquire further, Mi Wanwan grew impatient. "Oh dear, let us not worry about her for now. Where has our heavenly heart, pure lotus, gone?" Mi Wanwan exclaimed, her voice involuntarily rising in urgency. Su Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between the woman and Mi Wanwan, ultimately saying nothing. Lin Qian also regained her composure. Her brow knitted in concern as her gaze returned to the vacant puddle, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. At that moment, as the two women scanned their surroundings in search of the heavenly heart pure lotus, the transformed lotus made its way to the puddle. The heavenly heart pure lotus crouched down, extending its hands to scoop up the water from the puddle, and took a sip. As the three were about to intervene in this peculiar action, a miraculous scene unfolded. After drinking the water, the lotus shimmered with ethereal light. Beneath its originally pure and fair skin, faint spiritual veins began to emerge, with soft glimmers coursing through the meridians. The spiritual energy around it gathered at an astonishing pace, forming a miniature vortex of spiritual power. Lin Qian and Mi Wanwan were left speechless in astonishment, while Su Yi, although already aware of the woman's extraordinary identity, was nonetheless greatly shaken by this bizarre spectacle. Moments later, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and the heavenly heart pure lotus slowly rose to its feet. At this moment, she was no longer the unrefined mortal, but had successfully ascended to the third level of qi refining. This was truly beyond belief, Mi Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the Tianxin Sect as she swiftly approached the puddle. She crouched down, mimicking the Tianxin Sect's form, and scooped up the water with her hands. With a determined heart, she brought the water to her lips and drank deeply. However, moments later, apart from a faintly sweet taste, she felt no effect. There was neither a surge of spiritual energy nor any discomfort. Bewildered, she looked up at Su Yi and Lin Qian, who wore equally puzzled expressions, scratching her head and saying, "How strange, why does it seem ineffective for me?" Unwilling to accept defeat, Mi Wanwan resolved to try again. Su Yi furrowed his brow, silently speculating that the water was likely intricately linked to the bloodline or unique constitution of the Tianxin Sect, making it impossible for outsiders to draw upon its spiritual energy. He glanced at the Tianxin Sect, who was glaring at Mi Wanwan with a puffed-up expression, and took a couple of steps forward to pull Mi Wanwan back. "Wanwan, stop trying. This water is of no use to us." Mi Wanwan pouted, reluctantly casting another glance at the puddle before relenting. Lin Qian stepped forward, her gaze oscillating between the Tianxin Sect and the puddle. Observing Lin Qian's contemplative demeanor, Su Yi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she might discern that the woman was, in fact, the transformed Tianxin Sect. He hastily shifted the conversation, feigning urgency as he scanned their surroundings. "We should hasten to find out where the Tianxin Sect has gone. We must leave this place soon." With that, he pretended to head toward the brush surrounding the puddle. Lin Qian was pulled back from her thoughts by Su Yi's sudden action, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes, yet she followed suit. Mi Wanwan, already preoccupied with the search for the Tianxin Sect, perked up at his words and quickly dashed ahead, parting the dense undergrowth while muttering, "The Tianxin Sect must have become sentient and run off." The Tianxin Sect blinked her clear eyes, glancing this way and that, seemingly bewildered by the flurry of activity. Her gaze flitted among the three before finally settling on Lin Qian, a hint of warmth in her eyes. Perhaps it was the gentle smile Lin Qian had offered when giving her clothes that stirred something within her, prompting her to unconsciously quicken her pace and closely follow Lin Qian. Su Yi led the trio in a theatrical search, but they uncovered nothing of significance. "Never mind. This secluded place is replete with oddities. Perhaps what we witnessed earlier was merely an illusion," Su Yi said, his brow knitted in frustration. He understood that the transformed Tianxin Sect was right before them, and he could not allow Lin Qian and Mi Wanwan to delve deeper. However, what troubled him was the fact that the transformed Tianxin Sect seemed particularly drawn to Lin Qian, trailing closely behind her. This simply would not do. He had to secure this precious treasure for himself. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi approached the Tianxin Sect and reached out to grasp her wrist. Tianxin Sect instinctively recoiled, a flicker of alarm crossing her clear, bewildered gaze as she fixated on Su Yi. Unperturbed by her resistance, Su Yi grasped her wrist firmly, infusing her cultivation technique with experience points, elevating it to level 2. In an instant, the pathways of her technique became lucid, the previously obscure aspects suddenly illuminating. She perceived a myriad of profound runes and patterns flashing through her mind, and her previously vague insights into cultivation crystallized, significantly enhancing her sensitivity and control over spiritual energy. Her gaze towards Su-yi transformed from one of reluctance to one of delight, with the affection level rising to 50. Su-yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that her fondness for him far surpassed that for Lin Qingxuan. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to her glistening earlobe and whispered intimately, "Stay by my side, and I shall help you progress every day." This time, Tianxin Sect showed no signs of hesitation. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as she gently nodded, seemingly viewing Su-yi as a trustworthy ally. The affection level increased by another 10 points, prompting a sense of reflection in Su-yi. Green tea and innocent sweethearts are the easiest to appease, he mused. Senior brother, what are you doing? Mi Wanwan and Lin Qingxuan, slightly perplexed, gazed at him with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Su-yi replied earnestly, I believe this young lady has been here long enough to know the location of the exit. The two women's eyes brightened at his words. Mi Wanwan stepped forward eagerly, her eyes brimming with hope. She had long wished to leave this perilous place, which, most importantly, held no treasures. Miss, do you know where the exit is? She inquired, gesturing around and mimicking a walking motion. Tianxin Sect glanced at Mi Wanwan with a hint of reluctance. Recalling how this individual had snatched her water, she glanced at Su-yi, who smiled and nodded encouragingly, prompting her to tilt her head in contemplation. After a brief moment, she gently nodded and casually pointed in a direction. Mi Wanwan's spirits soared, exclaiming, Wonderful! Let us depart at once. Perhaps Tianxin Sect is waiting for us there. With that, she began to stride towards the direction indicated by Tianxin Sect. Observing Mi Wanwan's fervor, Su-yi chuckled and glanced back at Tianxin Sect, who had stopped following Lin Qingxuan. Let us go together. Su-yi took a few steps forward, only to realize that Tianxin Sect had not followed. Casting a puzzled glance in her direction, there she stood, fixated on the water puddle from earlier, her eyes filled with longing, emitting urgent sounds as she gestured animatedly with her hands, attempting to convey her thoughts to Su-yi. Su-yi comprehended that the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus wished to take away the water puddle. With a smile, he approached the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus, crouched beside her, and gently waved his right hand over the puddle. In an instant, the water within the puddle vanished completely. The Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus widened her eyes, glancing at the puddle and then at Su-yi's right hand, her face betraying a sense of urgency. She grasped Su-yi's arm tightly, shaking it forcefully while emitting a series of hurried sounds, her eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Seeing her in such distress, Su-yi quickly retrieved a container. With a flick of his wrist, the peculiar water from the puddle gracefully descended into the vessel, soon filling it to the brim. The Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus's gaze remained fixated on the water, and once it settled securely in the container, her tense demeanor eased considerably. There. The water is safe and sound, Su-yi reassured her, patting her hand, which resembled white jade. The Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus looked up at Su-yi, her face blossoming into a sweet smile, and she gently embraced his arm in a gesture of affection and gratitude. Lin Qingxuan, observing the interaction between Su-yi and the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus, furrowed her brow slightly and muttered to herself. I had intended to employ a gentle approach to retain this girl, but it appears force may now be necessary. She recognized that this suddenly appeared woman was certainly not ordinary. After their departure, Lin Qingxuan would undoubtedly inform her master about securing the presence of this girl. Initially, the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus held her in high regard, making it seemingly easy to keep her. However, it now appeared that a stronger method would be required. Lin Qingxuan sighed quietly and turned to follow towards the exit. The four of them swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus. Before them loomed a towering rock face, etched with peculiar runes that emitted a faint blue glow. Mi Wanwan stood in astonishment as she stepped forward, reaching out to touch the runes, her voice laced with confusion. What place is this? Where's the exit? Did this girl lead us astray? As she spoke, she glanced back at the Tianxin Pure Essence Lotus, a hint of reproach in her eyes. Just as Mi Wanwan was about to say more, her hand unintentionally brushed against the runes on the rock face. In that instant, a blinding light enveloped her, and in the next moment, her figure vanished without a trace. Su-yi was initially taken aback, but a flicker of delight crossed his eyes as he exclaimed, This rock face is the exit. Wanwan has gone through. Lin Qingxuan paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure and hurried to the rock face. It truly is the exit. After examining the runes, she turned to Su-yi and said, after hearing Lin Qingxuan's words, Su-yi let out a sigh of relief. They could finally leave this cursed place. Let us proceed. Su-yi said, gesturing for Lin Qingxuan to go ahead. However, Ling Qian took a step back, insisting, "You go ahead, I will hold the rear." Su Yi frowned at her words, puzzled, for it was merely an exit, with no pursuers behind them. Ling Qian's insistence struck him as rather strange. Su Yi cast a glance at Ling Qian, noticing her subtle gaze directed towards the Tianxin pure lotus. Understanding her intentions, he realized that she had discerned the unique nature of the lotus and feared its possible departure. A faint smile curled upon Su Yi's lips as he said nothing, instead reaching for the Tianxin pure lotus and moving towards the stone wall. Ling Qian, observing the moment Su Yi and the lotus vanished upon contact with the wall, breathed a sigh of relief. Once outside, she would surely inform her master of this matter, ensuring the woman would not escape. With this thought, Ling Qian stepped forward, also heading towards the stone wall. As Su Yi and the Tianxin pure lotus disappeared before the stone wall, Yao Ji, who had been battling the dark crimson mist in the grand hall, suddenly opened her eyes. She glanced upwards in the direction where Su Yi had departed, her hand instinctively brushing against the hairpin she had previously adorned. A frown creased her beautifully sculpted brow. It seemed that she had taken my hairpin with her. This could lead to complications. Chapter 76. The eerie village. Upon touching the stone wall, Su Yi felt a whirlwind of disorientation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against the dizziness, raising his right hand to gently slice through the void. In an instant, the previously tranquil space appeared to be cleaved open by a sharp blade, revealing a profound black fissure that gradually emerged. Su Yi grasped the Tianxin pure lotus and stepped inside. Once they entered the fissure, it was as if Su Yi and the lotus were swept into a tumultuous vortex, their bodies spiraling uncontrollably through the distorted space. Flickering lights surrounded them, at times blinding like lightning, and at others engulfing them in an inky darkness that instilled fear. After what felt like an eternity, the chaotic force began to subside, allowing Su Yi and the Tianxin pure lotus to finally find solid ground beneath their feet. Simultaneously, Ling Qian emerged from the stone wall's exit, returning to the entrance. As she appeared, she eagerly scanned the surroundings for the figures of Su Yi and the lotus, but found only Mi Wanwan and the elders of the Tianxin Sect. "Wanwan, where is your senior brother?" Ling Qian inquired breathlessly, her eyes brimming with urgency as she approached Mi Wanwan and the elders. Mi Wanwan's initial joy upon seeing Ling Qian quickly faded into a look of concern and confusion as she responded, "No, wasn't he with you? He hasn't come out?" Ling Qian's expression shifted to one of bewilderment upon hearing Mi Wanwan's words. Just as she was about to press for further details, the figure of the 100 Flowers Valley Master suddenly appeared before her, dressed in a flowing moon-white robe, with hair gently swaying in the breeze. The master exuded both beauty and an air of authority. The elders of the Tianxin Sect, who had been preparing to inquire further, halted in their tracks at the sight of the 100 Flowers Valley Master. The master of 100 Flower Valley gazed at Ling Qian with concern and inquired, "Qianer, why have you emerged prematurely? Is there danger within?" Ling Qian, noticing the master's slight bow of the head, performed a respectful gesture and recounted the events she encountered in the secret place. After listening to her narrative, the master furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating inwardly. That old man is indeed suspicious. Meanwhile, the elderly figure, being ruminated upon by the master, finally found solid ground after a dizzying whirl. Clutching the heavenly heart pure essence lotus, once steadied, he looked around and discovered himself at the foot of a majestic mountain. The scenery was lush with verdant trees, towering and robust, their branches intertwining to obscure much of the sky, casting a dim light at the mountain's base, infused with a damp atmosphere. In the distance, a village nestled within a relatively flat expanse, its scattered houses barely visible through the mist, imparting an air of mystery. Su Yi, grasping the heavenly heart pure essence lotus, made his way toward the village. As he drew closer, an unsettling aura enveloped the place. The village, which should have been bustling with life, appeared utterly lifeless, devoid of any smoke rising from chimneys. Only the howling wind echoed through the woods, accompanied occasionally by the low growls of unknown beasts, amplifying the eerie ambience. With caution, Su Yi entered the ominous village, where an old locust tree at the entrance stood crookedly, its twisted branches creaking against one another in the wind. Observing this scene, Su Yi felt as if he were in a horror film. In his previous life, he had a profound fear of ghosts. Had he encountered such a sight then, he would never have dared to step inside. However, in the present, he gathered his spiritual energy. Though his cultivation was still nascent, he was, nonetheless, an immortal practitioner. Fearing ghosts now seemed rather absurd. Taking a deep breath to bolster his courage, Su Yi continued into the village with the heavenly heart pure essence lotus in tow. Along the path, dilapidated houses exuded an increasingly sinister aura. Some doors hung half open, swaying in the wind and clattering ominously. A sweep of his divine sense revealed not a single living soul. Pausing, a flicker of wariness crossed his gaze. After traversing a bit further, He scanned the surrounding houses again with his divine sense, discovering a somewhat intact dwelling ahead. Its doors and windows were tightly shut, yet he sensed the presence of two individuals inside, albeit their energies were peculiar and exceedingly faint. Approaching the house, he gently knocked on the door, asking, "Is anyone home? We are travelers passing through and seek a drink of water." Silence reigned within, met with no response. Su-yi knocked once more, raising his voice in inquiry, yet still received no answer. Just as he was about to force the door open, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from within. Just then, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a weary middle-aged man who cautiously peered through the gap, his eyes brimming with vigilance. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Su-yi promptly clasped his hands together in greeting and replied, "Esteemed sir, my companion and I are mere wanderers, traversing the lands in search of rest and a sip of water." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man scrutinized Su-yi and his companion closely. When his gaze fell upon the celestial heart purity lotus, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He opened his mouth to speak, yet words eluded him for a while. Eventually, the middle-aged man regained his composure, realizing his own uncharacteristic display of emotion. He cleared his throat awkwardly, though his eyes could not help but drift toward the celestial heart purity lotus from time to time. Su-yi observed the man's reaction with keen interest. He found himself admiring the man's ability to recover so swiftly. The middle-aged man glanced up at the darkening sky, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he quietly urged, "You should leave this place at once. This village is perilous. Once night falls, it is haunted. The villagers either perish or flee, and it would be wise for you not to linger here." Su-yi's expression turned to one of surprise as he scrutinized the middle-aged man anew. "If this village is as dangerous as you say, why do you remain here?" The man's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy, a shadow of helplessness and sorrow flickering in his eyes. In a subdued voice, he confessed, "What you may not know is that I have an elderly mother at home, bedridden and unable to travel far. If I were to flee with her, given her current condition, she would scarcely make it out of the village." His voice faltered, trembling slightly. Hearing this, Su-yi felt a surge of respect. He approached and gently placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, speaking softly, "Your filial piety is truly commendable. To be frank, I am a Taoist master from Longhu Mountain, and I fear not the spirits." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock and skepticism. "Sir, the spirits in our village are not mere trifles. We once summoned a Taoist master, but he was gravely injured and fled upon entering the village." With a dismissive curl of his lips, Su-yi replied, brimming with confidence and disdain, "That master must have been lacking in skill. The teachings of Longhu Mountain have endured for millennia. Our arts of subduing demons and vanquishing evil are profound beyond compare." With that, Su-yi conjured a fireball and sent it soaring towards a distant withered tree. The fireball ignited the tree instantly, the intense heat reducing it to ashes. Turning back to the astonished middle-aged man, Su-yi was about to speak when he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. At that moment, the middle-aged man slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. "It has come, it has arrived," he murmured. Su-yi was taken aback by the abrupt sound of the closing door, spinning around to glance behind him, only to find an empty void. Su-yi instinctively activated his celestial vision. In an instant, a ghostly visage of a dusky hue materialized before him, nearly touching his face. Chapter 77, The Golden House. Su-yi's hair stood on end. The ghost's countenance was exceedingly horrifying. Its eyes were wide open, the eyeballs bulging as if they could fall at any moment, with a black, viscous fluid oozing from the eye sockets and trickling down its cheeks. Its mouth was agape, revealing jagged, sharp fangs, as it inhaled directly at Su-yi. With each breath it took, Su-yi felt himself weaken further. He swiftly retreated a few steps to create some distance from the malevolent spirit and cast a fireball spell in its direction. However, the fireball passed through the specter's form and sped towards a dilapidated house behind it, igniting the wooden structure in an instant, reducing it to ashes. Remarkably, such potent fire magic inflicted not a shred of harm upon the ghost. A wave of despair washed over Su-yi as he unleashed a finger-pointing technique at the approaching specter. Yet, this technique, capable of slaying golden core cultivators, likewise passed through the ghost without resistance, as if it were an incorporeal entity, causing no injury whatsoever. In that moment of stunned realization, the ghost drew near and inhaled again. A miraculous sight unfolded as wisps of white mist emanated from Su-yi and entered the ghost's mouth. At that instant, Su-yi felt his strength diminish further. A surge of dread coursed through him as he understood that the ghost was consuming his essence. Should this continue, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Su-yi deftly executed the 7-star footwork to evade the ghost's relentless pursuit. His movements were as graceful as a swallow, swiftly dodging amidst the ghost's attempts to ensnare him. For the time being, the spirit could do little more than trail behind, engulfed in dust. Yet, despite eluding the ghost, Su Yi found himself at a loss, recognizing that mere evasion was not a sustainable strategy. After a brief entanglement, he realized that this predicament would lead to his eventual demise. In a sudden burst of resolve, he flashed to the side of the pure lotus of Heavenly Heart, grasping her trembling jade hand as he channeled his spiritual energy. A faint luminescence enveloped him, and he quickened his pace, carrying the pure lotus of Heavenly Heart away from the village. Observing Su Yi's departure, the ghost glanced back at the middle-aged man's dwelling, hesitated briefly, but ultimately deemed Su Yi far more enticing. It turned and pursued him. After running a short distance, Su Yi glanced back to see the ghost in pursuit, and he felt a slight relief. If the ghost did not follow him, the fate of the middle-aged man and his elderly mother would be perilous. However, after a moment of sprinting, Su Yi's expression changed. He realized that despite his direct dash, he could not outrun the relentless specter. This is not the gravest situation. What is even more dire is that Su Yi has come to the realization that he cannot escape this village. No matter the direction in which he flees, he inevitably finds himself back at the village. The ominous figure of the vengeful spirit draws ever closer, and Su Yi can almost feel its chilling breath upon him. His heart races with anxiety, for he is encumbered by the Tianxin pure essence lotus, and if this continues, he is bound to be overtaken by the malevolent entity. At that moment, a dilapidated house materializes before him. The house itself is unremarkable, yet peculiarly, it radiates a golden light under Su Yi's heavenly eye. Upon seeing this luminous abode, he gathers his strength and rushes towards it. Just as the vengeful spirit is about to siphon his essence, Su Yi yanks the Tianxin pure essence lotus with all his might, and the two burst through the door like arrows released from a bow. Not pausing to survey their surroundings, they swiftly turn to face the pursuing spirit. To their astonishment, they find that an invisible barrier has halted the spirit at the entrance, its grotesque visage contorting as it frantically assaults the barrier. Before they can catch their breath, cracks suddenly appear in the once invisible barrier, transforming it into a tangible form. Quickly, shut the door. An urgent voice calls from behind Su Yi and his companion. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi raises his hands and slams both doors shut. At the very instant he secures the entrance, a pale hand slaps against the crack between the doors. Su Yi looks up to see a talisman affixed to the door. With this talisman, the barrier that was on the verge of shattering instantly mends itself, reverting to its intangible state. Su Yi gazes in astonishment at the individual who placed the talisman. A middle-aged man, pallid and devoid of color, stands there, clad in a faded Taoist robe, his figure hunched and breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the effort of affixing the talisman. A sweep of Su Yi's consciousness reveals the man to be an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation, a revelation that astonishes Su Yi, who scrutinizes the middle-aged figure with curiosity and disbelief. "You a mere mortal?" Su Yi exclaims, his eyes wide with intrigue. The middle-aged man, however, pays no heed to Su Yi's words. Instead, he stares vacantly at the talisman on the wooden door, murmuring to himself, "It's over, this is the end." Observing the man who seems to have lost his wits, Su Yi delivers a sharp slap to the back of his head. "What do you mean, it's over?" The impact jolts the middle-aged man, and a flicker of clarity returns to his gaze. Slowly, he turns to Su Yi, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of emotions: anger, frustration, and, above all, profound resignation. "I have but one talisman left, which will hold for merely 5 hours. After that, I shall be unable to fend off the vengeful spirit outside." With this, the middle-aged man casts a fierce glare at Su Yi and his companion. "I could have endured through tonight, but it is all your fault. You have just destroyed one of my talismans." As he spoke, the middle-aged man advanced, intent on seizing Su Yi by the collar. With measured strength, Su Yi delivered a resounding slap, sending the man sprawling to the ground. His control was precise, ensuring that while the man lay unable to rise, he remained unharmed. Observing the man struggling to regain his footing, Su Yi crouched down, his gaze calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, and inquired, "Can we converse civilly now?" Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man panted heavily, glaring at Su Yi with anger. Unperturbed by the man's expression, Su Yi pressed on, "What is the situation here?" To his surprise, the man turned his head away defiantly, ceasing to struggle. Remaining silent on the ground, Su Yi found it somewhat absurd that a grown man was sulking like a petulant child. "At this point, we are in the same boat. If you wish to survive, you must share what you know. Perhaps I can yet save your life." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. "Save my life? You? Let me inform you. This place is already sealed by a millennium-old malevolent spirit. Not even a cultivator could hope to escape alive." His laughter was twisted, a reflection of despair turned to madness. Chapter 78. The Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic. Su Yi furrowed his brow at the man's words. A millennium-old malevolent spirit? That does not sound particularly formidable. Are you referring to the spirit outside? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. The man's manic laughter froze instantly as he struggled to prop himself up. Regarding Su Yi with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance? Breathing heavily, his voice hoarse and sharp, he continued, that little ghost outside is nothing more than the most inconsequential minion of the millennium-old spirit. Even this small threat has left us weary. If the true form of that malevolent spirit were to descend, this radius would become a hellish realm. A chill ran through Su Yi, though his exterior remained composed, while internally he was cursing profusely. Is there no way to leave this place? Upon hearing Su Yi's question, the middle-aged man let out a derisive laugh. Huh, to leave? There is a way, but it requires summoning a cultivator. Not only could we escape, but we might even slay that millennium-old spirit. Su Yi's expression brightened with surprise at the man's words. Is that true? The middle-aged man regarded Su Yi's excitement with suspicion. You can summon a cultivator? Su Yi smiled slightly, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back, and calmly stated, I am, in fact, a cultivator. The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, then erupted into another round of laughter, filled with mockery and disbelief. You? A cultivator? How could you? If you truly possess such abilities, be pursued so helplessly by that imp? Su Yi observed the middle-aged man's mocking expression, remaining composed as he replied leisurely. The techniques I cultivate are predominantly intricate and elusive, rather than excelling in direct confrontation. Upon concluding his words, Su Yi flicked his fingers towards the ground, producing a resounding thud as a small hole emerged. He anticipated that the middle-aged man would be awestruck by his display. However, to his astonishment, the man merely glanced at the hole before erupting into laughter. Huh, what an ignorant cultivator. You, a mere novice, dare to call yourself an immortal, he guffawed. Hearing the man's derisive laughter, Su Yi furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the underlying truth. In the realm of immortal cultivation, only those who have achieved the transformation stage may rightfully refer to themselves as immortals. Those below are merely cultivators. This revelation brought a fleeting embarrassment to his face, swiftly overshadowed by a sense of despair. The transformation stage is nearly the pinnacle of power in this land, and despite living over a century, he had yet to encounter one of such prowess. Reluctantly, he inquired, is it only by reaching the transformation stage that one can break free from this place? Are there truly no alternative methods? The middle-aged man, having laughed enough, let the manic gleam in his eyes fade, replaced by profound weariness and resignation. As far as I know, only the transcendent strength of the transformation stage can shatter the seal set by this millennium-old malevolent spirit. After a moment's hesitation, he added, if my master were here, he might possess a solution. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Su Yi's eyes as he eagerly questioned, your master? Who is he, and where is he now? The middle-aged man slowly lifted his gaze, staring through the mottled window into the distance, lost in reminiscence. My master was the sole individual in the realm of immortal cultivation capable of contending with the king of spirits while still in mortal form. Alas! Su Yi's heart jolted at the thought of someone so extraordinarily gifted. And what of your master? The middle-aged man revealed a bittersweet smile. He has passed away. The fleeting hope that had sparked within Su Yi extinguished instantly upon hearing that the man's master was dead. Yet, he remained undeterred and pressed on. How did he manage to confront the king of spirits as a mere mortal? Please, tell me. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, contemplating that since death was imminent, sharing his tale mattered little. My master hailed from humble beginnings, lacking any innate spiritual roots. However, by a stroke of fortune, he obtained a remarkable tome known as the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic. Upon hearing this, Su Yi expressed his astonishment. The Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic? What extraordinary secrets does this book hold that could empower an ordinary mortal to rival the king of spirits? The middle-aged man's gaze deepened as he continued. The book of Yin and Yang spirits can guide the user to perceive the flow of Yin and Yang energies in the universe, gathering the ethereal powers that roam the world, capable of transforming all things. Su Yi smirked at these words. Such boastful claims, suggesting the power to transform all things. If one could truly do that, would they still face death? Noticing Su Yi's skeptical expression, the middle-aged man remained unfazed. After all, he was already resigned to his fate. He retrieved a tattered, yellowed tome from his robes. The title, though faded, still exuded an ancient, mysterious aura. This is the original book of Yin and Yang spirits left by my master. If you doubt it, feel free to examine it yourself. Su Yi, half convinced, took the book and noticed the text inside was straightforward and unembellished, devoid of the obscure vocabulary and complex sentences typical of cultivation texts. He quickly perused the entire volume. Upon finishing, he discreetly opened his attribute panel and was thrilled to discover the book of Yin and Yang spirits had appeared. Elated, he clicked to learn it. In an instant, A stream of enigmatic information flowed into the depths of his consciousness like a gentle current. Su-yi felt a heaviness in his head as countless insights and methods regarding the powers of yin and yang erupted in his mind. The middle-aged man, witnessing Su-yi suddenly close his eyes with a change in expression, was about to inquire when he noticed a subtle shift in Su-yi's aura. Threads of warm and cold energy, like animated strands, converged from around him, entwining at his sides. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at Su-yi. To think he had grasped the manifestation of yin and yang energies so quickly, having merely skimmed through the tome. After a moment, Su-yi slowly opened his eyes, a strange light flickering within them. This book of yin and yang spirits is indeed remarkable. According to its teachings, I can now initially manipulate the energies of yin and yang. With that, he extended his right hand, palm upward, and with a slight mental shift, a wisp of yang energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a faint white flame that radiated warmth. He then activated the yin energy, and a thin layer of frost materialized on his left palm, exuding a chilling aura. The middle-aged man, astonished, stammered, "You have mastered the basics so swiftly. My master spent months studying to achieve such results." However, Su-yi was too exhilarated to explain. He rose and walked toward the door. Alarmed, the middle-aged man called out, "Are you mad?" The vengeful spirit outside. Before he could finish, Su-yi had already flung open the door. The spirit, upon seeing Su-yi, emitted a piercing roar and lunged at him. Su-yi regarded the advancing spirit with a faint smirk, raising his right hand and waving it dismissively. In an instant, a flash of white light flickered, and the spirit that had been charging at him dissipated in an instant. Chapter 79. Wealth can move mountains. The middle-aged man stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at the spot where the malevolent spirit had vanished. Unable to comprehend the scene before him, Su-yi lingered at the doorway, a gentle breeze caressing the edges of his garments, exuding an air of extraordinary confidence and enigmatic charm. Has he truly mastered it? The middle-aged man murmured, his voice laden with astonishment and uncertainty. Su-yi, with an air of a sage, returned to his chamber, hands clasped behind his back. Having momentarily quelled the immediate crisis, he felt a measure of relaxation, but soon noticed the peculiar state of Tianxin Sect. She was curled up in the corner of the room, her body trembling slightly, arms wrapped tightly around herself, her eyes brimming with fear. Su-yi hurried to her side, crouching down to gently inquire, "What troubles you?" At the sound of his voice, Tianxin Sect shuddered, slowly lifting her gaze. Upon seeing Su-yi, her trembling eased a fraction, and she timidly uttered 2 words, "Afraid." Su-yi was momentarily taken aback by her timid admission of fear. It seemed she had learned to speak. He reached out, taking her delicate, jade-like hand in his own. "With me here, there's nothing to fear." Tianxin Sect leaned closer to Su-yi, her quaking body gradually stabilizing. While the fear in her eyes had not entirely dissipated, it was now accompanied by a burgeoning trust in him. Observing her calmness, Su-yi straightened and glanced at the middle-aged man. "I have mastered the yin-yang spirit control classic. Shall we not depart from this place?" The middle-aged Taoist, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality at Su-yi's words. He regarded Su-yi with a rueful smile. What a pity, truly a pity. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's mood soured instantly. "Damn it, are you playing games with me?" Without hesitation, he swiftly approached the middle-aged Taoist and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "What do you mean pity? Can't you express yourself properly?" The middle-aged Taoist stumbled from the force of the blow, nearly losing his balance. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked at Su-yi with a face full of grievance. As he saw Su-yi raise his hand again, he hastily exclaimed, "Wait, I'll explain." Su-yi let out a cold snort, crossing his arms as he awaited the explanation. The middle-aged Taoist composed himself and said, "Though the yin-yang spirit control classic is formidable, your cultivation time is simply too brief." Before he could finish, Su-yi opened his attributes panel and directly upgraded the yin-yang spirit control classic to level 5. As the classic ascended to level 5, a surge of profound and potent energy rushed through Su-yi's body. His aura transformed dramatically. What had once been a mere glimpse into the mysteries of yin-yang power now surged forth like a tempestuous sea, wild and unrestrained. The middle-aged celestial master was poised to continue his discourse when he was taken aback by the sudden shift in Su-yi's aura, his eyes widening in astonishment, and the latter part of his sentence lodged firmly in his throat. Su-yi radiated a vibrant yang energy, akin to a blazing inferno, illuminating the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, the surrounding yin energy swirled around him like intangible ink, intertwining with the yang in a remarkable equilibrium. "You are not human," the middle-aged master blurted, his eyes agog, his face a canvas of disbelief. Su-yi stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the back of the master's head. "You are the one who is not human. Now can we leave?" The slap sent the master reeling, his expression a mix of helplessness and frustration. We cannot escape. This place has been sealed by a vengeful spirit for a millennium. To exit, we must vanquish that spirit. Only upon its demise will the seal be lifted. Upon hearing this, Su-yi furrowed his brow. It seemed inevitable that he would have to engage in battle with this malevolent entity. He glanced at the 5th level Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic and felt a tinge of unease. Noticing Su-yi's frown, the middle-aged master hastily added, "This has nothing to do with the level of your techniques. Unless you cultivate it to a point where you can manifest all things, you will stand no chance against a millennium-old vengeful spirit." Su-yi halted his preparations to upgrade the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic, directing a questioning gaze at the master. "Do not tell me your master has already attained the ability to manifest all things." The master shook his head with a wry smile. "Though my master is exceptionally gifted, he has not reached such a divine realm. In fact, he has not even grazed the threshold. He contended with the Spirit King through other means." Su-yi's eyes brightened with urgency as he inquired, "What means? Please, tell me." The middle-aged master sighed. "It would be of no use to tell you." As Su-yi raised his hand, the master quickly added, all right. The spirit you dispatched previously was vanquished using yang energy, which can destroy vengeful spirits. While yin energy serves as a potent sustenance for them." Su-yi blinked in confusion before recalling his method of utilizing experience points to enhance rapport. A flicker of realization igniting within him. "Ah, I understand now. Your master lured the Spirit King using yin energy, enabling him to contend with it." The middle-aged master's eyes widened, his face flushing crimson. "What are you saying? My master could never resort to such base tactics. In fact, he raised many spirits and did not need to engage directly with the Spirit King." "Raise spirits? Is it even possible to raise spirits?" Su-yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Perhaps raise is not the right term. Collaborate would be more fitting. Spirits require nourishment from yin energy, and the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic can provide an endless supply of it." The middle-aged master hastily replied, fearing another slap from Su-yi. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Su-yi experienced a moment of enlightenment. Was this not a classic case of leveraging wealth to command spirits? The only difference being that the currency was now transformed into yin energy. Understanding this point, Su-yi's lips curled into a slight smile of confidence. He turned to the middle-aged celestial master, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. "In that case, let us capture some spirits." The middle-aged celestial master, however, could only manage a wry smile in response. "It is futile. The 3 spirits my master cultivated over 50 years cannot even contend with the Ghost King, let alone the formidable entity we are facing now." Su-yi felt a sense of frustration, even with the system's assistance. It was improbable that he could swiftly cultivate a spirit capable of contending with a transformation stage cultivator. He paced thoughtfully, his mind racing. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not devise a solution to their current predicament. Growing increasingly agitated, Su-yi turned to the middle-aged celestial master and Tianxin Sect, saying, "Let us venture outside and see if we can uncover any useful clues." Tianxin Sect immediately approached Su-yi, while the middle-aged celestial master hesitated momentarily before ultimately following suit. The trio cautiously exited the room. No sooner had they stepped outside than they encountered a fierce ghost with a green face and sharp teeth. Su-yi glanced at the middle-aged celestial master. "How do we entice it?" The middle-aged celestial master looked at Su-yi in disbelief. "This is merely a mindless little ghost, one that cannot be lured." Su-yi pouted, quietly musing that the adage money can make the ghost grind does not apply to all spirits. With a casual wave of his hand, the ghost dissipated instantly. Watching the vanishing spirit, Su-yi couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic. Just moments ago, he had been fleeing in terror, and now he could effortlessly dispatch a fierce ghost. As he reveled in this newfound power, he continued onward with the middle-aged celestial master and Tianxin Sect. They had not traveled far when an eerie melody floated through the air, sharp and bizarre, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing in unison. Su-yi furrowed his brow, his fists tightening in vigilance, while the middle-aged celestial master nervously retrieved several talismans, his palms slightly sweating. Tianxin Sect clung tightly to Su-yi's side, tugging at his clothing with trembling hands. As they drew nearer, the sight before them left the 3 utterly astonished. A group of ethereal fierce ghosts, clad in tattered and decayed garments, bore a massive bridal sedan chair that moved slowly forward. The sedan chair was wholly black, inscribed with strange runes that glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding a chilling aura. The bearers, their faces contorted, had hollow eye sockets that flickered with an unsettling glow, occasionally emitting garbled howls. Chapter 80. The Wedding Theft. The trio quickly sought refuge in a corner, their eyes fixed intently on the bizarre ghostly wedding procession. Given the circumstances, it appeared that the millennium-old fierce ghost was to be wed. Su-yi gazed at the middle-aged celestial master in astonishment. Do fierce ghosts still adhere to the customs of human marriage? The middle-aged Taoist master swallowed hard, nervously explaining, "This is not an ordinary marriage custom. Ancient texts record that some exceptionally powerful malevolent spirits can, through a special ghostly wedding ceremony, draw upon the bride's source of yin energy to enhance their own strength." Enhancing their strength? That would make them even more formidable. This simply cannot be allowed. We must cause disruption. Su Yi raised his hand, summoning the yang energy, and the dim sky was instantly illuminated with strands of white light, rapidly converging towards him. Under the influence of the yin-yang spirit control classic, the light coalesced in his palm into a stream of white light, radiating warmth and dispelling the surrounding yin energy. Su Yi focused his gaze on the little ghost beside the bridal sedan chair and propelled the light stream forth. The luminescence sliced through the yin energy like a sword, targeting the small spirit. The little ghosts, sensing the impending danger, shrieked and fled, but the light stream was too swift. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped them. The touched spirits let out a wail before vanishing into azure smoke, leaving only the solitary bridal sedan behind. Let us see what the bride looks like. With the protection of the yin-yang spirit control classic, Su Yi felt no fear towards these specters and strode confidently towards the lone bridal sedan. The heart-purifying lotus quivered, trailing behind him. The middle-aged Taoist master gritted his teeth, glanced around, and ultimately decided to follow. As the trio approached the bridal sedan, the surrounding yin energy thickened, swirling around them like a tangible black veil, attempting to obstruct their advance. When they were less than a yard from the sedan, the flickering green runes upon it suddenly blazed with an eerie radiance. Su Yi halted, captivated by this bizarre scene. With a mere thought, he summoned the yang energy from the heavens. In an instant, countless beams of white light, akin to nimble serpents, converged from all directions towards the bridal sedan. These lights intertwined and spiraled through the air, encircling the sedan in the blink of an eye. The luminous yang energy clashed with the ghostly green runes, creating ripples in the air that crackled and hissed. Within moments, the runes upon the bridal sedan were completely extinguished. Su Yi stepped forward boldly, lifting the sedan's curtain, and was met with the sight of an unconscious, stunningly beautiful female ghost. She wore a blood-red wedding gown that clung to her form like a living entity, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her skin, reminiscent of cold jade bathed in moonlight, was pale to the point of translucence, exuding a chilling glow. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded freely, chaotically draped over her shoulders and the sedan, with a few playful strands falling across her chest, partially obscured within. Upon seeing the female ghost, Su Yi hastily inquired, "Is she capable of seduction?" He lowered his voice, his expression grave, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. The middle-aged Taoist master glanced between Su Yi and the ghost, sensing that the old man was behaving rather inappropriately. However, fearing a reprimand, he quickly replied, "She possesses intelligence, and, yes, she can definitely seduce." Upon receiving a response from the middle-aged celestial master, Su Yi felt a surge of joy and reached out to embrace the female ghost. However, his hand passed right through her. Bewildered, Su Yi gazed at his hand before turning to the celestial master. Observing Su Yi's confusion, the master hastily clarified, "A ghost is a soul entity, intangible and formless, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to touch unless they willingly allow it." After hearing the celestial master's explanation, Su Yi furrowed his brow. "Then how shall we take her away?" The celestial master retrieved an antiquated jade vial from his robe, stating, "This vial contains soul condensation dew, crafted from special herbs. When applied to your hand, it allows brief contact with soul entities." Without hesitation, Su Yi accepted the jade vial, poured a small amount of the dew onto his hand, and reached out once more, successfully grasping the female ghost's arm. Experience points. 500. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Damn, this system is truly merciless, he thought as he lifted the female ghost and headed towards the previous house. Along the way, he opened the ghost's attribute panel. Name, Hong E. Age, 1366. Gender, female. Cultivation, initial stage of ghost general technique. 9 Netherine soul art, level 4, 1, 321. 000. Talent, none. Affection level, 0. Purity level, 100. Overall rating, 90. Observing the ghost cultivation, Su Yi turned to the middle-aged celestial master and inquired, "Do you know the cultivation level of the Millennium Fierce Ghost that sealed this place?" The celestial master's expression turned grave as he swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, "A ghost capable of sealing a region must be at least at the Ghost King stage." Upon hearing this, Su Yi's brows knitted together in a tight frown. He mused internally, this female ghost is merely at the Ghost General stage. The disparity with the Millennium Fierce Ghost is quite significant. A bitter smile crossed his face as he scolded himself for his naivety. If this female ghost were not vastly outmatched, she would not have been easily captured as a sacrificial offering. He tightened his hold on Hong Yi and quickened his pace back to the house, his mind racing with plans for the next steps. Once inside, Su Yi carefully laid Hong Yi on the bed and turned to ask, "Is there a way to awaken her?" Meanwhile, at the location of the bridal sedan, a towering figure slowly emerged. It gazed upon the empty sedan, its surrounding ghostly aura roiling like a surging tide. Wherever it passed, the ground was corroded into numerous pits, and the nearby trees withered instantly, devoid of life. It then turned its gaze towards Su Yi and the others. "Humph, I initially intended to keep you as sacrifices, but it seems you are in quite a hurry." The voice of the Millennium Fierce Ghost resonated, deep and chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of the netherworld, laden with boundless resentment and murderous intent. Chapter 81. Do you think I could entice that Millennium Fierce Ghost? Within the room, Su Yi's left hand gradually withdrew from the female ghost's head. He has dispelled the binding imposed by the millennial-old malevolent spirit with the warmth of his own life force. After waiting for a moment and seeing no sign of the female ghost awakening, Su Yi turned his gaze towards the middle-aged Celestial Master. "Why isn't she waking up?" The Celestial Master furrowed his brow and approached to examine her. After a considerable time, he straightened up and, somewhat uncertainly, addressed Su Yi. "This female ghost has likely been imprisoned by the ancient spirit for far too long, causing her soul energy to become unstable. Observe, her form is becoming somewhat translucent." Upon reaching this point, the Celestial Master's tone shifted from uncertainty to conviction. Imitating the Celestial Master, Su Yi scrutinized the female ghost. Indeed, her figure, clad in red, appeared mist-like, with edges beginning to show faint signs of transparency, as if she might dissolve into the air at any moment. "What should we do?" Su Yi, sensing the urgency of the situation, felt anxious. He had just reclaimed a bride and could not bear to see her perish. Wait, hadn't she already died once? Could she die again? This is manageable. You can nurture her soul energy with the essence of the underworld, and she should recover swiftly. The Celestial Master's words interrupted Su Yi's frantic thoughts. Taking heed of his advice, Su Yi concentrated, and the scattered essence of the underworld began to converge slowly towards the female ghost. Initially, this essence drifted sparsely towards the figure in red, resembling a gentle stream. However, as time passed, more and more of the essence was drawn in, gradually forming a grayish flow that enveloped her. Su Yi deftly controlled the essence, wrapping it around her increasingly ethereal form as if weaving a protective veil for her. The middle-aged Celestial Master observed with envy as Su Yi skillfully manipulated the essence, silently lamenting his own years of arduous cultivation that paled in comparison to Su Yi's momentary prowess. The once nearly transparent soul of the figure in red began to solidify under the nurturing of the essence. "It's working." Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim softly, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. He intensified his control over the essence, which surged forth like a powerful tide drawn by an unseen force towards the figure in red. The dimly lit room was now filled with an abundance of the essence, causing the candle flames to flicker violently, almost extinguishing. As the essence continued its relentless nurturing, the form of the figure in red grew increasingly stable, and her previously weak soul energy began to strengthen. The aura surrounding her underwent a wondrous transformation. The gray flow that enveloped her gradually took on a faint blood-red hue, harmonizing with the bridal attire she wore. This amalgamation of the essence and her unique energy swirled within the room, causing the temperature to plummet, with a thin layer of frost forming upon the walls. Fully engrossed in manipulating the essence, Su Yi could distinctly feel the rapid enhancement of the female ghost's soul energy. However, as the essence continued to merge, the brows of the figure in red furrowed slightly, indicating she was caught in some form of painful struggle. Suddenly, the figure clad in red trembled violently, a formidable aura erupting from within her, instantly drawing in the surrounding dense, malevolent energy. Su Yi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, his gaze warily fixed on the red-clad figure on the bed. Had she achieved a breakthrough? The middle-aged master stared in astonishment at Su Yi, then at the female ghost. "Ready? A breakthrough?" Su Yi hastily opened Red Yi's attribute panel and was astonished to find that she had indeed made progress. Her original early-stage ghost general status had now transformed into a mid-stage one. Su Yi fell into contemplation, pondering whether he could entice that millennium-old malevolent spirit with the malevolent energy. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, "Do you think I could use the malevolent energy to lure that ancient spirit?" The middle-aged master lifted his gaze, a look of confusion on his face. His tone laced with surprise. "Malevolent spirits and ghost cultivators are fundamentally different. Do you not know this?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Yi's face. "Ahem. Well, I have been secluded for cultivation all this time. This is my first descent from the mountain for practical experience, and I am not well acquainted with many matters. The middle-aged master regarded Su Yi's aged demeanor with a twinge of admiration. It was no wonder he could grasp the yin-yang spirit control classic in such a brief time, even at his advanced age. Feeling a bit abashed under the master's gaze, Su Yi raised a hand, preparing to scratch his head. However, this action startled the middle-aged master, who quickly interjected, "Malevolent spirits, burdened by heavy resentments, have long lost their reason. Their actions are driven solely by instinct, unlike ghost cultivators. Their perception of malevolent energy stems more from their predatory instincts rather than a calculated approach. If you intend to entice them with malevolent energy, it is unlikely to succeed. It might very well consume you instead." Understanding the middle-aged master's words, Su Yi grasped the distinction between malevolent spirits and ghost cultivators, one devoid of reason, the other possessing intellect. Sighing deeply, Su Yi lamented. Most individuals hope their adversaries lack intellect. Yet he now wished fervently for this millennium-old malevolent spirit to possess a semblance of reason. Realizing this seductive approach would not work, Su Yi directed his intent to continue channeling the malevolent energy towards the female ghost, Red Yi. At that moment, Red Yi's aura had stabilized significantly. The faintly blood-red malevolent energy swirling around her, seemingly melding with her essence, enhancing her already exquisite visage with an air of mystery and cold beauty. After a while, Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless steel needles were piercing his temples, his complexion turning pallid. What in the world is happening? He ceased his manipulation of the malevolent energy, cradling his head in his hands, his face contorted in agony. Observing this, the middle-aged master hurried over to assess Su Yi's condition. "You are suffering from excessive mental strain." "Excessive mental strain? Yet I don't feel that way." Su Yi, rubbing his temples, looked at the middle-aged master with a face full of confusion. The essence of thought is inherently formless and intangible, imperceptible in its passage and replenishment. The middle-aged master supported Su Yi as he settled down. "Let us first take a moment to rest. Only through rest can one's thoughts be rejuvenated." Su Yi sat cross-legged, casting a glance at the female ghost in red upon the bed. Why is she not awakened? Su Yi pondered. For he had just assisted her in breaking through her cultivation. Her soul's stability should not be in question. "It is because I have placed a soul-binding curse upon her. To awaken her, I must perish." A sudden voice reverberated throughout the room. Chapter 82. "You belong to me from now on." The unexpected voice startled Su Yi and the others, causing them to spring to their feet in alarm. As they scanned the room in trepidation, the temperature plummeted to a chilling low. A thick, inky black mist began to swirl chaotically from every corner of the room. The talismans affixed by the middle-aged master ignited, turning to ash. In an instant, the black mist coalesced into a massive vortex at the center of the room, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing, shrill wail. Accompanied by a chilling, eerie cackle, a figure gradually emerged from the vortex. The figure, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with ominous blood-red symbols that faintly glimmered, appeared almost spectral. His complexion was pale to the point of being sickly, with sharply defined features. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips were a deep crimson, curving slightly into an inscrutable smile. His hair was neatly tied back, yet devoid of luster. His fingers were long and pallid, with nails glinting a cold, dark hue, sharp and menacing. A vengeful spirit. The middle-aged master felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His eyes filled with dread and despair. Tianxin, the pure lotus, clutched Su Yi's sleeve tightly, her delicate form trembling, her usually vibrant eyes now clouded with fear. At that moment, Su Yi's right hand began to tremble uncontrollably, not from fright, but as if something within him compelled it to shake. "You foolish ants, daring to covet my bride, you shall perish." The vengeful spirit roared, his voice crashing like a tumultuous tide, shaking the very air within the room. His gaze was frigid as he merely gestured toward the middle-aged master, causing the latter's essence to surge uncontrollably toward the spirit like a torrential flood. In a brief instant, the middle-aged master's body shriveled rapidly, his muscles atrophied, skin sagged and wrinkled, as if he had aged decades in moments. His once vibrant eyes became hollow and lifeless, his breath extinguished like a candle in the wind. As his essence was wholly drained, he collapsed heavily to the ground, reduced to a mere lifeless husk. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Su Yi felt his own legs begin to tremble. This time, fear gripped him. Tianxin Lin buried her head behind Su Yi, her body trembling violently as her hands clutched the corners of his garment tightly. After the malevolent spirit absorbed the essence of the middle-aged celestial master, it raised its hand to beckon Su Yi. In this critical moment, however, Su Yi surprisingly found tranquility. He understood that fear was futile. He must stake everything on a decisive gamble. As he calmed himself and prepared to activate the yin-yang spirit mastery classic, he perceived the cause of the tremor in his right hand. An instinct whispered to him that this object causing his hand to shake might possess the power to subdue the vengeful spirit. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to take the risk, for the Yin-Yang Spirit Mastery Classic was unlikely to prevail against the spirit. It was better to wager on this chance. Su-Yi flipped his hand to retrieve the black orb from the hands of Zi Yaoji. Just as he did so, the malevolent spirit's gesture reached him. An invisible yet overwhelming force enveloped Su-Yi, causing his body to lean forward uncontrollably, his essence threatening to burst forth. However, the black orb seemed to sense the imminent danger and erupted with a faint yet intense radiance, causing the force that had been pulling Su-Yi to dissipate in an instant. The spirit, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in its previously cold gaze. It intensified its efforts, attempting to forcibly extract Su-Yi's essence. Yet the orb, whether provoked or preordained, detached itself from Su-Yi's hand and soared directly toward the malevolent spirit. The spirit's expression shifted dramatically as it waved its hands, dark energy surging toward the orb. Yet, upon contact, the dark energy recoiled, rushing back toward the spirit. Simultaneously, a torrent of gray gas surged forth from within the spirit, all of it being absorbed by the orb. This was the legendary soul-eating orb. The spirit's voice trembled with fear as its body quaked violently under the orb's powerful pull. More gray gas emerging and drifting toward the orb. It struggled frantically, its hands flailing in vain. No, no. The spirit howled in a voice filled with terror and despair. Its hands began to turn transparent, as if eroded by an invisible force, gradually losing their corporeal essence. Su-Yi focused intently on the soul-eating orb, his heart racing in his throat. Tianxin Sect, hiding behind him, covered her eyes with trembling hands, daring only to peek through her fingers at the unfolding scene. Her body shaking uncontrollably. As more soul energy was siphoned away, the spirit's arms, body, and legs progressively became translucent. With a final, anguished scream, the spirit's voice echoed throughout the room before abruptly ceasing. In an instant, its form vanished from sight. The once suffocatingly dense dark energy in the room swiftly dissipated as well. The biting chill gradually recedes, and the temperature begins to rise, as everything slowly returns to normalcy. Su-Yi lets out a long breath, his legs weakening, collapsing onto the ground. Damn, that truly terrified me. Su-Yi's gaze falls upon the soul-devouring pearl, which gently drifts back into his hand. Does it really have an automatic return feature? Su-Yi mutters, lifting the pearl to scrutinize it closely. After studying it for quite some time, he finds nothing remarkable. On the surface, it appears to be an utterly ordinary orb. He flips his hand and stores the pearl away, realizing that this is not the moment for examination. Su-Yi rises and approaches the lifeless body of the celestial master, gazing upon the motionless form devoid of vitality, feeling an unsettling heaviness in his heart. Had he extracted the soul-devouring pearl sooner, perhaps this celestial master would not have met his demise. Slowly, Su-Yi kneels and gently closes the celestial master's vacant eyes, murmuring, "Rest in peace. Your vengeance has been avenged." Just then, as his hand brushes against the master's head, he senses a presence of dark energy within. This dark essence is gradually dissipating. Without hesitation, Su-Yi activates the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic, drawing forth the dark energy. The essence begins to coalesce in his palm, forming a vague, human-like silhouette, which upon closer inspection resembles the middle-aged celestial master. However, this outline is ethereal and precarious, threatening to vanish at any moment. Su-Yi hastily channels the surrounding dark energy towards the celestial master. After absorbing the energy, the figure in his hand slowly enlarges. Moments later, an exact replica of the celestial master stands before Su-Yi. The celestial master slowly opens his tightly shut eyes. Upon seeing Su-Yi, he momentarily freezes before letting out a sigh. "You too have perished." Su-Yi reveals a peculiar smile. "You are dead, but I am not." The celestial master, upon hearing Su-Yi's words, displays a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, surveying his surroundings as memories of recent events gradually resurface. Just as he is about to inquire, a cold female voice emanates from behind. "Who are you?" As the words fall, a figure clad in red appears before Su-Yi and the celestial master. Before either can react, the red-clad specter swiftly forms hand seals. In an instant, Su-Yi feels a powerful force binding him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Hell, is she trying to kill me? Su-Yi quickly employs the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic to summon a wisp of dark energy, directing it towards the woman in red. The red-clad specter, sensing this wisp of dark energy, reveals a flicker of delight in her eyes, gazing at Su-Yi as though he were a rare treasure. "You possess such power. You shall belong to me from now on." Chapter 83. Even in death, I shall never be a slave. A twisted ecstasy surfaces upon the face of the red-clad specter. With a sense of affinity at 30, she twirled her hands, conjuring an impenetrable cage of dark energy that enveloped Su-Yi in layers. Bound by this malevolent force, Su Yi hastily invoked the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic in an attempt to dispel the ominous aura. However, the dark energy was utterly unrestrained. Noticing Su Yi's struggle, the woman in red, perhaps buoyed by her good spirits, offered him an explanation. Hee, little fellow, cease your struggles. This dark energy is unlike any you have encountered before, and you cannot escape. It would be wise to submit to me. As long as you comply, I assure you, you shall not be mistreated. Her voice was sultry and enchanting, each word brushing against Su Yi's heart like a feather. Yet, her beguilement had no effect on him. His formidable spirit was resilient, and his body remained unyielding. Red-clad specter, you ungrateful wretch. We just rescued you, and this is how you repay us? Su Yi seethed through clenched teeth, utterly unprepared for the fact that the first act of this awakened ghost was to threaten their lives. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the woman furrowed her beautiful brows. You saved me? Do not jest. During my unconsciousness, that force nearly obliterated me. Do you truly believe you have the means to contend with such power? Her eyes brimmed with skepticism and disdain as she circled Su Yi slowly. It is indeed true, he insisted. Meanwhile, the somewhat exasperated celestial master recounted the events that transpired to the woman in red. However, after hearing his account, she erupted into laughter. Your storytelling skills are remarkable. Do you think you could possibly confront a vengeful spirit that has lingered for a millennium? She halted, her eyes filled with mockery as she gazed disdainfully at Su Yi and the celestial master. If you did not rescue me, then tell me, how did I escape? Frustration surged within Su Yi. Had the soul-devouring pearl in his possession not been unresponsive, he would have vanquished this ungrateful ghost. At his words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the woman's face. She had been engaged in her cultivation when an overwhelming malevolent spirit had bound her, leaving her with no recollection of subsequent events. Now, as she reflected upon the terrifying scene from before her unconsciousness, the sheer might of that spirit filled her with despair, rendering her powerless. Could it truly be that they had saved her? A ripple of contemplation stirred within the red-clad ghost, softening her gaze towards Su Yi ever so slightly. Yet, she soon recalled the dark energy Su Yi had manifested earlier, the alluring essence of primordial power that was simply too tempting. Humph. Even if what you say is true, what of it? Today, I shall claim you. You will follow me and go nowhere else. The red-clad ghost bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a struggle intertwined with greed. Su Yi regarded her in silence, recognizing that reason had become futile. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the soul-devouring pearl from his palm. The moment the soul-devouring pearl appeared, the surrounding malevolent energy that bound Su Yi was completely dispelled. Upon seeing the soul-devouring pearl in Su Yi's hand, the expression on the red-clad ghost's face instantaneously froze, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. How could you possess the legendary soul-devouring pearl? The ghost's voice trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the orb in Su Yi's grasp, prompting her to retreat further. Su Yi, observing the stillness of the soul-devouring pearl, which had just dispersed the surrounding malevolence, inwardly urged, come on, awaken and deal with her. Yet, despite his fervent pleas, the pearl lay motionless in his hand. He noticed a hint of confusion flicker in the ghost's eyes and took a couple of steps toward her, causing her to turn and flee in fright. Stop! Su Yi bellowed. Startled, the ghost halted her escape. What do you intend to do? She stammered, her voice laced with palpable fear. Her hands instinctively raised in a defensive posture, her gaze never leaving the soul-devouring pearl. Seeing the ghost's sudden cessation of flight, Su Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Wait, I merely wish to frighten her. Why isn't she running anymore? He gritted his teeth and advanced a step closer. Humph. After shouting threats at us just moments ago, you think you can leave so easily? Not a chance. Su Yi felt a sense of helplessness. If he faltered now, he would undoubtedly fall under the ghost's control again. Then what do you want? The red-clad ghost asked, her voice trembling with fear as she observed Su Yi drawing near. What do I want? Humph. Stay here and become my ghostly servant, Su Yi declared, standing tall and shaking the soul-devouring pearl in his hand. The ghost narrowed her eyes, her expression shifting rapidly. Su Yi's words seemed to provoke her, transforming her earlier fear into simmering rage. Become your slave? She suddenly erupted in manic laughter, her mirth tinged with madness, the malevolent energy around her roiling once more. I would rather die than be a slave. The swirling darkness around her morphed into countless chains, alive and writhing, lunging towards Su Yi. Startled, Su Yi had not anticipated the ghost's sudden frenzy. Compounded by the system's indication of her rising affinity, this ghostly woman was clearly intent on killing him. He swiftly raised the soul-devouring pearl in defense. As the chains approached the pearl, they shattered upon contact, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. With a sigh of relief, Su Yi noted that while the pearl did not actively attack, it still recognized its duty to protect its master. Just as he was about to speak, He caught sight of the ghost's eyes narrowing with a fierce determination as she lunged at him. Her malevolent energy surged, her red dress billowing, and her nails elongated into claws glimmering with an eerie green light, aimed directly at Su Yi's throat. Su Yi swiftly evaded, uncertain whether it was the hesitation in the heart of the woman in red or his own agility that allowed him to narrowly escape the strike. "Calm yourself," he urged, breathless from the near miss. "No, I would rather die than become a slave." The piercing scream of the female ghost shattered the air, her hair suddenly tinged with crimson, and an aura of malevolence surged around her like boiling magma. Goodness! Su Yi was taken aback by the ghostly visage before him. Hey, please calm down. I won't make you a slave." No sooner had he spoken than the specter lunged forward like a wraith, her 10 claws slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, carving glowing arcs of a ghostly green hue. Su Yi rolled aside, but this time he could not evade. As the claws neared his throat, in that critical moment, the soul-devouring pearl erupted with a burst of black light, forming an invisible shield before him. The claws struck the black light fiercely, causing the shield to unleash a powerful recoil force. The woman in red was sent flying, her form rapidly becoming ethereal. Her claw-tipped fingers disintegrated into wisps of black mist. Yet her hollow eyes still burned with a fierce flame. "If you have the ability, then kill me." Chapter 84. Yet I still become a slave. Su Yi gazed at the woman's resolute and frenzied expression, somewhat speechless. Had he not merely suggested she become a ghostly servant? Was it truly so grave? Did she value freedom more than life itself? He could not comprehend, for he had spent over a century in the Jade Maiden sect for the sake of his own safety. This must be her obsession. As Su Yi pondered these thoughts, a middle-aged celestial master floated over. Obsession? Su Yi understood that not every soul could become a ghost after death. Only those with overwhelming resentment and a fierce will could struggle for survival in the liminal space between life and death. This woman in red must have endured unimaginable torment in her past life. As Su Yi beheld the tragically beautiful specter, he wondered what sort of person could inflict such suffering. With a sigh, he felt a pang of compassion. However, he had no intention of letting her go. Having lived for so long, it was not for her beauty that he persisted. Primarily, he remained uncertain about the true nature of the soul-devouring pearl. If this ghost were to reconsider and seek him out later, it could become a significant dilemma. Was there a way to control her without limiting her freedom? The moment the thought escaped his lips, he felt an inner conflict. Yet, the middle-aged celestial master offered him an unexpected solution. There was indeed a way, but it required her consent. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting between the master and the woman in red. "Pray tell, how would one proceed?" "You could establish an equitable contract with her." "Oh, and how does one go about signing such a contract?" Su Yi, with an eagerness that could hardly be contained, inquired, while a hint of embarrassment flickered across the face of the middle-aged celestial master. "I'm not entirely certain how the contract was established," he stammered, noticing Su Yi's raised hand. The celestial master hastened his words. "However, she is certainly aware that my master previously forged this pact with her spirit." As Su Yi lowered his arm, his gaze fell upon the somewhat ethereal figure of the woman in red. The ghost fixed him with hollow yet penetrating eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of his soul. Their mutual gaze lingered for a moment, each locked in a silent standoff. Upon hearing the increase in affinity, Su Yi shook the soul-devouring pearl in his hand, prompting the woman in red to relent and divulge the details of the contract to him. As Su Yi absorbed her words, a profound realization dawned upon him. This was akin to a legally certified contract from his past life. The distinction lay in the fact that in his previous existence, it was the law that enforced the terms, whereas here it was the dictates of the heavenly order. With this understanding, Su Yi found himself ensnared in a quandary. Observing Su Yi's hesitance, the woman in red's expression began to shift towards one of ferocity. The middle-aged celestial master, sensing the tension, leaned closer to Su Yi and whispered urgently, "Agree swiftly. Rest assured, even in an equitable contract, this spirit will not forsake you. Do not forget your yin-yang spirit control classic." Su Yi's eyes brightened at the celestial master's words, and just as the woman in red seemed on the verge of an outburst, he declared, "Very well, let us forge an equal pact." Upon hearing his affirmation, the hostility in the woman's gaze gradually dissipated. The affinity rose to 60. Subsequently, the two began the ritual, though not quite in the conventional manner one might expect. The woman in red's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she conjured a wisp of eerie blue ghostly fire with her fingertips, which she flicked into the air, igniting a flame of spectral energy. As the ghostly fire surged, an ancient contract, etched with crimson lines, emerged, each line pulsating as if imbued with life. Eschewing mundane rituals, they summoned their essences, the spirit and blood intertwined. Su Yi inhaled deeply, pricked his fingertip, and allowed a droplet of his essence to hover in the air. Concurrently, he channeled his inner spiritual energy, sending forth a strand of his soul from his brow to entwine with the blood. Seeing this, the woman in red also summoned a strand of her primordial Yin energy. And as the ghostly fire collided with the essence and soul, they ultimately merged into one. The bloodlines inscribed on the contract blazed with brilliance, enveloping them in a radiant glow. Su-yi felt a tremor within his consciousness as an almost imperceptible bond quietly formed between him and the woman in red. Through their mental link, they began to outline the terms of their contract, akin to negotiating a formal agreement, vowing not to harm one another, nor betray each other, and so forth. As the final stipulation was articulated, the contract's light intensified, transforming into two streams of luminescence that entered the foreheads of Su-yi and the woman in red, signifying the official completion of their equal pact. Once the signing concluded, Su-yi paused to reflect, sensing nothing amiss. He gazed at the woman in red with a bewildered expression, questioning whether this was truly sufficient. Why do I feel nothing at all? The woman in red rolled her eyes, her aura coalescing into sinister threads that traced a mocking gesture in the air. When you breach your oath and the heavens retaliate, you shall truly comprehend the gravity of a contract. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Observing her intent to depart, Su-yi hastily called out to her. The woman paused, though she did not turn around. The swirling malevolence around her sharpened into icy spikes, producing a chilling sound in the void. Affection level 10. What? Do you wish to retract your words? Her tone was frigid, laced with impatience. Su-yi stepped forward to face her, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Dear lady in red, where are you headed? The woman shivered instinctively at his expression. Had she been capable of producing goosebumps, she would surely have been covered in them. We have forged an equal contract. My whereabouts are not for you to dictate. Her voice was as cold as tempered ice, the icy spikes around her growing ever sharper, cutting through the silence with an abrasive sound. Yet, Su-yi remained unfazed, his smile deepening as he concentrated, gathering the surrounding malevolence. What do you think? Do you like it? A flicker of desire flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by caution. Do not attempt to tempt me. She gritted her teeth. Yet her unconsciously forward-leaning fingertips betrayed her true thoughts, while her feet remained rooted as if weighed down by lead. Noticing her demeanor and actions, Su-yi quickly added, From now on, you shall accompany me. I can continuously provide you with malevolence, and you can assist me in matters within your capabilities. Upon hearing his words, the change in her gaze was palpable, prompting him to clarify, Do not misunderstand. This is not servitude, merely an equal transaction. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes as she pondered his explanation. Is this truly just an equal transaction? Su-yi's heart leaped at her words, though his countenance remained composed and smiling. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Through his eloquent persuasion, he successfully transformed the woman into a servant of malevolence. Seated cross-legged, Su-yi caressed the exquisite tattoo of a woman on his left hand. Experience points. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. If you keep touching, I shall sever your hand. Her voice abruptly echoed in Su-yi's mind. His fingers froze on the tattoo, yet a triumphant smile curled at his lips. Chapter 85. The transformation of Yin and Yang. Retrieving his right hand, Su-yi rose and approached the doorway. Addressing the middle-aged ghostly master and the pure heart lotus, Let us go. Perhaps we can find a way out. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he sensed a profound difference. After cultivating the Yin-Yang Spirit Control Classic, his sensitivity to the surrounding energies of Yin and Yang had intensified remarkably. The once oppressive and eerie atmosphere had vanished without a trace. As Su-yi's feet touched the courtyard's flagstone, he felt the lingering malevolence dissipate at a perceivable pace. In a water vat, shrouded in cobwebs at the corner, the shattered beams and a portion of the ashen sky were reflected. The black mist that had clung to the tiles had faded, revealing dark red mold beneath. Navigating through the overgrown alley, he found the window of the thatched cottage reduced to a mere wooden frame. Inside, a crooked loom was ensnared with cobwebs, and a broken shuttle lay abandoned in the corner beside an unfinished coarse cloth garment, the fabric marred with torn edges. At the village entrance, an ancient locust tree was severed in two, its trunk marked with claw marks, while a blood-stained piece of red cloth was lodged in a hollow. Scattered beneath the tree were several desiccated corpses, some still maintaining a running stance, their fingers embedded with bark. Su-yi crouched down and picked up a silver bell from beside a child's skeletal remains. The inscription wishing for longevity had been worn to obscurity. He exhaled deeply, reflecting that this scene was reminiscent of the chaotic eras of old. Rising, he made his way towards the home of the middle-aged man from earlier. Upon reaching the threshold, he was greeted by muffled sobs emanating from within. A sense of trepidation gripped his heart as he pushed the door open. The decaying wood creaked ominously, and a heavy scent of blood pervaded the air. There, the middle-aged man knelt on the floor, cradling the lifeless body of an elderly woman, his ailing mother. Her visage was contorted, a dark purple, sinister pattern entwined around her neck, and the black blood seeping from her mouth formed grotesque shapes on the bedding. What has happened? The middle-aged man raised his tear-streaked face, despair etched into his features, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. She suddenly, before he could finish. The corpse in his arms convulsed violently. The dark purple patterns beneath her skin writhed like serpents. Her neck twisted grotesquely 180 degrees. Hollow eye sockets locking onto Sui. Lin Qingxuan, frightened, retreated behind Sui. The middle-aged spiritual master stumbled back 2 steps, yet the man clung desperately to the woman. Mother, please wake up, he cried out. No sooner had he spoken than the elderly woman's body grotesquely swelled, veins protruding beneath her skin. The dark purple patterns spreading across her entire face like a web. Her mouth stretched wide to her ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. As putrid black blood dripped from the corners of her mouth, sizzling and corroding the ground beneath. Be careful. This is a corpse transformation. The middle-aged spiritual master, now a spirit himself, trembled violently, instinctively mimicking a sword-wielding stance, his fingers grasping at the air in vain. Sui concentrated, gathering the essence of yang energy, prepared to unleash it upon the transformed woman. However, the middle-aged man suddenly spread his arms to shield his mother, roaring, "You shall not harm her. She is my mother. Step aside. She is no longer your mother." Sui's brow furrowed deeply as he attempted to pull the man away. Yet the other party seemed to have lost their sanity, clinging desperately to the lifeless body of the elderly woman. At that moment, she suddenly sprang to life. Her claws slicing through the air like lightning, rending the shoulder of the middle-aged man. Flesh and skin were torn asunder, dark toxic blood gushing forth from the wound. In a moment of desperation, Sui unleashed a surge of vital energy towards the elderly woman, a radiant white light brushing past the middle-aged man's side, gently enveloping her. The once swollen and contorted form ceased its aberrant movements. The dark purple veins, illuminated by the vital energy, melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The grotesque expression on the elderly woman's face gradually softened, her fearsome fangs retracting, and the engorged veins beneath her skin receded. The middle-aged man stood frozen in shock, silent tears cascading down his face, landing on his mother's already frigid countenance. Trembling, he reached out, tenderly smoothing the disheveled strands of her hair, his throat emitting broken sobs. "Mother, you shall no longer suffer." The room was enveloped in silence, save for the man's stifled gasps. Sui sighed, stepping forward to pat the man's shoulder, only to find his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, the man's neck bulged with veins, his eyes rolling back, and a primal roar erupted from his throat. He had succumbed to the poison of the corpse. He was on the verge of mutation. The middle-aged celestial master, witnessing the transformation, gasped in alarm. Sui quickly advanced 2 steps, pressing down on the man's shoulder while channeling vital energy into his body. However, as soon as the energy entered, Sui sensed something amiss. He could purify all the corpse poison from the man's body with his control over the vital energy. Yet, he feared that in doing so, the man's very identity would vanish alongside the poison. Hesitating, Sui felt the weight of the man's filial piety bearing down on him. Just as he was about to close his eyes to purify the poison, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if he had grasped a fleeting thought. The Yin-Yang manual, evolving all things, Sui murmured, his eyes snapping open, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He swiftly gathered a mass of Yin energy and infused it into the man's body. The 2 forces intertwined and clashed within, forming a swirling pattern of Yin and Yang. In an instant, the black and white light surged, ensnaring the corpse poison that had taken residence within the man. The middle-aged celestial master, witnessing Sui's miraculous technique, became numb with astonishment. In his heart, he believed that only his master could rival such a prodigy as Sui. No, even his master could not compare to Sui's genius. It had taken his master at least a decade to reach such a level of yin-yang transformation. Yet Sui had accomplished it in a mere night. Indeed, strictly speaking, in the blink of an eye. With yang conquering poison, and yin preserving life. The harmony of yin and yang brings forth eternal vitality. Sui shouted, thrusting his hands forward with great force. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly, gradually breaking down and refining the corpse poison while simultaneously mending the meridians and organs ravaged by toxins. The middle-aged man's previously contorted visage began to regain its tranquility, and the purplish veins beneath his skin faded at a visibly accelerated pace. Chapter 86. A night's repast before a newly erected grave, a tombstone loomed, and a middle-aged man knelt reverently before it. Wisps of green smoke curled upward, and 3 incense sticks swayed in the breeze, their ashes cascading down before him. He stared vacantly at the 4 characters inscribed on the tombstone, "Grave of the Mother," as he tilted a wine jar, allowing the murky liquid to seep into the yellow earth, startling a few ants into frantic retreat. Su-yi stood beside the remnants of an old locust tree, the pure heart lotus still tugging at his garments from behind. Have you truly resolved to remain here? Not to accompany me? Su-yi inquired of the middle-aged celestial master concealed in the shadows, gazing at the figure in the distance. No, this place has indeed caught the attention of a 1,000-year-old malevolent spirit, which speaks to its advantages. I shall meditate here for a time, and then we shall see. Su-yi nodded solemnly at the middle-aged celestial master. In that case, I shall take my leave. With a gesture reminiscent of farewells from his past life, Su-yi waved and turned to depart. The celestial master's hand, suspended in midair, stiffened momentarily as he watched Su-yi's receding silhouette, a fleeting hint of melancholy flickering across his ghostly form. It was only when Su-yi's figure vanished from sight that he withdrew his gaze. Celestial Master. What of the benefactor? Just as the Celestial Master returned his focus, the hoarse, trembling voice of the middle-aged man reached him from behind. Turning, he beheld the man, now standing, his eyes still reflecting the sorrow of having lost his mother, yet he strained to gaze in the direction of Su-yi's departure. He is gone. The Celestial Master regarded the empty mountain path, a subtle ripple of energy manifesting in his spectral form. He has left? The middle-aged man murmured, his body swaying slightly, bewilderment giving way to a profound sense of loss. Observing the man's expression, the Celestial Master sighed. We inhabit entirely different realms. A century hence, we shall be dust. Yet he will undergo little change. Upon uttering these words, the Celestial Master noticed the middle-aged man regarding him with an oddly peculiar gaze. Instinctively, he glanced down at his own ethereal physique, and upon realizing its insubstantiality, he cleared his throat awkwardly. I misspoke. None of us will change. Only you shall become dust. Experience gained. 1,000 after departing from the mountain village, Su-yi strode with a buoyant gait, leading the pure heart lotus as they traversed the rocky path. His pace was swift, bolstered by the presence of a ghostly general providing protection, instilling in him a sense of safety. Thus, he ran with abandon, unrestrained and spirited. Having been trapped within the sect for a century, a modern man like Su-yi had endured constant anxiety for his own safety. The fact that he had not succumbed to madness over such a prolonged period spoke volumes about his resilient mindset. He ran with increasing speed, leaving Tianxin Sect struggling to keep pace. Su-yi swiftly gathered her into his embrace and accelerated further, the wind howling past his ears like a piercing whistle. His robes billowed dramatically, and his hair was swept up by the rushing air, nearly standing on end. He laughed exuberantly, his mirth mingling with the wind, echoing through the mountains and startling the birds from the trees. Just as Su-yi was about to exceed a speed of 80 miles per hour, a shadow suddenly intruded into his line of sight. His velocity was so great that in an instant, the shadow fell within the range of his consciousness. As he scanned with his awareness, he discerned that the shadow was a colossal black bear. The creature towered more than twice a man's height, its neck entwined with withered yellow vines, and its fur bore an unsettling dark purple pattern, indicating it was far from an ordinary beast. Su-yi assessed the aura of the black bear spirit. It was equivalent to a human cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Having recently vanquished ghostly cultivators of the Golden Core Ghost King level, he regarded this black bear's spirit with disdain. Clenching his fist, he charged at the bear, intending to deliver a lethal blow and feast on its paw that evening. The bear suddenly reared up, shaking the ground beneath it, the dark purple patterns on its fur writhing as if alive. Its massive forepaw, imbued with a foul wind, swung towards Su-yi, carving deep, bottomless trenches into the earth as it passed. Startled by the ferocity of the attack, Su-yi hastily employed the 7-star steps to evade. The bear's claws grazed past his ear, the gale it generated slicing a wound across his cheek. Just as he regained his footing, the bear's claws came crashing down again. In that moment of urgency, Su-yi raised his right hand to clash with the bear's strike. His spiritual energy surged, bolstered by the power of his dual cultivation, and he collided with the bear's claws in a resounding impact. The air twisted violently, and the shockwave sent debris flying, while the ground around the point of collision erupted with spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. A tremendous force coursed through his arm, shattering his grip, and he was propelled like a broken arrow, crashing against the rocks 3 times before finally halting, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He stared incredulously at the black bear spirit. Was this truly the strength of the Foundation establishment stage? Su-yi struggled to believe it, but seeing the bear charge at him once more, he called out urgently, "Hongi, the time has come for your assistance. Quickly, manifest and defeat it, tonight. I shall treat you to roasted bear paw." The Ghost General's power was comparable to that of a nascent soul realm, easily capable of handling a mere Foundation establishment black bear spirit. Are you foolish? It's broad daylight. How can I emerge? Su-yi abruptly looked up at the sky. The blazing sun perched directly overhead, its blinding rays causing his pupils to constrict. Without further ado, He scooped up Tianxin Sect and turned to flee. With the wind at his heels, he darted through the forest, cradling her as if a phantom. The roar of the black bear's spirit gradually faded into the distance, and the fallen leaves that had been disturbed could not keep pace with the fluttering edge of his garments. Glancing back, he confirmed that the dark silhouette had indeed been left far behind, its massive form clumsily colliding with the steep terrain. Phew, that was close. How could this black bear spirit be so formidable? Su-yi slowed his pace, silently cursing in his heart. This was a mutated black bear spirit, its strength comparable to that of a golden core cultivator, and yet he had managed to withstand its blow. A voice of surprise echoed in Su-yi's mind. What? Comparable to the golden core stage? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Su-yi, somewhat exasperated by the revelation, retorted, Humph. Did you give me the chance to warn you? How have you survived this long being so reckless? Red clothing's words left Su-yi momentarily speechless, and he finally stammered. I thought with the beauty of your caliber, akin to a nascent soul strength, I would be safe. Who knew you would be unreliable in a critical moment? Hearing the first part of Su-yi's statement, Red Clothing felt a tinge of satisfaction. But the latter part caused her ethereal form to tremble violently on Su-yi's left arm, as if yearning to emerge. Su-yi sensed her anger surging and quickly said, Tonight, I shall treat you to a feast. The enchantment of his words caused her rising ire to dissipate instantly, though her anger subsided. Red Clothing chose to ignore Su-yi. He paid it no mind. After all, it was only natural for a girl to have her little moods. Well, with a purity of 100, she should still be considered a girl, right? After the ordeal with the black bear spirit, Su-yi felt it was indeed better to travel at night. He sought a relatively secluded cliff and carved out a cave, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He prepared to cultivate, for the events of recent days had made him realize that sometimes cultivation was more vital than mere longevity. However, before cultivating, he first needed to utilize the experience points he had accumulated recently. Chapter 87. Not eating a roast bear paw leaves one slightly discontented Su-yi opened his attributes panel to check his experience points, which had astonishingly reached 63,572. Without hesitation, he began to upgrade his cultivation technique, the nourishing method. He directly consumed 20,000 experience points to elevate the nourishing method to level 12. As the experience points flowed into him like a torrent, extensive information continuously poured into his consciousness. After his soul had manifested, Su-yi's capacity to absorb information had become remarkably formidable, and the vast, esoteric essence of the technique surged into his mind like a tide, which he swiftly dissected and digested. The profound intricacies of the nourishing method at level 12 were fully revealed, transforming its singular health-preserving effect into new attributes, including healing and recovery. This newly emerged ability was not part of the original technique. It was a refinement introduced by the system upon upgrading. Su-yi felt the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians like liquid mercury. Upon awakening, the unique qualities of healing swiftly began to manifest, as the internal wounds inflicted during his battle with the black bear demon healed at a visibly rapid pace. The torn flesh at the corner of his mouth writhed and, in an instant, returned to its original state. Even more astonishing was the gentle warmth that coursed through the crown of his head, dissipating all traces of fatigue from his body. When Su-yi glanced at his lifespan on the attribute panel, elation surged within him. His lifespan had astonishingly reached an impressive 200 years. This longevity now equated to that of a foundational stage cultivator. Anticipating a further extension upon his breakthrough, he pondered whether he might eventually rival the golden core stage. Embracing the benefits bestowed by the upgraded technique, Su-yi seamlessly entered a state of cultivation, eager to discern the enhancement in his training speed. As he delved into this focused state, Tianxin Sect, who had been closely following him, bit her crimson lip, observing Su-yi as if he had resolved upon something significant. She approached him from behind, gently wrapping her arms around him. Closing her eyes, a soft, white luminescence began to radiate from her being, while delicate, translucent petals unfurled from her fingertips, cascading down her arms in layers, gradually enveloping her enchanting visage in resplendent light. In the blink of an eye, the graceful maiden vanished, replaced by a resplendent lotus throne. A soothing azure light flowed from the gaps between the petals, tenderly lifting Su-yi's form. Each petal quivered gently, emanating a gentle aura that enveloped him entirely. Ancient runes emerged upon the lotus throne, continuously revolving as they voraciously absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, creating a vast vortex of spiritual essence within the cave. This energy surged towards Su-yi's form. "You are not human," exclaimed the figure clad in red, affixed to Su-yi's left arm, her astonishment palpable. "You are not human." Tianxin Sect, slightly displeased by this remark, chirped back, "I am, indeed, not human." The figure in red scoffed, "I am not human, I am a ghost." The lotus throne trembled violently, and several petals quivered, a faint blush of pink emerging from the radiant white light. I am not human either? Tianxin Sect seemed to ponder this for a moment before recalling her own nature. Then what are you? The tone of the figure in red remained calm, yet internally, she was tumultuous. Given the extraordinary abilities exhibited by Tianxin Sect, should word spread, it would undoubtedly stir upheaval throughout the cultivation realm. Even the reclusive and powerful entities would vie for her. I am. Just as Tianxin Sect was poised to reveal her true nature, Su Yi, immersed in his cultivation, felt an explosive surge of energy. A gentle halo enveloped him, as the spiritual essence within his body flowed like a babbling brook into newly opened channels, shattering the stagnation that had previously restrained his progress. With eyes wide open in surprise, Su Yi reached out to gently caress the lotus throne. Although Su Yi was in a state of cultivation, his awareness of the external world remained intact. He was acutely aware of the transformations of the heavenly heart pure essence lotus and the dialogue between the two beings in red attire. Su Yi understood that the spirit herb, having taken a tangible form, was an extraordinary treasure. Yet he could not have anticipated its ability to serve as a supreme aid in cultivation. The moment the heavenly heart pure essence lotus enveloped him as a lotus throne, his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy amplified exponentially, elevating his cultivation aptitude by several levels. This was undoubtedly a rarest of treasures. Gently caressing the heavenly heart pure essence lotus, akin to handling a rare gem. Su Yi felt a delicate sweetness wafting through the air as his fingertips grazed the soft petals, accompanied by a subtle tremor from the lotus throne. It resembled a shy response from a maiden. As he was immersed in this experience, the lotus throne suddenly vanished, and the sensation in his hands transformed. The heavenly heart pure essence lotus reverted to her human form. Upon gazing at her, Su Yi nearly lost his composure. He hastily withdrew his hand, retrieving a loose robe from his storage pouch to cover her flawless figure. It seemed prudent to prepare some women's garments for future transformations, as such occurrences were quite extravagant. Where did you acquire such a magnificent treasure? Red attire could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi deemed it appropriate to share the details of the heavenly heart pure essence lotus, recognizing that their contractual bond allowed for such revelations. Perhaps red attire possessed more knowledge than he did, providing an opportunity for him to learn more about the lotus. However, upon hearing Su Yi's account, red attire appeared perplexed. The heavenly heart pure essence lotus? A spirit herb taking form? I have never heard of such a thing. Su Yi felt an inexplicable sense of balance upon hearing her question. It seemed that the accumulation of knowledge was not solely a function of age. Moving closer, Su Yi embraced the heavenly heart pure essence lotus, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her, while simultaneously accumulating experience points. Little lotus, shall I give you a name? He suggested. The lotus tilted her head up, her clear eyes brimming with anticipation, her lips parting softly. Yes. Su Yi stroked his chin, gazing tenderly at the maiden in his arms, as legends of the lotus flitted through his mind. Since you radiate a green light when you transform, I shall name you Qinglian. Qinglian, the maiden softly repeated the new name, a sweet smile gracing her lips, as a luminescent aura transformed into glimmers of green light, dancing like fireflies in the cavern. She wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck, her voice soft and filled with joy. I like it. Su Yi held Qinglian close, gradually accumulating experience. While he was engaged in this endeavor, he did not neglect red attire, the treasure trove of experience points. His right hand occasionally brushed against the beautiful tattoo on his left arm. The woman in red sensed that Su Yi was being deliberate. However, as he touched her arm, she had no evidence and could only endure in silence. After earnestly accumulating experience points, Su Yi once again assumed a cross-legged position. He sought to elevate his power further. For such a wealth of experience points ought not to languish on the panel. Su Yi glanced at his skills and decided to first upgrade the spirit-gathering body refinement technique and the soul-nourishing technique. Once resolved, he promptly elevated these two skills to levels 11 and 12, respectively. As he felt his physical body and soul significantly strengthened, a confident smile unconsciously graced his lips. He slowly clenched his fist, and the air crackled subtly under the force of his punch. The power bestowed by the 11th level of spirit-gathering body refinement technique filled every muscle with explosive potential. Meanwhile, within his sea of consciousness, the 12th level of soul-nourishing technique expanded his spiritual awareness, allowing him to clearly perceive the chirping of insects and birds, as well as the rustling of grass and wind within a 300-meter radius. Observing the night sky, Su Yi murmured, "It feels rather unsettling not to indulge in a roasted bear paw." Chapter 88. The Discipleship Ceremony. An hour later, Su Yi drooled as he gazed at the bear paw sizzling over the fire. He had just witnessed the formidable strength of the ghostly general. With a single strike, The black bear spirit had injured Su Yi, a practitioner of both magical and physical arts. Yet red attire had effortlessly slain it with a mere wave of her hand, leaving no wounds on its body. An hour passed once more, and Su Yi frowned at the desiccated bear paw, sensing something amiss. After contemplating, he took a bite of the bear paw. However, the next moment, he exclaimed, "What in the world? Why does this bear paw taste so dreadful?" The moment he bit into it, it felt akin to gnawing on dry timber. Fortunately, as a cultivator, his teeth were resilient. Otherwise, he might have lost a few in that instance. Oh, I forgot to mention, all beings killed by ghostly entities suffer this fate, as their essence is drained away. Red attire floated nearby, relishing in his misfortune. Su Yi spat out the fibrous remnants of meat and kicked the fire pit in frustration. "You did this on purpose." The spectral figure of red attire twisted in midair, her eerie blue flame dancing joyfully, clearly reveling in his plight. "Who told you to take advantage of me earlier? This is poetic justice." She deliberately approached Su Yi, her ghostly claws poised to pinch his face. No, please stop. I have a solution." She lightly tapped the charred bear paw, and a lotus-shaped pattern emerged on her forehead, enveloping the paw in a swirl of azure light. Miraculously, the once desiccated flesh regained its succulence, releasing wafts of fragrant white mist reminiscent of blooming lotuses. Moments later, the azure lotus presented the bear paw to Su Yi, offering him the meat. He received it with skepticism, taking another bite, and the tender texture instantly melted on his tongue. A rich meaty aroma intermingling with a hint of sweetness, all infused with a pure spiritual essence. He widened his eyes as he gazed at Qinglian, embracing her and smearing her face with bear oil. "Xiaolian, you are simply remarkable," Su Yi exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, his mouth full of delicious bear paw. Mumbling indistinctly, Qinglian, her cheeks smeared with oil, was not at all vexed. Instead, she giggled, the azure light in her hair swaying gently with her laughter. Hongi, standing nearby, rolled her eyes dramatically and huffed, "Humph. Do not forget the promise you made to me." Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill that promise." With a mere thought, he summoned the surrounding Yin energy, which swiftly coalesced and drifted towards Hongi. The ghostly blue flames surrounding her flared brightly, transforming into a vortex that gradually absorbed the Yin energy. She let out a satisfied hum, her ethereal form flickering slightly, the red dress shimmering with delicate lights. Not bad. More please," she urged, her tone betraying her delight as she flicked her ghostly claws. After gathering the Yin energy 3 times, Su Yi finally ceased. He had previously promised Hongi to assist her in collecting Yin energy each night, and having agreed to provide an extra serving, he had fulfilled his commitment for the evening. In truth, offering her 2 more servings would have been a trivial task for him. However, Su Yi was a man of principles. A promise of 3 servings meant precisely that, 3. The primary reason was that Hongi's favorability had stagnated at a fixed level of 20, and further assistance from him would undoubtedly paint him as a sycophant. "All right," Su Yi declared as he halted the collection, deliberately forcing a sheen of sweat upon his brow, panting heavily as he wiped his forehead. Hongi, observing his fade, rolled her eyes, clearly recognizing his pretense. She turned and floated away, nurturing her spirit with the gathered Yin energy. Su Yi, caught off guard by her insight, offered an awkward smile. Qinglian, noticing his demeanor, hurriedly approached and extended her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. She stood on tiptoe, the azure light in her hair swaying gently with her movements, her soft sleeve brushing against Su Yi's warm skin, infused with the unique fragrance of lotus flowers. "Su Ge, you should rest," she urged. Gazing at Qinglian's innocent expression, Su Yi gently ruffled her hair. "My dear Qinglian is the best. Su Ge will be fine in a moment." Observing their affectionate exchange, Hongi could no longer contain herself. "Have you 2 had enough of this sweetness? Shall we not depart?" Su Yi glanced at Hongi and muttered, "Humph. The emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I meant to say we should hurry along," Su Yi exclaimed as he grasped Qinglian's small hand and ventured outside. Hongi shot him a glare before transforming into a wisp of gray smoke that vanished into his left arm. Qinglian, watching the figure of Hongi disappear into Su Yi's arm, wore a contemplative expression. "Su Ge, I wish to enter your arm." After Qinglian spoke, she pointed at Su Yi's right arm. Su Yi, taken aback by Qinglian's peculiar words, gazed into her sparkling eyes, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Xiaolian, the red-clad figure is a ghost capable of inhabiting a person's body. You can do it." Qinglian tilted her head back, a brilliant azure light emanating from her hair, and the lotus pattern on her forehead gradually emerged. In the next moment, she transformed into specks of blue light that swiftly penetrated the skin of Su Yi's wrist. "How about that? Am I impressive?" Su Yi stared in astonishment at the newly formed lotus mark on his right arm, then glanced at the exquisite beauty mark on his left arm, murmuring, "Truly remarkable." Qinglian's voice resonated within his consciousness, brimming with undeniable pride. "I told you I could do it. Yes, our Qinglian is the most formidable." Su Yi smiled and praised Qinglian before resuming his journey. With the ghostly presence of the red-clad figure now at his side, Su Yi felt a surge of confidence and hastened his pace towards the outside. Previously, Su Yi had inquired with a middle-aged celestial master, who had no knowledge of the Tianxin Sect. This indicated that Su Yi was quite distant from it. Whether it was due to Su Yi's misfortune or the true desolation of the area, he traversed the night without encountering a single soul. As dawn approached, he finally spotted a town, employing the disguise technique to alter his appearance into that of a young man. He also utilized the concealment of spiritual presence technique to mask his aura, allowing him to venture into the town. Upon entering, Su Yi observed that the townsfolk, all in a hurry, were scurrying eastward with their children. Stopping a woman, he inquired, "Excuse me, madam, what is happening? Why is everyone rushing east?" Without pausing her steps or looking back, the woman replied, "You haven't heard? The Tianxin Sect is holding an apprentice recruitment ceremony at the plaza to the east, and everyone is taking their children to assess their potential." With that, she quickened her pace and soon vanished into the crowd. Chapter 89. Mortals as ants watching the hurried crowd rushing eastward. Su Yi contemplated for a moment before following suit. He soon arrived at a vast plaza, where a high platform with steps stood at its center. Upon this platform, 3 cultivators sat cross-legged in the void, exuding an aura of profound elegance. Su Yi, upon seeing them, was taken aback by their imposing presence. Is the Tianxin Sect truly so prestigious? Scanning the 3 with his spiritual sense, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon perceiving their cultivation levels. Alas, even after cultivating immortality, they remain fundamentally human, unable to shed their penchant for ostentation. As Su Yi's spiritual sense connected with the trio, he swiftly discerned their true capabilities. All 3 were foundational realm cultivators, with the middle one appearing to have just broken through from the early to the mid-stage, while the other 2 were at the foundational early stage. As for the ethereal aura they emanated, it must have been cultivated through a specialized technique capable of radiating luminescence. Judging by its intensity, this technique seemed to serve little purpose beyond ostentation, with its primary function being illumination. However, it was worth noting that a mere recruitment of disciples could summon 3 foundation establishment cultivators, indicating that the Tianxin Sect was at least a second-rate sect. Su Yi silently scoffed at this in his heart, while maintaining a composed demeanor amidst the crowd. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated across the square. As the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the center slowly opened his eyes, raised a hand in a gesture of authority, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The Tianxin Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony officially commences." As his words fell, the cultivators on either side waved their sleeves, casting forth 2 jade discs inscribed with ancient runes, which shimmered with a moonlit glow. These were the spirit-examining discs. By placing a palm upon their surface, one could summon the flow of runes, thereby revealing their aptitude for cultivation. The crowd stirred with excitement, as parents eagerly urged their children to step forward. The first boy, brimming with youthful vigor, placed his hand upon the disc, which instantly ignited with a constellation of luminescent specks, only to fade within a breath. A mortal body, devoid of spirit. Next, the right-side cultivator flicked his dust whisk, while the boy, flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly descended the platform, his garments still speckled with the grass clippings from his earlier nervousness. Upon returning to his parents, he burst into tears. The boy's parents, filled with compassion, embraced him gently, offering soothing words. Yet, his cries echoed throughout the square, drawing sympathetic glances from onlookers. After a succession of failures among the test-takers, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive. Just when it seemed that no one of exceptional talent would emerge that day, a girl clad in a simple white dress was pushed forward by the crowd onto the platform. Her head bowed, the wooden hairpin in her hair had faded, revealing a mottled texture. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" The impatient early-stage foundation establishment cultivator barked from the left side. The girl trembled, timidly placing her hand upon the spirit-examining disc. In an instant, the jade disc emanated a gentle azure light, and the runes surged forth like a rushing stream. Low-grade aptitude. Eligible for the outer sect, please stand at the back. The central cultivator glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Though she possessed only low-grade aptitude, it nonetheless marked her entry into the immortal sect, providing a glimmer of hope for those still awaiting their assessment. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Many clenched their fists, their eyes reignited with hope as they urged their own children to step forward. However, those with cultivation aptitude remained a minority. As the assessments continued, most children placed their palms on the disc with no response, and even the occasional flicker of light vanished in an instant. Sighs echoed through the crowd. as the expressions of anticipation on parents' faces gradually morphed into disappointment. At that moment, a boy clad in satin, adorned with a jade pendant around his neck, strode confidently toward the platform. He ascended the steps with an air of arrogance, the satin fabric whispering against the stone steps. While the Hetian jade pendant at his waist chimed with a crisp tinkling sound, he deliberately stood at the center of the steps. Raising an eyebrow at the children gathered below, "Behold, for today I shall reveal my innate celestial bones." A cultivator in the early foundation stage on the left frowned and reprimanded him, though a flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. The youth pouted and boldly slapped his palm onto the spirit testing plate. The jade disc emitted only a few feeble glimmers before swiftly dimming, with not a single rune circulating. A mundane body next. The cultivator in the middle announced flatly, his expression devoid of emotion, declaring that the boy possessed no celestial bones. The boy's face instantly flushed a deep shade of purple, and he overturned the spirit testing plate in a fit of rage. "Impossible. My father is the esteemed Wang of the town. It must be your spirit testing plate that is faulty." After exclaiming this, he kicked the plate. The jade disc trembled slightly, its defensive aura absorbing the impact entirely. "Ignorant fool." The cultivator on the right roared, and a crimson light shot from his sleeve, piercing through the boy's forehead in an instant. The boy's body fell rigidly backward, his eyes wide open, frozen in disbelief. The jade pendant at his waist flew up due to inertia, tracing a cold arc before crashing onto the stone ground and shattering into two halves. A profound silence enveloped the square, shattered only by the heart-wrenching screams of the boy's parents. The woman, in a frenzy, rushed forward but was repelled by a barrier of spiritual power, landing on the ground with her hands stained in dust and blood. "My son." Her wails were anguished, drawing tears from many parents who clutched their children tighter. The cultivator in the middle, frowning slightly, snapped his fingers, and a flash of azure light enveloped the boy's corpse and the woman, causing them to vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. "Continue testing. Do not waste time," he stated in a calm tone, as though he had merely squashed an ant. Witnessing this scene, the children who had been eager moments ago now shrank behind their parents, their eyes filled with terror. The parents, too, bore expressions of fear, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of yearning within their fearful gazes. Were cultivators not supposed to refrain from killing mortals? Su-yi stood in stunned silence. "Indeed, they rarely kill. But that does not imply they are incapable of it." A cold voice in crimson echoed in Su-yi's mind. Alas, how cruel. After this lamentation, his gaze returned to the high platform. Such was the nature of this world. Without strength, life was as insignificant as that of an ant. As the boy's body was cleared away, the disciple recruitment ceremony resumed. Su-yi had just inquired of those nearby, and discovered that none had heard of the Heavenly Heart Sect, nor had they heard of the Jade Maiden Sect. He thought it quite plausible that the Jade Maiden Sect was simply too small for anyone to have heard of it, and thus he inquired about the Hundred Flowers Valley. However, the people here had not heard of the Hundred Flower Valley. At this moment, Su-yi was utterly bewildered, realizing just how far he had traveled. As he sank into confusion, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Young man, the Immortal Master is calling for you." Chapter 90. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su-yi raised an eyebrow and looked towards the high platform. A cultivator, his expression cold and indifferent, was gazing back at him. Just as Su-yi was about to refuse, he suddenly recalled that if mortals had not heard of the Hundred Flower Valley, then surely this cultivator would know of it. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way towards the high platform. Su-yi strode confidently towards the platform, knowing that with his current dual cultivation of martial prowess and spiritual mastery, he could easily dispatch the three cultivators before him. He placed his hand on the spirit testing plate. The mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, stroking the jade token at his waist, spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Casually, Su-yi raised his right hand and placed it upon the spirit testing plate. The instant his palm made contact, faint strands of azure light flickered across the surface of the jade. "Unqualified, leave." The words left Su-yi momentarily stunned. He was aware of his mediocre talents, yet he believed he could at least qualify as low-grade. What did unqualified even mean? Noticing Su-yi's daze, the cultivator who had just slain the young man furrowed his brow, preparing to forcefully expel Su-yi from the platform. However, at that moment, the heavenly heart pure lotus within Su-yi's arm seemed to sense his predicament. A stream of azure energy slowly flowed from his arm into the spirit testing plate. The runes on the surface of the azure spirit testing plate began to tremble violently, and the previously dim light erupted like a wildfire. Before anyone could react, the plate radiated a brilliant azure light. "What is this?" The mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator suddenly rose to his feet, the jade token at his waist producing a crisp sound. "Is this the legendary holy grade talent?" His voice trembled, filled with disbelief and elation. The other two foundation cultivators stood frozen, nearly dropping their magical artifacts. The square fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Su Yi atop the high platform, surrounded by azure light. Strands of spiritual energy swirled around him as if tangible. The runes on the spirit testing plate transformed into a myriad of luminous points, forming ancient and mysterious patterns around him. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Parents stood on their tiptoes while children gazed on with admiration and awe. The mid-stage cultivator hurried forward, his previous indifference replaced by a beaming smile. Young friend, you shall henceforth be the most essential disciple of our Tianxin Sect, with abundant resources for your cultivation. The other two Foundation cultivators quickly regained their senses and rushed over, each vying to win him over with words of encouragement. At this moment, Su Yi found himself in a state of confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. Had his talent truly improved? Am I not impressive? Just as Su Yi was engulfed in uncertainty, the voice of the Azure Lotus resonated in his mind. A jolt coursed through him, and he finally understood that the Azure Lotus had secretly intervened. On the surface, he feigned a look of utter bewilderment, allowing the cultivators to circle around him. Young friend, I am the Law Elder of the Tianxin Sect. If you choose to join our ranks, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. The eager cultivator on the right, a practitioner at the early Foundation stage, spoke with an expression full of flattery. Humph. The mid-Foundation stage cultivator scoffed. Zhangshidi, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. A disciple of such extraordinary talent is beyond your reach. After reprimanding the so-called Zhangshidi, he turned to Su Yi and inquired, young friend, do you have any relatives? If there are family members, the Tianxin Sect can ensure their well-being, providing them with a life free from want and extending their lifespan. The mid-Foundation stage cultivator's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. Su Yi lowered his head, his throat tightening as he sighed. My parents passed away in their early years, leaving me to fend for myself. Before he could finish speaking, the mid-Foundation stage cultivator clasped his shoulder, comforting him. How pitiful. From now on, the Tianxin Sect will be your support. With a grand gesture, he summoned two spirit plates that were floating in the air, which immediately transformed into radiant light and vanished into his sleeves. He then turned to the two Foundation cultivators beside him and said in a solemn tone, this matter is concluded. We shall return immediately. With that, he raised his hand to summon a flying vessel that radiated a green glow, its body adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to come alive under the influence of spiritual energy. Young friend, please. The mid-Foundation stage cultivator stepped aside to allow him to board, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Su Yi did not hesitate and stepped onto the vessel directly. The mid-Foundation stage cultivator followed closely behind, and once everyone was aboard, he waved his hand and cast several spells, causing the vessel to transform into a beam of green light, ascending into the sky. The vessel sliced through the clouds, the mountains and rivers below retreating like a flowing painting. After a while, when the vessel stabilized, Su Yi asked, Elder, I have heard my elders speak of the 100-Flower Valley, said to be a prestigious sect in the cultivation world. I wonder if you have heard of it? He feigned a look of innocent curiosity. Upon hearing this, the mid-Foundation stage cultivator displayed a hint of surprise, then chuckled. Ah, you have heard of the 100-Flower Valley. It is indeed a first-rate power in the cultivation world, but it lies far in the western wilderness, tens of thousands of miles away from our Tianxin Sect. Another Foundation cultivator interjected, indeed, even with sword flight, it would take several months to reach. Moreover, the journey is fraught with dangers, with demonic beasts lurking. Without a high-level cultivator leading the way, one should not venture forth easily. What prompts you to inquire about this, young friend? Su Yi scratched his head, flashing an awkward smile. I merely find myself yearning for such a formidable sect. Yet inwardly, he lamented, tens of thousands of miles is too far. With my current qi refining cultivation, it would take years to reach. What shall I do? I wonder if my dear Miao Miao, Luo Yao, Wan Wan, and Yin Yin are thinking of me. At Su Yi's words, the previously silent cultivator chuckled softly. There is no use in yearning. It is said that the 100-Flower Valley only accepts female disciples, and those of exceptional beauty at that. At this moment, Su Yi was troubled and had no intention of returning, ignoring the malicious grin of the cultivator. The three Foundation establishment cultivators, noticing Su Yi's despondent demeanor, assumed he was disheartened by the threshold of the 100-Flower Valley. Just as the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator was about to approach Su Yi to console him, a newly admitted young girl suddenly succumbed to seasickness and began to vomit. The mid-Foundation establishment cultivator furrowed his brow and, with a casual flick of his hand, sent the young girl tumbling off the flying vessel. Su Yi's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively reaching out to intervene, but he was a moment too late. His fingertips grasped nothing but a few wisps of the turbulent wind created by the vessel. Ah! 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 The girl's piercing screams shattered the silence, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Su Yi watched helplessly as the small figure plummeted like a kite with its string cut. He caught a glimpse of the girl's terrified, pleading eyes, and an inexplicable pang of sorrow struck his heart. Yet, he was unable to fly, forced to witness her transform into a vague black dot at the foot of the mountain. The howling winds from the flying vessel could not drown out the tempest of fury swirling within his chest. It was merely a girl of inferior talent. Her sickness would have sullied the spirit patterns aboard the vessel. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator brushed off his sleeves, his tone indifferent, as though he had merely crushed an insignificant insect beneath his foot. He turned to Su-yi, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze, stating, "Dear friend, there is no need for concern. The path of cultivation is thus. The weak are destined to be eliminated."